Ooga chaka, ooga, ooga, ooga chaka, ooga, ooga. I can't stop this feeling deep inside of me. Girl, you just don't realize what you do to me. When you hold me in your arms so tight, you let me know everything's alright. And I'm hooked on a feeling. Oh, I'm high on believing that you're in love with me. Howdy, folks. How are y'all doing? My name is Reese. Welcome back to Tekkit 2. You would know that. You're a channel member. If you didn't know my name at this point, I would be surprised. You'd give me money every month. By the way, thank you. I'm going to start shouting out some names now. While I get those names pulled up here, I have them all memorized, but I don't really remember where everyone is currently because everyone keeps changing around their current membership tiers. I've got to check here to make sure that I know where everyone's sitting. I'm not in love. I don't have a girlfriend. I didn't want to mislead any of you with the happy song. I'm just in a great mood today. I'm feeling pretty good. Yeah, there's a lot going on that I could complain about, but there's a lot going on that's going pretty well. And I'm feeling kind of blessed today. So I wanted to go ahead and give shout-outs. I mean, I guess we'll start at the top. We now have 2 otherworldly members, which is madness. If you guys next month wanted to drop down a tier, completely understood. Don't blame you at all. But for right now, we have Jake, Dake Tora Yates, and Purple Lemons in the otherworldly category, followed by Lucas Kitts in the legendary category. We have our mythic supporter, Gilliam. Welcome, Gilliam, by the way. Thank you for your support. And we have our fabled supporters, Meyer and Maria Amor. Maria Amor, I say your name wrong every time. I always say Maria Amor. Like, I combine the ia with the amor, so it's like one single Maria Amor. But it's Marie Amor, and then Meyer, who's, of course, a lawyer for grandmothers, allegedly. So thank you all for your continued support. And as for what we're doing here today, well, things are getting just a little bit wacky, a little bit hairy. We're doing a members only. What is find a tree, punch? Oh my gosh. How do I get that off my screen? We've updated to a new version, and that's just up there now. And I don't know what to do about it other than just going out and punching a tree. Is there a way to get rid of that? What button brings that up? Okay, well, obviously that's the map. That's not going to help me. I don't play vanilla Minecraft. How do I get rid of this? Options? Oh, L? Advancements. Oh, this is cool. Wait, has this been in the game the whole time? Adventure? Wait, what? Use a totem of undying to cheat death. Huh? Summon an iron golem to help defend the village. Okay, see, some of this stuff, that could be vanilla Minecraft, I don't know. Tracks? See, I don't believe that's vanilla Minecraft. What, has this always been here? I've never engaged with this. Oxygen, fill up every kind of oxygen tank. I had no idea, what button did I push to get to this? L. There's just achievements here. Carts, we've done nothing on. Minecraft stuff, well, we're doing pretty good there. Weaken and then cure a zombie villager. I didn't know you could do that. Enchant an item in an enchanting table. See, I'm currently being blown away right now by just the volume of the things that I'm seeing on my screen. That was just from pressing L. How do I get rid of the Minecraft thing at the top of the screen? Welcome to a special members-only video where Reese learns how to play Minecraft. Dismiss Minecraft... tips, would it be considered, maybe? How to turn off tips in Minecraft. Well, good. It didn't take me to, like, a questionable website. That's a good... I mean, when you look up tips in Minecraft, you never know what you're going to end up. Do what the tip says. Get out of here. Go to options.txt. But there's no in-game way of doing this. Oh, this is asinine. All right. We're going to go punch a tree, I guess. That's how we're opening things up today. We do have one, like, right out here in the rain, so it shouldn't be that big a deal. We'll just break the bottom out of it, and then we'll place it back, and it shouldn't be, like, a hassle. See, you might have thought that I could have used it. Really? It's just going to be stuck there now. Well, what if I leave the world? This is because I updated, and when you update using the launcher, it installs it to like a new instance. There we go. We got my map back and everything's looking fine. Everything's looking good. I should just take the map and put my face cam in that. And then it's more consistent. Just take that exact square up there. I could probably just pull it right out of the resource pack. And then I'll have to do that for next episode. I can't do it in post because this is baked into the video. It's the easiest way for me to do it. And, I mean, I realize that that is an inferior way of doing it. But you should all come to expect that I will do not the bare minimum, but I will cut corners where I can. So, what are we doing today? Well, we might not be doing much, because I might be, as soon as I'm done kind of explaining things, pausing the recording, watching some Red Letter Media while I sort of mindlessly do this. But basically what we're doing is we know that there is a tunnel over here carrying electricity, and it should be, like, right down here. I don't actually know if we came this far with it. We definitely should have. We almost did. We almost did. Okay. Don't worry, I'm not going to dig it all out by hand. I do know that we have a better tool for this job. I just want to go ahead and dig out to here and kind of get a feel, really, for exactly where... I want it to go directly underneath here and use those lights. So those are going to be our light source. Although we didn't do that here for some reason. I'm sure I had some justification for it at the time. But we're basically going to zoom out to here using our handy-dandy... I almost said mercurial eye. I mean, we're going to need the mercurial eye as well. So we might as well go ahead and grab that. But our catalyst of destruction, and we're going to create a tunnel that's going to carry power. And the original plan that I had... By the way, let me know what you think about the webcam. I don't know, I felt like leaving it on here more lately. Ever since I moved the camera closer, and I figured out the lighting situation, which turns out all those times that I was putting on progressively stronger pairs of blue light blocking glasses, these are industrial. These are for doing things with, like, lasers. The actual problem is that the light source of the TV, even when I dimmed it, was so bright compared to everything else in the room, the contrast was hurting my eyes. All I had to do was turn on my ceiling fan, and there's so much additional light in here that my eyes don't hurt anymore. We just needed more light. I was trying to eliminate the amount of light, because I was like, oh, this light is hurting my eyes. My delicate blue eyes. But no, just more light. Who would have guessed that in these dark times, all we needed was to bring in more light? It's really a beautiful thing when you think about it. But we're going to dig a big hole now. That's sort of our priority at the moment. We're going to go ahead and... How wide should we make it? Should we do like 6 wide? So that would be... like that, and then like that. And then that would have the benefit of being... There we go. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be wider than this tunnel, but that should be okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to bring this power here. Oh, shoot. Oh, that didn't work. Wait, how do you turn on... What am I looking at? What was... I thought that was bound to, like, 0 or 1 by default? Well, oh, gosh, this is what happens. When you update your mods, everything gets broken. Oh, you know what? Numlock isn't on. Haha, there we go. What are you looking at? 1 turns it on. Okay. I had no idea what I was going to say. Oh, right, we're going to bring power from here, which means we probably need to break this out. Perfect, there we go. We're going to move our big battery. I was going to do all of this underground, but I kind of like the idea of having a big battery coming out of the floor here and having all of our power be, like, visible from above. So what we'll actually probably end up doing... We are recording this, aren't we? Yeah, okay, making sure. I just get nervous about these sorts of things from time to time. You know, you never know when I'm going to accidentally forget to do a thing. So we're going to go ahead and clear all of this out. And you know what I could have done to be more clever there? Is what I could have done was clicked on this block here. And that would have gotten the top one out. And that would have, like, lit up the area. And then true, yes, you're not wrong. The issue remains that now we have to take out the bottom one. But the advantage... is that we can see what we're doing when we go to do that. So that looks like that's taken us right here where we need to be. And then, I don't know, this might be the fastest thing to do, is just progress ourselves in like this. I mean, it's still going to take time, but not much. We're going to be able to do this relatively quickly. And the goal after this is going to be to Oh, right, I've got to correct the ceiling. Run the cables. We're going to use the mercurial eye on the walls and the floor to get it all looking nice and marbly. And then we'll move the battery. I want to make the battery bigger as well. So we're going to have to make more battery pieces is the only issue there, which is going to require that I look up the recipe because, gosh darn it, I don't remember it. We did get it last time, though. We did get it working, I believe. What did we end up doing? We ended up going to the Nether to find something that we needed, and I seem to remember making it into EMC. So whatever that was we got from the Nether. You're going to think I'm doing a bit right now. Well, actually, I guess some of the newer fans and newer members and supporters are going to think, geez, Reese is doing a bit right now. But I assure you, in fact, I am not. This is not a bit. I do not know... I do not remember a lot of the things that I have done previously to this. I forget so easily, and that's the real issue here. So why am I doing that when I can just convert all of this via transmutation? Let me go ahead and smooth all that back out. I thought I was going to do all this in one take. Well, no, I didn't think that I was going to. I thought about doing it in one take. I considered it, and the idea was that maybe we would do a cut-down version for, you know, normal people. Do a cut-down version for the viewers, and then we would do a, you know, like your standard viewers, and then do an extended version for the members. I was like, maybe that'll be what we do, because right now, what I'm actually doing, what I'm actually thinking this is going to end up being, why is this not working? Did I not set this up correctly? Oh, I guess I didn't. I thought for sure that I did. When I sat down to record, what I thought I was doing was I was going to record a video that was only for the members, but then as I started recording, I was like, man, if I can talk non-stop, what I could do is just make this a normal video. You know, I might have to re-record the intro, and then I can release that as, like, you know, a standard video, but have the non-stop, all-you-can-eat buffet style unedited one for the members, right? Like an extended, kind of what Hat Films does with their videos. You know, if you've ever watched their Vault Hunter series, they have the standard video that goes out, but then there's an extended video that I assume is just uncut gubbins. I've never watched it. I don't know. Me and my brother have considered becoming members to their channel because we like to watch Hat Films videos together. If you ever wondered what me and Mike could do when we hang out, that we watch Hat Films. That's what we do. Which is always a good time. But I don't think I'll actually do that because what I realized is a second ago I was like, man, I'm thirsty. So I took a pause and I had a sip, and then I was like, I kind of want to Google something real quick. I've got a question in my mind that I want to get answered. So I kind of paused and I Googled that. And then I was like, you know, maybe that's a terrible idea, actually. Because I tend to get distracted in the middle of recordings and look away from the screen for long periods of time. And then that's just not going to work in a video. So I think that what we're actually doing right now, where this is just a members-only video, is probably the better option of the two. I don't know if that's going to work for, like, all kinds of content. I was trying to figure out how I might do this for something like the Xenoblade Chronicles videos. How would I make a members-only Xenoblade Chronicle video? Like, what would be the steps for that? And I have no idea. So, what do? You're the induction furnace? Go ahead and take these. We could put all of these things into the rotary macerator, but right now, it's in the process of generating the infinite iron somehow. I'm still not entirely sure what we did to make that happen, but, I mean, it's free EMC. I know we've got a machine in the basement that generates infinite free EMC for us, but it is still, you know, it's nice to have an additional source of free EMC revenue. Where is my chisel? I thought I was keeping one up here. I've got a whole bunch of other random nonsense up here. Why don't I have a chisel? The reason that I want a chisel is because even though the mod pack has been updated, and normally limestone will now have an EMC value because we're playing an older, or because we're in older chunks that were generated before that change, our limestone does not have a value. So if I want to do something with it other than just delete it, which it's a stack of 64 EMC, I might as well delete it. It makes no sense for me to hold on to it. That's actually a little bit silly and ridiculous. But for whatever reason, I do it, and I don't know why. In any case, I'm digressing here rapidly, aren't I? Let me go ahead and get all this out. And go ahead and condense it all. We're probably going to need all this EMC anyway. Well, I mean, we're down to 540 million. That's barely enough to do anything with. What am I supposed to do with 540 million EMC? We're going to have to build this whole underground facility and things, you know? So I'm going to need those resources. All right. I am going to grab our glass fiber cables. I feel like this video is a bit random. I feel like for some reason going into this with the knowledge that this is going out just for members has altered the chemistry of my brain and is making me talk and otherwise commentate in a way that is different from what I would normally do. I feel like this is maybe not going to work out. Or be amazing. I don't know. Maybe I'm assuming if you're the type of person who watches Howdy Folks and enjoys it to the point that you say, man, I want to give this lunatic money every month to encourage him to keep making this nonsense, maybe you're the prime demographic for the types of nonsense I go off about. Maybe this is actually perfect for you. I don't know. Let's go ahead and break this. We're going to break all of these. We're also going to break this big battery over here. I know I said I wanted to make a really big one, but then I got to thinking about it. Doesn't this hold an insane amount of energy? Didn't we determine last time that the current... I mean, I'm pretty sure this is as small as you can make a big battery as well. And at present, it holds... yeah, max energy, 150 million RF. Maybe we don't actually need another one. Maybe it's fine the way it is, and we'll just move it down, or we'll move it over here. Or, you know what, we could make it bigger, or we could just stick it in the wall and call it a day. So the idea is that we're going to have that be in this little power vault down here, and we'll have it distribute energy to anything that needs RF. Now, right now, we're using the big electric flux generator to generate RF. I'd like to have maybe a couple of those so we can generate power quickly. We're going to be relocating this one from over here all the way to over here. We're going to prop it up and have it be piped directly into the big battery. So let's actually go ahead and do that. I don't know if there's anything we need to do when we break this other than just break it. Probably just break it. I don't know. The liquid on the inside. Can we recollect that? I wonder. You'd hope so. You definitely hope so, because the alternative is that we have to go make more. We might have some extra. I don't know if we used it all last time. Didn't we get several buckets of it? Does it have an EMC value? It seems unlikely that it would. This seems like the type of mod that... Well, you know what? It's not really up to the mod. It's up to the mod author. And I know when we started this mod, all of these different components had EMC value, which was exciting. I remember, like, the walls had a value and all that, and I was like, oh, this is great, because this means that we don't have to shrek around making a whole bunch of individual components and all that nonsense, all that gubbins, and then they took that away from us. They just completely took that away from us. Let's go ahead and widen this hole out a little bit. Can we do that with this? Thank heavens. Thank heavens. Okay, how big do we want this to be? That is the question. It's already a mess, so it's already not centered anymore. But let's take our lights, our inverted lamps, and let's say we want to go out to... Oh, right! So the place isn't built properly. These quadrants aren't all equal, unfortunately, if I remember correctly. We're gonna... Yeah, see, because those blocks are directly next to... the pathways, and then there's 3 blocks in between, so do we want to have this be squared? We could probably square this if we wanted to, and then the rest of it be darned straight to heck. You know, that's an option. I think that's what I'm probably going to end up going with. So, let's see. Big square, and then we'll go 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Okay, yeah, that'll work. And I don't like the way that means that this light here will be touching that light. That is upsetting to me. That causes me frustration and irritation. But it's going to be the same on the other side. So I guess that's... You know what? Symmetry is overrated. I need to stop doing this whole symmetry thing. There's definitely some sort of neurological divergence in my brain that makes me really, really like symmetry. It's not something that's ever been diagnosed, but it's something that I'm at least conscious of in myself, that I'm, ever since I've started playing Minecraft, well, I mean, definitely more recently, I've been like, I gotta stop doing this. Because some of the coolest builds you see in Minecraft are not symmetrical. And some of the most beautiful things in nature are not symmetrical. Human faces are oftentimes not perfectly symmetrical, because of course they're not. When you think about what goes into making a body, right? It's not like it's random chance, but the likelihood that everything in your body is going to just work out in such a way that everything is perfectly symmetrical. One ear is always going to be a little bit bigger. One leg is always going to be a little bit longer. Fingers are going to be different. Look at this. If I align the tips of my fingers, okay, and then I press my hands together, okay, tips of my fingers straight across. Look at this. You see this? This hand's longer than this one. It's kind of hard to tell on camera. I guess you can't really see. But your hands aren't perfectly the same. I can see it when I look at it here. I can definitely feel it as well. You know, that's life. Life isn't perfectly symmetrical. It was. And then Adam and Eve ruined it. Can you imagine if everything was... Oh, okay, you know how you can take a picture of someone's face and the left and right side are different because nothing in nature is perfectly symmetrical, but you can like invert it and you get what... like if this side of your face was perfectly mirrored and how wrong that looks. Ooh, can you imagine if that's just how life was? I don't like it. I don't like it in concept or practice. I'm not a fan. All right, now, big battery time. And the question is, where do we build it? How big is it? Maybe we build it kind of in a cavity here. I thought about having this be a hole that goes straight down, and the big battery's kind of underneath it, and then power just comes out of here, like tentacling all around the place. That could be cool. But also, we might just stick the big battery in this little area here. That would also be an option. Now, as I understand it, the way the big battery works is... it's this stuff here, the sulfurous acid. That determines, I might be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that determines how much power you can hold. And then the length of the battery electrode, I kind of, you know, can stack them on top of each other, and the amount of sulfurous acid that you can fit around the battery electrodes determines how much power you can move in and out at any given time. So that's actually what dictates the amount of power that you can conceivably pump into it simultaneously. I basically just said the same thing twice, but slightly differently. So, if we really did want to make a bigger battery, we would need to consider a few different factors. First off, we'd need to get more of this acid. Pretty much covered. We'd also need more battery walls. Pretty much covered. We'd also need more of the battery electrodes, which I'm not seeing any more of, so that's not pretty much covered. But also, what goes into a battery... well, not a battery. What is a battery? That's how you make Bettys. Like Betty Crockett? Betty Crockett. Who's Betty Crockett? Betty Crockett's a person. Is that like the wife of a president? Betty... Betty White is an individual. Oh, Betty Crockett. Betty Crocker makes lovely cakes. Of course, I knew that. Betty Crockett's a real person, though. It's not. I'm probably just thinking of Betty Crocker. I was thinking of Betty White. I couldn't remember her name until I saw it on the screen just now. Chaos and disarray, my friends. Chaos and disarray. We need golden blocks and blocks of graphite. The blocks of graphite require cooked blocks of charcoal. Well, we can get that pretty easily. We'll get some charcoal. We'll just get a stack of it, because why the Shrek not? We've got plenty of resources. And then we'll come over here and we'll get that cooking up, and that'll give us our blocks of graphite. And then was it blocks? Did I say blocks of gold and then already forget? So 64 of those, and then let's see. Gold. Why am I doing math? I can just get a stack of them. I don't need to get the exact right amount. It doesn't matter. It's entirely irrelevant. Was this a 1-to-1? It was a 1-to-1. We're going to have way too many of these now that I think about it. Now that I'm looking at what we've actually gone and done here, this is going to be an obscene amount of number of electrodes. We're never going to use that many, but whatever. We've got them if we need them. And then we've also got the walls now. So we're going to head back underground and make a really big battery. I've still not decided how I'm going to do it. Welcome to the sort of inside Reese's head version of Tekkit, where you get to see how I make my thought processes. So, what if the battery came out and, like, went... Okay, alright, hold on. All right, what if the battery started here? Okay, what if this is the battery and we kind of make it a little bit symmetrical, okay? So that's the base of the battery. And then, is that going to work? It technically could work because we could put the electrodes like that, but I'm not sure if the electrodes are supposed to touch. So we should probably actually make it a little bit bigger. And I don't know if size really matters. Also, I think we could add more than 2 electrodes if we wanted to. I'm thinking the rules on that, if I remember correctly, are just that maybe they can all be inputs and outputs. I don't remember. I honestly don't remember. So the issue here with doing it this size is that we can't have them placed perfectly in the center. And there is some science to this, right? Remember what I said earlier? What you'd ideally want to do is have it be surrounded on all sides by this fluid, which I did not grab. I don't know why I didn't, but the sulfurous acid you'd want touching all 4 sides for like your maximum input-output, and that means we're going to have to go make more of it. That's perfectly fine. So a setup like this doesn't really make as much sense as, let's see, if we broke this, and then we just have to make it wider, is what we're ultimately going to have to do. And we're going to go ahead and we're going to play around with this, okay? We're going to play around with this idea. Let's just allow this to happen. This is a space for playing around and being silly. We're going to be silly geese today, okay? So theoretically, if we made this a little bit wider, it's going to have to be wider than it is in terms of depth, is maybe what I'm trying to say right now. So there we go. A bit wider. Oh, I accidentally forgot that I broke a roll. Well, I didn't accidentally forget. I forgot that I did accidentally break a roll. Okay, so it's a little bit wider now. And then what we would want to do is have one there and then one here. And then that way they're all completely surrounded. Although I don't even know if that's necessary. I think if this one was here and there was just one shared between them, I might be completely wrong also on how batteries work. I could be completely misremembering how the chemistry of these things works. So don't take my word for it. Man, we're going to need so many battery walls to build this depending on how tall we go. I mean, really, ideally, you'd want to go, what, like a couple of these? But then how much more of that... Maybe we've bitten off more than we can chew. Maybe we need to stop being such silly geese and bring our expectations back down to size. Because it's not really reasonable to make one this big. We don't need it to be this big. Really, the one we already had was big enough when you want to get down to it. When you want to get down jiggy with it. That was probably plenty. What if we just kind of... I do like the idea of it rising out of the basement, though. I do kind of like that ridiculous idea. Okay, hear me out. It's not crazy. It's pretty simple. We're not asking for a lot here. We just build it like this, more or less. Oops. No, actually, more or less like this. And then that's probably going to be plenty. We're going to have to go make some more. And then we make it like a couple tall. And then we... Well, I mean, if we want it to actually stick out... Oh, I don't know how to get all that fluid in there, though. Do you think it would work? Do you think the game would be terribly upset with me if I just did it like that? I don't actually know if that would work. I think it might have to have actual source blocks. You know, I could just look this up. There's no reason for me to be questioning all this when I can just look up Zeta Industries battery and go directly to the source here. And we can just read about it. We don't have to guesstimate. Every side of an electrode block that touches an electrode liquid source block increases the I/O rate by 2500 RF per tick. So I was right about that. I got that part right, so that's good. And it does specifically say source block. Man, what if we just brought down our expectations and we stopped being silly geese and we just made this thing like tucked away in the corner there, and it would be fine and no one would feel any way cheated or disappointed, and it would be perfectly acceptable, and more than that, it would be perfectly reasonable and something I could actually build before I have to go to bed. Look at this. You see, now this is how you do a nice, simple battery. It doesn't need to be massive. We didn't actually have to make a whole bunch of additional battery electrodes. We're gonna build this up. We're gonna fill it up with this fluid. We're gonna kind of see where that puts us. It is a bigger battery as well. So the size of the battery means that we will have an increased input-output, and if we need a bigger one at some point, I will simply build a bigger one. I don't think it needs to be this tall. Got our power taps there and there. One of these will need to be negative. How did we figure out? Yeah, shift right click. And then we can start filling it up with the acid. There's one. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So all of these are source blocks now. So we just got to make these source blocks, and we should be kind of good to go. Fortunately, this will be a lot easier this time around, because we can just get a sulfurous block, or block of sulfur. We don't actually have to go through all the rigmarole of the past. For some reason, I decided to get rid of all of my buckets. I mean, I've got 4 left, but, I mean, we're going to need them all back anyway to collect all this stuff. You know what we can do, though, is we can be clever, and we can create a source block, and we can kind of fill in the rest of this. Perfect, from that source block. And then if I remember correctly, it is a flint and steel to light it on fire. And I said if I remember correctly, as if there's any chance I don't know what I'm doing. I remember what to do here, folks. I definitely remember. Like we were talking about earlier, I remember everything we've ever done in this series. I have a perfect picture memory, and I, much like an elephant, never remember forgetting. Because if I did, that would be chaotic. That's everything. Good, good, good. Get rid of those extra buckets, and back underground we go. Wish we had portable handheld teleporters. I think we had those in some of the sky factories, and man, those things were OP. You just, from anywhere you're standing, you just turn and face, and then like right-click, and be taken directly to a oh, so good. As long as you could see it, I'm pretty sure is how it worked. That is fantastic technology there. I wish we had that. So where are we at right now? We're at here, I think? Okay, that stuff's not good to be in. Sulfur. Maybe avoid getting that on your body. Go figure. Another one there. I don't need to say this for every single one of them. Another one there. I'm not going to say it for every single one of them. One more there. And I'm definitely not going to say that this is the last one here. And there we go. So they're all surrounded by sulfur now. And the last pieces will be the battery walls, which is funny because they're going on the ceiling. I mean, a roof even, but I guess it doesn't really matter in a structure like this. You know, what is the roof? What is the ceiling? And then, oh, actually, does this need to go here? Oh, snap. Put that on there. There we go. So, our capacity is now 1.95 GRF. What is GRF? We know that MRF is like, is that Giga RF? Was it never a million RF? Was it always like Mega RF? And this is now Giga RF? Is that how this works? I don't actually know. I have no clue. I have no concept of how much power that is. What I do know is that inside of here, we've got this handy-dandy precision wrench, which we're going to be using to come over here and wrench away the... There we go. What is this called? Big electric flux generator. We might need a couple of these. We might want to build a couple of them. Maybe put them in like a bank somewhere, like maybe right back here. That could be fun. That could be a good time. What we will do for right now is we will have this one set up right here. And then we will have the power curve in to right there. Nope, stop that. Get out of here, you. Okay, so that should now be operational, if I'm not mistaken. And then, very important, we need to take our mercurial eye. There we go, fix that. This is a mess here. Need to address that immediately. This back here is, of course, a disaster, but I might leave it because everything around here is a little bit of a disaster. We've sort of accidentally buried the battery, is what we've ended up doing. For some reason. I'm not entirely sure why I arrived at these conclusions, that this is the way that we would be doing things. But here we go. So plop that down there. And if everything is working the way that it should, we should be seeing this thing start to fill up. Now, currently stored energy is at 0 RF, and that could be down to a number of factors, including probably the most likely of all, that I've simply forgot to enable this. So, the maximum amount of current intake. Perfect! Look at that. We've got 30 KRF. Nice. So that's kilo RF, kilo, and then mega, and then giga. Okay, good. Now we need to get power back over to this machine. And our options are either to do what I said earlier and have this ridiculous, like, spiral cables coming out and dropping all over the place, or alternatively, we could just run a line back there to it. We could have all of our power underground and then have all of our machines above ground. And I don't know which I want to go for. I have a feeling that we might end up doing a lot of item routing above in the actual air, so maybe it would be better to have our electrical be underground and then, like, material routing be above ground and keep those two things separate. So I guess what we'll have to do is plop this down and have it come off of here and go that direction. Alternatively, we could just have it go down this pre-existing hallway. There's not really much cause to have it go back around in a different direction. We've already got a power cable here. If we wanted to, like, run it alongside this one, kind of, that would be probably alright. I don't see there being any issues there. So we'll just have this be... messy is what we'll have it be. We'll have it be a big, fat, stinky mess. Ew, gross. Get out of here. Get out of here, get out of here. There we are. I keep forgetting that I do have my face on camera today. So, alright. Power to the max! And there we are. So we're going to run out of these before we get all the way back. And these are the medium cables. We're not going to build any more of these. I think what we're going to do moving forward is we're going to move to the highest capacity, these lovely blue HV cables. And they do require the medium voltage ones to begin with, which is unfortunate. I wish there was an alternate recipe for that. So we're going to hit A on both of those. And I now have to recollect all of these because we're going to have to use them in the recipe. So that's a little bit sad, but whatever. And the reason we're switching to the higher voltage ones is even if we don't actually need that much power back at this machine, it might branch out. This power lead might branch out down here and go to a bunch of machines. And when that happens, we're going to want to make sure that there's enough power in the cable to supply everyone. That was such a foolish error on my part. I will never recover from the sheer level of embarrassment that I am feeling right now, having done that just awful mistake. Let's head back upstairs and see if we can't figure this out. So, having a look at the high voltage, it looks like we just take the medium voltage ones and combine it with gold and diamonds, which, guess what, we can get an abundance of, because we have infinite EMC. Man, there's such a vibe here right now. Oh, I love it! The rain, the wind. I mean, I kind of hate that it's raining nonstop, and I think there's something sus going on with that. But I love a rainy night. You can see it in my eye. I love a rainy night. It makes me high, but not in like a drug kind of way. More of like just a high on life, happy to be alive kind of way. Let's make ourselves some HV cables, and then we're going to make ourselves some... Wow, okay, so redstone... Is it specifically red stained glass? Okay, no, just glass. Silver, redstone, and glass. So silver, redstone. We're going to have to get rid of some things from our inventory right now because we're running out of space. Maybe some marble and some glass. And we kind of have an inconsistent spacing of that right now, but it is what it is. We're going to get by. Silver, redstone, glass. Make me lots of these, please. How many of those did it make? We got a stack and a bit. Perfect. Clean it all out. Make me some of these. However many you can. That was all, because that needs to go in there, and that all needs to be in there. That, not you. You. Oh, no, it's all chaos. It's all disorder. It's all disarray. It's all disarray! Sounds like I'm saying Desiree. It's all Desiree! Okay, that's plenty of HV cables for now. And yes, there is so much mess that I need to clean up, but I'll deal with that between episodes. No need to make you folks suffer through that. I feel like I've made you all suffer enough through this. Is this actually a reward for being a member? Is this what channel members deserve? This torture porn. It's a reference to Until Dawn. By the way, these cables don't... First off, these cables don't look as good as they do in the picture. Look at that picture. They look amazing. They just kind of look like something in IKEA. They got that color scheme, you know what I mean? I don't like them anymore. It's like the Oshkosh of cables. I don't think I want to see my friends... I don't want my friends to see me in these after a certain age, you know what I mean? They're just a little childish. What was I saying? Oh, Until Dawn is not finished. We're gonna finish recording it. I don't know if we've talked about this on the channel yet. I'm positive we haven't, in fact. But the decision was made that even though I think we've finished probably at this point 2/3 of the game, we're in definitely the final act. Even though a lot has been recorded, what we're going to do is we're going to hold back on editing that footage until we finish the game. And by we, I mean me. I'm the one doing all the editing around here. But what we're going to do is we're going to wait until we finish the game, and then we're going to edit it into one giant movie, the Until Dawn kind of film experience, if you will, for all of the channel members. And that'll be released first. And then I'm going to go back and retroactively re-edit the first few videos and edit together the whole thing into maybe, I can't remember how many chapters there are in the game, but re-edit it to have all of the... I'm sorry, I'm trying to think and talk at the same time, and I'm very bad at it. I do most of my talking when I'm not thinking. We're going to make the movie, and then we're going to break that into the individual game chapters, and those will be the videos that get released over the course of a week. Get out of here with your whole... I don't want to destroy a tree. I've done nothing to deserve this from you. Go away. Is this all operational? I did get a comment from someone saying that they didn't need to have a power plugged into the outer workbench. And that's true. I don't need it either, but it does make it faster if you plug it in, I think is what we determined. So yeah, this is all still operating. Everything's still getting power. These are still running. You are still running. Everything's juiced up and ready to go. This in particular, all good things. All good things. All right. So we've got that working again. That is outputting power. Or is it? What, are you outputting power? Oh, yeah, current transfer. Okay, yeah, they're both set to max. So I guess that is the maximum they can output right now, 10,000 RF per tech. If we wanted to make that more, we'd have to stack it up and add more sulfur, but 10,000 is probably fine. Although saying that, are we consuming more power than regenerating? I feel like that can't be accurate. Unless that auto workbench literally does genuinely use as much power as you give it, right? Like, that's a possibility. What if we only output 100 RF per tick? Are you operational? Are you working? I cannot believe that we're consuming that much electricity. That doesn't seem reasonable. What if we turn this off completely? Okay, we're filling back up. What the heck was going on? None of this over here uses that much power, right? I mean, what over here would be using that much power? This machine, I guess. It currently shows that it's full still, though, even though it just performed an operation. Something strange is going on in the neighborhood, and I don't know who to call, because I don't know if Ghostbusters can deal with electricity, but this is staying topped off even though we just turned this thing off down here. Now, how is that possible? This is no longer outputting power. I am confused. I have only the deepest depths of confusion right now. Electricity is going into here. It's going out of there and into here. This is filling up. No electricity is coming out of here. This is completely turned off. And yet these machines remain powered. How? Why? What is the secret? What do you do? How is your magic performed? I want to know. Can you show me? I want to know about the strangers that are like me. Tell me more. Please show me. I don't want to look at your recipe book. I don't even know how to access the recipe book. Go away! You stupid pop-up. Okay, now we're going to have a staircase back here, because I think that's a funny concept. A staircase on the backside of a battery. Yeah, I've not figured out why the battery is doing the things that it's doing, and I'm not going to right now. I'll figure that out later. That is a problem for future Reese to determine. Current Reese is a little bit busy right now making a silly little staircase here out of reinforced framed stairs and marble. There we go. This is how we access the top of the battery. I'm sure it's perfectly safe to walk around on top of it. What could possibly go wrong? So this is set up to the max, right? Yeah, it can't possibly accept any more power, but you If I turn you on even so much as like +1, right? 1000. Immediately starts draining. How about just +1 RF per tick? Okay. Is this just outputting power even if there's nowhere for that power to be used? If I do 100. It's still technically filling up. So we're still producing more. I can't remember how much power this thing produces. I do not remember how the big electric flux generator. I can't recall how much power it outputs. But is it the case that this just, when you set this to output power, even if there's nowhere for that power to go, it just pumps it out? That doesn't seem like it could be accurate. That doesn't seem like it could be what's happening. I mean, this is staying stable now. It was staying stable before. We don't know where it was getting power before, because I had this thing turned off completely. I'm actually curious now. If I come up here and I just turn this thing off completely, no power output, 0 RF per tick, and maybe we even take it a step further and we break this connection. Does power get stored in the cable? Transfers 4000 RF per tick. Can power be stored in the cable? I'm saying it with a little hype. Maybe that's why it was emptying. Maybe it was filling the cable? Gonna HV flux cable. Let's see what we learn. I don't want real high voltage cable. What mod is this from? Flux cables. Let's look up flux cables. Mod. Here we go. Cable flux is the name of the mod. It's not what it says on my screen, but okay. Transporting energy in solar flux reborn style. Yep, it also adds an API to implement any kind of pipe that you would imagine, starting from fluids and items and ending with EMC or gases from mechanism. Okay. It just mentions transferring. It doesn't mention retaining power. It doesn't mention holding it. Wait a minute, that's not... Wait. Cable... the mod is called Flux Cables. Why do I see... Why is it only cable flux that I find? It looks like the same thing, but why would it be inverted? Why would it be a different name? I don't understand. Someone help me to make sense of the madness and chaos in the world around me. I don't get it. All right, well, we're not going to stress. Okay, so it's emptying. No, it's not. It went back up. We all just watched it happen. And multiple different colors, too. What does the blue mean? Okay, so that's load when it turns to red, and then blue, I guess, means input, maybe? It's taking a little bit longer every time. I'll give it that. But it's still getting power from somewhere. It must just be that the cables retain a little bit of energy. That's all I can figure. If we put this one back, but this is still set to 0 RF per tick, nothing should change. So when we come back over here and we have a look at it, yeah, okay. So if we just turn this on a little bit, if we just open the tap a wee little bit, let's say we let out 10 RF per tick. Let's see what happens. We're just doing some experimentation here. At that point, it continues to fill up, and then there's a little bit of a draw as it performs an operation, and then it continues to fill up. There's a little bit of a draw as it performs an operation, and then it continues to fill up. And it says right now 5 RF per tick, which makes sense if this machine back here is also getting 5 RF per tick. It's staying topped off, and it performs operations far less often. And then this is presumably... I mean, is there a reason... Let's see, Buildcraft... Hold on. Let's look this thing up. This is the Auto Workbench from Buildcraft Factory. And it might have, like, an infinite amount of power draw. I'm actually not seeing in here anywhere where I thought that adding power made it go faster, even though I'm almost positive that that's a thing, because it absolutely accepts power out of the back. You know, we see that. Maybe it does require power to operate. Someone told me it didn't, but looking at it, maybe I got confused and they were talking about something else that we looked at. So that topped it off. So 10 RF per tick seems to be plenty. That's probably all reasonably we need to be sending into that pipe right now. That's also plenty for this to basically go and charge up unrestrained. It's just filling up, which is fantastic. Look at this. We're almost at 1,000 KRF. Let's see whether or not that changes to 1 GRF. That would be a giga, correct? Wait. No, meg. It would be an M. It would be a mega RF. So let's see what happens. Am I actually going to stay here while it goes all the way? It's going to take a while. I don't know. It's not going to take that long. What goes into making another one of these? I've already forgotten. The big electric flux generator. Big electric. I don't know how much power it consumes. Where is this thing drawing power from? Our large generator? Let's go ahead and just say, boop, make another one of them. Which recipe? I don't really care. Either one. I mean, I don't want to have to make all this. If I could just make an HG transformer, some advanced circuits, we could build one of these probably relatively simply. We're getting close. I'm just going to sit here and I'm going to wait. And I'm going to make you all wait with me. And in the meantime, I'm going to keep you all occupied somehow. I haven't decided how yet. Maybe I'll sing a song? The Lord wasn't joking when he kicked him out of Eden. It wasn't for no reason that he shed his blood. Oh, yeah, look at that. 1 MRF. Well, there you go, everyone. Wasn't that the maximum of the last big battery we set up? And now look at where we are. We've already exceeded it. And wow, we actually have, like, way more power. Well, in any case, I'm pretty pleased with what we've accomplished here today, and I'm looking for... maybe I'm confused about how much the battery said it would hold before. Where does this thing draw its power from exactly? What's the origin point? Is it way down in the basement? Where are you going? You go up top here, and then you come back around... Oh, you know what? I know where it's going. It goes back around to here. So yeah, it's the one in the basement. It gets power before it goes up there. So does that mean it's getting like high voltage power? We're close to being able to work with petapower, which is going to be a thing in the future. I can't remember why we didn't do that to begin with. Oh, yes I do. I remember now. It was because we would need way more of the purple stuff that we get out of here from time to time. Not that. This. This should be... Where does that pipe out to? Does that still auto-pipe? Yeah, that extracts... Wait. Hold on. Wait, that shouldn't be connected up to there, I don't think. I don't think that's right. I think that's not supposed to be like that. Or like that, for that matter. Is it? Something's not correct here. I'm gonna have to correct this real quick, because I'm almost positive this could be a disaster. If it tries to send one up there and there's no room... Oh, where's my pipe plugs? I think it's cobblestone and gravel. We'll just make some more, because I don't see any. They're probably, like, directly in front of my face, and I just don't see them for whatever reason. You know, that happens from time to time, but then that'll give me... way too many of them, arguably, more than I'll ever need, but I probably said that the last time I made them, and now I can't find them. Alright, don't go there or there. Or there. There you go. Just do... or there. Don't go there either. Alright, I think we've more or less... we fixed the issue. I'll put one there as well so it's nice and symmetrical. Now it looks like a little robot. Looks like a little hooded, one-eyed being. Perfect. That's what we want to see. So presumably that'll now go into here, where it'll become... do I want it to become... I don't want it to become plasma, I don't think. If I'm not mistaken, I don't think I want that to happen. Is that why I turned... That's probably why I put this here, so that wouldn't be plugged in, but that's clearly getting power from somewhere else as well. Hold on. Oh, that's just construction foam down there, which probably means that there was a power cable there at one point, yeah. I can see that now. That was in fact the case. Okay, well... we'll just leave all of that unplugged. That's perfectly fine. This machine should now be deactivated and should no longer be producing plasma. That's a mistake that we should have caught sooner. What? Is this what we're doing now? Does this work better for us in some way? I think someone mentioned that I needed to pump more power into the mass fabricator. Doesn't it have a limit of like 512? How much power do you produce? MFSU. Well, we're not taxing the power system, apparently. And this is still perfectly automated and functioning just fine. Wow, we've gone through 56 near-depleted uranium cells. Or we've produced that many, which means we've gone through a ton of uranium cells. Wow. Because not all of them end up near-depleted. That's impressive. That's actually we've done good. We've done very good. I'm happy with us. We need the pats on the back all around. I'm glad that I made this when I did, because right now I don't know if I could build one of these otherwise. I don't... I think enough time has passed. Yeah, look, these aren't hooked up to power. And they're working just fine. So maybe they don't actually go faster. I don't know. I don't know if I'd be able to figure this out now anymore. I think enough time has passed that... oh, our poor creeper. I don't quite remember the fundamentals of this, so... What was I doing? Oh, I was thinking about making another one of these. That's right. Why is it called a 4x insulation when there's only 3 rubber? Can someone explain that to me? I'm actually very curious. I don't know if there is a reason for it. How many of these do I need? I think I just needed 2 of them. But now that's getting thrown on the floor, lol. I've gotten so much utility out of this just by keeping it loaded up with things. You know, every so often, yeah, I have to go grab a couple more rubber and throw them in there, but there's just so much stuff in here that pretty much anytime I need something like one of these circuits, like advanced circuits, electrical circuits, or a Lapitron crystal, I can almost always just come over here and grab it, which is pretty helpful. And one of these days, we're actually going to set it up with a black hole unit full of stuff, and it's going to be able to just manufacture anything I need as I need it. Probably by that point, we won't need such a setup anymore. Which is almost a tragedy. Almost. Not entirely, though. Just kind of sort of. But not wholly. Alright. Now, the next thing we need to grab is some copper and a block of redstone. And overall, I've got to say, and I need to be honest, that wasn't difficult. We threw that together relatively quickly, easily, and painlessly. Although, once more, I will say that most of that was just down to being able to grab a lot of the key ingredients and just have them manufactured over there. So that was pretty painless altogether. I need to stop saying that. That was pretty painless altogether. It was pretty painless. It was pretty quick and easy and painless. It was a painless operation. It was pretty easy too. It was pretty easy, pretty painless. Like, how many times can I say the same thing before it just loses all meaning, you know? We should probably get rid of this cable here, because it's the way of the old, and we're moving on with the way of the new. So we have 2 of those now. For some reason, for a split second, I just thought that was going to blow up on us. Also, I did notice that we are about to start starving. I think that happened in the last episode. We're not going to allow that to happen now. We're gonna chicken up. Lovely, lovely protein. Tasty stuff. These are now both generating power, so we should see a ton more power going in here. Of course, we are at the point now where we're at the Mega RF. So we're really not going to see it, you know, zooming like we would have seen before. It's much more mundane, but it is filling up. So we're producing way more power, and I'm pretty happy with what we've done and what we've accomplished. So the next step of the operation is figuring out how to generate solar panels. We're going to start with regular old solar panels. I think they're just called... This stupid thing. I don't know what else to do. I genuinely have no clue what else to try at this point. There we go. That got rid of it. I don't know how else to dismiss it. Solar! So, we've got solar panels. We also do have the hybrid solar panel and like the advanced solar panels and all these things, but we're looking at regular solar panels. So we need to have an automated electric circuit generator, which means we need to automate a bunch of stuff. First off, I mean, redstone we can just have generated. That's not something we need to automate. We can just have that ready to go. But then we also need to have copper cable. So copper ingot we can have generated. Rubber, we're going to have sticky resin generated, and then piped into a furnace. And then we're going to have that go into auto crafter to give us copper cable. That goes into an auto crafter with refined. So we just need to have basically... What? That's not right. Oh, I see. Okay. We'll have to have a furnace cooking up a constant supply of iron. So iron can be generated and pumped into a furnace, and the furnace can produce that, and then all that goes into an auto crafter, and that gives us our electric circuit. You see how complicated this is? Jeez. Maybe I don't want to do this. Maybe it's time to start a new mod pack. You know, we've been playing this for almost a year now, and as I just think about what's going to go into this, it just makes me want to go play Xenoblade Chronicles some more, which I think is what I'm going to do after this. So if you see the next episode of Xenoblade Chronicles and you're like, that man is wearing the same shirt that I saw him in a Tekkit video, it's because they were recorded back to back, my friends. Probably released at wildly different times. But coal dust we can make from... Ooh, there's got to be a better way. A macerator and a block of coal. That's probably the route we'll go. Or maybe not even a block of coal, but just like coal. We can have that generated and then turned into the coal dust. Glass we can have generated. And then all of the generator components, we're already making refined iron somewhere else. That's just regular iron, so we can have that. Oh, or you know what? We'll use the alternate recipe, which would require that we have furnaces that can be generated, machine blocks that can be made in an auto crafter, re-battery. We're already going to have redstone generated somewhere. Copper cables are going to be made somewhere. Tin can be generated. That'll go into auto crafter. And then finally, we'll be producing solar panels. That's tier 1. And it's important to get tier 1 down, because before we can go on to the low voltage solar array, I mean, that's just requiring a whole bunch of solar panels. Just requires a whole bunch of solar panels. Just requires a whole bunch of solar panels. That's sort of the thing here. And I don't even know if we're going to make a high voltage solar, like, automation. Could probably just make those manually, because that's going to get into, like, the weeds with a bunch of weird stuff here. Medium voltage should do it. That's kind of what I had in mind for this whole facility, was just something that would automatically manufacture the medium voltage solar panels. I'm committed to getting this part done. You know, we're definitely going to do this. And then maybe we sell the property to someone else, and they can continue the series. And I can retire from Minecraft, because I'm 30 years old now and tired. That's never going to happen, because Vault Hunters looks cool, and I'm already thinking, like, boy, it would be fun to be playing Vault Hunters right now. I'd like to play more Tekkit with the boys. I think that would be a lot more fun to have someone else that's doing all of these technical things, and while I just kind of talk to them about what it was like to be young. That's the goal, is to get the guest PC set up, and then just have them toiling away while I sit in my chair and go, boys, back in my day, Bush was president, we were invading the Middle East, we all thought our electricity was going to go out. We called it Y2K. The order of events is a little bit wrong there, but that happens as you get older. You kind of forget things, right? Let me tell you about Monica Lewinsky, boy. I don't know why I'm drunk during. I've just got my, like, energy beverage. I'm like, boys, let's talk about the blue dress. Thank you, folks, for watching. Thank you all so much for watching, and I want to give once more a shout out to all of our channel members, which is all of you folks. You know who you are. But we're going to go in for, let's see, we can actually sort total time as members. We're going to start from the beginning with our first channel member. We got Lucas Kits, Purple Lemons, Maria Amor, Jake Dake Yates, Moyer, and Gilliam. You all know who you are. Thank you for watching. Next time... What are we going to do next time? I do need to figure out how to move things around. I've got to figure out, like, a better system for... Besides using hoppers for everything, we've got to actually be able to have, like, some sort of intelligent piping. So I've got to work that out. Well, thank you folks for watching. God bless you, and I'll see you later. Goodbye. Howdy folks, how are y'all doing? My name is Reese, and welcome back to our Tekkit 2 Let's Play Adventure Extravaganza of awesomeness and fun times to be had here in the wonderful world of Tekkit 2, where today there was an update. Well, no, it was a week ago, but it added the ability to create new worlds. So you can do, well, I mean, that's always been in the game, to create worlds with specific biome types, including alpha and beta style worlds, and there's a whole bunch of different toggles you can select to basically custom format any kind of world you want, which is pretty cool and has nothing to do with what we're doing today. Last time we had a bit of a rambly affair. We built this large battery, and today is going to be a little bit different. I imagine there's going to be a lot more cuts and time passes, and I'll probably be watching a lot of random YouTube videos and then occasionally cutting back to me. What I've basically done here is I've decided we're going to focus on getting regular solar panel production up and going, if we can get that done in the amount of time I have allotted, which is not, granted, it is not a lot. We don't have a whole lot of time here today, but this is bonus content. It's not meant to be good, it's meant to be bonus. It's like the blooper reel, you know? The blooper reel is fun to watch if you're kind of into the behind the scenes of movie making and all that, but if you just wanted to watch a Star War, you know, watching a C-3PO trip and Ewan McGregor and Padme Amidala laugh at him, Natalie Portman. I mean, it's not a good Star Wars movie, is it? It's funny. It's funny, but it's not the movie. And that's what this is your bonus content, all right? So I figure we're going to start making black hole units, and I say that as, I mean, we've made them before. I don't mean we're going to start making them for the first time. I mean, we're going to start today's video by making them. And the reason we don't have just a ton of them everywhere all of the time, all at once. I've not seen that movie yet. Everything, Everywhere, All at Once. I hear it's good, and I probably should watch it. Plastic, though. We don't have any. We're going to get some. We're manufacturing a ton. This is why we've not been making them, is because we didn't have this fantastic automated system constantly spitting out plastic, and now we do. We also have just the messiest inventory one could possibly imagine. I can't even fathom anyone on YouTube having a more messy inventory. And if you know of someone, well, that's good for you. Keep it to yourself. I didn't ask. We're going to get rid of all this acid, these battery walls. We're going to get rid of pretty much anything we don't really need to be carrying around with us. Cables might be useful. Definitely need to keep our precision wrench and all of these things. Pipe plugs you got to have with you. You never know when you're going to need those, just kind of when you're wandering around out in the world. Definitely need your MV flex cables in addition to all of the other ones. Battery electrodes we can keep in the sort of everything else chest. We can put our lighting. Actually, we should hold on to our lighting, because you never know when you're going to need lighting either. If it has an EMC value, it's going away, and if it doesn't, well, by gum, we're going to grab a chisel and give it one. Because if there's one thing I hate more than anything else in this world, it's the Dutch. It's a reference. That's a reference to a film. Austin Powers. International Man of Mystery. Nope, it's the third one. What is that one called? Goldmember. That's the one. That's a great one. I'm not going to really worry about cleaning this up right now. I say as I literally begin the process of cleaning it up right now. Was that already in here before? Curiouser and curiouser. What are you all from? You're all from, like, Random Project whatchamacallits, Zeta Industries, Brass Plates, Red Alloy Wire, whatever the heck that is. HV cable goes over here. I did say that I wasn't going to talk all this episode. So I should probably shut up, because it'll make it a lot easier to cut all of this out if I'm not talking. I can just look at it in the timeline and know, just by staring at it, like, aha! That's the section where nothing was happening, and I can just cut it. But see, now it's going to be complicated for me, because I won't shut up. So now when I look at this in the timeline, I'm going to actually have to listen through it, probably at twice speed. And I have to hear my voice going like this, and I'm going to have to decide, like, literally when I'm sitting in the editing booth, was this going to stay or is this going to go? Da-da-da-da-da-da-da! And it probably is, if I'm honest with you, and I do want to be honest with you, because in my opinion, honesty is, in fact, the greatest of policies in most circumstances. I'm probably going to leave it in. And I say in most circumstances because, like, there's certainly circumstances where the more morally correct thing to do is lie, right? Like, if you are living in some sort of evil government where they're hunting down a particular sect of people, and you've got them hiding in your house, you would be morally reprehensible for you to tell them, you know, when they knock at the door, yes, I am hiding them in my basement. Like, that would be telling the truth. but at the cost of a life, and which has greater value? You telling the truth? That's a personal thing. You might feel better about it. But would you not then lose sleep at night knowing that you were the direct cause of someone's death? I would. I'd like to think that I would. I know that I would. I mean, it's not even a matter of I wonder. I know. If I went to bed having lied to save someone's life, like someone who was completely innocent of... The only reason they were condemned to death was the person that they were. Like, who they were as a person was the only reason they were being condemned to death. And I lied about that. There's no shot I would be lying in bed being like, man, I can't believe I told a lie today. No, but if I told the truth, I was like, well, at least that's off my conscience. But then I was like, oh, but they did die. That would be the worst thing. Look at that. We've made... Oh, they don't stack. Okay, that's fine. Because you know what we can do? Is we can just have a black hole unit, and we can fill it with black hole units. And it'll be kind of like a black hole unit inception. I wonder if I could fill black hole units with black hole units. And maybe you see where I'm going with this. Then fill those black hole units with black hole units? Or would that 3 levels of black holeception cause the whole thing to melt? So we probably don't need this many black hole units right now. But boy howdy do we have them. We got 63 of them, counting the one they're stored in, 64. Counting the 2 others, that's 66. And if we had another 600 of them, ooh baby, the devil might be knocking on our door, if you know what I'm saying. Allegedly. Alright, let's hit... Well, I guess it wouldn't be the devil, would it? It'd be the Antichrist. It's a complicated thing. Faith is, Alright, let's go ahead and get this. And we'll just plop that down right there. I guess this will just be... I don't want to put them up against the wall like we've been doing over there, because that's created a lot of issues for us. It's a bit of a mess to manage all of that. I think for a lot of these, there's not really any need to get too complicated with them. So for this one, right? One of the things that we need is just redstone. We gotta have redstone. And I figure this can be where we make all of our redstone. And all we need for that is going to be a hopper. Just one. We will need redstone. Just one. We'll need a condenser. And, again, just one. And then we'll need maybe a couple of energy collectors. Probably not that many. And then all we got to do here is we're going to throw down our condenser on top. We're going to put redstone in there. And, I mean, could we get away with just one of these? Honestly, yeah, probably. Do we really need to make more? I mean, we can just slap some more on there for the fun of it. And, I mean, we've got the EMC to spare. We have infinite EMC down in the basement. And then... So how much... I mean, that's pretty quick. We're generating a lot of redstone. So this is never going to fill up because it holds so much that we're just never going to top it off. That's kind of the basic idea of what we're doing here today. I know that the Watch of Flowing Time exists. I've had a lot of comments about it. We're probably not going to be making one right now. Ooh, interesting. It's filling this up faster than it can deposit them into here. Or is it? 64. Wait a minute. I'm confused. There we go. That was odd. Was that... What happened there? It seemed to stall at 64 until I took the stack out and put it back in. And now it seems to be going... Oh, this is odd. This is very, very odd. So it's going fast enough that it can keep up with production, but not so fast that it can keep this one out of the backlog. You know what? I choose to not worry about it. I choose to say this is perfectly fine and reasonable. No complaints with what's happening here. So the next item that we're going to need a whole lot of is glass. So we can go ahead and just get rid of redstone. We're not going to worry about that. We're also going to need a lot of copper now that I think about it. And coal. The thing with coal, though, is we're going to need to turn it into a dust. So I want to have it kind of in its own separate area along with things like the refined iron. Because we're going to have the iron just immediately be made into refined iron. And we're going to have the coal be immediately made into coal dust. I guess we could have it be separate and have it just be generated over here, like directly next to this, and maybe they could even share these. And also, where is my... Hold on a minute. Is it this button? Yeah, there we go. Every time I install an update, I have to go back in and reconfigure that. I'm not too worried about it. There we go. So the next question is, what was I just saying? Literally 2, 3, 4, 10, 15 seconds ago, possibly? We could just have it produce the raw items and then pipe the raw items into machines to process them. And then we'll just have like a raw item row, and then a processing row, and then a constructing row. I might actually like that better. So let's head back upstairs, and we're going to get as many dark... I mean, the issue there is then we're going to have black hole units. We need to figure out how to properly move items around. We've got to figure that. It's time... I've been talking about this. This pack's almost been out for a year. This pack has almost been out for a year. I've been talking about this that long, and we've still not gotten around to figuring out how to actually properly automate things. And I understand that a lot of you folks probably already know. I have gotten comments. I understand. I need to just read them and then sit down and figure it out. That could be a whole episode unto itself. But for right now, let's see. Glass... iron, coal, some other thing, copper maybe, some other thing. That's another question. When these things get combined, we might... see, we might want to have something like... Because the iron, the redstone, the refined iron, and the copper, those are all going to be combined together to make the electronic circuit. So maybe we should have all those next to each other, as opposed to glass, which is going to go in at the very end, so we can put it at the very end. And then these other components here, like the generator, which we're going to have to build, we can have... iron furnace. We could probably just have that from the iron tap. That might be the easier route to go, as opposed to having to also... Oh, you know what? Machine block... Rebattery, regular furnace. That's probably the way to go, because then we can just have furnaces being generated indefinitely. The rebattery is going to need tin, which is going to have to be a separate thing. This is going to get real messy. It's kind of exciting, though, isn't it? It's a little bit exciting. All right, well, I'll tell you what. We're going to go ahead, and we have this one making all of the redstone, and it's keeping up with it just fine, and it's going along and doing its thing. Let's go ahead and grab a stack of hoppers. I do believe they do stack. And then that way, we can kind of knock this out just by moving along, just like this. And we did just determine that we're going to need a few more of these than we realized. For instance, we're going to need 10. And I don't mean that multiples of them. Before we do anything else, and I realize I've not stopped talking, the only cut that's been in this video so far, I mean, I haven't edited it yet, I'm just assuming, was earlier when I had to enable the module and then change a couple of the settings. Why we're up here, not why, it's not a question, while we are up here, I wanted to check and see whether or not this was still broken. Because there's a patch about fixing the furnace, but no mention of the macerator that generates infinite EMC, which is not super useful when we're already doing that in the basement anyway. But I keep thinking that I might end up making a video about this for Howdy Folks MC, which has not really been abandoned, I just don't make videos on it. Yeah, it's still broken. We still don't quite understand why, but we're still getting infinite iron. And that, I mean, this is the reason we've not gone down to get EMC from the infinite EMC generator, is because we have something that's producing a pretty steady supply of 16,000 EMC regularly. I mean, you've watched me clean this chest out before. It's been in previous videos where I've gone through here and just sucked all of this up like a Hoover, which is apparently what they call all vacuums in the UK. I mean, I understand that Hoover's a brand, and I think they understand that as well. But I think it's one of those things where, like, you call all tissues Kleenexes, and you call all, like, if you search something on the internet, you always say Google, even though you don't always use Google. And Google really doesn't want you to do that, because it does not want to have its trademark effectively invalidated. I mean, I'm not really sure if Kleenex's trademark was invalidated, but I think because it's the popular thing in the lexicon, there are some sort of restrictions about how they can use it now, because it's like, well, sorry, but everyone just calls tissues Kleenexes. Maybe you can't release a tissue called a Kleenex, but I think there are probably... I don't know this to be... I'm not a lawyer. But I think there's something about that where certain brands... I think it might have been happening to Velcro as well, where it's like, I'm sorry, but you're just synonymous with this product. So maybe in media or something they can refer to it and you don't get a say. I don't know the details. Please don't press me for them. I have no idea. So we need iron, and then we're also going to need... So we've determined that this is kind of the direction we're going in, right? So we've got the redstone, we've got the iron being made. Next we need the copper, and then we also have to make rubber, so we're going to need sticky resin. So copper, sticky resin. We're going to need 10 for the re-battery, and I don't mean multiples, just the one. And then from there, we've more or less... Oh, you know what we're going to do? We're going to need furnaces. Got to have furnaces. And then after that, I think that's probably actually... Oh, we got to have coal. You can't not have coal. There we go. So we can grind that up and get our coal dust. This is interesting. Coal grains. I'm not even sure what that means. Hydrated coal is odd. The macerator is the way to go. And I wonder if we mightn't just want to go with coal dust. I don't think there's anything else that we need regular blocks of coal for. That might be a better approach anyway. Can I do something like that with sticky resin? Is that a possibility? Let's see. Uses for sticky resin is to turn it into rubber, but recipes for rubber include using an extractor. And, I mean, we could just use rubber trees, but that makes no sense. That makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. We're definitely going to use an extractor. We need to build one of those. But that's not what we're going to worry about right now. Right now, we're going to worry about the fact that this needs to make iron. Lovely. This needs to make copper. This needs to make the resin. I'm going to set these over here. So we've got these three going. This needs to make... We've already did copper, didn't we? This needs to make coal. Blocks of coal. Right? This can make the tin. And then this can make the furnace. Excellent. And now we surround all of those with energy collector MK3s. And controversial decision, I'm going to go ahead and take these ones down and put that piece of marble back. And I know you don't want me to do that. I know that you really wanted me to leave that piece of marble broken. The reason I'm doing this is because I don't want to go overkill. I want to be reasonable about this build. We could go overkill. But right now, we're going to just kind of use a few MK3s, right? Just like that. And they share the middle ones, so that's beautiful. It's a beautiful situation where we've got unity in these troubled times. This is filling up faster than this is taking them out, faster than this is absorbing them. So we might want to consider a different hopper. But that's just proof that we really didn't need that many energy collectors on here. It can't even extract them fast enough to keep up. We could maybe give it a hand, and then like we'll force feed these in here. And now it's able to keep up. Probably because we got rid of all the excess, but I mean, we really don't want to overload these things. And look, now it's actually getting rid of them at a reasonable pace. That's fine. We're not going to try to like break the bank with these. We don't want to ruin the world economy with the sheer volume of materials we're generating into the world, because that's an actual real concern that we have. Not really though. So that's step one. That's the raw materials we need to create. I think that's all of them, at least. Although I never built one for glass. I completely forgot about that. I've also completely just neglected that. We're going to have to build one of those down here now. And it's fine. It's not a big deal. I know it seems like it's something of a disaster. And a lot of you are probably very concerned that this is really going to come back to bite us later on. Like, oh, there'll be big implications in the plot over this. But I don't think so. I think it's going to be alright, because now we can just come over here and we can grab glass, and we can just get it generating, and it's one of the easiest items in the game to generate, so I imagine that if we put it in the right spot, it's going so fast that it cannot keep up. That's beautiful. That's wonderful. If I just, like, kind of help it out here, though. Oh, it's because this is full is the issue. That's alright. We can always come down here and also grab glass now, so that's pretty useful. We're going to need to keep an eye on these, because this might happen. This here where it hits 64 and then just stops running. We gotta be around to prevent that from happening, because look, then you end up with this situation up here. That's probably going to happen on all of these. I'm going to have to come back and like double check all of them at some point. Sticky resin it happened to, for no conceivable reason. It's going to happen to all of these. This one's going fine, though. This one's at 18. Okay. Alright, we're doing great. So now I guess the real question is, how do we use intelligent pipes to move things around? And I guess sort of the first thing we'll do, we've got the redstone, and we want to create... I mean, copper cables is what we need to create. What's the simplest thing, though? What is the simplest thing that we can build that maybe I don't need to go make any machines and run power for, just so we can do some pretty basic testing? We'll go ahead and get rid of the raw items that we're already generating, and we don't really need that recipe anymore, or that one. So we got copper cables, generators, could be the rebattery, but the rebattery is going to require the copper cable, so it's not going to be that. I was completely wrong and a fool to even suggest such a thing. Copper cables is probably going to be it. So we're going to go ahead and pretend like we've already got copper. Let's say we've already got rubber being generated. We don't, but like let's say that we do, and we'll just play make-believe on that. Well, in order to manufacture that, we're going to need an automatic crafting table. And we might already have a few of those upstairs, but we're going to go ahead and type in the recipe, get the auto workbench, and there's also the auto crafting bench. That's the thing that exists, but we're not going to associate with that at all today. So let's zoom upstairs. It might even be here inside of our bag. I wouldn't know. I'm not really sure what's up there. It's kind of a little bit of a mess. In fact, if I'm not very much mistaken, and I know that I'm not, I think I just saw a bunch of like random ores that shouldn't be in there and a lever. No reason to be carrying around a lever. We can generate one of those as the situation requires. We don't need to be carrying around a bunch of random ores. Look at all this iron dust. You can see, it's a real problem that we have. It's an absolute issue. It's a unit of an issue. That's so much iron. We can ruin the world's iron economy. There will be no reason to mine for iron if we're just generating it over there. And then everyone who works in the mining industry for iron is going to be out of the job, and they're going to need to find something else to do. And you can't just have a bunch of snot-nosed reporters on the internet, journalists saying, learn to code, because they're all getting fired, because big tech realized, man, the economy's in the toilet. The last thing we need to do is just keep hiring people, because apparently they were just hiring people so that their competitors couldn't hire them, which is insane to me, but also maybe brilliant. But they can't do that anymore because the economy's in the toilet. So they're all getting fired and laid off, and that's pretty sad. But now what are all the iron miners going to do? Are they going to learn to code and make their own video games? They should, because I would buy them. Probably somewhere out there there's an iron miner who's wasting his potential. Iron mining is very important. We need iron. I'm not saying that's a bad job, but for some people, they're just out there doing work because they're doing work. They had to pay a bill, they picked up a job, they kept doing it. Now maybe they're kind of hiring up, and then maybe they're in charge of other people who are mining iron, but it's not their passion, it's not what they love. And deep inside they know they've got the idea for one of the greatest indie games ever made. Heck, it could go triple platinum. They could get signed up with like a distributor, an Ubisoft, like a publisher. And it could be the biggest video game ever. It could be Minecraft 2, but not called that because that's owned by Microsoft and they'd get sued. And they're not doing it because they spend every day mining iron. Maybe this is the opportunity they need. Maybe, you know, me shutting down the iron supply to the world is the greatest thing that'll ever happen to them. It's the greatest thing that'll happen to any of us, because that'll give them the opportunity. It'll start off a little bit depressing at first. They'll go home, they'll sit around, eat Cheetos all day, they'll watch Friends reruns, and then they'll go, you know what, actually I want to create the world's greatest video game. And they'll start researching how to make a video game. And they'll download maybe RPG Maker, and they'll kind of fiddle around in that for a bit, and they'll realize, you know what, I actually want to do this myself from the ground up. And they'll get an engine. I don't know what they'll get. Maybe they'll get a Unity. Maybe they'll get a Frostbite. I couldn't say what they're going to end up on. But they're going to end up on there, and they're going to start building their game, and they're going to release a trailer for it on YouTube, and it's going to get no traction, but they're not going to be deterred. They're going to keep working on it. They're going to release a demo. A few people will play it, and then suddenly one person will make a video. It could be me. It could be you. You don't know. And that video will take off on YouTube, and they're going to go to bed one day, and they're going to be like, well, I mean, I don't know what I'm going to do. No one cares about my game. I really need to find a new job. You know, the bank account's running low. And when they wake up the next morning, there's a video with 10 million views, and their website's crashed, and they've got all these emails from people saying, I want to buy your awesome game. And also, there's $40 billion in the bank because it sold 1 billion copies overnight. And they've got all these different industry insiders hitting them up, being like, hey, look, we want to publish your game. And he's going to be like, oh my gosh, it's so overwhelming, but so exciting. And he's going to end up getting interviewed by all these people. He's going to go on these YouTube channels, and then the news, and then people are going to want to buy the merch. He's going to sign all these contract deals, but then the pressure's going to get to him, because now you got Sony and Microsoft out there saying, hey, you signed a deal, we need this on console stat, and it's going to get a little bit overwhelming, and he's going to have all of these merchandising agreements, and he's going to realize, oh no, I did a conflict with the Hasbro and Lego, and now they're mad at me, and they're mad at each other, and he's not going to be able to handle it, and he's just going to sell it, and he's going to take his fortune, and he's going to move to an island where he realizes, you know what I really want to do is I want to open my own iron mining company. And that's where people pick up with him 30 years from now. It's going to be like, whatever happened to 2055? Today we're looking at whatever happened to the guy that invented Minecraft 2 but not called that. And they're going to go find him, and he's going to be like, yeah, it was a great time. I'm shocked people still love the game, you know, but I've really found that what I enjoy is running this mining company. And they're like, what, do you mine iron? Like, yeah, ever since Reese died from iron poisoning, because he had all that ironing in his house, the world's supply of iron really did dry up just like that, because we had too much of it. We had so much iron, we didn't know what to do with it. We started making everything out of iron. Iron houses, we had iron yards, iron blades of grass. So when he stopped providing iron, it was too late. We couldn't roll back the hands of fate. We were used to having iron everything. Iron roads, we had iron bologna sandwiches, and I realized someone's going to have to pick up the slack, and I make a pretty comfortable living now. I employ 300,000 people on Iron Island, and we're about to launch a spaceship into the sky to collect an asteroid full of iron and bring it back, but then that's going to flood the world's iron supply again, and the whole process begins all over again with one young man working in his iron mining asteroid, and he's going to say, I've got an idea for a video game. And I've just got laid off because we brought this giant asteroid full of iron to Earth and flooded the market. I know what I'm gonna do. And that's the cycle of life, baby. What can you do about it? Not much. You just gotta learn to roll with it. It's kind of like the waves. You don't see surfers out there beating waves with their boards. They roll with it, man. They glide on it. They make the most of every single wave and every single shark bite. You ever see that girl that Anna Sophia Robb played when she got her arm bitten off? And Carrie Underwood was her youth pastor, but Carrie Underwood cannot act, God bless her. She rolled with it. You know, she lost an arm and she said, I'm going to keep surfing and also have a movie made about me. And I respect that. I respect that a lot. What in the heck are we doing? Why are we up here? What are we attempting to accomplish? Are we trying to make automatic crafting tables? All we need for that is a stone gear and a crafting table. That's ludicrously simple. We've already got 2 stone gears, and we can get a crafting table from right here, just like that. That was so easy, I think a caveman could do it. And if you think that you're a caveman, you're about to comment and say, that's deeply offensive, I got news for you. Geico beat you to that a long time ago. They had that joke way back in like the mid-2000s possibly, maybe even earlier than that. And not only that, they tried to make a TV show out of that idea. Can you believe it? I certainly can't. Seems a little bit asinine to me to think that you could make a TV show out of that. But what we're trying to make right now is copper cable. So we're going to go ahead and assume that if we have the sticky resin being generated, I don't know, somewhere is about right here, and that comes out to a machine maybe 3 blocks in between, so there's a machine here. So this is going to be the copper, so that needs to come out to right here. And after the sticky resin is created and pumped over here, it'll then get pumped into here. Maybe, possibly, who can actually say, where the road goes, only time. We want to have it spaced out so there's room to move things around in various different directions. I think we're going to end up with something a little bit spaghetti-ish in nature. We're going to have just spaghetti cables going everywhere. Also, it's a good time to go ahead and check all of these, because we can assume that they're all a little bit broken if they didn't have 64 to begin with. Is this one working? Okay, that one was already working. We're going to have to come back for the coal. I think that after we fix 10, coal will be the last one that's just kind of slightly broken. All the other ones are ticking up. Like, these two are like nearly matched, but not quite. Not exactly. All right, now we need to move things from here to here. And we don't know how, but we're going to figure it out together. So we're going to go ahead and look up pipe. And I think what we're going to end up probably using is a logistics pipe. That seems to be the way to go here. There's other options. There's Project Red Transportation, and that, I mean, that could be an idea. Let's see, at Project Red. Okay, that's not quite what I was looking for. There we are. I don't know much about Project Red. I don't know much about how it's transportation. You got all these pressure tubes and network valve pipes to do things with. You've got request pipes, junction pipes, interface pipes, a firewall pipe? Heaven help us all. A routed request pipe makes sense, or maybe just a request pipe makes sense. Item transport pipe. Would an item request pipe send like a signal saying I need a particular type of item? Do these have to be powered in some way? What is the function of a firewall pipe? The interface pipe is the weird one. Is that just for, like, routing things in different directions? Because that might actually be handy. this could be an approach. You know what? Let's go ahead and add the item transport pipe, and we will also go ahead and add the request pipe to our list of things to possibly build, because they look pretty straightforward. But then we're also going to look at logistics pipes. This is the one that everyone's always going off about. Oh my gosh, Reese, build the logistics pipe. Routes items around the network, puts specific types of items into chests, can be a default route. Okay, that's cool. Active requester, lets you manually request items. Items can come from any item source pipe. Put a chest on the pipe to catch items coming out. Okay. Provider logistic. Attached to an inventory, send 16 items into the network on request. Ignore suppliers on the same block. What does that mean? You got requests and providers. Do you have to have both of them at the same time? There's also a crafting one. Crafts one item at a time. Attaches to an automatic crafting table. Why would you need to attach it to an automatic crafting table? Automatically crafts the item inside when requested. Oh, so maybe you have like a request pipe that sends a message to the crafting table, and this thing tells it to craft it? Satellite. A crafting pipe can send it to... Oh my gosh. See, this is the problem. Supplier! Automatically fills a chest or machine. Can get items from any item source. Ignores providers on the same network. Again, though, what does it all mean? Chassis? Can hold a bunch of modules? What kind of a module? Is that what these things are? What are these? Logistics items card? What do I need that for? Why don't I just go ahead and look this up? Let's just do it. All right. Let's do it together. I'll just do it on the screen in front of us. All right, getting started. Logistics pipes. Oh, sweet heavenly host proclaim. That is a lot to read. Hey, LP. That's the channel you're watching this on. This looks complicated, and I don't like it. Project Red Transportation. Hey. Let's see if it's scary as well. Junction pipe, crafting pipe, request. Why is it firewall? Why do they all look the same? Huh. Okay. Why aren't things just simple? Why does this look like this? Why? This in particular. Look at this. Look at this. It's truly pick your poison, they'll both kill you. Alright, well, looking at the two of these, they don't seem that different. So I suppose we'll just go with the logistics pipe one, just because. I'm gonna open that up over here on the capture PC, though, so I can reference it as we go. I'm watching a video tutorial now. That's where we are in this process. I mean, I think I kinda got the general gist of things. We're gonna have to power them, which is odd. For that, we're going to need the logistics power junction box block thing, which fortunately can be powered using a variety of different methods. Small blessings, folks. That's what we're looking for in life. We're just looking for small blessings. So we're going to go ahead and build this first. And then we're also going to need a lot of the basic logistics pipes. Apparently that's how you route the stuff around. And then we're also going to need system... What are they called? The logistics chassis, probably MK1s, maybe MK2s. And then we have to build... oh, hold on, let me go through them and see if I can remember. Because you've got all these different, you got all these different modules, right? So we're going to need, an item sync. Where's that at? Item sync module. We're going to need, I don't think what was the other one's called? Terminus. Advanced extractor. Provide? No, maybe. I can go back to the video if I need to, I guess. This is going to require that we have a logistics programmer. This is apparently very important. That's going to require, blank modules, FPGAs, advanced chips. We're going to need all kinds of things here today. But let's take it one step at a time if we can. I kind of feel like this would be better to do as an actual episode. The issue is I promised we would have a functioning factory by episode 30. So I think what we'll do is we'll get solar production going, and then... we'll get things ready for the next, or maybe we'll get things ready for solar production, and then episode 30 will actually be about hooking it all up and how all of this works. Let's just throw all of these things up here for now. It'll be a bit of a mess, but we'll figure it out as time passes. So first things first, let's build this. This is the logistics block frame. Got that constructed. Next up, let's build a basic chip, which is going to require sand and copper. We do not have sand? I'm almost positive we got... Oh, well, look at this. Logistics... Where did it go? Wait, I'm confused. What happened? There was a book here. Was there not a book here? Also, we got sandstone instead of sand. Did I imagine that we had? That's still sandstone. That's still sandstone. That's sand. I don't know. Wherever this, get rid of all that. I am so confused right now. You all saw a book, right? That wasn't just me. We're gonna create a few of these. We'll get 10 of them, and then I think we gotta cook them up. Oh, we can also turn them into diamond ones, and we'll need some diamond ones too here in a minute. So we'll do that right away. And all right, well, I guess we'll make them all like that. Is what we'll do because I made a mistake. That's fine. That's fine. We'll take 10 of each. We'll bring them over here. We'll get them cooking. And we'll have to manually extract them, because heaven knows this is full of iron again. At no time flat. But there we go, basic chips, that's not too hard. Advanced chips, also not at all difficult. And I think that was... Oh, we need an FPGA, which is kind of similar, but with a lot more stuff. We need lapis. That's the one item that we don't currently have inside of our inventory. So we'll get a stack of that. Inventory. And FPGA... We also need gold. That's the other item. I knew that. I saw that. I knew that we would need that. I didn't say it because I wanted you folks to figure it out and have like that moment of being like, aha, I see something you don't, Reese. But I really did see it, and I just wanted you folks to have that. So you're very welcome. We also need a blank module, which means we need some gold nuggets. Now, we could use the gold that we already got out of here to get nuggets, but why would we do that when we could just get fresh gold nuggies along with our paper? Fortunately, all of these things, I mean, none of these items have EMC value, but it looks like they're all made with things that have EMC value, so that's useful. So that'll give us our blank modules. Next up, we will need this as well, and this is going to actually require the FPGAs, which are currently being cooked. I know that we were working on a completely different item, but we're going to come back to that, don't you worry. For right now, let's throw in our FPGAs. We're going to get our... item, let's see, logistic programmer, no valid program loaded. You need to flash a program before you can use this for crafting. Okay, how do we do that? Is there an inventory? I can constantly hit this button. This is just R. Why? Why would I want to do that? Is there a device? There is program compiler? That might be a thing that we need. There's also a EU provider, or RF provider, statistics table, a crafting table. It's fuzzy. Might need a bit of a shave. A security station, a crafting table. How does that differ from the fuzzy crafting table? We're already working on a... Speaking of, yeah, we need to build a power junction. That's what we're currently working on. We needed a basic chip for it, so we've got that. So that'll interface and give us power. You, though, we need to load a program, and I think that's going to require this bad boy here, which we might already have everything we needed for, except we're going to need another one of these. I think that might be the last one of those we need, though. So we're going to make a logistics program compiler. Does it need power? It might. If I just put this in here, what happens? Oh, we actually have to have a program for it? Is that what's happening here? Compile. Maybe it needs power. It doesn't say that it needs power, so it might not actually need power. I might just be saying that. Logistics item card? There's no valid card. No, of course there's not. Promote orders? I don't know what that means. Logistics disk? Possibly. I don't know. It looked like there was a place for it. Make me one. There you go. Put that in there. Okay, basic. Tier 2. Fluid. Tier 3. Let's basic and compile. Unlock? No power. Connect to an LP network. Alright. Alright, we know how to do that. Kind of. Basically. Can we just break that? Yeah, okay, good, because we were just going to do it. Now we need to build the basic logistics pipe, which is going to need an unrouted transport pipe. And actually, based on my understanding, I don't think we need a basic pipe for power. I think you can use an unrouted pipe. I want to really put heavy emphasis on that. Get rid of these things. I think that you can just use an unrouted pipe. Now, where is that at? Add that up here. Booyah. Let's get a few of those. We'll take these downtown. And let's see. What are our options, really? You know what? We need to have a fast travel into the battery hole here. Probably carve one out, literally, like, right here. Which, I mean, is inconvenient, because we could put it right there and it's right next to where the battery already is. But we'll put it back here instead. That'll be funny. Alright, we'll work on that later. That's not high priority right now. Do we want to go ahead and route this over there? Or do we want to have it be over here where... That's actually a great question. We're probably going to need power over there anyway, so we might as well go ahead and just dig a tunnel. Dig a tunnel. Dig a ton and never get done. So let's grab the Mercurial Eye and the Catalyst of Destruction. We're going to go ahead and keep it charged down for now. I don't know why I did it this way. I know you're all thinking it. I'm thinking it too, and yeah, I am full of regret at my own decisions. There's no doubt about it. Do we want to have this go maybe one more? And then we'll start zooming. Although, we do also want this gone. I'm just thinking... Look, I'll be fully forward with you. I'm not sure what I'm thinking. Sometimes I just make decisions. Didn't we do things slightly differently last time so that we could also have light? I think we did it up top, didn't we? That was the plan. We do it like this. That's right, I remember now. And then we're probably already at the end, so let's just, like, break one of these. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, we're more or less exactly where we want to be. That's actually perfect. We're right next to this and everything. Okay, now we will Mercurial our way into eyeing all of this up. It's a weird way to state that. And actually, oh, I'm not touching anything right now. I just want to throw that out there. Sometimes this just happens. It just gets cursed. I've realized that what I've done to the floor is actually a little bit reprehensible. That's not... No, it's not. That's so ridiculous. What an absolute statement on my... What we have done to the floor is absolutely reprehensible. No, it isn't. No, it is not. In no way, in no universe is that the right thing to say in this situation. We've done it incorrectly, but that doesn't make our behavior reprehensible. No one can actually look at us and, like, waggle their finger and say, I can't believe they accidentally made your floor one level too high. Sometimes my brain will just spit out a word. I don't know if you've ever talked about this, but when my brain is running on autopilot and I'm just doing Lego talk, my brain will sometimes just provide a word, and because what I normally use for filtration is being taken up by the task that I am performing, instead of filtering the word to find something appropriate or that makes sense, it'll just repeat, it'll just spit the word back out. Alright? What we've done is ding, reprehensible. Under normal circumstances, my brain would say, that's not the right word to use in this situation. It would reject it, and the brain would go through and come up with a different word. And but that's not happening right now. Okay, so we want to have power. Let's go ahead and just place it down here. There's no reason to have it up there. We can route the power up. So we need to have our power junction, and we'll plop it down, like, right here, I suppose. So there's no power going to it right now. But earlier in this very video, you might recall a time where we grabbed a whole bunch of HV flux cables. So we're currently outputting HV flux over here, and it's going down that hallway, and it's a great and beautiful thing. It's wonderful, the amount of HV power, producing power, so much more power than China or anywhere else in the world. We're producing the best power. It's clean power as well. We're doing all of that without the Paris Climate Accords, leaving our economy in the toilet. We're not doing that anymore. We're producing the best power. We're pumping it right into our logistics power junction. Look at all that LP we're getting. We're generating so much LP. We don't even know what to do with it. We've got so much of it. Is it draining this thing? You gosh darn right it isn't. We're still generating more power than consuming. It's just absolutely beautiful. So, if I plop this thing down, like, directly next to this, will it get power? I guess the only way to find out is if we do that, this. This is lit up now, and that's different. So, if we hit compile... If we hit unlock, no power. Okay. You like how I very quickly changed? If we hit... okay. Plop that... This is a dangerous instrument. We're gonna put it away right now, and we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna patch that hole. and we're all going to carry on with our lives like nothing happened. We're going to get our unrouted cables, and we're going to plop them right there. Can power only be taken out of, like, the top? Really? Okay. No, that's fine. So these are now hooked together. Presumably this is now getting power. So if I now do that, and then I hit unlock, I guess I also have to put this on there. And I select basic and I hit unlock. No power! Really? Are you sure? Because I'm pretty sure there's a logistics power junction right here next to you that's filling up on power. It looks like for every 10 RF we get 5 LPs. Why are you the way that you are right now? Why has this been a decision that you've made? You've decided that this is what you want. And there's no reason for it. There's just no reason for it. You've just decided to be stubborn. How about now? How you feel now? Connected to an LP net? It is connected. Uh-oh. Okay. Well, I guess back to the video. Alright, my sources have told me that I actually need to have a basic pipe, not the unrouted one. And fortunately, that's just taking an unrouted one and adding an FPGA, which seems prohibitively expensive. Is that really how you do this? Is that the only option? That seems a little bit ridiculous. But okay, I mean, I guess that's why we got 16 FPGAs. We're gonna need more than those, I think. Probably, I don't... How do you make FPGAs again? Give me that recipe. We're gonna make, like, 64 of these, and just kind of have them be ready. So, pop those bad boys in there, get those cooking. We're not gonna need them right now. Right now, we only need the one of these, and again, we need to make that fast travel transport over here. But we'll drop in from above. It'll be sick. Can I plop that? Okay. Alright. Looks like something's happening. Is that power? Is that electricity? Is that what's happening? Oh, hot diggity. So this is processing basic things now. Is my understand? I want to really stress that this is all based on my very vague understanding of all of this. I don't know. I just think. Which is a statement for the ages, isn't it? How many politicians could say that? Am I right? Oh, my eyes hurt. Alright, this is almost done. Let's all just prepare to pretend like we know what we're doing when this is finished, okay? Let's all, like, get in the right state of mind here and look around and be like, oh, good, it's done! How fantastic! We've got our logistics programmer ready to go. And this is loaded with, I guess... I mean, does this override it if we add some of these things to it? I don't actually know. Crafting provider requests. I think that these are the two we need. But if I just hit compile, it should put that on here. Right now, no valid program loaded. I think this is loading that onto this. Okay. Flash? So that's putting that on this. Yeah. So can I actually compile all of these? And then just like, I'll go ahead and take that out of there. So this is ready to craft something. Pipe program loaded. Request logistics pipe. So if we wanted to make a logistics chassis, what do you need? Logistics chassis in MK1. Alright, we've actually got to load that up then. No power. I'm inclined to disagree with you. You're connected directly to a power source. Don't tell me you don't have power. Do you have the ability to create this thing that we need? I'm assuming that it does. Hold on, let's have a look here. Logistics chassis MK1. So we just need to scroll through here till we see an L, basically. Big fat L? There's no L's here. There's no L's at all. No L. Chassis, maybe? Maybe we need to unlock chassis. Hopefully we can have multiple things processed in here. I'm assuming this is going to run out of power again, which is a darn shame. Maybe we need to increase our output of power. We do have it rather low over here, don't we? What are you outputting? A mere 10 RF? Well, now it's producing none. That's way too much. Remove all of it. Let me figure this out. Just 100 RF. Do 100 RF per tick. Are you draining? You're still filling up, but barely. That's what we like to see. And then this should also be now filling up way faster. Shouldn't have any power. Oh, look at this is actually incredible. The amount of power we're producing. This is going to take no time at all. I'm going to go back to the video for a second while I try to figure out what exactly I need to do to move things around. Okay, so this thing is now done with its learning how to make chassis, I think. So logistics chassis MK1. I want to compile that, and I want to compile the MK2, because that might be useful as well. But my understanding, based on my viewing and my reading, because I've been bouncing back and forth between a visual guide and, well, I guess they're both visual. Even the written one is I'm reading it. I see it with my eyes. It's not. The other one is really more audible because I'm mostly just listening to. This is for collecting, and this is for sending. Maybe, possibly, could be. It could be. It could not be, I don't know. We got the MK1, let's compile that one. And I don't remember what we loaded onto you. You've got the request logistics pipe. We're not even making that one. That's not even one that we need. I guess the next thing we need to build is the actual chassis. So you get back in there and make us a logistics chassis MK1. Thank you. And I guess we'll go upstairs now and we will try to build that. And the sooner we get this teleporter built, the better. I should probably make that a priority, but it's not today. Maybe next time. So let's see here. We want to make this. What are the odds we just have everything we need? Well, we don't have a basic logistics pipe. We got to have more of those. And for that, we're going to need all of these. So we will create a series of these, maybe 10 of them. That could be enough. It might not be enough. Only time can tell. Then we will build this, the logistics chassis, and now we have to, I guess, take this back downstairs and reprogram it, which is highly inconvenient. Maybe we should have built multiples of these so we could just have them ready to go. Again, though, the teleporter down here would make this piece of cake, a walk in the park even. So we'll plop that back in here, and now we want it to do the... I think we learned provider and request, and neither of those are what we need. We need quick sort and item sync. So where are those at? Extractor, advanced, passive. Hold on, I think I saw quick sort. Pile that. I think these take 10 seconds each. And then after we've got quick sort, we'll get the item sync made up. You can see, if I had not done a search for a wiki, how far afield we would have gone pursuing just the wrong information. I'm out here thinking like, yeah, you request an item, you send an item, that makes sense. No. Quick sort, item sync makes perfect sense. Perfectly reasonable. Item speed upgrade. No. We need item sync. There we go. Makes perfect sense. Is completely reasonable. It's very intuitive. It's kind of like taking... It's like eating. You know, you pop out of the womb and you immediately know, I want to latch onto that and get some milk. You know, it's exactly the same. You open this up and you're like, need to give me an item sync module. That's exactly the thing I need to do. You know what sucks about this? Is I'm learning all about this, and as soon as this series is done, in about 5 months' time, I'm going to be doing another series, and I'm not going to remember none of this. It's all going to be gone from my brain. It'll be replaced with completely new and arguably useless information. My girlfriend's middle name. I don't even have a girlfriend, so why do I even worry about it? I don't need to know that. Item sync. Got that. Back downstairs we go. To reprogram this bad boy so that we can get the other one that we need. How fun is that? We need you to now be a quick sort. At least it flashes quickly, which is also a quality I'd like for my girlfriend. Hey-o! Not really. This is probably not the best sign. If she's flashing quickly. I don't know. Was that all the FPGAs? Really? I thought we made a ton of them. We did. They're in here. They're in here. This is where they are. We made 64 of them. Nice. All right. Plop you in there. Plop you up here. Build me the quick sort pipe. I think we now have almost everything we need Except I think we actually need 2 of these logistics ones. And I don't have the correct program flash anymore. It's so funny! It's so funny, isn't it? Isn't it hilarious the way that this works? Back down, here we go! So that we can now grab the next thing that we need, which is, did I even make it in the first place? I must have, because we made this. Logistics Chassis MK1. Where is it? Let's just flash it again, baby! We're gonna go ahead and make a couple more of these, because we'll need one for everything we extract. Who can say? Only time. Alright. Up there you go. Make me one of these. And then, I don't know, maybe one of these as well. It could be fun. Could be... Oh, but you're not flashed! With the correct code! I acknowledge, let me be the first, that if we had built all of this closer to our crafting tables and all of our stuff, we would not be going back and forth so often. An element of this is absolutely and entirely my fault. I'm fully prepared to admit and acknowledge that. That is absolutely true. Not in any way incomplete. Can I ask a question real quick? It's just a quick question. Just a real basic question. Did we not already have one of these? Where did it go? Did we not already have one? I thought that we made one of these already. What happened to it? It's not up here. There's one down here. What happened? What did we do? What? 'Cause I need 2. Okay, you know what? We don't need 2 right now. We only need the 1 right now. What we need to do is we need to extract from this machine copper ingots. Okay? So what we're gonna do is we're gonna have the 1 of these. I guess we only have the 1. Did I accidentally, like, plug it in down here or something? What? That doesn't make any sense at all. I guess maybe there's, like, just enough, not enough light. Just enough, not enough for that to happen. Did it get in here somehow? I don't see it in here. I don't see it in here. We don't even have lights in here. I thought we were keeping lights in there for some reason. We could just turn that on. Let's see. Interdiction torches ought to get the job done. Are they expensive? Yes, but that's part of the fun. F7 to see where the little turkeys can spawn, and then we'll just plop some torches on the wall. And now even if they do spawn, they'll get yeeted all around the world. I see that they can spawn down here as well. Should we be pressed? I think we should probably be pressed. We'll get some more interdiction torches. It's fine. It's not a big deal. Plop another one down there. We'll work on putting down some proper lighting in the future. We'll get some, like... We'll get some lamps. We'll get some lamps along the floor. I know we have an inventory full of lamps and we could just do that right now. But I'm simply not going to. So, I don't know. Can we use, like, the unrouted transport pipes in this situation? I don't see why not. And then can we connect that up to here using our... So you don't need to use a 2. The reason we're using a 2 is because a 2 can hold... A 2 can hold 2. At 2, Pumbaa? Okay. Get the marble. And now we ask the question of whether or not you can carry power with the... Do we leave them all upstairs? Okay, but before we go upstairs... Let's think about this logically. Let's go ahead and flash an MK1 onto here, because we're going to need another one. Trust me, I know none of you... Some of you might know what I'm trying to accomplish here. Some of you might actually have experience with this mod and are currently losing your minds at what you're seeing on the screen. And you know what? I don't blame you. I completely understand. I'm right there with you. Let's see whether or not we can use an unrouted pipe for power. It might not have worked before, because the unrouted ones can't interact with machines. They can only interact with other pipes. I know that much. I remember reading that. So if we have power here, can we route it up and maybe plug it in down here? Boom. Okay, so that's power now. That's connected. That's got power. That's got juice. So this pipe is... These pipes here are now powered up, if I'm not mistaken. And now we can start doing things with them. So this one, we want to have our quick sort. So we're going to right-click it in there. Well, I don't know how to interact with it now. Now we need to have our item sync over here. You use a wrench. Fortunately, the Buildcraft wrench works. Quick sort module. I don't know if we do anything here. I don't... Okay, well, we want this to produce power cables. Which we don't have any of. We gotta have at least one so we can show what we want it to do. That's okay, there should be some inside of the... Wait just a tick. Hold on a minute. Am I wrong, or did I see... For some reason, I thought I saw the creeper back in there again. I guess he's just gone forever, and that's just a tragedy we'll have to bear in our heart of hearts. Until the end of time. I need a regular cable. I need just a bog standard copper cable. Please just make me a copper cable. Don't make this complicated for me. Been going for over an hour now. Yeah, almost an hour and a half. I needed to verify. Slightly losing my mind. I can feel the madness beginning to overcome me. I need you to make these. This is what I want. Where do I put this? Oh, I've actually got to draw the recipe. Of course I do. Let's get some copper. Let's go get some. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Kill him. Kill him. Kill him. Kill him. Kill him. Sorry, that's been happening ever since I found this weird ring in the backyard. That, so you left click, that's right, and then that, okay. Alright, good. And now I need you to fetch... Oh! Request items. Okay, here we go. I need you to request it's the copper ingots is what I need. Request copper ingots. Boom! Did it go? And it's full! Okay, cool. And when it's full, it won't request anymore until it gets empty. And then it'll request more. Oh, it's perfect. It's absolutely perfect. I love it. Can I do anything on this end? There's no, I guess it just spits stuff out. The reason that I wanted 2 on this one is so we can add a second item sync. And then, when we have our extractor over here, we can have this pipe here extract things from here, right? And it'll dump them into the extractor. But then if we have another logistics chassis MK2 on that, we can have it have its own item sorter, and then we can have this have another of these item sync modules, and it can request the produce of the extractor. So actually, let's just go ahead and build that. Let's see, extractor. We could probably also, if we wanted to, just go ahead and build the centrifugal extractor. I don't see why not. Electrolyzed water cells. I mean, we could absolutely do that. Or we could just go grab one. I think we just got one sitting upstairs. If we wanted to just grab that and use that one. But then I'd have to build another one. And let's just go ahead and build one now. We've got the time. I'm not going to make you watch that. You've watched me build those so many times before. I'm going to go to youtube.com. And I'm going to watch a YouTube video. That's how I'm going to pass the time. Because this is going to take a while for me to make all of these things. And I mean, at the beginning of the video, I was feeling like a little bit of a chatty Cathy, but not, because my name's not Cathy. And I wouldn't necessarily describe myself as such. Ooh, Tears of the Kingdom final trailer analysis. Let's go. This is from Zeltic if you want to also watch it. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to build one of these, and we're going to build another one of these, the 2s in particular. Don't know why I got rid of it. There you go. There we go. We're all good. And we're going to build another 2 item sinks and 1 quick sort module. Yes. And then we'll come back. Alright, folks, well, welcome back. I've done a lot of work. So first off, we do have our centrifugal extractor set up here, and I did have a transformer upgrade, and I did think to disconnect the power before hooking it in. So we're going to complete the circuit now. It will not blow up. It accepts medium voltage, but I'm pretty sure everything going through that pipe is high voltage. But this should now have power, but nothing's going to happen until we plug a lever into it and turn it on. Now, some of you may recall that we had a lever inside of our bag earlier. Lever, if you're so inclined. And I said, why is that in there? Well, as it turns out, it might actually be a useful thing to have. So we're going to turn it on. Why is it charging up so slowly? Like it's not getting enough power. I'm a little bit concerned now. Is it because of the distance of that run? I mean, to be fair, it is a very long power run. It's going all the way down here, and it's going through these 2 machines, which could be using up a lot of the voltage. I don't really know how much power they consume. And then all the way down here, and then all the way over here. And then all of that is plugged into this MFSU, which is charging. So it's not empty. Oh, but maybe it's sucking up all of the power. This is for the teleporter that's sitting just above it, and we've been using those a lot. So it could be the case that it's drawing all of the power that would otherwise be provided. Where do you go? You go up here to down there to where the... What is here? Oh. I got real turned around about where I was for a second there. I'm sure it's not going to be an issue. Something else that I built was all of this. So I built more cables, just using unrouted transport pipes to connect these 2 networks to make sure that this one gets power. So now we want to draw the sticky resin out of there. So for that, we're going to need our quick sort module. We're going to add 1 to both ends, and keep in mind that this end is going to have 2 things in it. So we are going to go ahead and configure it with an item sink. So we're going to plop our item sink there. And then we are going to... Did that make sense what I said earlier? I realize now it might not have. The reason we're putting a quick sink into both of these is because we want to extract out of here into here, but then we're also going to want to extract out of here into there. So quick sink goes in both, and we have... I'm sorry, we have... Yeah, and then an item sink goes into both of those, and then sticky resin. Give me just 1 of those, please. Or I guess a stack is fine. In fact, a stack is ideal. I don't think it actually matters. So we're going to come over here and hit info and tell it, hey, import. Yeah, it'll only pick 1 anyway. So that'll fill up, and we can keep that topped off. And it'll keep sending them, so every time it uses 1, it'll send 1 to keep it topped off. And this is going to start going a lot faster. So now we want to take the rubber out of there, and we want to come over here to this one where we have this second item. Oh, interesting. You know what? Now that I think about it, I don't think we really need 2 of these. Because this can do up to 8. So I think we could have just put that right there. And... yeah. Yeah, we don't really need 2. We don't need 2 item sinks. This one can do up to 8 different items. So this could have been just your standard MK1 instead of an MK2. This has to be an MK2, though. Because this machine needs to be both quick sort and item sync. Now what we could do, though, is because this is an MK2, is we can have the output from here go out through this back pipe and have it go to the next stage of the operation. But look at that. We're now generating copper cables. How exciting is that? Speaking of, I guess we could go ahead and get a black hole unit. And we could plop that down on top of here. And then we can get ourselves another logistics MK1. Yep, put that on there. You kind of probably already see where this is going. We want to have you go ahead and extract copper cables. So we'll have this store copper cables, and we will right-click on here. I'm actually going to need one of those copper cables. I don't know why I put them all in there. Sometimes I make mistakes. I don't know what to tell you. So you need to fetch me copper cables. But I don't think that that's going to work unless we put another of our quick sort modules down below. So pull... Yeah, so this is still just filling up. We got 30 of them in there. Let's go build another quick sort module real quick. And before we do that, let's go ahead and make sure that that's what we have configured on our little device that I left upstairs conveniently. I left it upstairs because I knew that if we ended up needing it again, that would be the most inconvenient place for it. Because I can almost guarantee you we're going to have to flash it again. I don't remember what the last thing we built was. It was a quick sort module. Oh my gosh, it all just kind of worked out, didn't it, just then? And I knew that. And I knew that if we needed another quick sort module, which of course I knew we did, because I definitely didn't just realize that we didn't need it for the original way I planned on using this. I figured it out like an hour ago. Believe me. So now that should work. I think. Actually, will it? Did I configure this properly? You're set up to import those. Yeah. Oh, there it goes. Did it do it? Okay. Now we just need to make sure that it does it automatically. So when this produces 6 copper cables... Purdue. Oh. Oh. It did it. It took a long time, though. I want to watch it actually happen. If I open it up right here, we should see the entire process. So we're just going to wait patiently. Oh my gosh, it literally is almost done before it does it. Oh, it's being a bit inconsistent. I wonder why that is. Is it because this is at a stack of 64? That's been a problem in the past. No, it still seems to be like that. I wonder if there's a more efficient way of pulling items out. I don't actually know. I didn't get nothing I watched told me. So that's it just wants copper cable. Default route, no, yes, no, I don't know, maybe. And then you're just got a quick sort module, so I don't think there's anything important going on there. I think it's all fine. I think it's all fine. I think it's working just fine. Look at this. All of the items are getting piped in here, so this is staying topped off, and this is not going to stay topped off because it's got a... I mean, as this speeds up... Oh, but look, we're having power constraint issues. Interesting. But it's actually running just fine, so maybe this is just a visual glitch? But then we're not going faster than 76. But then I'm also not hearing them make a lot of noise. And then also we did just reach 77. And then also I thought I turned off all the extra sound effects. If you're hearing weird staticky sounds in the background of this video, let me know. I know that they're there. I don't think that anything's been fixed since the last video, so they should probably be there. I'll find out in editing. But I don't know what it is. I thought it might be a mismatch between the output frequency, like the kilohertz, of my gaming computer and OBS, but that isn't it, because they're the same. And also, it doesn't do it with any other games that I've been playing. So, for instance, we've been doing the Harry Potter game on live streams. We just recently wrapped it up. What's it called? Hogwarts Legacy. That hasn't had that problem. Crisis Core didn't have that problem. Just Minecraft. And I thought I might be able to fix it by just disabling the background audio options. So if we go to Music and Sound IC2, I turned the master volume down all the way. I don't know why we're still getting like... I mean, it might be that that's like something different. I'm not sure. The IC2 might not do all the lovely background noises. I don't know what does. Normal sound? I've no clue. It's definitely none of these things. Oh yeah, there we go. That's what we love to hear. The sound of this thing starving for power, because for some reason it's not getting enough. This is working, though. This is working. This is what we want to see. We're not running out of this stuff, are we? I thought maybe we might be using too much, and that's why that was... Is it still filling up, or is it... 5, 4... 6, barely... Kissing 6, 6... Come on, give me a... Oh, down to 4 again. 5, 4, 5... 6, we might need to increase our output just a hair. Just to make... I don't know how much power those things consume... But let's see. What are we up to right now? We're at 100. Okay, let's make it 125. That seems good. That's just a little bit more power. That should keep this filling up nicely. And then let's go figure out why... You know what? It could be that we're just using more power than we're generating. I know it seems insane to think about, but that could be the case. We are generating a ton of power here, but maybe not enough. The MFSU is completely full. That's not the issue. It might be that the one line of power that we have coming out of there is not enough to keep everything operational. It could be that we might need to make a separate power line. I've not considered that up until now, but that could be a thing. Maybe a direct line of power to this area is in order? We could try that. Let's see, how far over do we need to be right in line with this wall? So this is at 1397. There we go, so we're right in line with that wall. And now I think we can pretty safely do this, although we're going to use that hot trick that we learned before. And we could probably do that a couple of times. I'm kind of getting a little bit weary of doing it again right now, though. Because there are... Okay, yeah. You know what? All the way down. We're going to very delicately click our way forward. Yeah, there we go. You see what kind of problems we could have run into if we'd just been all willy-nilly just then? But that'll get us right here, where this line is, and we can have the line come off of that and go that direction. Oh, I accidentally clicked twice, and I did not mean to, and that could have been a disaster. Fortunately, I just broke the floor. That's not that big a deal. I think we're okay. Righto, get that out of the hotbar. Charge this bad boy up. Let's patch all this. Okay, let's get a lot of these, as many of them as we have. Hopefully that's enough. And we're going to go ahead and route an additional run of cables over here. And I guess we'll run them along this wall. I don't actually know what the power limit of these is. And it seems silly to me that it could... Oh. Do we... Oh. I feel like we've had glass fiber cables for ages now in our inventory, and the idea that we've run out just seems preposterous to me, but it's very clearly happened. We just watched it occur. I don't feel like this can actually be the problem. I don't feel like this can actually be what's wrong, but gosh darn it if we're not going to give it a red-hot go. Not to worry! I've returned! And I've got the additional 2 cables we needed, and actually more than that. So this should now be a complete run. I should probably verify that by just kind of flying along and making sure I didn't miss one. Can't help but notice, though, that didn't make a lick of difference whatsoever. It still sounds like it's starving for power. So the question is, how and why? Is it because... It is a medium voltage machine. I think we can all agree on that. No doubts about that. If I take this out, it will blow up. And it's also locked in place, so we can't take it out unless we do something really crazy. It is starting to charge back up, probably because these are now full, and it's only going to summon them as it needs new ones. We could plug this into power, I think, and make it go a bit faster. Let's keep an eye on that arrow and see how quickly it goes. So that should give you an idea of how fast it's going. I mean, we could do a count if we wanted to, but we do have, right underneath it here, and directly next to it, we do have a source of energy. So if we have a look at that and we just... I think we can visually inspect and we can tell if it's going to be faster. So we'll hook it in and then we'll right-click it again. It is visibly faster. It is visibly quite a bit faster. This was a good call. We're making so many more cables. The issue there is now that that's going faster, it's going to need rubber more quickly, which means this is going to fire off more quickly. Which means we might run into an issue again where this runs out of power for some reason. Because there's a bottleneck somewhere. And I'm not too sure about where. It can't be from here, I don't think. Can we still get to that? If we go down into the basement, didn't we used to have a little door to get back there? It might still be there. It could have gotten removed during literally any of the renovations. But... Oh, wait, no, I'm literally there already. I'm already there. Okay. Take a look around. Okay. But can't actually see anything. All right. Well, that's pretty much useless. But it's all coming out of this one here, right? It's all coming out of this one. And this is full. This MFSU is full. Do I have a meter still? I used to have a meter for measuring these things. EU meter. let's go back downstairs. Or upstairs. I keep thinking the factory is lower than the basement, which is just false entirely. We're going to check a couple of things. We're going to check a couple of things in a couple of places. So first things first, we're going to check right here the flow of power going through this cable. 7.88 in, that is, and 7.88 out. That is not right. I guess, okay, what about right here? 64 in, 64 out. Has this filled up yet? This could just be drawing all of our power. That could be the case. That this is just sucking up so much juice. Because if you have a look at it right now, I guarantee you, yeah, most of our power is going into that. So it could be the case that that's just drawing all of the juice. All the juice is coming from down here, though. So we would expect an MFSU's max output worth of power to be passing through this here pipe at any given moment. And it's only 63. Are we? Is there an... Are we cutting the power between these? Is there some sort of a step down? Is there like an MFE? Or like a 100. A lot of it's going that direction. Oh. I have an MFSU right there. That's fully powered. So there's like 112 coming out of it. If you have any ideas about what's going on around here... Because our power output should still be... 511 in, 511 out. Producing plenty of power. $511 in, 500... Where is it all going? Should we maybe get a second line coming off of the HV transformer down there? To a, like, directly... What is... Oh, good. UU matters. We needed UU matter for something. I remember we were trying to collect it for something for some reason. If you could comment down below and remind me what, I'd appreciate it. Didn't we need, like, 2 and some odd stacks? We've got 3 and some odd now. So whatever we were going to do with it... Was it a PESU? I think we're going to build a PESU. That sounds fun. Maybe we should do that. Maybe we should have a PESU. Maybe we need to have a separate line of power from the reactor going directly to... You can teleport power as well, by the way, with the teleporters, we've learned. So that might be something to consider. We can teleport power up here. Or we can just run a line. Its own dedicated line. I mean... It seems okay. Right now it's stable, because it's not running all of the time. Even though this is now getting a bit of extra juice. We've got 1,000 cables to work with. We're doing pretty good there. How are we doing over here in terms of power? Is this still going up, or is this draining? I refuse to believe that it's at perfect equilibrium. It's going up. Albeit slowly. Well, I'm content with today's episode. I'm not doing anything more. I've been at this for hour and 40 minutes. Hour and 46 minutes and 36 seconds as of this exact moment. Well, it's gone up since I said it, obviously. We're now at 41 seconds. I thought I was at 46... Wait, 45 seconds now? Oh my gosh, I'm so confused. We just passed 1:46:46, which was fun. And I quite enjoy that. That's a bit of a bit for me. Now, the next step in this operation is to expand this and do more with it, right? So, it was a lot of work to get all of this set up. At least it feels like it, although I guess a lot of that was learning how it worked, how these ridiculous pipes work, and how to configure it all. But we have gotten the copper cable now. We can eliminate that. So the next stage is going to be to make the electronic circuit, and for that we're going to need something that's turning iron into refined iron, We've already got the redstone. We can pipe those items, and then we'll pipe them into an additional crafting table. And then from there, we'll need to also create this, which means we need to create this, which means we got... Oh, my gosh. Can I do that? Comment down below and let me know if it's okay if I do that between episodes. I feel like, I mean, sure, I can open it up and hit record and do what I did earlier, where I'm like, okay, I'll see you guys in a second. I'm gonna go watch some YouTube videos while I put this together, and then do it, and then cut back and be like, welcome back, everyone, I did the thing! I could do that. Or I could just do the thing, and then the next video can start off with, hey, look, guys, I did the thing that I talked about. I guess it depends on what you folks are interested in. This is your blooper reel, after all, or whatever you want to call it. This is your bonus content, so whatever you want to see. I wouldn't be opposed to it. I want to make that clear right at the gate. I don't want anyone to feel like that's like a burden and I'm trying to get out of it. I would happily do it if it's something you want to see. I can absolutely do that. But I can also see, the other side of the coin being, wow, really, you recorded that. You recorded an introduction where you said what you were going to do, and then you went away for an hour and watched... What was I even watching? I can't remember now. So much time has passed. Oh, yeah, Tears of the Kingdom final trailer analysis was what I was watching. Did not get far enough into that video. I need to keep watching. But, you know, and then you've come back to announce that you did it. And then I think once we get it to a point where the last step is hooking it all together to make the solar panel, that'll be episode 30. My original bizarre, crazy plan was that we would literally be ready to produce high-voltage panels before episode 30 came out, but it's taken so long for me to sit down and have the time to record even this bit that I kind of feel like that would be... It'd be mean to make people wait that long. So I think episode 30 will be where we have all of the base ingredients, everything you need to build the solar panel, ready to go, and then episode 30 will be me showing off what we've learned with these pipes, how the folks at home can follow along, and then finally putting in the final pieces to manufacture solar panels. And then we can go from there creating the medium tier, well, the low voltage, medium voltage, and then maybe someday high voltage. But I feel like also just having a bunch of medium voltage, and maybe we won't even worry about running our own power source from down below. Maybe we'll replace in the walkways up here with solar panels and wire them all in to a PESU and have a number of voltage step downs from there, and that'll be how we generate power for the factory. And we'll cut the line, and we'll be off-grid. We'll be completely independent. How fun would that be? We'll get to it next time. Until then, thank you folks for watching. Thank you for your continued support. We do actually have some new members, which is fun since the last time we recorded one of these. So let's go ahead and give those fine folks a shout out. I have, of course, changed my YouTube account. I switched over to my personal viewing account that I actually use to like subscribe to people and watch videos. I have to switch back over to the LP account. Give me just a second here. And go to members. And I'm gonna make it into a song. It won't be long. So now we're gonna give a shout out to... Let's do total time on level, but let's do newest first, because we've never done that before. Oh wait, no, I'm sorry. Total time is member. Newest first. So first off, big shout out to our newest channel member, Ryan Wilson. Thank you so much. Created a YouTube channel, I noticed, just to become a supporter, which is cool, so thank you. Gert the Golf 2, which is a great username. Gilliam, of course. Moyer, thank you so much. Dake Tora, Jake Yates, whichever you prefer. Maria Amor, Purple Lemons, and of course, the legend, Lucas Kitts. Thank you all so much for your continued support. Hope you enjoyed this little installment. I'm gonna go start recording the Be Happy mini-series now. Lol. Goodbye. I might do that. Just for you. You know who you are. Howdy folks, how are y'all doing? My name is Reese, and I have had a revelation of sorts while editing the last installment of our members-only Tekkit 2 series. By the way, thank you all for your continued support. GSNL, I'm sorry, that video was recorded literally just before you became a channel member, so welcome. And actually, while I'm on it, let me go ahead and check and make sure that no one else has joined since then, because I haven't checked in. I'll be honest, I only check every couple of days. You know, I don't usually expect that we're going to get new ones in as rapidly and as quickly as we have been, so maybe I need to be a little bit more aggressive about checking that. And I've hit the wrong button a number of times, which is why it's taking so long. GSNL, has been our most recent member. We're 1 away from 10, which is pretty exciting. So looking forward to that. I think we get more emoji. Is that correct? Hold on, let me check my default perks here. So if we go to emoji, 1 more needed. 1 more needed, and we unlock another 7 emoji, which is pretty exciting. Advanced, create a unique family name. What is that for? Oh, I guess different family? Wait, well, hold on. Let me actually check. A family name is an optional prefix for all of your emoji. We recommend picking a family name that's easily recognizable as your brand. Howdy Faces? I don't know. Jeez, get out of here. Okay, well, what we've got currently set up is not bad. There's nothing wrong with it. It definitely functions as intended. It is generating a lot of copper cable, but there is a better way. And in fact, I've already come up with that better way, and I'm ready to present it all to you now. What about, instead of having dedicated contraptions along this wall to generate just what we need for the solar panels, what if we covered this wall, and in fact, maybe all of the walls? That wall's a lot longer. That might be a better wall to cover. That is one solid, continuous wall from one side to the other. That might be the perfect wall to generate all base material. Now, maybe not everything, but anything that can be generated with EMC, have it be generated, and then we can have, like, item frames, and we can just slap those onto the fronts, if we can, and then we can just say, hey, you know what? Can we drop that in there? That's what's in there. And then we can pipe out of those to wherever we need them in the factory, but they'll all be... Right, so if we have multiple things that we're automating that need redstone, instead of having multiple setups... I'm having so much trouble explaining this. Instead of having multiple redstone setups like this, we'll just have the one against that wall over there, and then it'll pipe out to wherever redstone is needed. That is my current idea. That is what I think we're going to end up doing. And in order to do that, my only concern... God, we're getting so far away from being able to just upload the episode 30. I was going to plan it for May 1st, and it was going to be this big reveal of this automated solar factory. But now I'm thinking, maybe we cover this wall and things, and that's the big reveal. Something that I want to focus on today, though, is a little bit different, because today, what I want to focus on has nothing to do with that, and everything to do with the manufacturing of these transport pipes, because it's a bit of a pain in the neck. We've got the power junction and the logistics programmer over here. It's really inconveniently located. I think I want to kind of automate that a little bit. I'd like to have just a workstation, maybe down here, maybe upstairs. We do all of our crafting upstairs, so it might actually make way more sense to move all of that up here. We'll have to have a second pipe power thing. I've already forgotten the name of it. Power junction. We'll have to have a second one somewhere else. But if we just move all of that up here and then maybe tuck it in along this wall, there's nothing going on over here, and then have an automated system. I guess where I really want to kick this off is building the controller for... There it is. I couldn't remember what it was called. The black hole controller. The black hole controller will... Oh, dang it. I forgot that we're going to need pink slime ingots. We need the fluids. Dang it! Oh, no, because pink slime, you have to, like, squeeze things, right? And you can only squeeze, like, cans that already have them in it. Or you gotta have a bottler. Where do you get pink slime from? Don't you have to get it from, like, let's see, machine output, like a mob slaughter factory? Okay, that's gonna kill monsters and collect the pink slime. I don't know if I want to go that in depth with something off episode. So maybe what I've got to figure out what I want to do is I want to structure an episode 30 with all of you. How do we do that? What is episode 30 going to be about? We have to figure that out. Maybe it's about showing off our wall of item generation. We don't need that right now. What we can do right now is what I said before. We'll just go ahead and move all of this stuff upstairs, and we'll have it up there for kind of quick and easy construction. So we're make sure there's nothing in here. Oh gosh, does that even come out? It does. Good. Logistics disk, and then we just break that bad boy. Break that. I think this will just break and it'll be fine. Now, there's no power going to our things upstairs, which means that automation is now going to go to a grinding halt, which is fine because we're probably going to end up moving all of this anyway. Don't worry about this area here. What I think is going to ultimately end up happening is all of this marble is destroyed, and this just ends up being an entire basement level that spans the entire width and breadth of the upstairs. What have we got that we can store inside of here? We're going to want to hold on to the pipes in here, probably. The glass fiber cables. We'll probably want to bring some rubber around with us wherever we go. Yeah, I'll just toss all that up there. And sort. What I'm trying to do right now is determine what I want to hold on to versus what I'm about to just completely obliterate inside of the transmutation table. So we're getting rid of marble, naturally. Why am I talking through this? I do this every time. There's no reason for me to be speaking right now. What we can do is we can just cut away. We can just cut away. We'll do a wipe. It'll be fine. You don't have to watch me. I'm not going to teleport. We've used a lot of energy. Who are you and why are you here? Oh my gosh, we have not updated the crab hangout in a long time. There's still only 4 here. I'll have to go catch some more crabs. We have to catch 5 more crabs. There's not enough room. Wait a minute. There is not enough room in here to add 5 more crabs. We're going to have to, like, extend it. We might have to maybe make this bigger. What if it, like, goes out? How would that work? There's not enough room out here. There's just not enough room. I don't want to get onto Andesite Island and have whoever lives there be upset with me for taking over part of their land. I guess we'll just have to expand more into the basement here, then. So we'll just have the fence, maybe... remember this idea? Remember when we had a thing going on over here that we've since abandoned? Maybe we'll section all of this off, and all of this will be, like, from there, across, and then over, and then we'll fill it all in with more sand, and we'll have a bigger water feature with maybe a couple of different fountains and more flashing lights. We'll have to work on that again later as well. This episode is already so disjointed and disorderly, like I don't know what I'm doing. Okay, so we've got our door there. It looks like we've got a teleporter here, space. We'll probably put another teleporter here. No, we won't. There's no reason for it. I take it back. I've changed my mind already. So we're going to break this. We should have power below here. It's right there. We can either run it from there or there, and I don't really care which. I don't think that it's actually going to make any difference. These don't seem to care about whether or not it's high voltage, medium voltage, low voltage. It doesn't seem to have any kind of preference one way or the other. We'll go ahead and bring that power over to here. And I'm going to put this thing probably in the corner. Also, this thing is about to die. Let's go ahead and charge that up. We do have a whole charge pad here specifically for this. How are we doing with power? So this MFSU is also empty. I wonder if that's because this is feeding the teleporter. And I wonder if all of our power problems are related not necessarily to the fact that we're not generating enough power, but we're just using so much. The last couple of episodes, I've been teleporting all over the place, and that really drains a lot of power out of these MFSUs. We might need to figure out... Oh, but the MFSU downstairs isn't empty. The one coming directly off the power supply. How much power are we producing? How much does an MFSU... 512 EU per tick out. How much are we producing? I can't remember. This thing is charged. Let's go downstairs and have a look here. Let's have a quick gander. It might just be that we need to have a second tap. That might be the situation here. So, let's see. What is the safest thing I can use to right-click? Why are you on? Turn off. Turn off. Hello? It's just on and there's no turning... Get out of here. Don't you right-click to turn it off? Not anymore, I guess. It's just on forever. Oh, whatever. You know what the safest thing to right-click with? Fluid... Did I just put down a bunch of fluid pipes instead of power pipes? Did I do that? Is that a thing that I just did? We'll have to go upstairs and check. It seems likely that that's exactly what I did. How much power do you output? I've got a whole different machine for checking this. It's not really... I mean, it depends on your definition of machine, I suppose. What is all this doing in here? What is all this? Why is all that in there? I'm so turned around. I'm so upside down in my brain, I can't recall what it is I'm trying to accomplish anymore. Alright, how much power are we producing? 511 in, 511 out. We're not producing as much power as I thought we were down here. For some reason, I thought we were producing more. So we are at the maximum of what a MFSU can... okay, so that's not going to help us any. Well, we're building a solar power factory. That's what we're trying to do right now. So, once that's done, we won't have to worry about it. We'll be producing just a ton of power, and it won't be an issue. You go back inside of here now. Get out of here. What was I doing? Oh, right. Are these... these are fluid pipes. Oh, folks. I'm a stop. I'm gonna stop right now, because I feel like this is partially due to the fact that I am just talking and not paying attention. Oh my goodness. In my defense, they look kind of similar, albeit not necessarily in the inventory. I should have realized a lot quicker. But they do, when placed, look a little bit similar. Alright, we're going to run this back over here. And if I can attach it from this angle, I cannot. That is unfortunate. We are going to... Oh! Movement is challenging. Come through the floor, and then go into the logistics power junction. So the logistics power junction does not like high voltage energy. That's good. That's good to know. I didn't. I didn't know that. I had no reason to know or suspect that. It makes really no sense when you think about it. Here's something we're gonna do real quick, because I'm actually tired of taking limestone and converting it to something with an EMC value. I don't need that EMC all that badly. That's not going to hurt me any if I never get that EMC back. So we're going to go ahead and build a void chest, which just deletes items. It's as simple as having void powder, which we've made before, obsidian dust, coal dust, ender powder. You surround that with obsidian. We should have void powder right there. Obsidian we should have right here. I definitely foresee a future where I accidentally dump something in here that I don't mean to, and it's gone forever, and I just stare silently at the screen like an absolute boob. But until then, it's going to be really nice to have this void chest. We're going to slap this thing down way over here by the bed. That'll help prevent us doing this by accident, because it's way over here out of the way. Goodbye, limestone. We'll see you later. And then we close it, and then we open it. It's still in there. It's, I don't know how, deletes items. I don't know if it needs power or anything like that. You'd like to think... I mean, we'll come back and check on it later, and maybe it'll just be empty. One can hope. Okay, well, now we've got to build a couple of power junctions. We might already have what we need. I can't really remember what we had left over from last time, but if we just have a look here, and we pull up power junction... Get rid of that. Programmer power junction. We are missing a basic chip and a logistics block frame. That's pretty easy. I'm building 2 of these because we're going to have to build another one down in the basement at some point anyway. So we'll build a number of these because we're going to need a few more of those. And you can see why I would want to set up... My plan was to build another one of these industrial work tables and have it dedicated, and then have next to it one of these black hole controllers filled with all the sort of basic ingredients we need, so that I don't have to go around and fetch things for it. And we might still do that at some point in the future, but for now, go ahead and cook those up. What? You don't go in there. Come here. You go in here, although you'll never get processed because we have infinite iron for some reason. Basic chips. We might still do that I don't know what this episode is. This episode is confused as I am confused. So there's one. There's the other. We do not want to plug that directly into high voltage energy. Apparently, that's a terrible idea. Maybe it'll take medium voltage energy? Do I have a transformer? I've got an MFE. I've got a medium voltage transformer. That transforms to medium voltage from high voltage, right? Wait a minute. Don't we already do that? Isn't that what you do? You are a medium voltage transformer. So just, it needs a low voltage one, I mean, how much... I guess you just cannot feed it a lot of power, is what we're learning here today. That's okay. Put you back in here. You might come in handy later. And instead, we're going to have to go ahead and build a low voltage... That's... transformer? Maybe it's LV transform. Yeah, because that one's MV transformer. That's so basic. I mean, I would be shocked if we just didn't have that in here already. Look, we kind of do. The only thing we're lacking is some copper cable, which we've got 7 of right here. So if I just pull that recipe up, look at that, MV transformer ready to go. We'll plop that down right here. And then the question becomes whether or not it faces up. The question we ask ourselves frequently, okay, the yellow is the output, the red is the input. Otherwise, it inverts it. Although I don't know if that would work on the low voltage, but we'll go ahead and get ourselves a precision wrench. That was not what we wanted to have happen at all. It almost went down the tube, which would have been deeply unfortunate because it would have been gone forever at that point. There we go. Rotate that sucker around. And now we can have... I mean, we never need to look at this power junction, do we? Now that I think about it, yeah, we should put the power junction up here. Let's see. Put the power junction right here. Now it's powering up. Good on it. And now we can go ahead and... I'm a little bit curious. We didn't really test this last time because we put them directly next to each other. But if we have a look inside of our bag here, and we get our basic logistics pipes and our unrouted, we know that you need a basic to get power out. But do you need a basic to get power in? If I just put an unrouted one there, and then we put the program compiler on top of it, will it get power? I've no idea how to tell. It didn't even plug in, so I guess that answers that question. Well, we're not going to waste space. It's unnecessary. We'll plop it down on top of here, and that one cable will connect up. And it now does have power, even if it doesn't say that it does. And we need to get some planks and fill in the rest of the floor. I don't know why I got rid of so much space when we didn't need to, but get ourselves some lovely... We do have maple flooring, right? It's been so long since I've built this place. I really don't remember the details of it. I, the other day, was wondering if I could possibly get lost in here. Because I was running through Hogwarts Castle, and I was like, man, why can't I figure this out in Hogwarts Legacy? I was like, why is this place perpetually confusing to get around? And I wondered, I was like, you know, if I built a substantially large Minecraft base, would I remember where everything is because I built it, or would I over time kind of forget how to get around? Because I do oftentimes forget things like, oh, right, mines, you know, like that's there. That's been there since some of the earlier episodes. We have this very thin corridor to get down to the factory. It's a very confusing place that we've manufactured here. I like it, though. Don't get me wrong. So this is now upstairs. That's going to make for much easier crafting moving forward. And I think that the next thing we're going to want to build, if we have a look inside of here, we should have more of our gear. So we're going to hold on to that. We're not going to leave that up here. That's silly and unnecessary. There's some basic chips. Okay, good to know where those are. I figured we had some of them. Where's my little handheld programmer? Did it end up over here inside of the project bench? I don't see it. There it is. I want to build another one of these because I feel like it'd be easier if we had maybe like 3 of them and we could have different programs loaded into them at any given time. So right now, this one's got the quick sort module. We probably want to go ahead and have one that's got something like the item sync module. So we'll go ahead and flash that. And then that way I won't have to swap them around. I'll always have the item sync. We'll always have the quick sort. And then this third one can be used to switch between different things. And the only other thing that we've ever made is these logistic chassis, MK1 and MK2. So I'll just go ahead and have it flash with that. And this is the one that we'll kind of swap around. But the next thing that I want to build... I'm trying to focus right now on building things that'll make future building easier. Let's go ahead and build another industrial work table. I feel like we did build one previously for something else or for somewhere else, but I can't remember where. Did we build another one of these? And what did we do with it? Am I imagining that? Did we just like stick it in a chest somewhere? Do we still have one? That would be so handy. Let's see. Industrial work table. We're going to double click it and that'll highlight it if it's inside of a chest. Which... Again, I'm almost positive we built a second one. I don't know what we did with it. I don't know if we set it up somewhere, or if it's in use somewhere. That is completely possible. What are all these chests for? There's nothing in these chests. That's unfortunate. Oh, did this delete the things? They're still in there. Maybe this has to have power or something. I don't know. For right now, I'm just leaving stuff in it that I don't don't care to deal with, and we'll deal with it later. Yeah, I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing it. So we're going to double click to get rid of that, and I'll just have to build another one. And then I remember from previous installments that you have to build this thing inside of a more regular crafting interface because it doesn't like our bench over there. What is it called? The project bench. It's not a fan. All right, so we've got one of these now, and we're going to plop it down right here in the middle, and we're going to fill it with the various different materials that we need for craft. I mean, it's not going to be all that different from this, other than it'll remember the recipes. I won't have to look them up, and that's going to be swell. It also has more space, which is also very handy. So that's the first recipe we want it to remember. We're going to go ahead and save that right there. We're going to make a couple, probably, flash drives here in the future, but for now, let's just focus on getting the basics saved. Okay, so we've got the unrouted transport pipe, the basic logistics pipe, the logistics chassis MK1, MK2, blank module, quicksort module, item sync, raw FPGA, and raw basic chip. So I don't think I've got everything in there that's going to want to build those, but off the top of my head, I guess if I wanted that, what would we need? We're going to be missing, I see glass for sure. Yeah, glass looks like what we're missing there. So once we have the black hole controller, we can have mountains of these things just ready to go at a moment's notice, and that would be incredible. But right now, boom, we can just make these now, place them down there. If we need them to be like this, well, we'll need FPGAs, which we do have 42 of. But also, man, I didn't even get the FPGA recipe over here. How did I fail at doing that? It's like one of the things we built. Oh yeah, we did. Yeah, because they're raw. Raw FPGA. What are we missing? Sand! There's not enough sand. So now we can create, say, another 64 of those, and we can get those cooking up and just kind of have them be ready. Drop a full stack of those in there. I do hate that you can't middle mouse click to sort all of this. That's a little frustrating. I'm assuming that's just down to the way that the machine functions. That would probably confuse it. But look, now if I want to make these, just click through and make them. We can have a few of those. If I need one of these, what are we missing? Ah, the programmer. Well, I've got 3 of those. So how about now? How do you like me now? Fantastic. And all of this is now upstairs where I do all of my crafting anyway, so that is way more convenient. Now, one thing that I was thinking about doing is instead of having to use 2 teleporters, one to get to the basement and then one to get to the factory, we might add a second teleporter right here. And then that way we can go directly from upstairs here to the factory. And that would save energy because we're not going through 2 separate ones. What do you got? You're an MFSU? Do I have any more of those just lying around? And maybe also just a teleporter lying around? That would be super handy. I imagine that's probably too much to ask for, but it would be super handy. We're still leaving this space next to this open for the future black hole controller. That's still something that I want to build. I haven't forgotten. That's why I mentioned it again a few seconds ago. It's because I haven't forgotten. We're probably going to need paper and gold nuggets inside of here because that was inside of there earlier, and I'm assuming that there was a reason for it. So, what have we got lying around? Any MFSUs? We do have an MFE, which, to be fair, would work. I think we might have what we need over here, though. Potentially. What have we got? MFSU? Can you just make one of those? Whew, baby! Okay, there's a lot of stuff missing. Oh, there was just one in here. I got copper, and there was already just I guess I must have built it in the past for some reason. Well, we can go ahead and set it up right here now. This shouldn't blow up. Yeah, there's no reason for it to. I had a moment's hesitation. I'm a little bit hesitant now after what just happened, but let's see. That's our actual Wait, why is there an MFSU up here and an MFSU right there? I'm confused. That's odd. Maybe this one has all of the ingredients in it. Well, let's swap out for teleporter. Because that's what I need right now is a teleporter. Oh, see how wonderful that is to just click a... Oh, it makes me happy. Alright, so that thing's filling up. That got oddly... Did you notice that it froze there? That made me a little bit nervous because why did it freeze there? I don't know. Alright, button... And then finally, anytime I place something down and it freezes, I'm assuming it's because it's about to blow up. So it's concerning. Where is my programmer for teleporters? Is it inside of... Please be inside of here. Please be somewhere basic. I forgot. Oh, we do have like a lot of empty memory sticks. No, we don't. We have 1 empty memory stick. Let's just go ahead and preemptively move that over here and just have it be ready. Lovely. That it? Frequency transmitter? How do I clear it? Is it like, there we go, unlinked? So we want to link to here. And then, you know what? We're going to need another MFSU. And we're going to need another teleporter. So let's see if it just makes it. What are you missing? Energy crystals? So that's probably why... Well, let's go ahead and grab our other generator, our teleporter first. That's probably why we have this MFSU one, because it's got, yeah, all the recipes we need to make. Still missing it. Can't find a crafting recipe for energy crystals. What if we swap that out? Energy crystal right there. What are you missing? Double insulated gold cable? You can't do it. Oh, you know what? No, wait, you can. Missing crafting recipe for rubber. Rubber's right there. You have everything you need. Why are you pretending? What is this bit you're doing right now? Maybe it just doesn't have enough rubber. Maybe if we just throw another stack of rubber in there and we try again. Okay, well, that was it. I hate that I cannot turn the sword off. I hate that the sword is just permanently turned on. That's, you know what I mean. I have to come over here and charge up my sword just because I can't turn the darn thing off. It's just always running for some reason. I wonder if I signed out and signed back. How did you get in here? It doesn't make any sense at all. Alright, so... do we want to put it down here, or do we want to put it up top? I feel like up top makes a little bit more sense. We do have that teleporter there. Alrighty, folks. Well, my brother called me, and so I paused the recording while I talked to him. For those of you who don't know, he does... Is this working? Everything's recording? Yeah, okay. I paused the recording. He works out of state now, and so anytime he calls, I want to be able to take that call and chat with him. But I've been a little bit busy. I built another hallway, so down there is where we've got the big battery. And then if we come down this way, if you look at the mini-map, you can see the exact route this is taking. We are going underneath the edge of the building. We've got power there. We're not done with that yet. We're going to keep moving that around. But for right now, let me kind of show you what we're working with. I've tried a few different designs here. And I've been trying to figure out, like, what's the best way to pack all these in. So this design was, okay, I want one space from the floor, and I want one space in between each, and that yielded about 4 total in height that we can have in there. Not great. Putting it on the floor means that we get a total of 5, which is arguably better. We're going to skip this one for now and go over here. This is where I said, you know what, never mind. Let's say we forget having that one space in the middle, and it's just packed in there tight. And the chests do still work. If we see, we right-click here. So this looks like a pretty good setting here, and it gets 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 items stacked up tall. But if we look at this one here, I know we've got a gap at the ceiling. It's a little bit annoying. We might end up putting that gap at the bottom instead, just so there's nothing obstructing the light row along the base. But if we do a count here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 high. Now, granted, this does take up 2 wide, so I think total that's actually less than this one, right? Because this one we could have another stack directly next to it, and then that would net us 10 for the same amount of space. The issue is, where are you going to put your collectors, right? With this setup, you've got some options. We can put our collectors right here, for example, and complete the grid, whereas if they're all crammed up next to each other, where you can put your collectors out on the outside, you could. I suppose you could. The issue with this is that you can't double up your collectors and have them feed into more than one machine at a time, like we've currently got set up over there. You could do that with this setup if we didn't double them up. So we had a line here, and then a space, and then a line here, and we just had collectors there and there, and that's an option, a perfectly valid and usable option. No reason not to do that. I don't know. Because here's the thing with this setup here is if we didn't put a collector right there, we could put a sign, and the sign could denote what's being stored inside of the black hole unit below it. And the reason we might want to do that is because this is where the pipe's going to be, so you're not going to be able to see that unless we put the sign on top of the pipe, which is also an option. We could also put the sign on top of here. I think this is the one we're going to go with. I do like how tightly this fits in. I enjoy that. That's nice. But I feel like this is the better approach. I haven't considered sinking them into the wall. We could do that as well. That is also an option. The only issue I can think of with that would be, I don't know if this chest... Will this chest open? Yeah, it'll open up against a solid block. Where I've been thinking about putting solar panels is outside in that walkway in the middle, which means we'll need to run power underneath them, which means there will need to be power right on the other side of this block. And I don't want to take up that space that we're going to need for that power by setting these inside the wall any. So I'm just trying to figure out whether or not that would be the approach we would want to take. It's perfectly doable. It is perfectly doable. There's no reason why. So, like, if we just wanted to carve out a little bit of space here and just set them in. But they don't need to be. Because then what would the point... I guess at that point the light wouldn't be obstructed down there. Well, let's go ahead and take all of this down. I wonder if we can just break it all with... Oh, you know what? We're not going to have enough room for all of these. Because these black hole units do not stack. So, I'll tell you what we'll do. We will go ahead and, if we can... Yeah, we have to hold down shift. But we can break these. What we can do is we can just, like we did upstairs, we'll put one of these down here temporarily to hold all of the black hole units. We'll have a little bit of black hole unitception. Loved the way the computer acted like it was going to crash just then. Did you guys see that? That was beautiful. Oh. Lovely. Some of them just won't go in there. Why? Because they have something in them? Oh, they've got energy condensers in them. Oh, because as I was breaking them, the objects fell down into the space beneath... Oh, okay. Okay, there's all of my black hole units safely stored away. Now we come back to the question of whether or not we want to inset them in the wall any. And I'm still divided on the issue. What I do know I want to do is go back upstairs and charge up my drill. And hey, you know what? One thing I did was I went ahead and set up that other teleporter. So we've got two here. And I should probably make signs denoting where they go, but I know this one goes upstairs to the sort of exchange, and then this one goes directly to the actual house where we build things. So that, I mean, it's sort of like, now that we've done it, it's in an inconvenient location because it's so far away from the wall of items. The item wall, even, if you will. Whichever way we decide to go with that title. But it does save us some energy from having to do 2 jumps. We only have to do 1 now. So those MFSUs are going to start filling back up, and I wouldn't be shocked or surprised at all to see that maybe one of them has already filled up quite a bit. How are you doing? Yeah, you're full. You're also full. You're a transformer. I don't know why I'm checking you. You know what I didn't do? Was I didn't do this over here. We should probably go ahead and do that while I'm thinking about it. Go ahead and put down our reinforced trapdoor. There we go. For easy access to what's below, even though... Oh, I did a slab there. Okay, I was wondering, because I was like, wait, we can't actually check the MFSU from here, because there's a whole block there. That's brilliant. I think I might have eventually figured that out if I thought about it for a few seconds, but I already figured it out once before, so I don't need to think about it right now. It's good. So previous me already considered this and came to a brilliant conclusion. Excellent. So that's full, and whoop, back down here we go. It's fast enough to just zoom across here. I don't... We might at some point add another fast travel unit to this side of the room, just so we can fast travel specifically to this side of the room where all of our items are going to be. But let's go along with that concept of setting it into the wall slightly. Let's just do that and see kind of how we feel about it. Okay. Alright. Maybe I do like the way that looks. Maybe I do kind of dig that. I kind of wish I'd put it one over, though, because what I just realized was... if we get our energy condensers, we can have 2 of them on each machine, and they can be shared, because we can put that one there, and then the next bank of items will be right here. So it'll share that one, and it'll have one on this side. So that actually works just fine. And what I mean is, like, you see, if we put one right here, we can just do that. That doesn't really need to be moved over any. But also, we can just make this the area where we generate sort of, not low value items, but you know what I mean. Like, well, yeah, low EMC value items. They have a high value to us because we need them, but they don't have a lot of EMC. And then we can just put the signs on the energy collectors, and that'll denote what this whole grid is for. So, for example, we're going to move all of these over here now, and that's going to be a bit of a pain because they've all already done a lot of production. Let's go ahead and end production if we can on these. Let's go ahead and break all of these collectors. And Man, I'm really hoping there's a way to move... Yeah, black hole chests do just move when you break them. With all of their items intact, you don't have to take them out or do anything with them. That's convenient, because we did it earlier completely by accident. So these are probably full, though, is the only issue. And we're going to be waiting a really long time for those to drain into here, because unfortunately, hoppers just aren't the fastest way to do that. We might come up with another solution in the future. But for now, what we could do is we can just get, like, red matter. So we can get, like, a red matter block, even, if we have that. Oh, I guess we've never built a block of red matter. Well, we'll grab a stack of it, then. And we'll correct that immediately. Just creating a... Oh, wait, how do you make a block of red matter? Like that. Red matter block. Worth about 1 million EMC. Not too shabby. And we'll grab just one of those as a reference. So we'll say, hey, right here where you're making glass, stop making glass, turn it all into red matter. And so that'll drain this down and it'll get rid of all the glass instead of a whole bunch of glass when I break that. Because it will drop the items, I'm pretty sure. Instead of doing that, it'll just drop, at most, a single piece of red matter. And then these have done much better because the things we're asking them to condense are quite a bit larger. This one, we're never going to get a piece of red matter. I mean, now that I think about it, there's not enough in here to make a piece of red matter. So what we're actually doing is we're breaking this. We're just deleting it. Because as soon as we break this, it's going to be, what, yay full, and it's just going to be gone forever? Why even bother? Why not just break it and then condense all these things in the inventory, right? Like, do that, and then open this up, and then just do this. Oh, because this takes a long time. That's why. Alright, but these two right here are a perfect example. One of these is glass, and one of them is furnaces, and neither of those really need 2 energy collectors, because those are really too many. So, here, for example, we'll go ahead and set this one up to be... Let's see, whichever one I scroll to first. What are you? You are furnace, and you are glass. Alright. So we'll go ahead and put, I guess, glass there, and then we'll do this one here as furnace. Should be, yep, that one. And we will make sure they each have collector, and then I did not hold on to a single reference for either of those. I condensed them all because I was in a rush, and now I'm living with the consequences of my actions, borne out before you here, but let's see. So you need to be generating glass. Thank you. So that's going to go way faster than this can ever extract, can ever put in here. That's fine. The furnace one, it's not going to be quite so bad, but it's still going to be pretty bad, isn't it? It might maintain. It might actually maintain. That'll be fine. So this is going to fill up with furnaces, though, and that's a beautiful thing. We've already got 34,000 furnace. And what did this have? Also 34,000 glass. I guess the limiting factor wasn't EMC. It was probably the speed at which, at some point, the issue is the speed at which the hopper can extract them, which is a shame. Okay, but now, item frames. And I like the ones with the white backgrounds, so we're going to grab those. And we can set those up. I mean, I don't want to put them on the units themselves, because that's where I think we're going to end up having our pipes. But now that I think about it, if we're going to have pipes running... Are they going to be running that way, or are they going to be running that way? You know, like horizontal or vertical? Because the item frames might actually get in the way, depending. But that one's going to be glass. That one's going to be furnaces. And now we can tell at a glance which is which. And we might also put signs on these just because sometimes it's easier to read than look at a picture. But the next thing we're going to need to do is have our transport pipes. We've got our basic logistics pipes. And we probably have more in this bag here, hopefully. What else have we got? Absolutely nothing. Say it again. Get this sand out of here. Let's go break these down. So my understanding of it is that we can have these networks be as big and expansive as we want. And so long as we have the correct, like, sorting modules and sync modules and everything where we need them, things shouldn't get mixed up at all, which is pretty handy. I've just grabbed, I know, at least 2, not the basic pipes, not the unwrap. Did I not collect them? Did they not go into my inventory? Am I blind? Are they on the ground back here? Get rid of the sand and marble from my inventory, get a bit more space. And this is the moment where we find out. I am there they both fell down here. Excuse me! I'm sorry, I know I've not been paying attention to you guys. That's no reason to attack me. At some point, we're gonna have to go figure out what it is they want from me. Right, though. Logistics chassis MK1. Those go on these. So each of these is gonna have to have their own logistic chassis, and each of them is going to have their own quick sort module. I'm assuming this is the best way to do it. It is a way to do it, I know that. And then we have these coming off of there, and they're all going to go down that wall there, where they'll get power. I don't really want them to... Oh, good, they're not interfacing with the hoppers at all. I kind of don't like that they attach to the wall, but I guess there's not much I can do about that. And it's having some sort of an issue here. I don't know why. I wonder what that's all about. I don't know. I think when it turns red, it means there's a problem with the setup. And I don't know what the problem it's having is. We'll have to figure that out later, I guess. For now, though, I'm going to come back over here and get the rest of these. There we go. And good thing we got enough room for all of that in my inventory. We're going to need more of the unrouted pipes, and we're going to have to try to figure out what's wrong with that one over there as well. But for now, we can come up here. We can just say, give me unrouted pipes, and make a dozen or 16 of those, I guess. What do we run out of? Iron ingots. Memory stick R. Why? It is in use. I just stuck it in here because I was thinking, oh, that's an empty one. But it's definitely not. I don't know why it's labeled with an R. But it's definitely not empty. Where did it go? Get out of my inventory right now, memory stick R. Where are you? Where are you? Did I not get you? Where are you? I'm so sorry. Why is my brain the way that it is? I didn't even put it in my inventory. Because my inventory is full of crap! Memory stick R. You know what's sad about that? Is... At some point, I named that, and there was intention behind it. And I don't know what that intention was. This chest is just filling up with things that it's not getting rid of. Okay, so I'm going to break out this piece. I know, controversial. And we're going to have the unrouted transport pipes go down there. And that is where they're going to hook into the power. And I need to fix that as well, because that's going to drive me nuts. Hold on. No, this will be quick and easy. Watch this. Situation dealt with. Okay. And I do have power down there, but I don't have enough energy cables to get it back here. So we're going to have to go convert more of these into the HV ones. So another 60 of those. And we'll kind of see... Hold on. Do I have more? I have 2 more. It's almost 2 perfect. So that gives us 66. And that'll be plenty, I hope. See how I almost used the wrong teleporter there? But that should be plenty to finish getting us from... This is what this looks like from in here. But that should be enough to get us from here to over there. It was not. It was just not. I underestimated the size of this building. Really? I made 60 more. And you know what? It got us close enough. That's close enough for us to go ahead and grab our second logistics power doohickey and figure out what direction it needs to be plugged in, because it did actually have a preference. I can't remember what it was. Was it like it liked to be plugged in from the bottom or something like that? Let's see. I put that there, and then I put this on top of it. Oh. Oh. Okay, so just because it doesn't look like it's physically plugged in, it is still getting power. That's weird, but yeah, alright, it's working fine. It doesn't matter. I'm not too pressed one way or the other. Let's just go ahead and route these cables around, and we know that this one here needs to be a basic cable. So there we go, that's power going into the grid now. This one is still red, and I'm wondering if that's just a matter of... Because it's like intersecting... Does that matter? If I place another one somewhere, like if I place one right here, that also turns red. Okay. Well, let's have a look at our logistics pipes and see if we can see anything that might explain that behavior. There's no types of pipe in here I'm seeing that you might need for, like, a crossover. Maybe... It just needs to be, instead of, maybe it just needs to be like a basic pipe. Oh yeah. Okay, so I guess for intersections, you're going to have to use, instead of the unfiltered pipe, you're going to need to use a basic logistics pipe for some arbitrary reason. So now we're going to start moving some of these over there. And in particular, I want to get the things that require like more EMC. So this is only 64. So it really only needs one. This is 256. We might want to have it on 128, 64, 60. Wait a minute. I'm not looking at these correctly. It might kind of seem like everything we did over here was for naught, since I'm literally moving it all over to someplace else. But I don't want you to view it that way. Everything we did over here had its purpose. It was all just figuring this stuff out. All of this over here was for testing. And we figured it out. We learned together. And now we're moving it over here so that in the future it can be used better. Okay, I just learned something very important about using the industrial workbench. You'll notice I've got the quick sort module. First off, I forgot to enable recursive crafting, so we've got that on now. But it will not let me craft them, even though it's got all of the items it needs right down here. Well, you got to turn this on. Use NBT. Only for item collection. Some recipes do not support this. Well, you definitely need it turned on, because then you can actually get the quicksort module, and then if you need it, like an item sync, except now the item sync's not working. Turn that back on. Did it turn itself off? What? It turns off. Oh, I guess it doesn't stay on permanently. Only for item collection, some recipes. I guess it turns itself off automatically. That's a little bit frustrating, but there you go. We turn that on. We can actually craft these things, and then it's unfortunate it turns itself off. But if you're ever having trouble getting something like this out of here, well, now it's saying that it can't find a recipe for advanced chips, which, actually, yeah, I don't have that programmed in there. That's totally fair. Okay, see, this is what I mean by we might also want signs, because what is that? It's 10, I know it, because I just put it in there, but at a glance, what is that? So, I mean, now, here's the deal. What I'm wondering is, can one of these pass an item through another one of these, or is that going to create some sort of an issue? It seems perfectly okay with it. That's good. Okay, so we are very close now to having this set up exactly the same over here as we had it over there. One of the things that you fine folks might be wondering is where exactly we're going to build all of the automation. So we want to have it all close enough to this wall that certain things can be fed back in. So, for example, we're going to need to manufacture the copper cables. Well, I would rather just have copper cables because they're not a raw item. They're going to be manufactured, maybe stored on this wall. So this wall will be where we fill it with manufactured things that'll be needed by multiple different recipes, because multiple different things we might want to automate require copper cables. So we might have that be one of these walls here, and this wall will only be for raw items. But the thing is, we can do that assembly anywhere we want to. We can run these pipes clear across the building, and as long as, I guess they're all in the same loaded chunks, it'll just work. It'll just call the items out of here as it needs them. And, I mean, we might do that just right over here, though. We might just have this floor area here be covered. And maybe even in multiple levels, have like glass floors separating different tiers of machines just churning out different items. I just got chills. And we'll have it all routed around through the floor, and they'll just be, ooh, this is exciting stuff. What I love is I can just fast travel to right here, and I need some more of these so I can just, like, fetch them real quick. And I really didn't need that many of them, but then also send me down there with some of these. Thank you. And then just, whoop, I'm back here again. Another teleporter on this side of the building would be very much appreciated, though. Maybe just, like, in line with this line here, but, like, well, not over there. That's going to be the wall of stuff. Okay, so all of these are rigged in, and not all of these are occupied. Only a few of them are. But this is just an example of what the wall will look like when all of our stuff is stored inside of it. Now we do need quite a few of these quick sort modules. I wonder why the item sync modules don't stack, but the quick sort do. Right, so this has all of our copper cables in it. I'm gonna go ahead and take this over there, and then you... I'm not that dumb. I know not to break that. Oh gosh, inventory full of stuff now. So rubber is another item that is manufactured. I wonder if... I mean, what else are we gonna do with sticky resin other than use it for rubber? Should we maybe not even store it on the raw item wall and just have it as part of another wall of things that are only ever made to be processed? Does it make sense to store sticky resin? What else can you do with it? Hold on, sticky resin. If there's any other uses for it that are actually practical. Okay, I mean, it can be used to make sticky pistons, and I don't know if we'll ever automate that. It can be used to make torches. It can be used to make sticky dynamite. I guess there's a reason for it to exist. Yeah, organic mesh. What is that used for? I've ended up somewhere weird. Raw carbon. What? Oh, I've ended up in a very strange place. I've gone down a strange line. I don't like it. But let's say out of the floor here is where we're going to end up getting our now cooked up rubber. So sticky resin goes down there, and then maybe comes up like right here and gets processed and then shipped off again. So right now there is a light exactly where I want to place this machine. So I'm just going to break that and kind of hope there's no negative consequences to it. It might get a little bit dark over here. We might have to surround this machine with lights. The whole floor might end up being light before all is said and done, if we're all being honest. That would probably be a better approach anyway. Oh, there's just too much stuff to be getting on with. There's just too much stuff. It is getting out of control. Similarly, all of this down here, like, yeah, right now we have these hallways, but at some point this might all end up just being hollowed out because there's going to be cables and electrical and things and lights routing just all over the place, and it'll just become impractical for there to be hallways when it would just be easier and more straightforward for it to just be one large, open, sort of basement situation. Like this here. Why even have this here? There's no reason for this little thing to be here, and yet there it is, and I've built lights all around the base of it, and now I'm going to build lights all around this. Alright, so for now, what we're going to do is we're going to grab some basic bog standard cobblestone and just plop that down there so that on top of it we may place our centrifugal extractor. Now, the issue here is that we're going to need to pipe items into it, out of it, and also power. So power we might do right at the bottom, in which case this one right here is going to be our item input and export. So we've got a MK2. I think we'll use that, because that'll work for input and output. And let's go. Come on now. So now we can successfully, safely remove that bit of stone. And we will run our unrouted cables down. I wonder if this intersection here will need to end up being... Well, hold on, we'll find out. Yeah, so I think anytime there is an intersection, that has to be not an unrouted cable, but a basic cable. I don't know why they're not just one and the same. I didn't design this mod pack, so no one obviously asked me what I thought the best case would be. So we'll have that right there, and nice, we're getting there. Now we just need so many glass fiber cables, like such an obscene amount of glass fiber cableage. We've got 58. That's just not going to be enough. This is another thing that's going to be a lot better when we just have sort of a, oh shoot, you know what? Hold on. Hold on. You need to have a transformer inside of you. And there was one before, and I don't know where it ended up. But under no circumstances shall we be plugging that in without a transformer. I'm glad I remembered. I seem to have lost the transformer. That is unfortunate. Didn't happen to just kind of fall down here, did it? I mean, at this point, so much time has passed that if it did, it would have despawned. Maybe that's for the best, though. Because maybe what we should do instead is we should have just one MV transformer, like a proper MV transformer, which we already know we have one of inside of here. And then that way, all of the machines that we end up hooking up over here for automation will be able to plug into it safely without blowing up. So you make cables, I think. Give me another stack of those. And what we're going to have to do... Oh, gosh darn it. That was kind of funny, though. Hold on, what button can I click to safely open this door? I guess with my sword. There we go. once we're down here, we're gonna have to run power. I mean, at least it's kind of started here. So I guess what we'll have to do is just curve it around. There we go. And now we run it. Technically, it already goes down here, so it's like part of the way there. So it might be faster to just come off of here and go over there. That might actually make a whole lot more sense. You can see what I mean, though. I think earlier we said this was going to all end up being like spaghetti wire, and it definitely is starting to look that way now, and I kinda love it. Nope. Nope. That was foolish of you, game, to think that that is in any way comparable. That would have been a disaster. I want to throw out there that yes, wireless power is a thing. I've gotten that comment before. You can use the item or the teleporters, like the body teleporters, to teleport power around. We're not doing that here because it's all local and I'd rather have it hardlined. It's kind of like Wi-Fi, isn't it? It's like, sure, Wi-Fi works and it's getting fast, but if you can have a physical copper cable or even better fiber, that is the better option in almost every situation. Now, we've already run out of cables, but fortunately, long ago, many moons ago, in one of the earlier episodes of this series, it came to me like a fairy in the night and kissed my forehead was the idea that we might need someplace. And by the way, this is now I remember where all those other industrial work tables that I was talking about earlier ended up. We might need a lot of these. And now we can get a lot of them just by holding down shift and clicking. And that is convenient. Should we have an MFSU down here? Just to store extra power for all of our machines? Like, in case something should happen to the power grid, they have their own sort of battery backup to keep them going. So, if we're going to do a transformer right here, we might as well do... Yeah, well, let's also do an MFSU. That sounds like it'll be fun. And we're using the term fun here in a very loose sort of way. Oh, are you kidding me? For copper block. Couldn't find the recipe for copper ingot. So do you need copper ingots or do you need copper blocks? I'm confused. Here's copper ingots. Do you need a block of copper? You need rubber? You need a lot of things, don't you? You're very persnickety. So it looks like the thing now can't find a recipe for advanced alloy. Except... Oh, no, I guess we never did teach it how to make advanced alloy. I think we've been making that manually this whole time. Wait a minute. Hold on. Now wait just a second. Wait just a darn second. Hold on. Bronze doesn't have an EMC value. Has that been a thing for a while now? Really? I thought that it did. Did they get rid of it? I'm not bothered, really. I just... Hold on. Okay, alright, now wait a minute. Wait, okay, so I checked inside of here for bronze, and it's not in here, and I was like, well, that's unfortunate, because I thought bronze had an EMC value. It doesn't, but the dust does. Okay, well, then wait a second. If I come over here now and I cook this up, why not, oh my gosh, my eyes. I've not stared at a screen this long, even with the big light on. We've been going for, 2.5 hours, baby! I guess I've probably done some live streams that long, I don't know. I'm confused, why not just give this stuff an EMC value, but whatever. Anyway, I'm almost positive this is what we need down there. Also, I figured out what's keeping all of consuming all of our power. It's all of these machines that we have turned on and set to run at all times when they really don't need to be. What's keeping you turned on? Oh, they're right on top here. What is that back there? Oh, those pieces of glass didn't get changed. That's odd. I guess maybe because they're hidden, I didn't notice? Interesting. I mean, I'm not going to do it right now, and honestly, I'll probably forget, because if I don't do it right now, what's going to remind me later? But can I get one of these now? Thank you. Gosh, what a process that was. I guess I'll go ahead and fix the glass, too. I mean, did that happen anywhere else? Are there creepers out here or anything? I mean, yeah, there's monsters out here, but geez. Yeah, okay, kind of all over the place. Well, let's just see, then. I don't want to reset my... Where... Why am I so bad at just seeing things that are right in front of me? Speaking of failed relationships... Okay, it looks like it was just those. I'll hold on to the rest of this glass, though, just in case that changes. And anyway, back downstairs we go. I might rerun all of these power cables at some point to have them all be on one side of the wall, maybe inset in the wall, and then be stacked so that it's not just sort of mess above my head. But that's something for me to do later. For right now, let's have our... That's an MFE. That's not MFSU at all. I went very southern there for a moment. I'm very disappointed at the fact that what I grabbed, apparently, was an MFE when what I needed was an MFSU. So it turns out that right now it really wants some more rubber. So I'm going to grab some rubber here out of my rubber bag, and I'm going to go ahead and grab me... Is that actually... That's the actual MFSU. Alright, alright. Now what we're going to do is we're actually going to manually fly ourselves over here, because there ain't no reason for us to fast travel. We can just glide our way down here nice and quick like. And let me tell you what we're going to do, because we got an MFE anyway. We're going to do MFSU into Transformer into MFE. And that'll be double storage we got down here for these machines. Now, you might say, now, Reese, now that seems like it's a little bit overkill. And what I say to you is what I say to my wife every day. I say, honey, sometimes you gotta go a little bit overkill. That's what you gotta do. I thought for sure that might blow up. I wasn't sure if I was doing it what was in the right direction. Is this one now charging? This one is now what charging is. And then this one I think might be turn around backward there. And, or actually, no, the MFE be what turn around backwards. Well, I tell you what now, before we go ahead and plug it in proper like, let's go ahead and double check again that we're doing it correctly. I don't want one of these to accidentally blow up. That is an actual fear that I have, because I keep forgetting what direction they need to be oriented in. So, we can check that real quickly by going... What did we blow up here recently by accident? Oh, literally, right, I know exactly where we need to go. Right here. Where we can find out whether or not... right, we can't right-click. We gotta go down here. Let's see. U. Okay, the input is the off color. The input is the off color. See, we could have just blown up our MFE if we weren't paying enough attention. My goodness. Okay, so somehow I've got to get this thing to reverse. Not that direction. I don't want to brake. That's not what I want. I want you to go up there, but I want you to be the opposite direction. Stop. I need you to face that direction. What if I, like, do a shift and right-click? Because if I just break this, and then we do that, but then when I put this up there, is it actually gonna... Well, now how do I get that to face that way? Somehow it got power in it. Somehow, at some point, I managed to get it turned around and such that it managed to get some power into it. Oh, wait a minute. I'm confused. Wait just a sec. No, hold on. It accepts power from any direction. The green is the output. So that's set up correctly, but does that mean that this isn't? Now I am confused. See, now I am very confused. What am I doing wrong? This is hooked up correctly. This is hooked up correctly. This, I'm pretty sure, is hooked up correctly. You know what? Forget it. I've come up with a much simpler solution. That, and then this, and then this, and then you need to be over here, and then that, and then this. But you're not getting power. But you should be? But the green is the output. So you're getting... You're losing power. Oh, it went over here. Does it do it in chunks? Hold on a second. So when this gets to 512... I'm so confused. Yes. When it gets to 512, it sends it in a spurt. It oughtn't. It oughtn't to do that. But that is what it do. I don't care anymore. Plug the darn thing in. See me care. You won't. You're plugged in now. You should be getting power. Why are you not getting power? Probably because it's not turned on. Let's turn it on. Okay. Something's happening. Oh, it's out of power now. Is it because this is only sending power? Something is not right. I feel like something has gone wrong. I'm not sure what, but something has gone wrong. Is it because of the length of the runs? Does that have anything to do with it? I feel like it cannot. I feel like that cannot be the case. Don't these things have an incredibly long... Hold on. Let's just look it up. I don't... Let's see. Glass fiber cable. IC2 Classic. So it does have loss. And it has so there's a loss and then a mean loss. So that's 0.025 EU. Does that mean per block? That's really not enough to worry about. Or the mean loss is 0.1 EU. But I'm not sure if that's like per block or after a certain distance. I wonder if it wouldn't be a bad idea to use MFSUs spaced periodically as a sort of way to boost the signal over time, or like revitalize the signal over time and over distance. So if we just come over here and we grab another MFSU, of course we're out of literally everything for it. Alright, I grabbed a couple of additional MFSUs, so we're going to head right down the basement here, and I think that right here, where the power first enters the basement, might be a good place to have one. Because from here it goes to a bunch of other MFSUs. See how this one's filling up much, much faster? I think that might be down to just transmission over long distance loss. That's the one thing I can think of. That, and only so much power is being produced. And that power is being used to recharge the teleporters and run all those machines upstairs. So only so much of it is going down that hallway. But it might be worth attempting to use these to see if we can't sort of bolster the signal a little bit. So there's one right there, and that's sort of the supply. Although I can't help but notice that it is not outputting anymore because it's facing some abstract direction, no doubt. So then we go down this hallway where we have... Actually, this run goes nowhere. This run just dead ends here because it's a mess. No, actually, it creates a weird loop because it loops back and connects to there, so it connects in two different places and then goes this way. So maybe we should have a junction here. This is a good position, I think, because this is where it's going into these and producing power. And those are also consuming some of our juice. So yeah, you can see by the time it gets here, not a whole lot in there. Not a whole lot in there at all. Also, I suppose it's possible, one might say, that... What if we break this? Just for no real reason. What if we break that? And we no longer have a power loop. So it looks like it's doing about the same thing. That's how much of our energy is actually making it down to right here. Which is not a lot. And so that explains why. That I don't think that has anything to do with loss. I think that's just power is being consumed other places. The large nuclear reactor that we built is just not enough anymore. And we're not even getting power here at all. None whatsoever. Probably because I disconnected that thing. Which means... Oh my gosh, you know what, folks? I'll tell you what. All of the power going down this line, coming through this MFSU, I guarantee you, is being consumed by these. Which is being used to try to fill this massive battery up. Which, that's stalled as well. Probably should plug this back in. Just to give a fighting chance for power to get down the line there. Are we consuming more than we're producing now? It looks like we are. Because we're filling up two MFSUs down here. We're filling up this one here, this sort of booster relay. Now we got to get it filled up. It's filling up pretty quickly. So the majority of the base's power is coming to here. This is where most of the power is being sent. It's being then distributed to here to fill this up. And then to fill that one up over there. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. We might want to eliminate this one, for now at least. Because we have to slowly wait for it to trickle charge before it sends a charge to here. We might want to just take this one out of the mix. and actually just have whatever power does go down here actually just go directly into the MFE. But no power is going down here. You know what we could do is, oh, well, we can't get a generator out of here. What I was going to say is if we needed to, just to kind of make sure things are running over here until we get all of our solar panels built, which is what we're going to be moving to away from nuclear energy, we could just build some bog standard generators. That's where we're at right now, I feel. We don't have to. There's other options. But it's going to be quick and easy to come over here and say, hey, build me a generator, you know? And we could grab, like, 4 of those and just stick them on the grid. Just because we're getting desperate. We're getting desperate. Of course, power's being consumed over here as well to make UU matter. And we could turn that off, and that would be a big boon to power if we wanted to. Turn off the mass fabricator. Just temporarily. Because it uses a lot of power. And we'll kind of see where that gets us. You know, if it makes any sort of substantial difference at all. That's just filling up. I don't think it will, because we're also still limited to the amount of power we can carry along that cable. This does look like it's filling up quite a bit faster. So I bet you if we go down here... I'm going to forget to turn that back on, of course. So that's wasted potential energy we could be generating. How are you? It's not filling up that fast, though. It's really not. Yeah, so that is not filling up at all. Now, presumably quite a bit of that power is going to fill this up. But no, I mean, it's turned on, but it's not running. So let's go ahead and we're going to, first off, repair that hole that we just made in the ceiling. We're going to put that MFSU back down, and we're going to take those 4 generators we just built, plop them here, and we're going to fill those. I mean, it's not like we're hurting for EMC, so it doesn't really matter. Can we get a block of Aeternalis fuel for each of them? That'll burn for a very long time. Like a very long time. So those will continue running. And that will also... That won't just go here. It'll go here first because I think it's the closest. But that will backfeed to the rest of the grid as well. And that means we might actually start to see the MFE charge up here. This is embarrassing, though, that this is where we're at right now. It's temporary. It's temporary. And in fact, folks who just watched the series, you know, when episode 30 comes out, well, they'll know, because we won't have built the solar panels yet. It'll be a reveal to them, though. Right now, they're like, man, this Howdy Folks series is going great. Nothing sort of embarrassing or shameful going on with their power situation. They don't know. They don't know yet. And hopefully they never will know. Unless they sign up to become channel members, in which case they'll know my deep, dark secret. Well, tell you what, if we're going to have 10 generators going, I think we can safely turn this back on and have it keep running. Continuing to generate more UU matter for all the good in the world it's doing us. We'll go ahead and grab 6 more Aeternalis fuel blocks, shameful though it may be. And we're actually going to, because this is having so much trouble... 0.86. Yeah, it's definitely draining. We're gonna put 5 of these here. This is so bad that this is where we're at. But we're gonna get these running. And that should be a real boon to this MFSU. And since this connection over here has been made, we might go ahead and disconnect this. Because now all of this should still... Oh my gosh, wait, is this not even connected? No, it is. Yeah, and this is all still connected back to there. So, at least now, all of the power that goes down this line is exclusively going to here, to power these, to do this. Meanwhile, over here, we will have these 5 generators dedicated solely to filling up this MFSU and this MFE and powering those machines up top. So we'll throw down another one of these with another Aeternalis fuel. That's going to take so long to burn. It's going to be crazy. That's going to eventually fill up this. This is starting to fill up, which means the power needs of our machine have been met. And it's starting to speed up. So now, we can actually get to finishing this up. And what we're going to do here is have a black hole storage unit. Going to put a... I guess in this case we will want to use... Because we want to be able to put items in and extract them. We're going to want to use the MK2. And we will hook that in, I guess, with just another unrouted pipe. We will fill you up. We actually have one already, don't we, for copper cables? Yeah, so break that one. Replace it with this one. We will need to place down, like, an item frame. I don't know where to put the item frame in this situation. Things are going to be a little bit different over here. Let's say item frame will go... I guess below it. Because the last one of these is going to be touching the ceiling. So that's what that one is. And inside of here, for right now, the only thing we need to put inside of it is a, not a quick sort. It will need a quick sort eventually. But for right now, it needs to have... You know what? I wonder if these actually maintain their configuration. That's what we need to check. Maybe that's the reason why they don't stack. Yeah. Disable that. And then we want to reconfigure it to say, hey, you know what? I would like to request from the grid copper cables. So give me a copper cable. Shoot. Well, I mean, that could have stayed there. That's fine. But you need to request copper cables. That's what you're going to store. I'm sure there's probably a better way of doing that. We might end up... I'm sure there's an item specifically for storage, for connecting something up to the network and saying this is what gets stored here. I feel like it's probably not the item sync. At least I don't think that's what we need. But we do need an item sync here. And we want to go ahead and... so that one is correct. Yeah, that's the one we want there. We're going to move it up top. So it should now be connected up, and then where we have these, this is where we're going to want to put our quick sort. And there we go. There goes those. Those will go into here, where they'll get produced. And then we need to add another quick sort module. So now it knows what's in there. I guess this is what we're doing. So what we should see is these get extracted because we have a quick sort module. But that's not what we're seeing. Oh wait, that's just producing rubber. Oh, I'm so dumb. So rubber's gonna go in there, and then we will reconfigure this to not request a copper cable, but to instead request rubber. This is a bit of a convoluted process, isn't it? There we go. So that should start pulling those out and dumping them in there. Beautiful. That's so wacky the way they move in and out, but it looks pretty cool. And if we come down here, we can actually see all of this happening in real time. Oh, this is cool. I like this. I've come across an issue. I don't want this machine to hook up right there. I only want it to hook up into this one. This might cause me issues if it's hooked up to right there. But I don't know what to do about that. I've got a wrench, but, like, what can I do? Nothing that I can tell. Disconnection upgrade? You should also be able to use a pipe plug. Really? Can I just do that? That would be swell. I mean, I would love that. No. No, maybe back in the day, maybe back in the elder days. Long, long ago. But not anymore. Disconnection upgrade. Why is it an upgrade? Also, is that something that's going to take up room inside of my pipe? Because I've only got room for two things. I'll just run it to the other side, whatever. Okay. So that is configured, and that is now working. Yes, perfect. Or at least it's working for one of the ingredients. I'm starting to run out of the different things that we need to make this work. And I'm not seeing any more. Specifically, I think I'm out of item sinks and the quick sorters. So we're only getting, it looks like... Actually, no, nothing. What did we get? Yeah, okay, so we're just getting rubber. Where's rubber? Rubber's over there. Right. I have to pee so bad right now, but at this point, I'm 3 hours and 5 minutes into this, and I'm getting it done, dadgummit. I've spent so much of my day on this. I'm never gonna get this time back. I'm committed. I'm committed. Give me these. Give them to me. Give me one. Give me... That's really all of them? Really? What did we run out for? Blank manifold. You can absolutely make a blank module. I don't know why I said manifold. Also, look, there's some of these just in here. We'll just take these with us. Copper. There we go. So there those go. Down the line. Sing it with me one more time. They're all going in. And soon, my friend, you'll see that it's a brand new day to sing hey hey. Pop that on there and add an item sync and make it request copper cables. And I think we're done now, except for one thing, which is that this is no longer powered, so it's running at a much lower speed. Which means, oh look, that's connected now. That's good. We need more HV cables. Man, I did not realize how much power these things were consuming. The MFSU is not even starting to fill up. And remember, now that we've disconnected this line, the only place this power is going is into these generators to convert it all into RF. But someday, possibly, that'll just be full, and we won't need as much power, but also possibly not. I made quite a few of these cables. I made maybe too many of them, if we're all being honest with ourselves. But I made a lot of them because I'm sure we'll need more in the future. Someday I'll also clear all of this space out. This will just be one giant underground facility, I'm sure. And at that point, we'll have to rethink all of our power configuration because it is a mess right now. But today is not that day. Today is the day where we just do this nonsense like that. Perfect. It doesn't matter. I don't think that that's connected. It's not going to cause any problems. But what it will do... And you know what? We should probably put a way to get in and out of there a little bit better at some point. But for now, we're just going to go ahead and... we'll leave it. We'll leave it as it is. This should be going quite a bit faster. Yep, noticeably faster. It's all automated. Folks, all of that to end up right where we were at the end of the last episode, but more complicated. When you really look at what we've done here, it's exactly the same, just more complicated. And it's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. This wall of items here, with room to expand. There's room for so much more. So many more random items to be generated. We're going to go through and add more random items to be generated. And then down here, look at this. Look at the beauty of the items being inserted and then extracted, and the beauty of the items being inserted and then extracted. And I bet you if we go down here and we look at the exchange, oh, it's probably a glorious mess of perfect cohesion. I'm so glad we got this set up and working. Oh, look at it all just going through that exchange. Just zipping around. Zippity-doo-dah, zippity-yay. My, oh my, what a wonderful day. Plenty of sunshine heading my way. Zippity-doo-dah, zippity-yay. I know that from the Splash Mountain, which has been torn down, because apparently it's Briar Rabbits from like a racist movie or something. I don't keep track of the nonsense. What I do know is that that's a fantastic song, and I will hear no complaints against it. It's kind of like... It's like when Christians complain about other Christians celebrating Halloween, and it's like, don't you know the origins? And it's like, the origins are irrelevant. What matters is what we've made it, which is a holiday where you dress up as your favorite Marvel character and get free candy. Get out of here! Zippity-doo-dah is... why does this light up every so often? What does that signify? I wonder, do they all do that? These aren't doing that. Oh, I guess they are. They're sparkling blue. Interesting. What about these over here? Maybe when something gets extracted from them? Oh yeah, they do a little sparkle. Okay. Alright. This is gonna, like, start to cook my computer. Once it's going at, like, full bore generating, once it's going full bore generating solar panels, my computer's just gonna melt, and it's gonna be beautiful. I mean, this kind of means that we could start to retire these and move them over to this side and have them be automated in such a manner, because what we've done over here, I mean, this kind of is gonna stay the way that it is for now, because I don't have any use for the little doodahs that get sucked into here, whatever they're called. Like, we have no reason for that. The tiny dry rubber, its only function is to be turned into dry rubber, which is then turned into plastic. But, like, this over here, like, we've got so much redundancy in these setups, because, like, this is generating glass, this is generating glass. Over there, we just have glass. We just have glass, and we could have that piped around to wherever we needed it. We could have it piped into here. Well, that might fill the inventory, but you know what I mean. And we can just, to heck with this. Yeah, making them on demand, I mean, it's fun, but doesn't it make way more sense to just have it be infinitely generated? Have an infinite number of white inverted lamps? Have an infinite number of the cables? Possibly. I don't know. I mean, not everything needs to be automated. We're not going to automate, I should say, everything, because some things we can just get with EMC. Really, it's just things that are finicky to build and annoying, like solar panels, particularly medium voltage solar. Gosh, that place freaks me out every time. Oh, I've got to go pee now. Thank you folks for watching. Thank you all for your support. I think we're going to do one more. I think we're going to do one more episode where we add everything we need for solar panels, and then episode 30 will be showing off our work and then showing how it all works as we set up medium voltage solar panel automation. High voltage? I don't know about that. Let's see, what are the HV solar panels? My only hesitation, high voltage water wheel. How does that work? I've never heard of such a thing. How that is something to look into. Sealable HV kit. Get out of here. This is what we're talking about right here. And in fact, let's just look up solar panel, because there's hybrid ones as well. The hybrid ones are cool. The hybrid solar panel and the ultimate hybrid solar panel, which is a high voltage, a hybrid solar panel, it's plasma cores, enriched samarium alloy. I think this just adds storage into it, which might be a thing to consider. We might go with the hybrid solar panel with the medium voltage one. I don't know, iridium plates. This is actually not all that unobtainable at this point. It's just iridium. Yeah, this is not an impossible task that it once felt like it would be. Perfectly reasonable that we build a bunch of those and just surround the base with them and generate infinite power from the sun. That could be fun. But what was the reason that I was going to say? Because we can just, if we're automating medium voltage, then we're only one step away from high voltage. So we'd like to have medium voltage being pumped into a storage container, and then at that point, we debate whether or not we want to go through what is going... The problem is the iridium. It's going to require so much power. It might be better to get a bunch of medium voltage solar panels set up and generating power, and then go back and use that power to generate the UU matter, because we're going to need a lot of UU matter. And maybe just having a bunch of medium voltage solar panels is the way to do that. So that's what we're going to focus on. Next time, we automate regular solar panels. We have those manufacturing. And then episode 30 is we take everything we've learned and we present it to the masses, saying this is what I and the channel members have been working on. This is how it all works. Let's automate medium voltage. And then from there, Iroth shows up and kills us all or something. I don't know. Thank you folks for watching. God bless you. I'm going to go to the restroom now. Goodbye. Oh!
This is real tense. And then there's the...
That was scary. Howdy folks, how are y'all doing? My name is Reese, and that was the sound of a Red Letter Media video starting up. Welcome back to the fourth, possibly, hopefully, final installment of our, I mean, it's not going to be the last a channel member only video in the Tekkit series, but it's going to be the last one before episode 30, hopefully, unless there ends up being a 5th one. We're going to be building solar panels today, hopefully, but one thing I wanted to look at before we did that was I wanted to get an idea of how long these are going to burn, because they're still burning, and we've actually managed to now fill up the MFE such that it is remaining filled, and it is now filling up the MFSU. And if we fly down here, remember, all of that power is getting backfed. So it is going all the way back down this line, it is going all the way back down that line, all the way back to that corner over there, where it should be helping to fill up our 2 teleporting MFSUs, and then it'll also make its way back to here, where hopefully someday, once, you know, that MFSU is filled up and that one over there is filled up, maybe this one will also get filled up. I mean, a fella can hope and dream, right? If we fly over here, you'll see what I mean. Remember, these are all connected, so that power is coming back to here and is being fed into here, where it's charging this one up, this one should be charged, and it doesn't really matter that we broke this cable here, because this power is still getting fed back to that machine, which I realized after I'd already filmed this one. Remember when we broke that one and I said, well, now at least all of the power from these is being delivered to here. No, it is not. It's also being backfed down this line. I do think it'll go to its closest place first, though, possibly, which is going to be to this MFSU, which is going to be filling up, hopefully, this big battery someday. I mean, in an ideal world, we could create a bank more of these and fill it up with Aethernalis fuel blocks, which I have one right here, speaking of. But I'm going to keep paranoid checking the OBS. This hasn't come out yet, but I did a video in Xenoblade Chronicles 3 where I forgot to unpause. I paused... I mean, this has only been talked about in that episode that's not been edited yet. But I burned my finger, the middle one. You can't tell. It's perfectly healed now. Except for the fact that there's a lot of callus on it, and it'll just never focus on it, so you'll never see it. But I was cooked with my iron skillet, and then I rinsed it off with some hot water and a light scrub of the brush, because you're supposed to clean your cast iron skillet. I don't care what your grandpa told you, he was wrong. And then I put it back on the stove and heated it up and was re-oiling it. My fingers slipped off the towel I was using directly onto the hot iron. Just the very tip of my middle finger just barely kissed it, and I was like, "Ah!" So in the middle of that video, it got to be burning so badly that I had to get up and put some like burn cream on it and a band-aid, and it immediately made it stop burning, like instantaneous. But I came back, and like the goober I was, I didn't unpause the recording. So there's an entire half of a video missing where I did Monica's hero quest, and a series that only about 30 people ever watch, so I can't imagine anyone's going to be too upset about it, but I'm pretty upset about it, because I was trying to document my entire experience in the game, and I've now missed that one, so that's fantastic. I'll probably end up... You can go to, like, Event Theater and replay the cutscenes, at least, I hope. I might just, like, commentate that as the second half of the video. But now I'm, like, paranoid, always checking over here to make sure it's recording and not pause, like, constantly looking. What I need is to have some sort of light. Just like a bright red light. When I hit record. I guess I could do that on the Steam Deck, but the Linux Steam Deck thing broke. It doesn't work anymore. I don't know what I did. Speaking of Linux, I'm currently running Pop! OS in the gaming computer, and it's probably not going to be updated anytime soon to actually support my new GPU, so I'm probably going to end up copying my install off of that NVMe drive over to an SSD, and then using that NVMe drive to load a number of different OSs. What I've considered doing is installing a few different options, and then, because all of my games and everything are installed on a separate drive, I can just boot to whatever works best for whatever I'm playing. So I can have, like, Fedora, I can still have Pop! OS, I can have them all on that one NVMe drive, because it's a terabyte drive, and it does not need a whole terabyte, so I can just, like, sequester it and just switch to whatever OS is going to work best for whatever game I'm playing. That could be fun. Shared home directories is a thing, but after kind of looking into it, I think there might be some issues there with that I don't really want to mess around with, so the other alternative would be different SSD for different OS, but I'm all out of NVMe slots. I'd have to use, like, an adapter for a PCIe I've only got 1x16 slot available, and it only runs, I think, it's only electrically a x8, and I don't know if my board supports bifurcation, so I'd have to get like a PLX chip. Why am I talking about this? Why am I a father or daughter board, whatever it would be called, to like host all 4 drives in the PLX chip? It doesn't matter. I don't know what I'll do. I'll figure it out as we go. Finally got the fans in for my PC case, though, so that's going to be a video we do soon. I'm just talking about things that aren't important. What is important is Aeternalis fuel. I did a little calculations before this started, because I wanted to know how long this would burn, right? So, if we have a look at the recipe for an Aeternalis fuel block, and I already did this calculation, so I know what it's going to come out to. A fuel block is made up of 9 Aeternalis fuel. So we're going to put 9 into our calculator. That is made up of 4 Mobius fuel, so we're... Mobius. Xenoblade. 9 times 4. That's 36. So an Aeternalis fuel block is the equivalent of 36 Mobius fuel. But wait. Each Mobius fuel is made up of 4 alchemical coal. So, 36 times 4, that's 144. So, another 4... Wait, hold on, no, somewhere I went wrong. Wait, I went wrong somewhere. Hold on a minute, wait a minute, hold on. Go back, I've done the calculation incorrectly. Because I already did this once and it came out to something completely different. Okay, that's made up of 9 of those. So we start off with 9, right? We're all in agreement. So 9, and then it's 4 Mobius fuel, so 9 times 4 equals 36. And then there's 4 alchemical coal in that. So 36 times 4 is 144. Oh, it looks like I did do this right, and maybe I got it wrong the first time. And then that takes 4 coal, so 144 times 4 is 576. Is that correct? Is that correct? I got 512 the first time I did this. What did I do differently? Aeternalis fuel block. Oh, I know what I did differently. I didn't calculate this as 9. I calculated it as 8. Because 8 times 4 times 4 times 4 is 512. But there's not 8 of them. There's 9 of them in here. So, yeah, so it's 9 times 4 times 4 times 4. So yeah, an Aeternalis fuel block is the equivalent of 576 pieces of coal. These are going to be burning for a very long time. We don't even have to think twice about them. We can just leave those alone. They'll continue to provide supplemental power while we try to figure out... I really didn't need to put them in different places. It's all going to backfeed into the same system. Today we're going to make solar panels. That's going to be the end goal. So, what we already have being made right now, and mob slaughter factory. We can get rid of some of these things, because we've built some of this already. We don't really need it up here. It's just taking up space. But all the rest of this can stay, because I don't think we'll need any more extractors, but we might. And we want to build these things in the future anyway. So what has not been automated is the creation of generators and the creation of electronic circuits. Those are both going to be required to get the solar panel. Of course, we've already got glass being generated, and we've already got coal blocks being generated, so we need to build something to grind those up, and we'll probably end up building a... I'm sorry, wait, extractor? I beg your pardon? Scrap box tin ore. How does that help me? How does that get me anywhere near what I need? Go back into here. Coal dust. We're going to build a macerator, but the faster one. I can't remember what it's called. Macerator? The rotary? I think it's rotary. It is rotary. Yeah, I should have just taken a guess, taken a gamble. And for that, we're going to need... I think in the past, we've used... Yeah, because we don't have scrap metal chunks. Although we do have scrap metal now. We could use this recipe, but in the past, we've used the alternative recipe. Electronic circuits. That's going to need the copper cables we've already manufactured. We're also going to have to get iron and turn it into refined iron. So we're going to have to build something to smelt it. So we're probably going to get the upgraded furnace, which, can I remember the name before I look at it? Oh, it's something like super duper furnace. Induction furnace, basically what I said, super duper furnace. So we'll have to build one of those. So we'll have a super duper furnace and a rotary macerator. And I think that's probably... Well, no, let me not say that. That's going to cook that up. Though that's going to grind that up. That's going to cook these up. And then glass is already done. Redstone's already being generated. Yeah, I think that'll be it. And of course, we're going to continue to store all of those objects over here, because we want to be able to use them for other projects as well, which means we need to make sure... By the way, today I'm going to be very aggressively cleaning out my inventory and keeping it all tidy. as best as I can, because last episode I started to lose my mind. So periodically I might just pause to put things away, and if that happens, you're just going to roll with it, okay? You just got to accept that that's going to happen. So we need to have a couple of these. One of these is going to be for the charcoal dust. One of these is going to be for our electronic circuits, and we're going to need one for the... What did we do? Generator. How did we decide to do this? Did we decide to go... Yeah, we're generating furnaces, so we'll need to have something manufacture machine blocks. So we'll need one for refined iron, one for machine blocks, and I think that's going to be it. Refined iron, machine blocks, coal dust. I've probably already forgotten something, but that's life. Sometimes in life, you just forget, and it's not because you're neglectful. I mean, you could argue you are neglectful as a result of forgetting, but it's not an intentional choice. You're not trying to be that way. You're just... I'm sorry. One thing that's frustrating is that in order to make the MK2 chassis, you have to already have some MK1s, which means I keep having to flash... I don't want to flash another one of these. I'm frustrated with the entire procedure. I don't want to do it anymore. There we go. So I think I need to make a number of these, actually. But can I just go ahead and make another one of these bad boys? What's the recipe for this? I'm missing an advanced chip. First things first, let's make another memory stick. And in fact, if we have the materials we need for it, let's make... Can we make two? We're missing... Can't find recipe for X2 insulated. Really? Oh, I guess it's not in there right now. So we got generators and MFSU. Let's take generators out and we'll stick in MFE. There we go. Can't find base upgrade. Oh, no, I don't think that one's been saved yet. Do I have... I might already have a key specifically for... Let's see, IC2 upgrades... IC2 comps. I don't know what IC2 comps is. IC2 upgrades might have what I need on it. But also, we do just have a base upgrade. Thing is, I would like to make a couple of these. So I'm going to need more than just that. But let's see. That'll give me the one of them. Place that there. What is an IC2 upgrades? Oh, literally just an upgrade. Beautiful. Alright. Well, we're not going to worry about base upgrades for now. One of these will do just fine. And should we go ahead and name it? What are we going to name this bad boy? This is going to be memory stick. Programmer. You know what? No, hold on. Logistics pipes 1. Because we'll probably need to make more in the future. So LPO1 is going to go in here. And open up a whole new world of possibilities for us. Like saving, first off, this recipe. And then also saving... Wait a minute, hold on, bring it back. That's the one. There we go. Raw, yeah, we've already got the raw... Okay, saving that one. So can we make this now? We can. We'll make a few of those. And we'll get those cooking up. I don't know how long the last episode ended up being, but... This one probably won't be as long. I'm going to probably talk less and have more cutaways. So go ahead and flash that to MK2. And there we go. I should now have 4 of these in here. And again, it's sort of frustrating that it won't sort, but I kind of understand that it's probably because this machine, if it allowed sorting, would somehow... I don't want to say confuse it, but it would probably mess it up in some way. Alright, there we go. I'll manually sort some things. That's still a little bit of a mess, but it gets the job done. I'm starting to think that maybe it didn't... The gold nuggets were inside of that other crafter for a different reason previously, but whatever. So we need 2 of these. Or 3? We'll probably need more. I'll go ahead and make 5 of them. And then also we'll make a couple of those, and then we'll run out of, redstone and other things. Grab a number of these, and then probably some more of these, just to be safe. Okay, and once we combine those with what's already in here, we should have an army powerful enough to overthrow the Jedi. Hopefully. They will be overwhelmed at the very least. Oh, wait a minute, why am I going back here? I'm not even slightly prepared. We still need furnaces, don't we? We need a furnace... And we'll need some auto workbenches. Haven't we built additional auto workbenches? Did I really only build the bare minimum last time? Did I not build some extras to have lying around? They would be under buildcraft. It definitely doesn't look like I did. Okay. Auto... We'll need... Let's see. How many auto workbenches? We're going to need to build... Can I not... Oh, I did save it. It's over there. So we'll need 1, 2, 3 auto workbenches. So we're going to have... enough stone gears and crafting tables to, if we wanted to, build half of a stack of these. But we're not going to. We're just going to build 3 of them. And then also I ended up with an extra stone gear. It was in here. I grabbed it. We didn't need it. It happens. Don't need that extractor anymore. At least I don't think we need another one. And we don't need to make any more generators. Today, we're focusing on rotary macerator and this. So how much can we get done right here? Can we just go ahead and possibly just make one of these out of electronic furnace? Oh, of course that's going to be the thing that we need. Okay, well, can we just go ahead and make one of these out of iron furnaces? Okay, well, there's no other recipes. Can we just go ahead and make one of these? We just need the one, right, to cook up the refined iron? Pretty sure that's all we need. Iron furnace. There you go. Are you happy now? Are we all pleased? Can we just stick that in there? And I don't even remember what stage we were at in this operation. Make it electric. Thank you. Make it super special. Thank you. Induction furnace. That was actually quick and painless. This will not be. Although, now that I think about it, it's probably going to make one of these immediately, right? Well, we don't have a stone macerator, so no, it in fact will not. And the alternative doesn't really help me any, because... I doubt we have cobblestone and flint inside of here. Surprisingly, yeah, we're missing... Well, it says just flint, but there's no cobblestone in there either. Swap these out for these, and that'll give me a macerator. And then from there, we just need to get the obsidian blades, which is going to be obsidian dust surrounding flint, or metal scrap. Don't we have that downstairs in the basement? I remember that being... like a major part of an entire episode at one point. Oh, good. The sword turned off because it's dead now. Are you full of, like, iron scrap? You are full of scrap metal. I'll take all of this. Thank you. I'll take all of these as well. Thank you. What am I doing? Why? After last episode, you know, trying to conserve power, I've really forgotten that we can just zoop around everywhere. We don't have to walk. We're not plebs. So first things first, we're going to need to compress... I think it's 8 to 1, the scrap metal, and that'll give us our scrap metal chunks, and we need 8 of them, and that's exactly how many we have, so that just... Oh, no, wait, we don't need 8 of them, because don't we now surround them with flint? So really, we only need 1, because I think the recipe is thusly, right? Oh, but we do actually, now that I think about it, need 8 of them, because isn't that what it is? Well, no, we need 7 of them. Well, then, in that case, we might as well have needed 8 of them, you know what I mean? And then that's not what I meant to do. Did not mean to pause the game. That wasn't me doing a clever, like, cut or edit or anything. I just hit the wrong button, as does happen sometimes. Scrap metal blades are right here in my inventory. Make the darn thing. Appreciate it. Now I think we do actually have everything we need. I've set that now. I've set that in stone. It will be incorrect. I will be wrong. Just you wait and see. So these kind of ended up being built almost in a pair by accident, because we couldn't figure out how to separate this from touching the thing next to it. Not that I think we needed to, but maybe, because I don't know how else to control what inventory things go in. Do we just need to put a space between these two? That's possible. We'll just go ahead and do that then. So this will be our space, and then we will fill that with lights. Let's see. We do have lights. We've got 4 lights right here. Again, trying to aggressively keep the inventory tidy. And then this is where the next machine will go. And then that way the pipe goes here. And it should all be fine. Although... what if we did it differently? What if we had just one pipe? And the pipe goes down... and then, like, it comes up here, and then there... Ooh. I mean, it's not really going to save us space necessarily, but let me show you what I'm talking about, okay? Because it's going to be a whole lot easier if I just do it as a demonstration than just stand here and yammer on like I'm somehow going to be able to explain it to you, alright? So we break the two of those. That stays up there. And then we have this one here. Come around like so. There we are. And so it comes up. Like that. And then we have this right here. Oh, but of course then this one needs to be not... it needs to be a basic pipe instead of an unassigned pipe. So, I mean, it comes out to about the same thing. You know, the machine still goes right here. And I guess the only real difference now is that there's only one hole through the floor instead of two, so both of these can be lights again. It's something, I guess. We're gonna have to rearrange some things down here. So first off, we're gonna move that pipe like that, so that we can then have this pass through here, like so, and then make its connection to this machine. And fortunately now we don't really have to worry about stepping down power by putting transformers in each machine, because we have just a transformer right here. And by the way, this is not filling up very quickly, but it is getting there. Again, not all of the power is going directly to it. It is backfeeding. I'm going to just keep saying it as if you need a refresher, knowing full well you probably do not. So what do we want to start with here? What do we want this to be? I suppose we could go ahead and make this the rotary macerator. And we can have it running through... Oh, you know what? We're going to need levers to keep these things running at peak performance and efficiency and guarantee that they're always consuming too much power unnecessarily. And then we need to add to that a... Oh, we've only got one each of these. We're going to need more than that. So we're going to need to add a quick sync item, and we're going to need to make sure that we have a wrench so that we can activate it. And we're going to have that configured with, I think, I guess coal. So we've got blocks of coal in here. That was a mistake. Are you not working? You've not even been configured to make blocks of coal yet. I'm such a moron. I completely forgot to activate it. How many other things did I forget to do that with? You are making redstone. Yes. Okay. What about you? You're not. Okay. See, I've done this with a lot of the machines apparently. Please make copper. Appreciate it. Also take this copper. Very regrettably, I did not in advance think that this would be an important thing for me to do. I don't even need to check. I know that you are not creating 10, because I know that I did not remember to do that. So there we are. That's now activated. Iron, also the same. Just gonna go ahead and assume that iron is also the same. And there we are. So it is filling up now. Glass is good. Furnaces are good. Sticky resin, not so good. Not so good. We haven't run out of it yet, though, because we started with so much. Redstone is fine. I think that's the last one. Okay, so you're generating again. Good for you. Good for you. Have a quick sort module. And also, I still need one of those for... Oh, I've still got one. Good. So that we can configure this to say, hey, get this. So that'll now get that. Any second now, we'll watch that happen. Or it might have already happened, I don't know. Possibly. There it goes. Boom. There it is. Boom. The issue being that we've not plugged it in. Yeah, my bad. There we go. Should we stick an MFE underneath each one of these machines? Should we give each one of these machines their own MFE just to store... my thinking is that someday we're going to have solar. And that's not going to be generating power at night, so we want to make sure that we store up plenty of it to keep us running during the night. And I don't know how it's going to handle all these 24-hour storms that we have, so we're going to want to make sure that it can store up power when it is having power being generated. But there we go, so that's going. And I guess the final step in the operation is... I don't remember what I said we were going to do over here with these. I don't remember what I said which would be which. But what I do know is that this one is now going to be the coal, for which we'll need another item sync. And just to confirm, we don't have any more. So, again, aggressively trying to keep the inventory tidy. We do still need that, so we're going to hold on to that. Right, so we're going to configure this as the home for all of our blocks of coal. So we want to put item sync. We want to wait, blocks of coal? No, not blocks of coal. We don't need a block of coal. I don't know what I'm doing. What we need is coal dust. I don't know how I got so confused. So that needs to go in there, and this needs to be configured to say, hey, send me coal dust, please. Thank you. And that should happen right now. I think it would probably just happen if we didn't notice, but if we watch, there we go. This should now be filling up with nothing. Hello? Did we do something wrong? It's not emptying. Maybe I have to tell this thing that it's holding dust first. So now that it knows it can hold dust... Oh dear. Did I not configure this to export? What do you have in you? Do you already have one of those? Maybe it didn't have a quick sync module before. There we go. This is the first time I've ever seen anything come out of it. It's going in. Look at that. 79. 143. Fantastic work. One step closer, baby! So this is going to go over here to now power, and I wasn't joking about the MFE thing. I'm actually going to do that. I'm going to go grab a couple of MFEs. Call me crazy, but it just seems like it might be a good idea to just have power stored everywhere. Everything gets its own buffer. Everything gets its own UPS. I don't see how it could possibly cause any problems. Boy, howdy, that's exactly what you say in a movie before you unleash the zombie virus upon the world, isn't it? But goodness me, that's not gonna happen. That's not going to happen. Not here, not today. Hopefully. No, definitely not. We're sure about it. So there's that, and then on top of that goes this. And then on top of that goes this. And then that's going to start heating up, and it's a beautiful thing. And then down here goes this bad boy. Except we need you to face literally the other direction. Can you do that for me? Or are you going to be weird about it? Because sometimes things around here are weird about it. Don't do that. Don't do that. That's not what we want you to do. Please don't be like this. Thank you. You're filling up now. And hopefully this thing is still getting power. It is not. It is running out of power. Is it empty? There it goes, everybody! Fantastic. All that now I gotta do that, just so I can do that. And it can restart from the beginning with 0 speed. And this thing is hanging off the front now. Like some kind of lunatic. Stop it. Alright. Now it's not working. Take some blocks of coal. You're fine. You're fine. Are you messed up now in some way because I broke that, and do I need to like reconfigure you? Blocks of coal. Get to it. It's not getting to it. So I'm probably gonna have to break this pipe now and replace it, which is just fantastic. Beautiful. Oh, but wait a minute. No, it looks like it's exporting just fine, right? We're at 33. It's just not intaking any properly. Let's see what happens. Maybe if I just take this eye out and put it back in. There's the output, nothing happening. Yeah. Okay, that's fine. We'll break it. And fortunately, I think this will keep its... Yeah, because it didn't stack with those, so I think it keeps its settings. And then it's just a matter of putting one of these back down, adding the item sync, and the quick sort, and then hopefully if we have a look at it, it is not working. Why is it not working? Why is it broken now? Just because I broke it? Just because I took it down? Why? Why? Imports. No, don't do that. Stop. I'm gonna take these out completely. And see if it brings in a whole stack now. It is not. How have we broken this? I'm not even sure if I understand what it is we did. Okay. Okay, alright, we're gonna take that out. Now we're gonna go in here, we're gonna add it back. Now, I know that you're not empty. Oh, you're empty. Oh. It's just really slow. Oh, it was never broken. I see now. That's odd. I did not realize how truly slow it was. And that's okay, because every single one of those is 9 blocks of coal. So it's okay that it be a little slow. We've already got 503 coal dust from it. So that's perfectly okay. I wish we could speed it up more. I guess what we could do is, if we wanted to, although that would be the outside of the building, we could add a 3rd energy collector to the back. Or to the front here, but I don't like how that would look aesthetically. Trying to think of my other options. They're limited. But a relay here, no, it's fine. I mean, we could just swap it out to coal. It doesn't have to be coal dust. We've decided to do coal dust, but it doesn't need to be coal dust. Also, this is not extracting anymore. That's concerning. 575. Oh, wait, no, it must be. Yeah, 918, 1818. Why isn't it extracting consistently, though? 2718. Is it extracting? I don't think it's extracting. 620. Well, it's getting coal dust from somewhere. If it's not getting it from here... Okay, so this is now full. What if we, like, broke the power connector and then placed it back down? My understanding is that that would completely reboot the whole system. Maybe that would do something? How you feeling? Still feeling full, huh? Okay, well, I'm gonna manually take these out now, so that this keeps running. And I'm gonna come over here, and I'm gonna say, hey, do this. What does import do? What happens if I hit import? I don't know what that does. Alright, well, we've got 782 inside of here now. It's just not working anymore. What if we invert these and we put the item sink at the bottom and the quick sort at the top? That's not gonna make a difference. Look, these are working. We've got 8,000 copper cables. We've got 13,000 rubber. So all of this is working just fine. So why... Are we using too much power? Is this thing unable to keep up with the demand? Oh, it is actually not... Interesting. Oh, very interesting. I wonder if it is actually having trouble keeping up. It's certainly... Okay, this is intriguing. I hadn't considered this before. Time might be for us to increase the output on our big battery. I know the plan is to someday fill it up, but it's taken a very long time. So, what are we at right now? We are going up slowly. It's at 8%. God bless it. Our current output is 125. Let's go to 100. And, oh, this is going to be big. We're going to go to 150 out. How are we doing on terms of power? We're at 0.51, 0.52. So it's still going up. But with that additional output, hopefully we're generating enough power to continue providing power for all of these pipes. So what we would like to see here is that this starts to fill up. Really doesn't look like that's made a dent on it at all. It's still not keeping up. Okay, well, is it at least got enough power? We're just kind of assuming that the issue here was that it wasn't getting enough power. It still doesn't look like it's getting enough power. See how this one's sparkling, though? Like it's got power and this one isn't? That one kind of turns red every so often. Is that a sign that there's not enough power going to it? I don't know. I have no clue. Alright, to heck with it. We're going to go ahead and boost this thing in a real big way. We're going from 150 to 250. And gosh darn it. What are we doing? What's happening here? It's still going up. That was a solid jump to 0.71. And what we'd like to see now is an equally solid jump to 0.72. We're not going to see that right now, though, and it might take a while. We got to figure out power around here. I can't believe that we're this far into a series and we're having these sorts of power issues. But that wasn't quite a doubling of power. But it was a pretty solid increase, and it's still not enough. Where's the power going? So 1 MJ is equal to 5 LP. 10 RF is equal to 5 LP as well. So we're sitting at RF right now. So for every 1 EU we get 2. So I mean we do have plenty of MFE power. Not sure if this thing can accept medium voltage though. It might be a low voltage machine. We could supplement it with EU though. We don't have to feed it strictly. I mean I'm assuming it'll take both. That might be a consideration. Are you working yet? It worked, everyone! That was the issue! It simply did not have enough power. That is nuts to me. That is crazy. So the unit upstairs was hooked up to medium voltage, now that I think about it, and it did blow up. So we will need a low voltage transformer. But I think that's an idea. I think that's a pretty solid idea. Let's plug it into EU as well, so we can get power from RF and EU. And then that way, maybe we'll be able to keep up with demand. So, to build one of those, we'll need an LV transformer. And that's just wood, copper ingots, and 2 copper cables. This is a recipe that takes me back to my Tekkit Classic series. Building inside of that sort of wonkily shaped house that I built with the big overhangs and everything. That really takes me back. Those were the good old days. Fresh out of high school, still living at home, playing on a server with all my friends, with big old dreams and stars in my eye, unlocking monetization for the first time, being like, I did it. I did it. I can make money on YouTube now. It's only a matter of time before I'm wealthy. What a dream. What an absolute dream. So, if we place this right here, the first thing that's going to happen is, let's think about this. Let's think long and hard about this. So if we cut this off here, and we do that. Right. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Sure, yeah. And then... right. Yeah, okay. And then... Yeah, okay. Hold on. But then also we do this. Okay, and then we do that. But then also we do that. So now... now it is getting power from this transformer here, which is pulling power directly from the MFSU, and that seems fine to me. I don't have any issues with that. And it should be getting power now from RF. It can do EU and it can do RF, and it's getting from both. You'd like to see this start to, like, go up. But it doesn't look like it's going to. It is definitely getting power, though, right? I mean, looking at this one here. No. No, because this needs to be facing this direction. Goodness gracious me. Okay, so now it should be getting power from both. Right? Because that's how this one works. You got the red one facing the input, all of the yellows are outputs. Red one facing the input, all of the yellows are outputs. And look! It should start to store power. And that's what we're seeing. Kind of? I mean, it starts to go up into the 2000s and then it starts to dip like crazy. Do we need to hook this thing up to its own generators as well? Potentially? Just to really make sure it gets plenty of juice. I did not realize how much power was going to be used by these friggin' cables. I had no idea. And we're not even done yet. We've got more machines to build. And if power is going to be an issue, which seems to be like the issue we have, doesn't it? That seems to be the one thing that's holding us back on all this. How are you? Where are you at? You've got 872. That and the fact that these take so long to generate. Should we just change these to coal? I mean, that kind of gets rid of the whole need to have... Well, no, that really does just change one thing. Alright, let's do that. Because coal is going to be more practical anyway. We might need coal for other recipes. And we're going to have some sort of, like, intermediary to go from coal blocks to coal. And that's going to be a pain in the neck. So we'll have that just be coal. We'll have this just be coal. And we'll have this, instead of requesting charcoal, it'll request... The issue now, though, is that it's probably going to do more trips. Because it's going to be calling in coal instead of blocks of coal, so it's probably going to be going more quickly. It's probably going to be consuming more power. But, look, it's not going. It's not being sent. Do you want to know why it's not being sent? Like, because it's not enough power! Alright, so I did get another MFE. I wasn't joking. That's a real thing that we're doing. And now we know that this doesn't break anything by breaking this and putting it back down. So that should immediately start getting fed again. Is it power again, or is it just because... Thank you. Good gosh. Okay. Now, we're going to add 10 more generators. This is our secret sin. Leave me alone. See, now we're getting somewhere, because we've got 15 generators here. Again, don't worry, solar panels. We'll have them built soon enough, and they'll be everywhere, and we'll have tons of power, and we'll never have these issues again. It'll all be perfect. I promise you soon enough, you'll see. You'll all see. You just gotta be a little bit patient. Anyway, let's go ahead and carry on. We're gonna need all of these back out here now. Again, very aggressively trying to keep everything tidy right now. So let's replace this, because I know it's going to be a hassle if I don't. Go ahead and replace that. One of these, and then carry this line down to here, where it's going to pop up, and again be one of these, and then finally feed into one of these. There we go. So this is a furnace. It's going to be for our iron to turn it into refined iron. So once more, we will need one each of these. Boop and boop. And then we'll just grab iron. And plop that right into there. You folks should get the idea by now. I don't know why I continue to explain as though it's some sort of great mystery what's going on here. It looks as though the iron one is not set up, though, with a quick sort, which I kind of expected it not to be, but there we go. That is now configured, and away it does go. So once that gets into here, it'll start cooking up real quick. Love to see that. So we'll get some refined iron. This will be our refined iron. And in case you were wondering why we're using the MK2s over here instead of MK1s, it's because, remember, we're storing them inside of here, but they also need to be able to get pulled out of here in the future to go into the crafting table to build the solar panels. So that is the reason. So we're going to add an item sync and configure it for refined iron. And then we're going to go ahead and give it its first 3. We're going to kind of beat the thing to the punch. Here comes the rest of it. We're already up to 105 refined iron, so I expect this to process all of our iron long before... like, this is going to run out of iron, is what I'm trying to say. There's 1,882 iron inside of here right now. It's going to run out long before... it's just... Some of these things I feel like we can't have on this wall. Because some of these things are going to need more than 1 or 2 energy collectors to keep them generating quickly. Keep in mind, these are MK3s, so yeah, we might have to have an additional space for certain items to have maybe 3 or 4 energy collectors. So like this is fine for smaller items, like for a furnace. This is perfectly fine. No big deal. It's perfectly fine for sticky resin. No big deal. You know, I imagine... Well, actually, we're out of sticky resin, so... same with redstone. Now that I think about it, actually, most of these things need more. With the exception of glass. Glass is fine. Glass is fine. I don't know. We might have to reconfigure this. Because this one's going super fast. It's going to process literally all of the iron. Well, let's go ahead and maybe demo what that would look like a high capacity item or a high speed generation item. So if these are all single items, like low volume items, a high volume item might look something like, let's see, something like this might work. So what I've done is I've just got the chest here with 1, 2, 3, 4 of these, and then this adds a pittance of additional energy. If I want to keep it flush with the wall, it would kind of have to look like this. Alternatively, we could also have one sticking off the front here. And then if we wanted to... Again, the wall has only got 1, 2 blocks behind it. No, it doesn't. This is the outside right here. No, it's not. Okay, yeah, so there are still 2 blocks behind. Wow, it's dangerous outside. Jeez, don't go out there. Unpleasant place. But we do have a whole extra area of thickness that we can work with here. So if we wanted to, we could actually do more with what we got currently set up over here. So this is the iron one here, I think. So we could... Let me go ahead and break these. You can go relay to relay, right? I think you can pass... Let's do a quick test on that, because I'm not actually sure. Let's test relay to relay right now. So if we have, like, multiple relays, and then we have a condenser, will that still work? No. No is what I'm getting from that. If we break this one, though, we put a relay down. Okay, it's got to be directly next to it. That is unfortunate. So without breaking out the back wall, that limits us to being able to do an additional 2 relays, which does increase the speed a bit, but not by a whole heck of a lot. Alternatively, we could have that, the relay on top and bottom, and do a configuration like that. And then if we wanted to still have it configured to do iron, it would look like this. So that's quite a bit quicker than that. Quite a bit quicker. Of course, it's going to be harder to pack that in. It doesn't look quite as nice. But if we wanted to keep all this over here as sort of the... oh, and of course, we're always going to be limited to the hopper, but I think we're going fast enough that a hopper can keep up with that. So for high flow items, because right now coal is one that is just so slow, and it's only 128, we could possibly get away with doing that like this one here. Ugh. You know what? We could do away with this relay instead of having this relay. Because what is it relaying? This machine's plugged into that relay. So instead we could have that, and that speeds it up even further. And then on the bottom side, we could have that there. And that adds just an additional boost of speed. This might be the way to go for items of a higher value that we need to have really high throughput on. So let's go ahead and we're going to undo this setup here. And we will say this is going to be for low volume items only, this current configuration. We will have a solid bar separation between them. And if we need more low volume items, we'll just build another section of low volume item down there. It doesn't have to be perfect. That's something I need to break anyway, because I have this real bad habit of thinking that everything needs to be symmetrical, that I really need to break. But there we are. So it'll be like that. And then we will have this. We'll go ahead and move this one over because this one already has some, or at least it had some iron in it. So we'll move it there. And we will also slap a hopper on it. So it'll start hopping. Don't know why I grabbed So many of them. Although, we could actually squeeze it in a bit tighter if we placed that there and had the hopper facing in that direction. Okay, there we go. And we'll go ahead and manually move the excess iron into here. Beautiful. And now we just need to move this over. So, move that piece. And then I guess, because we're going to have, these are going to be staggered, maybe we should go ahead and move this line over here, so that we can have this kind of like going down like so. Although I've forgotten, you know, the rule of having the basics set up every so often. So hold on, let me reconfigure this. I'll show you what I mean. This is becoming a unmanageable mess. But does that need to be? I think that needs to be like this. There we go. And now this can be routed like so. Oh, that's my way in and out. I guess not anymore, though. I guess not anymore. Alright. So, there we go. And I suppose the final step in the operation is to move this over to here and get it set up and looking good. So, and I guess over here we could just do it on the actual chest. Although we could have been doing that over there the whole time also. But whatever, it doesn't matter. Here we are, the high flow chest. This is where the high flow generator, I guess. This is what it's going to look like. Keeping up a pretty decent supply. We're never going to have, we might just have to someday have, if we have two different recipes that need iron, we might just have to have multiple iron generators, or come up with something else, because this is still not really fast enough. Is there a way to throttle this besides putting a transformer in it and giving it low voltage? Can you let me have it, like, on exactly 25? No? Whatever. Can't hear it anymore. So much better. Okay. Gonna duplicate this setup for coal next. You know what I just realized? We could actually add a couple more. Because we're currently kind of wasting space by not having a relay right here. When we absolutely could, and then we could fit in 2 more of these. If we wanted to, and then that would increase... Not by much. I realized that I was getting this one down here set up for coal. Also, I accidentally stopped the recording, and that might not seem like a big deal, because it's like, oh, Reese, you got 2 recording files. What's the big deal? It's not a big deal. It's just, it's going to irritate me when I drop these in the timeline and realize, oh, wait, that's not the whole video. Oh, I forgot there's a whole other one. And then I gotta get it, and I gotta put it on there, and I gotta make sure the audio is all matched up, and it should be already. It's not actually supposed to be a problem, but it just might end up being a problem. It's interesting, isn't it? It's interesting the way that this is lining up. So that one was off. That one's going to be lined up. So the next one will be off. And then I don't know how many of these. So this takes up 3 blocks. So we can do another. Let's see. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. If we go all the way to the ground, which I don't really have an issue with. We didn't over here. But whatever. This is different. Oh, of course, we've got to fix the broken coal problem. There we go. We've got that sorted. And now we can add one of these, one of them, get it running. What is new? There goes coal. Fantastic. So that's high-speed coal now. Now, sticky resin is one where I'm not really sure if we need to build a whole high-res system for it, when we could simply add an additional MK3 right here. Just tuck it in, and that'll literally, just by adding one, literally double the speed at which these are produced. And we could get silly if we wanted to. We could change that into a relay, and then we could have a couple more, and that would triple the speed. Double's probably fine. Remember, all that's for is creating rubber, which we've already got 15,000 of. Okay, everything here seems good. I'm gonna finally patch this hole, because it's been bothering me. And make sure the inventory is tidy. We don't have a way to get downstairs anymore, do we? What if I just, like, put a hole right here? Where's that gonna take us out at? That'll do for now. I should probably make, like, an actual, maybe ladder, possibly? And then a trap door. And instead of talking about it, let's grab a reinforced trap door and plop it down right there. You know I like to have these things be practical and actually function as well. So let's grab some ladder, and we're going to use iron ladder because I just like the look of it. It seems heavy duty. There we go. Again, aggressively keeping the inventory tidy. That's the official way in and out from down there if we need to make changes. But we're most of the way there now. We've got a lot of this automated. It's beautiful. It's not going immediately, and I think that might be down to continued power issues, right? Because this... Oh, it's full. We actually did it. We actually got it full. Good. That's good. That's what we like to see. And this is starting to fill up. And these have still not burned through their first block. I did add a second block to them. In fact, they've all got a second block, just to be sure. But that means that if those are filling up, then that means all of these MFEs down here are full, which is a beautiful sight to behold. And this is much nicer. It's all coming together. Okay. Let's start with the auto-crafters. Okay, well, I've made an oopsie. I've gotten most of this set up and operational now. You know, we're generating electronic circuits. One thing that I did do was I took power off of these because I realized they might have been running a little bit too quickly, and now they're running at a more reasonable pace. This one, not so much, because I think we're also going to need to move copper over to one of these quick generators like we've got here, but basically I'm just trying to slow things down a little bit and give everything a chance to keep up, but that's something I might have to do here in a second. For right now, though, I thought this was going to be enough for crafting tables. It's obviously not, because I forgot that we're going to have to craft, in addition to the generator itself, we're also going to have to craft the re-battery, which is going to require... And then also the solar panel. So we've got one of these, so we're going to need 2 more workbenches. And that's just on me. Sometimes I make mistakes. Alrighty, folks, this is the moment. I think plop that there, and then plop this here. And with that, we should be creating our first solar panel. We just gotta wait. There's the coal dust. The glass should be coming any minute now. Any second! I wonder if it's because when I picked the recipe it had like a particular type of glass. Do you think that that's gonna affect it? Let me pull this back up again. Do you think we have to sit here and wait for it to get to regular glass and then pull the recipe in? I know I could manually set the recipe. Maybe we should just do that. If I like get glass... Yeah, there we go. Manually set the recipe to use regular glass. And now, any second now, we should get a ton of glass. Boom! Boom, boom! Our first solar panel. Dun, 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 dun! Oh. Now, are you ready to find out what I realized? I kept talking about how we'd make solar panels in this one, and then next time, when we do the actual episode, we would make medium voltage solar panels. But then I realized my foolishness, because you don't go from single solar panels to medium voltage solar panels. You go from single solar panels to low voltage solar panels. meaning that if we want to make medium voltage solar panels, we have to automate the process of creating low voltage arrays. Yes, that's right. That's not going to be difficult, because that's just one... Well, two. We're just going to need 2 more crafting tables, so it's not that big of a deal. One to create the LV transformer, and then one to create the actual low voltage solar panel. And then from there, the MV transformer, or the MV medium voltage solar panel, is just a couple more. So we just need one to create the gold insulated cables, which can be created directly from gold ingot and rubber. And we've already got rubber, and in fact we probably have a ton of rubber right here. Yeah, 15,000. So once we get a bank of maybe gold generating over here, and I think we're eventually going to have to move tin as well, because I'd imagine tin is being consumed much more quickly than it's being... Well, then again, I guess it's not. It's really not. I guess the only thing tin is being used for is batteries. And because I don't have the speed upgrade on here, yeah, it's going at a pretty leisurely pace. So that does mean that, you know, we're not going to be churning these things out at a crazy rate. I mean, right now we've got 24 generators. And generators are being generated right here. And they're not going at a particularly quick rate either. And I don't want them to. I don't want them to go fast. I, at the moment, kind of appreciate the fact that everything's moving at a nice ginger, leisurely pace, and everything's kind of keeping up with everything. What I'd hate to see is a stall. I'd hate to get to a point where this is just not working at all. If this is going at this rate at all times, I'm perfectly happy, perfectly content. That's plenty fast for me. I don't need it to go any faster than that. Because now we can go do other things, and it'll just be making solar panels in the background, right? Now, I think we need, what, 512 for a low... Hold on, it's 8 times 8. And that is... For medium voltage is 64, and then, yeah, 512 for high voltage. So, it's going to take a while. But really, the limiting factor right now isn't the automation setup, because we can just affix power to the bottom of these and get them working a lot faster. It is the speed at which we're generating these basic commodities. And, in particular, we might need to rethink, once again, like iron. Like, iron's moving pretty quickly, but if we had a full solar flower, it'd be moving even more quickly. So we might need to consider that tucking everything into the wall might not be the answer for every object. Some things might just need to be out here in the middle of the room and have full solar flowers, and there's nothing wrong with that. We can have them suspended from the ceiling, generating, like, actually that's not a bad idea. Have the gold, because gold is going to be, what goes into gold? A gold ingot is what, 512 EMC? 2048, way off base. So what if we used bars to suspend, like iron bars? I mean, I know they can just be floating. They don't need to look like they're suspended. But it might be a better look to have them sort of suspended from the ceiling. That might be interesting. Alternatively, we could tuck them into the wall and just have them sticking out of the wall a little bit. I mean, I think this is probably fine for coal, because coal is one that we're actually generating fast enough that we've got too much of it. And we might consider going back to... Oh, well, that's why right there. Hold on. What do we have to do to fix this? Take it all out and then put it all back in? There we go. Absolutely absurd. So that should be speeding up now, and we can kind of help that along a little bit. But I completely forgot about that that's a thing we have to do. So we'll have to keep an eye on it. Iron's really the one I'm worried about. It's copper. It looks like we might be generating enough to keep up with. Copper is actually being generated pretty quickly. But anything... So iron... What is iron right now? Iron is 256. So anything over that is going to be a real hassle using even this tier 2 setup. So suspending them from the ceiling and having big solar flowers, particularly when we get to the bigger machines that are going to need things like gold. And then, let's see, so let's get the MV solar panel up there, and then let's also get the HV solar panel. We're not going to build that one, but, you know, just for the sake of it. That one's insane. This one, though, it really is just a matter of gold. Gold is the one object. that we'll have to contend with. What if we just came up with a tier 3 over here for gold, right? What would be another design that we could utilize? I guess if we weren't so insistent on using a hopper, we could stick another condenser, or I'm sorry, another relay on the bottom, and that would get us 2 more energy collectors. And then the question is, well, how do we get it out of here and into here? And I guess the question I would ask is, do we need to? Do we need a black hole unit when they spend so little time here to begin with, right? Like, when you really think about it, they're moving in and out of here so quickly for things like iron. Do we need that? Maybe not. So maybe we just have it pulled directly from here. I like having a black hole unit, but the idea with the black hole unit is that it be full, right? Like, I wanted these to be full, and then those to be full, and these be full, and we just have all this, like... I mean, what we could do is have 2 iron generators. Nothing in the rules that I've made up says that it has to be, you know, each machine is one... You know, each thing gets its own singular generator. We could have 2. We could build a second iron one directly next to it and have it feed into, somehow, this black hole unit. But maybe for some things like iron that are in such high demand, we just put another relay here and we forego the black hole unit and we just have it pulled directly from the chest. I don't know. I'm going to have to think about it. Because, and we could just have a black hole unit, you know, if we put the relay there, we could have the black hole unit elsewhere, and maybe this just adds unnecessary complexity, right? Maybe having the coal stored in the way that we do just makes things unnecessarily complicated, right? Like, maybe we just have it extracted directly from the energy condenser, and that makes more sense. Things like glass, sure. 61,000, why not? Things like the furnaces, 31, I mean, why not? You know, redstone, not so much. Well, okay, redstone as well. Not so much this. We've already doubled that output, and it's still not enough to keep up. So, a theoretical tier 3 condenser setup in the wall. A theoretical tier 3 in-wall condenser. That's what we're calling it. It's starting to sound like air conditioning terminology, isn't it? Would have, I mean, we don't necessarily have to be top and bottom. We could also do them to either side, right? I don't see why that wouldn't work. But then that affords us this. And then this. But then we can't get them back into those corners. But something like that. And I would want to fill in those corners in the back there. But let's say we grab an iron before it gets shipped off. And we put that up there. How big a difference does that make by having the 2 of those? So that's what it looks like there. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, 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 boop. It is faster. It's not a substantially, like, way faster sort of a setup. I don't think putting them on the side really nets us any additional benefits, because at that point, it's the same, right? Like, you get 1, 2, 3, yeah, and then put that back there, you get... Wait a minute. Hold on. 1, 2... Yeah, it's the same. It's the same, because at the end of it, you still have 4 holes in the back. For a second, I convinced myself, like, wait a minute, this is way more. This is the exact same setup, but turned on its side. Using the exact same amount. It makes no difference. Alright, we are going to go ahead and move iron production over here. Have that start generating iron, and we will go ahead and set up our item frame. I'm thinking on the top here. Bit like that. Seems fine to me. And we will need to... this is still going, even though this is empty, because this is still producing. So, obviously that's going to happen. Again, we're going to withdraw directly from here. And now it's just a matter of connecting it all in. We've already got a line going across there. We'll do it like that. And are you going to go? Are you going to go? Did I already put a quick sort in there? It's not going. It's got a quick sort. It's got iron. It's connected. Can it not withdraw from energy condensers? It actually looks like it might not be able to. If I take the quicksort module out, and then I put the quicksort module back in... Oh, there it goes. Sometimes with these, they're weird. I think is the moral of the story. And sometimes you just have to take the quicksort module out and put it back in. So that'll be going to our induction furnace, which is currently full. And draining. And draining fast. And not replenishing itself. And forcing me to ask the question of whether or not that actually did anything when I took them out and put them back in. Do I need to do it again? Okay, there goes a fresh wave. So... Uh-huh. Are we out of power again? I mean, we're not gonna panic here. It might be fine. Oh, we are starting to run low on power again. Which is insane. There's not really anything I can do in terms of... Like, these are all going still. This is actually struggling. It's actually struggling to maintain. And I'm wondering if it's the machines... or if it's this. I mean, this can only draw so much power. It's pulling from an LV transformer right now. How are you doing? Our machines are staying topped off. Maybe we have to add some more furnaces to the mix. I'll tell you one thing we are going to do is we're going to boost the output of our flux cables here, because it is getting power from the RF and the EU currently. So if we boost this just a bit, it is still filling up. It's now at 10%. That's beautiful. If we boost this from 250 to, say, 2... well, that was a mistake. That was a horrible mistake. So we boosted it to 275, which is not that big of a difference. In fact, that's only 25 more RF per tick. There's only one thing we can do. There's only one thing that we can reasonably do in this situation, and I'm not happy about it. But it's just what has to be done. That wasn't enough. That didn't even make a dent. Okay. Yeah, it's still dropping. Oh, no, it's still dropping. 10. What are we up to now? 20 of these things? Good gosh. Okay. So we've got all of these extra furnaces online. We're starting to generate excess power again. This is still dropping. Probably because there's a limit to how much voltage we can pipe through it when, you know, feeding it medium voltage causes it to literally blow up. But we are generating a lot more power now, totally onto the grid. And that's not just filling up that MFSU, it's making its way back here. So maybe we can boost this from 275 to 300. That's not 500 RF per tick. Is that going to cause this to drop? That's going to cause this to drop. Whatever. We'll just have to build another one of these. We'll build another big electric flux converter. It's not that big a deal. And that's fine. That's fine. Let's see if that's made a difference. That's a pretty big jump in the amount of power we're producing. Another option is we can build another LV transformer. So we can have 2 of them. And that would increase the amount of power going into here. That seems to have done it, though. We're kind of barely pulling ourselves away from complete disaster. Let's go upstairs and check and see how everything's running. How do I get out of here? That's right here. So up and out we go. And here's what we want to see. We want to see that this is working. And it is. This is still building up, but eventually it pulls them out, and that's what we like to see. We might end up, instead of having this go all the way across the way it is currently, we might end up reorganizing it to where there's a whole second chute here that goes down and below. That might be a little bit tidier looking, at least. Or in this case, we might have it, instead of going along the side here, just have it go straight down the middle. I'd like to see some level of consistency for it, but I don't know if that's going to be possible. We might end up replacing all of these single cells with this sort of design. That could be something that we do in the future. So let's see, 1, 2, 3, blank, 1, 2, 3, blank, 1, 2. Okay. I have to shift everything over a little bit. And we might convert these to this design as well. But what we want to see is that this is still going along at a steady pace, and it looks like it is not because of the electronic circuits. That's the thing that's not being generated at an even pace. And why is it? Oh, it looks like it's just because, I mean, it's full on supplies. So it appears to just be because it's slow manufacturing. And that's fine. That's good. I like having these things here taking a while to build, being the things that are kind of putting a choke on the system so that everything else has a chance to keep up. And I'm done for now because it is nearly midnight. I guess we're not going to launch the next episode, episode 30. That's not going to be the next thing we record. I guess we're doing another sort of bonus content episode where we're going to get gold manufacturing up and shift some of the high. So let's see, how's this doing? This is fine. This is fine. It kind of looks like anything 128 is fine. Anything 256 is going to go here, and then 512 we will figure out something unique for it. We're going to reorganize these, and then we're going to have to figure out, because this is a mess. I don't want to go live with episode 30 with the underground looking like what it does right now. This is disgusting. Horrible mess. We're also going to have to build, I guess, another of those big electric flux generators. We might build a couple of them. Just really get aggressive with it. So, until next time, thank you folks for watching. God bless you, and I'll see you later. Goodbye! There is a massive storm. 2 of them. One directly north of me, and one just to the south, and there's this band of clouds between them that is currently passing overhead. But according to this forecast, in about an hour's time, the storm to the south of me is going to sweep suddenly north, and the one to the north of me is going to sweep a bit south? No, it's also going... Oh, thank goodness. I thought they were going to collapse in on me. And we'd just have one superstorm. That's a big storm coming directly my way, though. What is it going to rain? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, like a 90% chance. Okay. Howdy, folks. How are y'all doing? My name is Reese, and welcome back to our Tekkit 2 Let's Play Adventure Extravaganza of awesomeness and exclusive content to be found here in the wonderful world of Tekkit 2, where today I had something of an epiphany last night. When I was lying in my bed, I almost got up to check this, but I was like, that's dumb, because I'd rather just record me doing this. That makes more sense. We checked the power coming out of our nuclear reactor by using our EU reader directly. That's a frequency. That's not what we want. We want the reader. It has 2 prongs and is definitely on the screen right in front of me. There it is. We did one of these, and we determined it was moving about 511.48. And I was like, that seems low. Well, folks, that's just how much it's moving, because that's how much can get out of the system from this MFSU after going through this HV transformer. But there's potentially more power in there. And the only way I know to test that would be to get another MFSU and maybe stick it here on this side of the HV transformer, right? That would theoretically do the job. Now, I didn't grab one in advance, so we're gonna have to run upstairs and grab one. But I'm pretty sure we produce way more power than that. And I'm pretty sure we've measured way more power for that than that when it was filling up the thing. But then again, I might be wrong and misremembering, but if we can get more power out of there and get more power into the grid, that might solve this ridiculous issue we're currently having of needing to have a whole bunch of generators running all over the place. And we might be able to get rid of all of the generators and save ourselves the embarrassment of having to show everyone at home in episode 30 how we might even keep that a secret. We might not tell anyone. Like, if this works and we can get it up and running, we might literally just not mention it in the episode 30, how we've been kind of getting by. We might just, like, skip that little reveal of all these generators. We'll just get rid of them and be like, and of course the nuclear reactor had some trouble, but got us there in the end. Which is what we call in the business something of a lie. It's not a lie. It's not like an outright falsehood. It's just a little bit of a... It's not even a fabrication of the truth. It's just an obstruction of the truth. It is basically the same thing as a lie, though, right? You're, like, intentionally leaving out information. Carbon plate. What even is that? You don't... just because you're not lying, that doesn't mean you're not being dishonest, which is still sketchy. Carbon plate, you say, eh? We've got some raw carbon fiber. I can turn that into raw carbon mesh. And then I can turn that into 2 carbon plate. But I've got a sneaking suspicion you're gonna want more than that out of this endeavor, and also we compress it. I knew that. That's 2 of them. I don't know where these actually go inside of this recipe. MFSU, though, we got it. Somehow, when all was said and done, that was enough. Let's drop these off here before we head downstairs. We got a lot of FPGAs now. That's pretty handy. And let's also... I did not tidy up my inventory before starting this episode. I'm going to go ahead and do that now. Put those up there. Put these up there. That there. Lights go up there. Coal dust will drop off downstairs. And then we can leave this in here. Perfect. And I think this is probably all we're going to need. That's going to need to be put away. We're going to need this. And we're going to need some big heavy-duty cables. I don't think we actually do need big heavy-duty cables, but we're going to use them anyway. So we'll get some HV cable, and we will need to insulate that using rubber. I think what we could probably do is if we just type in HV, and we select the... yeah, there we go. That'll be everything we need right up here. Just go ahead and craft those. 2 is, I think, exactly what we need if we want to have this set up the same as... oh, that's the wrong one. You know what? It all comes out the same in the end. Words are difficult. I just woke up. Good morning. Good morning. How are all of you this morning? Let's place our MFSU right there. And... how can I not remember? Oh, whatever. Place that there. That's not going to work. It was never going to work. Because it's not oriented correctly. We're going to break this one, though. There we go. And we will grab our precision wrench and tweak that thing down. So it's now filling with power. And that one is still outputting power to the system, which is pretty much taxing it for all it's worth. Which means that if we check our readings here, we will see that we are now, in fact, that is a wrench. We were now, in fact, drawing 1080. Isn't that what we determined this machine would output was 1080? I'm almost positive it was. Cool. So that's double the power of what we were getting before. Now we just need to connect these 2 machines together. And that could be a little bit of a trick. It depends on whether or not we can actually make contact. We're gonna have to, like, excavate this just a little bit here. So there's a power cable. I don't know where that's going, but it must be coming off of there. So, presumably, if we just get some more glass fiber cables, which we'll have up here, we'll go ahead and store that up there. It could be useful in the future. Because remember, a glass fiber cable can carry some mod, like 2,000 or something, maybe more power. So that's now tapped into the grid. And now we can cap all of this off with our reinforced stone. Perfect. And tuck it all away inside of here. The basalt, yeah, we'll hold on to. It doesn't matter. I'll tidy it up later. But for now, this is now being used at least closer to its full potential. Not really sure if that is actually its full potential, but close to. If we have a look at our power situation, for instance, if we go back to the factory now, we head underground, in addition to all those generators we have running, we now also have an entire MFSU's full power output available to recharge things like this MFSU, which is completely empty. That's sad, but these are topped off, and we just used both of those, so the fact that they're topped off is saying something. We can come down here and see that these generators have gone offline, which means that they actually did run long enough to burn a full Aeternalis fuel block. We are going to go ahead and... Actually, let's not put them back online just yet. Let's kind of see how everything's doing here. So, this is now empty. I don't know if that ever actually did fill up or not, but if we head down here, these are all still running. I'm curious to see, though, whether or not this is filling up. We're probably fine now. Because what do these output? I can't even remember. They don't output a whole lot of power. What are... Is it 10? It can't be 10. That can't be right. Hold on. Yeah, 10 EU per tick, and there's 20 of them. So this is 200. And with the other 5 over there, we were putting out 250 RF per tick. And now, with that second MFSU... hooked up to the... I mean, we're getting 10... We're now getting double that. We're getting double out of our... how do I explain this? How do I word this? We are getting... We were generating 250 RF... not EU per tick. And now, the second MFSU hooked up to the reactor is outputting... is this correct? Double that amount, 512 EU per tick. Although it's coming out to 1,080, so it's really more like each of them is outputting 540, which doesn't make sense. But I guess that one is filling up right now, so once it's full, that'll probably change. But you kind of understand what I'm saying. You understand what I'm saying. We probably don't need these generators anymore. We can take them down and not worry about it. Although I would like to see this thing fill up. I don't know if it's going to, with this thing going. And this is actually filling up now. That's different. Remember before, this was draining because we had it set to put out so much RF, and now for the first time, it's actually ticking up at a really reasonable rate. So we can definitely see a difference being made by having that additional power. Now, I guess for the time being, I will go ahead and turn these back on, because at this point it's free real estate, and we might as well have that little bit of extra, 50 EU per tick, and that's just not going to fill up, but that'll kind of boost the speed that this is filling up. That's beautiful. Before next episode, we'll take down all the generators, and we'll just explain, hey, we had to add a second tap to the nuclear reactor to make sure we were getting all the power out of it to power all of this. And no one will ever have to know our secret. We can keep it to ourselves. How are we doing here now? This is filling up. That's beautiful. That's big. That's beautiful. It's what we like to see. All of this is still churning away. It's absolutely lovely. Now, at the end of last episode, before I went to sleep, we talked about the next stage in the operation, which was going to be to move certain things over here to these Tier 3 generators, and I don't know how many of these we can fit. I guess the same amount of these. And so we'll have Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3 generators of items, and then we'll build a Tier 4 generator of items for the, I guess, things like gold, things like diamonds, anything kind of over 256. Is that what this is? 256? Yeah, EU per tick, and this will be more for like the 64 to 128, and this will be like either below 64 or at 64 but low volume, like the like the sticky resin, which is still very slow and we might need to move, but also we're not consuming these quickly enough for it to matter. We've got 15,000 of them, and that is almost exclusively being used to build cables. And cables we are not hurting for, because cables are being used over here, and yeah, it's a very slow process. Although each time it does that, it does consume 6 cables. We might want to move that sticky resin over to here. I'm gonna just pause the video, do a lot of rearranging, we'll come back and discuss what we've done today. Hey, watch what I figured out. If I approach this, and I time it just right, where I click that, as I'm like literally about to walk into it, watch me not be able to do it now. Hold on. I've done it like twice in a row now. Don't tell me you're not gonna let me do it now. Come on! Just because the camera's rolling now? I mean, you saw me underneath there, so you know that it works. What? I'm not doing anything differently. It would push me underneath this thing. It must be like the timing needs to be just right or something. It's gotta be like, this is like one of those, speed... There we go! There we go! I guess you don't actually have to click on it. I guess you just have to hit it at just the right angle. Here's your speedrunning hack, though. This is how you get underneath the pipes in the basement on level 3. That's all. That's all I wanted to show you. I thought that was fun. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. Check this out, though. I built a whole lineup of them, and I am slowly but surely disconnecting them from here, because I didn't like... I guess I could have left that one in place. I've now broken it, though, so it's a bit late. But I didn't want to have this stretching so far across, and what I think we'll do is we'll have one line going down for... What are you even accomplishing right now? Why are you present? Get out of here. So, like, this line will go from there to there, and from here to there, and from there to here. If you've ever seen Thomas the Tank Engine, there's that one episode where Diesel's like, shunting cars, from there to here, from here to there. Very good content right there. So we'll have that line there for those two, this line here for, obviously, we're going to have another bank here, and then we'll have to figure out gold. But right now I've already moved over iron, and I've moved over, although, yeah. So you see that's going much, much faster for the tin production, much, much faster for the iron production, so much so that we are actually maintaining, which we weren't doing before. Although that could be down to, have I not put... Wait a minute. Wait just a minute. Where's my wrench? Did I not hook this up correctly? Hold on. Oh yeah, no, there it goes. Okay, good. We're not running out of power, I already checked that. So that'll be making its way to the induction furnace, which is currently not running. But there we go, there's a batch of 40 for you. I guess it's just gonna go in chunks. It doesn't matter, it's fine. One thing I have thought about doing is having the second bank here also be iron, and having them both go from the current chests into a central chest, and have that be where, or like a, it doesn't have to be a chest, I guess. It could be a black hole unit. Just have a black hole unit here, and then have that feed out into the system from the black hole unit. So they both deposit iron into one black hole unit, and then that one black hole unit has iron removed from it and sent down there. That might still be something we do. I'm going to leave this space reserved for that potential in the future. But for right now, I'm going to get probably copper. Yeah, I mean, copper is a little bit more affordable than the iron and the tin. And it's still going up as opposed to being depleted. That might change, though, once we move, because I'm moving sticky resin over here to where iron was. And at that point, we're going to have more rubber. And at that point, we're going to have... I mean, that's not what we're hurting for here. Where's cables being manufactured? Right here? Yeah, at that point, we might start consuming a lot more copper, so we'll find out. Alright, so this is creating sticky resin much more quickly, way more quickly than the hopper can move them out, which is totally fine. We could swap it over to use a similar design as over here, where we don't actually even use a black hole unit, although it is filling the black hole unit up faster than it is currently withdrawing them, which is interesting. I don't know what that's all about, but we'd like to see it. Maybe we could even help it along here. Let's take some of these out up here, if we can, and we will manually deposit these. I'm curious to see if it'll start taking them out in stacks once it has over one stack. And it doesn't appear like it, which is a little bit frustrating, because those are all going to here. So why not just... Oh, it can't take a stack. Well, we are almost keeping up with it, it looks like. And in fact, the number is going up. So I think we're good now. I think we're good to go with sticky resin, which is what we wanted. Now we need to determine other items that might end up needing a speed boost. At 64, redstone's in about the same boat as sticky resin. I mean, sticky resin is the same price, but I don't know if we're consuming as much redstone right now. But we might in the future is the only thing I'm thinking. Wow, we are not doing a whole lot over here. The only things that are definitely staying are furnaces and glass. So, that's interesting. So just looking at the system as it stands right now, the one thing preventing us from having really consistent production of solar panels is the electronic circuits. Generators seem to be maintaining just fine. All of these other ingredients seem to be maintaining just fine. So what we might end up doing is electronic circuits. We might try to speed that one up. The thing is, this is one of those very delicate operations where one small change can have a drastic impact on the whole system. You know, you think you're just speeding up one thing, but suddenly everything downline from that is now in a state of panic and disorder. Hey, Rex. In my window. How are you? Do you want to come in? It's not storming yet. I want you to, until it starts raining, I want you to stay outside and run off all your energy, because as soon as I let you back inside, you're going to have a bunch of pent-up energy that you're not going to get out, because you're going to be stuck inside all day, and then I'm going to be running around trying to entertain you, and you're going to get sick of it. You're going to have issues. Talking to my cat, by the way. So we plug that in. That'll give that a speed boost. Now, at the end of the day, we'll still be limited by the speed at which this thing can produce the solar panels. Wow! That's one heck of a speed boost. Where are those coming from? Right here? Oh my gosh, it's going faster than we can... Well, what do we... Okay, see, this is where we're going to start having issues with redstone now, I suppose. Because it's consuming it so quickly. But, is it? Because once this hits 64, so 2 stacks, we're still going to be limited by this thing's speed. So eventually that'll slow down. I mean, this won't slow down, but eventually... Oh, but it'll never actually fill this up. It'll never actually stop, because it's going to be running that over there. Interesting. Okay, so what are we going to be running up against? We're going to be running up against... running out of these, possibly. And then also copper cable production. And that just comes down to needing to make sure we have plenty of rubber. So I'm going to go ahead and preemptively move redstone over here, which means the only 2 things in this grid that'll be manufactured in this grid will be glass and furnaces at this rate, which is a shame. But there are more single objects, like low volume or low EMC items that'll be eventually added to this wall. Things like leaves, planks, blades of grass. We'll need planks, won't we? Hold on. What goes into an LV? Look, we're gonna need some type of plank. What kind of plank do we want to manufacture? We'll go ahead and do that now, just so we can have it in the system and have it be going. So let's see. Plank. How about we just go with the standard oak? Because there are some recipes for which it might confuse it if we give it anything but oak. And we will go ahead and look, that's 8 EMC. Boom. Go. It's immediately going to create a lot of them because this thing has been generating energy and dumping it in here, and it hasn't been being used. So this is going to fill up real quick. And what we can do is we can go ahead and say, hey, break that 64 block limit. Now we don't have to worry about it for later. And we'll go ahead and move these over. Boom. Plenty of wood. Everything's good. So that's about every 4 seconds we're getting a plank. That's not too shabby. Alright, let's move redstone. I did that thing where I stopped the recording again instead of pausing it, so that's future me in the editing booth being frustrated again. I say editing booth, it's just me with a laptop most times. Sometimes I'm at a desk. Mostly just me with a laptop these days. One of the greatest purchasing decisions I ever made for YouTube and this channel was last summer, when I decided that we were going to do a Xenoblade Chronicles X series, and I wanted to release them daily, and what I realized was that, man, there's downtime at work. If I had a laptop, I could edit, and I bought a 14-inch MacBook Pro, the M1 Pro version. Man, those ARM chips, though. And most of the videos on this channel have now been edited on that laptop. I bought a lot of dumb things for the channel before that I ended up regretting, because I was like, man, that didn't end up really being useful or needed at all. That is the single best, to this day, investment I've ever made for this YouTube channel, just in case you were ever wondering. No regrets on that. That has been just an absolutely incredible buy. If you enjoy these videos, trust me, they've been made on that laptop. So many of them. Because it's also liberated me to be like, man, I don't want to go sit in my like, game room and edit today. I don't have to. I can go sit outside. I can sit in the kitchen, I can sit in the living room, I can go to, like, a cafe or to a park, and I can edit in all these different places, and it's so much better. It's improved, like, the mental health aspect of editing so much, so that has been the best purchase. That has nothing to do with what we're doing right now. We've got redstone production moved over here now, so we're generating redstone, yep, outpacing the output, which is what we like to see. And then, what else were we talking about before? Oh, right. So this is now keeping up a little bit better, it looks like. Yep, good, like to see that. And so what we're looking for is consistent production of these, and consistent supply. And it looks like consistent supply is keeping up. I'm curious about how cables is holding up. Oh, okay, no issues there. We shouldn't have any issues there. Those are both on tier 2 generators, so should be good now. And then the domino effect hasn't really become an issue. The domino effect being this going so quickly that everything downstream is going to have trouble keeping up. I do expect to maybe have issues with cables, though. I mean, look at cable production. We might have to overhaul that. We might have to speed that up, because it's not producing 6 cables at the same rate that 6 cables are being consumed over here. And, I mean, sure, now these are topped off, so we have consistent... Maybe it is actually exactly what I said was going to happen. It's going to become this sort of... You know what it feels like right now? Do you know what it feels like? It feels like satisfactory, is what it feels like. That's exactly... that is exactly how it feels. So, let's see, where is that crafting table? Right here. This is the one for... Yeah, okay. Well, at the risk of breaking everything... Here we go again. We're going to supercharge that. So that'll increase the speed at which cables are produced to hopefully keep up with demand. So that's real quick. So what is going to be the strain? Is it going to end up being rubber production? Because this is the speed at which 6 rubber get made. So let's see. One Mississippi? Literally a second. One full, like, second. Like the full Mississippi second. And these are going... 1 Mississippi? Okay, it's about matched. Also going 1 full Mississippi second, it looks like, from the looks of things, to make 6 cables. This is probably actually going a little... No. Yeah, because it's 2 cycles, each time you get 3. I mean, we can possibly build a second centrifugal extractor if it feels like we need a second one to keep up with production, but we'll come back around to that in a minute. What are you doing? You're macerating, you're doing just fine. This could be sped up, kind of, if we did away with coal and went with coal blocks instead, because that would take the same amount of time to break down a coal block. But you would get 9 coal dust, and then coal is currently being generated here. I feel like we would want to move that... I mean, do we have, like, an insane excess of coal? I was going to say, what we would want to do in that situation is probably move it to a tier 3 generator if we were doing coal blocks. But I don't think we need to worry about that right now. Or maybe we should worry about that right now. Or maybe not. But maybe? Let's just grab a block of coal. And let's just stick it in here and see how quickly that generates. So it's going to go really fast at first as it goes through all of the stored up energy. And so it's going to be a while before we get an accurate representation of what that looks like. It's probably going to be a long while. Well, let's just go ahead and do it. I don't even know why we're playing around right now. We're going to need to go grab some more... Oh! Hey, Rex is back. Hi, Rex. Need me another one of these? You wouldn't mind? Actually, I'll go ahead and take a couple of them. Now, we're good with the quick sync modules, so I think we're fine there. Let's go ahead and we will plop one of those on there. We will plop one of these on here. And preemptively, these are basic pipes, because I knew that someday we'd be using this anyway. So, it looks like this has still not used up its backlog of energy, which is interesting. Very interesting indeed. In any case, we'll do that, and we will also hold on to, now that I think about it, we will need one of these, at least, to reconfigure this bad boy to say, hey... oh, no, not you. You keep doing that. My bad. I'm sorry. I apologize. You! No more of this. We want this. This is the good stuff. Bring that stuff in. Yeah. And then I don't know if we'll need coal specifically for anything in the future, but I'm actually going to leave it. Even if we're not currently using it, at some point we might have a recipe that requires coal, and having a black hole unit full of it could be interesting. It could be useful. I'm just going to leave it. No reason not to. We've got room to expand if we need to generate something else instead. But for now, and that's why I'm glad that this isn't hooked up with just the... Oh. There we go. With just the energy condenser, I'm glad that it's hooked up to a black hole unit, because that'll hold a whole lot more coal. And same for things like this, because we're not using that much copper yet. And so I'm glad that we can just, like, store up tens of thousands of copper. I'm kind of not happy with this system over here in the way that it operates without a black hole unit, although the idea has occurred to me, as previously mentioned, we could put a black hole unit here. And that's an option, and we might still do that. At that point, if we do that design, we could also convert all of these to Tier 3 and just do the same thing, but we'll see. Inventory's getting a little bit messy, but I think we might still end up needing some of the items that I've got up here. Not those three, obviously. So that ought to tidy it up a bit. So this is now producing, in the same amount of time, it looks like the same amount of time at least, producing 9 blocks, or 9 coal dust instead of just the 1. So that's good to see. So that's going to make sure that we keep coal dust production up and going. Refined iron is fine. This is still fine. This is still fine. Everything looks to be fine. I was a little bit worried about batteries, but this is such a slow-going machine. It looks like that hasn't really been an issue. And this is just churning away. Beautiful, and it's staying topped off, which is what we like to see. There's the coal dust coming in. I wonder how many solar panels we've generated so far. 353. 4. Now, as promised last time, we need to build low-voltage solar panels. Low-voltage arrays, which means that we need to build LV transformers. Which means that we need to have wood, which is currently being generated. Copper and cable we've already got. So I'm going to clear all this out and get that set up. Alright, we are now generating low-voltage solar arrays, which is lovely. And of course, we want those to come back over to here and be stored away for future use. That is beautiful, though. I'm wondering if we might be... I don't know what the limit is on how many items you can squeeze through a pipe at any given time, or even if there is such a limit. But I'd imagine the exchange down below is a bit of a mess right now. Look at this. Look at the sheer volume of items, particularly passing through right here. It doesn't... Is that like a visual glitch? Did everyone else see that? Or was that my brain glitching? It looked like everything disappeared for a second. That was odd. I'm wondering if we might need to create like a second route from down here over to there, so it bypasses, because I'm assuming it'll take the path of least resistance, right? I've thought about doing this as well over here. So, like, punching a hole in this wall, or maybe even further down. How are we doing in terms of power? MFSU is full. You're probably struggling. Yeah, I assumed as much. The reason that is struggling is because, again, we're limited to how much power you can pull through via low voltage. So it would be so much better if we could just hook this thing up to a high voltage output, but we cannot because it'll melt. How about you? You're actually starting to fill up for the first time. That's a big sign. But that means that we can kind of crank this thing up a bit. It's at 500 now. Well, can we go to 750? I'm gonna assume no. Actually, yeah, we can, as it happens. Because we probably have enough excess power. This is still filling up. We've just got enough excess power to really dump into these big flux generators. Let's see if another 250 volts of power, or RFs of power, is enough to make a significant difference on this thing. Not really. I mean, I guess it's kind of going up. I mean, we're seeing it jump into the thousands, but then it drains immediately. Alright. Okay, time to stop being silly. Let's go for 1,000 RF per tick. At that point, we're almost certainly, yeah, putting a dent. You see, it's not going up quite as quickly anymore, but it is still going up. You, though, are still going up. That's going to change when we start using teleporters again, because the power is going to be backfed to recharge the teleporters. It looks like we're still going to be needing the generators, though, for now. And we want to make sure that they all stay topped off. But you... Still not enough, eh? So these cables up here, these blue ones, can carry up to 4,000 and some odd. At least 4,096. So if we increase this to, let's say, 1,250, now we're almost definitely, we're still generating more than we're consuming, but only just. But is that enough? Is that enough to actually make a difference? That's what we need to see, because we're not done automating. I did not think that so much of our power problems would be related to not having enough energy to power the sorting devices that we've got. It's still not enough. No, it's going up to the 2,000s. This is insane. This is absurd. What if we built a second one of these? Right? And then... does that make sense at all? Because if we had a second one, and we had a second line coming off of the MFSU here through the medium voltage transformer, a second entire low voltage transformer, and a second entire logistics, that might be actually an idea. Theoretically speaking, that could be an idea. The issue is, how do we get to the power? What if we tucked it away back here? That would actually work. We put the low voltage transformer up there. Okay. That's what we're doing. It's an idea. We're gonna go through with it. I've just discovered something incredible. We can actually use the logistics pipe network to move power around, using things called the logistics RF and EU provider. It'll extract energy that we dump into the network back out of the network, which means we don't have to have a bunch of different power cables running all over the place. We can just have logistics pipes. Now, that is going to be tricky, because if we have a look here at the wiki, how much power can these things carry? Junction, MJ, RF rate, 10 to 1, Power junction has an internal buffer. Okay, but how do the providers work? I need you to explain it to me. Hold on, I'm reading about it. I'm not finding information. My concern is that I don't know how much power can be moved through the network. Because if we could just have these things running everywhere and then have power taps where we need power... I mean, what even goes into manufacturing one of these? Oh, we can't. Or at least clicking on them does not show a recipe. Oh, well, what was that just opened up? That's the power junction. I want the power junction. I want... Okay, there's no recipe for these, so I guess we can't build them, actually. That's unfortunate. So I need another low-voltage transformer. Thank you. And, oh, look at that. We've used up all of our stored-up solar panels. That's unfortunate. I guess you're empty now? You are empty now. That's deeply saddening. You're at... Oh, wow, we got 59 of these, though. That's not too shabby. Good on us. This is starting to fill up, by the way. I guess we just needed to give it a bit of time. It is starting to fill up. But what we're going to do now is just kind of help that process along by adding a low-voltage transformer. And then we want the red to be the... Yeah. See, I remember. I'm starting to memorize these sorts of basic things that have been this way for the last decade, literally. Can I actually right-click that? Can I reach the LV transformer? Barely. Goodness. Okay. And then we'll have this. If we just plop it down right there, it will get power. Okay. And then we'll have to change this to a... Not an unrouted. Do we not have a basic cable? Really? That's not what I meant to do. Turn that back off. Get all of this out of there. No basic cables. We do have 3 of these in here that shouldn't be in here, though. So we're going to break this, and it's going to cause a lot of turmoil for a second, but then we'll place that down, and everything will start running again, and then also now, this will start to potentially drain. I mean, it's having a little bit more trouble charging up, but that's going to help add more power to the network and keep everything running. And this is now starting to drain, which means that we're not able to maintain the charge on our MFSU with a nuclear reactor. And what are we at now? Like 25 generators running full bore? We're still not generating enough to maintain, but hopefully this will fill up, and this will fill up, and then it'll be okay. It's not going to. It's not. We're gonna just. It's never ending, because every time we add something up here, we're gonna have to have more power for it. But we're close now. We're close now! Sorry, I didn't mean to hit my mic. We're close to having... What are we close to having? Solar panels. We're close to having solar panels. They're gonna be built over here. I'm a bit confounded by this battery. Now it's charging up really quickly, and I don't know why. I don't know what changed. Presumably something that was drawing a lot of power, maybe even those things down there, topped off, and now it's just, like, maintaining. I'm actually gonna go ahead and boost it, though, to 1275 RF per tick, so not a massive difference. And you see, it's still charging. I'd love this battery to be full someday. That's the reason why I don't just max it out, because I want to see that battery get full someday. But I think for right now, with all of these generators running, and we have 2 of these taps now, this one's about to be full. This one, see, this one is connected to both sources of power. So it's currently being drained right now, and I don't know where that energy is going. Meanwhile, this one over here is only connected to EU, and it's being filled. Meanwhile, this is also being filled. You can see where I'm getting this confusion from. I'm very curious to see what happens once this tops off at 2 million LP. It's going to be full, right? So is it going to stop buffering energy and just output it all to the network? Why is it not helping with the other one? Why is the other one draining when this one could be outputting power to kind of help maintain it? This one should also... Okay, now it's filling up. See what I mean? No, it's dropping again. It's dropping again. What? Okay, so this one's full. So all of the power it gets is no longer to fill a buffer. It should all be output, which means this should just be filling up. This is still draining for no conceivable reason. Why? Why? I don't understand. It doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because soon we're going to be generating medium voltage solar panels. I don't really think we need to build another one of those right now. Mob slaughter factory we're not going to worry about right now. What we're worried about right now is the medium voltage solar panel, and then also maybe the hybrid solar panel, or the the hybrid solar panel, because they store their own energy, which means each of them is effectively its own MFE. I don't know if it stores that much power or not. Let's see. What is it called? Hybrid solar panel from Advanced Solar's Classic Edition. So the hybrid solar panel generates 64 EU during the day, 8 EU at night, and has internal storage of 100,000 EU. It outputs 128 EU, so it's a medium tier machine. And it has 4 charge slots, which is pretty useful. The difference is we're going to have iridium plate, carbon plates. I mean, we could just have a factory generate medium voltage solar panels. We can just do that, and then we can manually make the hybrid panels. Because, I mean, we'll have to build, like, a whole system to automatically... I mean, lapis, that's expensive. Glowstone is expensive. That's probably a bit prohibitively expensive for even the tier 3 generators we've got. We'll have to put these in the tier 4, along with the gold. So... And then we'll have to automate the manufacturing of it, and we've only got so many electronic circuits, because which one of these is doing that? I've unplugged this one from the speed upgrade, because it was having trouble, because we weren't manufacturing these quickly enough. Did I unplug this as well? This looks like it's going slow. Why did I unplug this? Didn't mean to unplug that. Definitely cannot have that unplugged under any circumstances. We have to be churning out as many copper cables as possible, because everything needs copper cables. It was intentional of me to unplug. Did this stay plugged in? I unplugged. This is what I meant to unplug. There we go. Just leave that unplugged for now, because it doesn't matter, because we're not getting enough copper cables for it to keep up anyway. Now we probably are, but we're not going to. I wish there was a way to tune these to run slower than they currently do, so that we could maintain just the perfect equilibrium, like in Satisfactory, where you can have a machine run at, 50% its normal speed, and maintain, like, perfect equilibrium with everything else in the system. That would be beautiful. And then, this is, it's got plenty of LV transformers, so that's being manufactured at a decent pace. So that's good. Do we want to go with hybrid medium voltage solar panels? My concern with the hybrid panel is once you build it, can you upgrade it? You can upgrade it to ultimate hybrid solar panels. It's a high voltage hybrid solar panel plus high voltage solar panel to build ultimate hybrid solar panel. Also coal chunks. The additional storage is kind of the thing that I like the idea of, it being able to store its own energy. It's basically the equivalent of wherever we end up putting these things, just lining MFEs underneath them, and that's a fun concept that I enjoy. But also, I'm just unsure at this time. I still don't know where we're putting these. I know the decision we talked about was like along the walkways out here, but with the way these are inset now, there's not really any room underneath the planks out there, because there's other things. So where are we going to put them? We're going to build some sort of a solar tower? Actually, we could build like a solar farm right out here. We do have, if we take a look at the map, which we've not looked at in ages, there's plenty of room. I don't know if anyone's laid claim to this island yet, but we, I think, own this peninsula by virtue of the fact that we've basically blocked off any access to it by land, and if by sea you try to settle it, you're going to be, the land is blocked off. I don't know. No one else has claimed it, so I think we're kind of declaring it ours, more or less. So we could build like a solar factory here with some sort of big tower and a PESU in it. That's probably what we want to do. Have a large tower, a PESU at the bottom, all of these solar panels generating their own energy. I like that. That appeals to me in a very particular kind of way. We'll probably do that. But I guess the question is that we need to determine, is episode 30 going to be about building medium voltage solar panels, just some basic quick automation, or is it going to be about hybrid solar panels? The iridium plate is the thing that we just don't generate enough UU matter. So I think we're not going to worry about it for now. We can always take them down and convert them later, but that's going to be episode 30. And I'm pretty sure we're all set to... Oh, gold. I forgot about gold. We'll have to get gold manufacturing up and running. Well, how quickly can we generate gold? Say, right here, right? How fast is gold? This is not going to be an accurate representation because it's got a lot of pent-up backup storage. But then again, we don't really need... When you think about it, when you just take a second and you really think about it, these... Oh, also, I forgot, we're going to need that up there. So let's get rid of that and that for now. You only need 2 for each of these. That's going to give us 1 of these and 6 of these. Yeah. And then these are going to get made so infrequently that this is actually probably plenty. We probably don't need a tier 3 for this now that I think about it. Now that I've actually considered it, I think we're probably fine here. Take that out so I can put that in there. And now put it back. Ah, oh, dang it. Can I shift-click this in there? I don't know. Looks like that worked. In case you were wondering, we are maintaining a pretty decent stock of rubber, although I think most of the rubber being pulled out is not actually going into here, but is being directly diverted into here. As soon as it's made, it definitely looks like it's going from there to here, which is fine. And in fact, you can even do what's called a default route. So if you have something, like there's 2 different destinations for something on the network, you can configure it to say, you know, prioritize this one. At least I'm pretty sure that's what default route does. I think that says, yeah, by default, bring the rubber here, and then maybe once this is full, let's say default route, yes. Well, actually, no, we don't want to do that, because now that I think about it, we're going to have the gold is also going to need rubber. So hopefully it just kind of smart negotiates around Robin, although it can also pull them from here now that I think about it. But then that won't be replenished because the default route is going to here. Is that the reason I turned off the speed upgrade on this one? Was because it wasn't really getting this stuff quickly enough? I mean, we're going as fast as we can here. Jeez. We are staying topped off on copper cables, which means we probably now have an excess of copper cables. Love to see that. That's filling up quite nicely. I think that the truth is we could spend hours over here tinkering with this. And at the end of the day, the one thing that's really going to make a difference is recording episode 30 and getting medium voltage solar panels. And then we can have a ton of energy being produced, maybe in a big solar factory with a PESU, and that'll be a beautiful thing. Possibly we even move our nuclear reactor over there, and it would just be like the factory, where power, like the not the factory, it can be the power plant, where all the energy of the world is created and stored. It'll be beautiful. And then we can kind of reconfigure all of this, because at least now these are staying charged up. These are staying topped off. That's good to see. This is staying topped off. That's good to see. We're okay. We're recovering. We are recovering right now. From we're going to just leave those generators up. We're not going to take them down. I'm glad we didn't take them down last episode. That was the start of this episode, though, wasn't it? When I realized that we could get more power out of it. Gosh, we've been recording for, it's hard to say, because I accidentally stopped the video in the middle of it, so... Since then, 34 minutes, but I feel like we've been recording for a bit longer than that. What time is it? Oh, lordy, we've been recording for a long time then. So this is still filling up, but not as rapidly, and that's okay. This is probably empty. This is starting to fill up. That's beautiful. Alright. When we come back, it'll be for episode 30. So... let the non-channel members rejoice. That day has come. As for our channel members, thank you all for your continued support. God bless each and every one of you. And I'll see you on May 30th. No, May 1st. Goodbye. Howdy, folks! How are they all doing? My name is Reese, and welcome to episode 30. At long last, of our Tekkit 2 Let's Play adventure. The long-fabled, long-promised episode. Is it as epic and incredible as I had hoped? Well, I like to think so, yes. Some of you may agree or disagree when all is said and done, but certainly a lot of work has been going on behind the scenes, and I cannot thank the channel members and supporters enough for sticking with me, watching, what has it been now, 5, I think, behind the scenes episodes and build logs, and continuing to support the channel and keep things afloat. So let's go ahead and give them a shout out before we get started. We've actually picked up a ton of new supporters on the channel since the last episode, so let's actually start with the newest. A big shout out to our fabled GSNL, the fabled Ryan Wilson, the fabled Gert the Golf 2, the mythic Gilliam, the fabled Meyer, the otherworldly Jake Yates, the fabled Maria Amor, the otherworldly Purple Lemon, and the legendary Lucas Kitts. Thank you all for your support, and I hope that you've all enjoyed watching the crazy behind-the-scenes videos. You kind of all know what to expect from this one, but for everyone else, hey, if you want to become a channel member, $2.99 a month at the base tier, check it out. Catch up on all the sort of behind-the-scenes build log videos, and if not, sit back, relax, maybe get yourself a drink, some popcorn, because we're going to go in deep today. I've got a lot to show you and talk about. I guess we need to start with what is right over here. I finally got into logistics pipes. I did it, and I'm going to be kind of walking you through. Let's not really call this a tutorial so much as a quick overview. I might do a proper guide once I know a bit more over on the Howdy Folks MC channel, which is where I make sort of more guide and tutorial-based Minecraft content, not really Let's Play content. But yeah, finally got into logistics pipes, and if you want to do the same, this is where you start. You start with your logistics power junction. You gotta have this because everything, even the pipes, have to have power with logistics pipes. It's crazy, it's insane, I don't know how I feel about it, but so far it's been pretty effective. What's funny is, we came darn near close to not even using logistics pipes. I was actually looking at a different pipe option. We can use pipes from Project Red Transportation, and I don't know, all things said and done, that might have been cheaper and easier, and it might be something that we go back to and look at in the future. Just to get an idea for, I'm not sure, but I ended up going with logistics pipes, and if you want to do the same, don't let this recipe for the power junction fool you. It's not really complicated. Let's break it down. You got redstone and a block of redstone, iron. You know what to do there. Look at this basic chip. Don't even panic, all right? You get some copper and some sand and roughly that shape. It gives you 2 raw basic chips. Put that in anything that smelts and it'll give you the basic chip. Once you've got the basic chip, you need the logistics block frame. Look, that's just any type of plank, iron and redstone. From there, you get this and you plug it into power. So it accepts Minecraft Joules, it accepts RF, and it accepts EU. And one thing I will note is that you'll notice we have a low voltage transformer down here. Yeah, I tried plugging this thing directly into medium voltage and it blew up. It was unexpected. I didn't see that coming. So make sure you only feed it low voltage, which does limit the amount that you can pipe into it. So it's not a bad idea to supplement it with RF, or to just use RF. And I'll show you downstairs we're using RF, I think, for the majority of the power the machine is using, because you can pipe as much as that in there as you want and it won't blow up. Or at least I've not managed to blow it up yet. But it does show you the conversion, and the conversion is 1 EU gives you 2 LP. So for every 1 you get 2. It's kind of the other direction with RF. 10 RF only gives you 5 LP. So that's not quite as good. And then 1 MJ gives you 5 LP. So if you can generate Minecraft joules, that might be your way to go. But we're using RF and EU right now, and it seems to be working just fine. But this machine right here, I'm talking about a whole different machine in the basement. I'm getting ahead of myself. This one is only being powered off of this low voltage transformer, and it's being connected up to the logistics program compiler. If you're going to do what I've done, this is the second thing you need to build. And again, the recipe is not complicated. It's literally the exact same recipe as the logistics power junction, except you're going to replace that block of redstone at the bottom with a bit of lapis. Now, once you have this, it's a bit tricky to get it powered. I was a little bit confused. You cannot place this directly next to this and get power. You have to use a basic logistics pipe. This is sort of your interaction pipe. Anytime you have power, either leaving a power junction or going into another machine, you're going to need one of these. Also, anytime you have 2 sets of pipes intersecting, you've got to have a basic logistics pipe. And the reason that matters is because most of my network is not made up of the basic pipes. They're made up mostly of the unrouted transport pipes. I think the names on these is a little bit confusing, because really this is what I would consider to be basic. I don't know what I would call the basic one in that situation, but this is your basic pipe. Well, no, it's not. It's so confusing, because there is a pipe called the basic pipe, but it's not the basic pipe. I guess this is your bog standard, cheapest pipe you can make, is the unrouted transport pipe. All right? You're going to need to build that, and the recipe is simple. In order to get to this is your basic logistics pipe. Unrouted transport pipe and an FPGA. FPGA, don't be afraid. Gold, redstone, diamond, lapis, sand. Gives you 16 of these things. You just smelt them up, and then you combine them with the unrouted pipes, and you get the basic pipes. So the basic pipes are needed anytime you're taking power out of this and putting it into something else, like, let's say, a logistics program compiler. Also, anytime that you have unrouted pipes, so these common pipes, I guess, the cheap pipes, anytime you have those intersecting, you're going to need a basic logistics pipe. I'll show you more of that downstairs here in a minute, but if you wanted to have this further away from here, like let's say we moved this over to here for whatever reason, then you would need a basic pipe connected to this and a basic pipe connected to this, but then the pipes in between could be unrouted. Are you confused yet? Heaven knows I was. But once you get power flowing into here, and then you use your basic pipe to get power flowing into here. Oh, you thought it might get easier, didn't you? No, it gets more complicated. So I'm going to take my logistics disk out of there. And by the way, that's just redstone, iron, and gold nuggies. I'm going to put a brand new basic one in there and kind of show you where we start. So over here, you need to pick what you're going to be using this thing for. Or I guess not. I mean, you can load up all of these as far as I can tell. But, I mean, getting started, we just want basics, right? So just click on basics. Just trust me on this. Just click unlock, and you're going to be waiting. This is going to consume quite a bit of power, although it looks like we're maintaining just fine. So you can actually see when a machine is used, it shows you visually that power is being pulled through the adjacent basic logistics pipe. So what you're seeing right now is that represents power being pulled from here, but it also represents power being pulled into here, which is pretty cool. So while that's cooking, I'm going to show you the next thing you need, which is a logistics programmer. Now the recipe for this looks complicated. Iron and gold is basic. Look, we already made FPGAs before, so you know how to do that. You've already built them, presumably. Advanced chip, similar to a basic chip. Build the 2 basic chips, we talked about that earlier, copper and sand. Add diamonds, that gives you these. Throw them in a smelter, you're good to go. And then the last thing's this blank module, which is just a gold nuggie, redstone, paper in between. It's not actually difficult to build, which is good because you're going to want multiples of them. I think the mod author intends you to use one. I do not advise that you use just one. I'll look at that, so it's done. So we now have all of the basic things that we can program right over here. So what you do is you take that logistics programmer you just made, you put it over here, and then let's say you want to build something along the lines of a... let me think. Actually, we don't want any of these. I don't know why I told you to do that. What you actually probably want to go to... Let's have a look inside of mine. Yeah. What you actually want to do is select chassis. And go ahead and unlock that one first. I apologize. It's great, isn't it? I was just, trust me, select the basic one. It's not what you want to select at all. I was wrong. That's not getting cut, though. That's staying in the video. That's how you know I'm a genuine guy. Because I'm genuinely dense sometimes. Okay. So as you can see, there's tons of things over here you need to choose from. Let's go ahead and go with item sync module. What you're going to do is with your logistics program over here, click compile. And that is going to load... I guess the programming into this thing, and then we're going to take that over and do some crafting with it. See, once you get to needing to build things like the logistics chassis MK1 and MK2, trust me, you're going to need these, item syncs and quicksort modules, you're going to notice all of them have something in common, right? I'm going to cycle through all of these. What do you see in common? If you said that they all need FPGAs, you're not entirely wrong. I mean, not really. This one doesn't, but it does need something that does need an FPGA. But no, what you're actually looking at is they all need a logistics programmer, but it doesn't consume the logistics programmer. If you look at the third line here, it says pipe program loaded, logistic chassis MK1. Yeah, so if we come over here to my industrial work table, and we clear this out, and let's say we want to create an item sync module, you see it pulls in a logistics programmer, and I have one here with the item sync module loaded in. Yeah, because anytime you switch between these, this can only hold one program at a time, meaning if you need to make item sync modules and quicksort modules and logistics chassis modules, you're going to need to take this thing out, take it over here, flash the different things you need into it. So like, look, let's take that thing again. Okay, now we got to make an MK1. Let's click compile, and it takes about 10 seconds. So you're sitting here and you're waiting 10 seconds for this to finish processing. And then when it's done, you can take it out and you can go over and you can go to your crafting table. I've just got an industrial work table over here for the sake of example. But then you can go ahead and you can make yourself one of these. There we go. Oh, but now I actually need an MK2. So we're going to take our logistics programmer. We're going to take it back over here. I'm going to stick it in there. Oh, shoot. You know what I just realized is oh, shoot. I'm sorry. You've got to click compile. And that compiles it first. I'm so bad. That's why I'm saying this isn't a tutorial. This isn't a tutorial. All right, now that it's compiled, we can add that in there and click flash, and the flashing is much faster. And there we go. So now we've got that loaded with an MK1. We can come over here. We can make one of these. Okay, well now I need the logistics chassis MK2. I got to put this up here and I got to reflash it, and then I can take it out and I can come over here with it. And I can make the tier 2 one. There we go. Oh, but now I also need an item sync module. Well, I gotta come back over here, and I gotta scroll down to the item sync module. I've already compiled it, so now I gotta click flash, and I can fly. You can see how this can get annoying after a while. So build yourself 4 or 5 of these things. Just save yourself the hassle and do it. And then while you're doing other things, just go ahead and compile these things in the background. Because once they're compiled, you only have to compile them once. So you can get like that one compiled, and then in the future, if you ever need it, it's already compiled. Also, go ahead, and as far as I can tell, there's no reason not to just go ahead and unlock all of these things. So just click unlock and just have it going in the background. But yeah, I've got 4 of these, or no, I've got 4 of these up here. So I've got an item sync, a quicksort, a logistics chassis MK1, a logistics chassis MK2. You see me struggle to say that there for a second. I keep those just tucked away inside of here, so that if I need to build any of these objects quickly, I can. So let me kind of give you an idea of how I'm doing automation. And if you know anything about logistics pipes, and you see a way that I can improve this, please comment and let me know. Because I'm just kind of going off of what I figured out watching a tutorial video and reading the wiki, and I'm sure there's a better way. But if we want to move things from this chest to this chest, so in this case, we'll just throw that in there. That's a terrible example. We'll take that back out, actually. And then also, I'm swapping this out for the one that I already had. There we go. That one's already loaded with everything I wanted on it. So I'm going to go ahead and dispose of both of these right into this chest for temporary storage. And we're going to go ahead and take stone stairs, right? And we want to move those from there to there. Well, we're going to need a couple of things. First off, we are going to need these logistics chassis MK1s, and then between them we can use unrouted transport pipes. So we're going to put one of these on each end. These are sort of the interactors. They're what interact with the chests. Connect them together, and now we want to tell this, first off, there's things in here, move them, and we want to tell this, hey, we want to put things in here. That was a strange way of phrasing both of those, but it comes out to this, right? You're going to need an item sync module, for which we will need to have some paper in there. See, it does recursive crafting, right? So I want this isn't a part of it. This is just an industrial work table. It makes things easier. So I need an item sync module, and I need a quick sort module. Not sure if these are the best ways of doing things, but here we go. Now, we can right-click the quick sort module over here, the chest that has the things that we want in it, quick sort module. And then the chest where we want to move the things, right? We're going to put that in there. But how do we configure them? Well, hell, if you've built yourself a Buildcraft wrench, now is the time. You can't really do anything with the quick sort module, so we're not going to really worry about it. We're going to grab one of these, though, for the sake of reference. Come over here, right-click. There's an I next to the item sync. We're going to tell it, hey, import these, please, thank you. But nothing's going to happen. And nothing's going to happen because you see these red lines, these little red bars. That means that there's no power here. And it's not going to work if there's no power. So we need to get power over here. So we're extracting power from our power junction with a basic pipe, which means that now, in order to get that power over there, we can just use unrouted pipes. We don't have to use basic pipes. If we have a basic pipe already extracting power, we can go ahead and just use unrouted. So these aren't just used for carrying items, they're also used for carrying power. So we're going to plug that in, and any second now, hopefully we don't miss it. What we should see are these, oh, there they go, being moved over to there. And we can have it go again if we wanted to. We can move all of these over here, and it's probably going to happen. There it goes. Now, something else I wanted to note is, let's say instead of plugging that in there, we had it come around to here. Well, you see that? See how that turns red? That's because that's an intersection, and you cannot have unrouted transport pipes at an intersection. You have to have a basic pipe. So let's grab a basic pipe, and we're going to break this unrouted pipe, put in a basic pipe. The red bars go away. The system is operational again. So once more, we can do this. And the cool thing about this is it will never overflow in inventory. If the inventory is full, it won't send anymore. And that's the basics of it. So now you can kind of see what I've been playing with. Now, if you want to then have items extracted from there, you have to build another, a Tier 2 logistics chassis, and a Tier 2 logistics chassis has 2 places to put modules. So you can have an item sync, and you can also have a quick sort module. By the way, you might want to take these out. There you go, before you break these. I don't think they get stuck inside of them. I don't know. I think one disappeared earlier when I broke it that way. I might be wrong and just misplaced it. I have no idea. But we're going to go ahead and tidy all of this back up now that the demonstration is complete. There we go. So, now that you have a... now that you hopefully have a basic understanding of how this works, I understand that was the worst tutorial ever. And again, go youtube.com/@HowdyFolksMC. We're going to be doing a guide. Let me kind of show you what we've done with it. And you might have seen it at the start of the video. So first off, we added a second teleporter here that takes us directly to the factory. And I kind of regret its placement. Now, if you're a channel member, you'll already know what happened here. This is where some of our earliest testing took place, and it's a little bit of a mess. Oh, you don't know what's down? Oh my gosh, I keep forgetting. 5 episodes. You guys, if you're not a channel member, oh my gosh, you don't know what's down there. Oh my, okay, well, we'll come back to that. For right now, this is how we've taken those concepts and put them into work. This is what we have manufactured. This magnificent construct. The channel members, God bless them, they put up with what, around 5 hours of me just beating my head against marble walls trying to figure all of this out? Let me take you through it one step at a time. So first off, we have 3 tiers of item generation, of ex nihilo generation. I guess I can't really say that, because I suppose the conceit of this product from Project E is that it's using solar energy, although where it's getting it, I don't know, to generate... Are you getting solar energy? If I broke the block out from above you, would you be going faster? Because I feel like you're not going particularly fast. Have we discussed this in the past? Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear. This whole setup is now problematic. I've probably gotten comments about that. See, these aren't an issue, because they're all stacked on top of each other. It's only when you get to top... Oh, boy. What about these? These are fine. It's just... Okay, it's just the ones at the top that are butted up against marble that are having the issue. Well, that's fine, because this one's just producing glass, and we have way too much of it already anyway, so it's perfectly fine. Right, but for these here that are butted up against marble, we should probably fix that. I'd assume even this one. Yeah. That explains... This means nothing to any of you, I realize. But channel members watching right now are probably going, thank goodness he noticed. Thank goodness he figured it out. Yeah, I've figured it out. Yeah, trust me, I've now figured it out. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Alright, there we go. Okay, see, that's... Yeah. So... Folks, alright, let's forget all that. So I just rambled for 5 minutes and it was a mess. Episode 30 is a disaster. This is not the incredible episode 30 experience I was planning. I'm so sorry. I'm cutting all of that out. Let me just very clearly explain what's going on here. Really small items that don't need a lot of EMC, items that need more, items that need a lot. And it's just all about how many relays and energy collectors we could connect up to the condensers in these tight little spaces that I decided to work with. They're all hooked up to logistics chassis MK1s and then unrouted transport pipes, except for where there's intersections where we have basics, and all of that runs underground, where it then pops back up over here with auto crafters, some of them powered to make the crafting a little bit faster, some of them not, kind of just depending on the flow of items. Like right now, we're really struggling with rubber. I think we're gonna have to build a second centrifugal extractor. But here, you see, we've got sticky resin being dumped in, it's automatically being cooked up into rubber, and this is where earlier I was talking about having a chassis MK2. So if we go ahead and get this back out, and we have a look inside of there, you'll see it's got the item sync module, and it's collecting the sticky resin, and we saw where that's being generated, right up there. But then it does also have the quick sort module, because the rubber that is produced is going to 2 different locations. Right now, it's primarily being dumped into here, but because we might need rubber in other places, I've also got it being transferred over to here. And therefore, we can get rubber to other places on the pipe network. And actually, you can see here, we've got a lot of things being generated, right? So, for example, we have a lot of copper cables. We've got 13,000 of them. How does that work? Well, we've got the raw ingredients of sticky resin, and that gets turned into rubber, and then that gets dumped over there, where it's also got, well, struck me sideways. I completely neglected to actually put an item sync module in there. No wonder we're having issues with rubber. All of the rubber that gets dumped in there is just staying there. There we go. Alright, so copper cables should be generating a little bit more quickly now. Look at us go. Good on us. Pats on the back all around. Look at them. They're just zooming at the moment. That's nice. So what we should see here is more copper cables, unless they're all being dumped further down the line here to where we are generating... yeah, here we go. This is where all the copper cables are going to end up being turned into electronic circuits, which, oh my gosh, it's such a mess. I don't know how I thought I could just simply explain all of this. Basically, raw materials are getting processed and being run through auto workbenches. This is all things you've seen before. You've seen these machines, you've seen these auto workbenches. The part that is new is basically the automation. And what is it all being used for, folks? What is it all being used to generate? Well, let's go down the line, right? So this is making rubber. This is crafting rubber and raw copper into copper cables. This is grinding up blocks of coal that are being generated into coal dust, and the blocks of coal are being generated right over there. This machine is taking iron that's being generated right up top there, and it is cooking it into refined iron. And it looks like we might be having trouble getting iron moved over here consistently. But is that a cause of not being able to generate enough iron, or is that a cause of... So there you go, there's 40 right there. That could be a problem with the pipe network not being as efficient as it could be. Because I'm pretty sure we're not, like, out of iron ingots. Oh, no, we are! We're just not generating iron fast enough. That's something we'll have to address in the future. That's turning it into refined iron. And then over here, we're taking refined iron and we're turning it into machine blocks. And then over here, we're turning refined iron, copper cable, and redstone into electronic circuits. And then over here, we're turning tin, redstone, and the copper cables into re-batteries. And then over here, we're combining furnaces, you saw that being generated earlier, as well as the re-batteries and the machine blocks into generators. And then over here, we're turning that into solar panels. That's right, folks, we did it! We automated solar panels. They're just being generated now. I don't have to do anything, and they're being generated really consistently. You can just see it happen right now. Look how smooth that is, and... boop! I got a little bit ahead of it. I was a little bit off sync there, but you see what I mean. And then here, look at this. We're taking copper and wood that's being generated, combining it with copper cables to build LV transformers. And then we're taking the solar panels we're generating and the LV transformers we're generating, and we're building low voltage solar arrays. Folks, how many of those do we have now? 64! No, we've got 116 low voltage solar panels. I don't have to do anything. I can leave, and this just keeps going. This is amazing! This is what Tekkit is all about! And we're not done yet, because today's episode, we're going to be turning those low-voltage solar panels, those low-voltage arrays, we're going to be turning those... I'm going to go ahead and get rid of all this stuff. We're going to be turning those into medium-voltage solar panels. And not a day too soon, because if we have a little hop down here into the basement, this is all going to be new for you folks. So, first off, you can see we've got a mix of, at the corner... Well, this one's not important, but at the junctions... basic logistics pipes and then otherwise unrouted pipes, carrying all of the items around. We do have a run of HV flux cables prepared to plug into the auto workbenches to make them work faster, although we're not doing that right now for most things. It is plugged into the cables, obviously, to generate cables quickly, but most other things, we're just not generating for instance, we're not generating refined iron quick enough to keep up with if we were to speed this up. This would just be depleted way too quickly, and then there wouldn't be enough refined iron to be piped down here for making these, so not everything is getting a speed boost right now. We've also got glass fiber cables going to MFEs, which are powering the machines up top. All of that is coming from this mess over here, and this is my secret shame. Folks, I have had so much trouble powering all of this right now with our nuclear reactor alone. We've had to build 25 generators, maybe more. I think this is a row of 20 generators, although I might be wrong. This could be more now that I'm looking at it. I know that there's 5 more elsewhere. But I've had to build all of these generators to keep this topped up. And the reason is, first off, we have high voltage coming here from the generator, from the nuclear power, right? So that gets stepped down here in the MV transformer into an MFE, and then also each machine has its own MFE, just in case. Then we also have a low voltage transformer going not to 1, but 2 power junctions. Because it turns out when you have this many transport pipes, it requires a ton of energy. It is insane the amount of power it requires to keep all of these running. It's maddening the amount of power we've got running through all of these. I don't even know how to process it myself, if I'm honest with you. But this one is being plugged in directly to the EU, and then this one, in order to keep it running, you'll notice it's got EU and it's got RF running into it. So you can see it doesn't actually stay topped off. It starts to drain every so often, and then it has to catch back up. But power's been a pain, which is why I'm excited to get the medium voltage solar panels built up. Now, if you're wondering about this hallway, this is not the only hallway. First off, you'll be familiar with what's at the end of this hallway if we hang a right. This down here has been here for some time now. This is the power that runs to the automation for building plastic. And we've basically just widened that tunnel out. It's going in a few different directions, right? It goes that way. It basically creates a big circle over to here. Where, folks, you remember that big battery we built? Well, we built a bigger one. This is quite a larger battery, and we're having trouble filling it up. It's not going too well. Look, we've got 2 of these big electric flux generators. These things are pretty cool, actually. So the big electric... I can't remember if we covered this... yeah, we covered this in a proper episode once. These take EU and convert them into RF. And, I mean, as you can see here, we were talking about power problems earlier. We're not generating enough power across the whole of the network to even keep this MFSU filled up. And it's kind of the most direct path for power here. This is now outputting, I don't know how much it's actually taking in, but it's outputting 1,275 RF, and the vast majority of that is going towards trying to keep those cables powered up, because my gosh, it consumes so much power. It's out of control over there. It's actually a bit of a nightmare. Let me show you this! Let me show you what I had to do over here. We weren't getting all of the power out of this. We were limited to how much power we were withdrawing from the reactor because of the MFSU. So I had to add another MFSU and then hook them together so that we would get a proper amount of energy out of here. I think it should be 1080 if I'm not mistaken. Just there's about, yeah, 1023, 1023, close to 1080. So the only way we would actually get up to that 1080 is if we added yet another MFSU, which I'm not opposed to at this point. We might have to. But yeah, we need to get solar power up soon. We need to fill the world with the medium arrays so that we can start producing power without having a bunch of generators full of... I don't even think I mentioned that. The generators. What are they running off of? Well, if we have a... Man, this place is getting more confusing than Hogwarts Castle. I would love to see someone who's just trying to negotiate this place. If you've been watching the YouTube videos, do you think you could successfully negotiate this this place? These are full of Aeternalis fuel blocks. These are expensive, but they burn for a long time, so I don't have to worry about them. Look, you see what I mean? It's starting to drop now. It's because I teleported around a bit. When you teleport around a bit, the MFSUs have to fill back up with energy. So if we have a look at them, they're topped off now again. So hopefully that down there is charging up. But any slight disruption to power causes all kinds of issues. See, this one's empty, and this one's just never gonna fill up, because it's just constantly flowing energy all over the place. Right. What I was saying, though, is if you feel like you've missed out on the automation train, don't worry, because today we're going to be automating the generation of medium voltage solar arrays, and we're going to be doing that together. So we need to build MV transformers, and we need to build medium voltage solar panels. In order to build this, we're going to have to build this first, right? So in order just to build this contraption, the actual one of these, we're going to need 3 auto workbenches. And I'm going to need to clear out some more space over here. Let me do that real quick. Okay, so I've added a little bit more room. Let's head upstairs, and I'm going to walk you through this so that you can see exactly what goes into this. If you feel like you've missed out on anything by not seeing me set up that whole mess, trust me, you're about to get the full experience, just sweet and condensed, and with me being a little bit less confused compared to normal. So, we tidy things up here. I have built a void chest as well. This is interesting because I haven't actually got it to work yet. But if we look at the recipe for the void chest, it's just a matter of surrounding obsidian, like around a void powder, which we've built before. We've used void powder many times in the past. I looked up on the wiki, and apparently it'll only empty when it's halfway full. I don't know if we have anything else we want to throw away. I don't really need cobblestone stairs. What if I lined it out, right? Like, instead of having them in stacks, what if I did this? Okay, well, what is the point of that? Whatever. I mean, I don't really care. I guess it's useful if you accidentally throw something away, but still, that's a bit silly. But there's the void chest, everyone. Hope you enjoy it. I guess first things first, let's build some auto crafting tables. These are also things we've built in the past, and we've used them a number of times. We've got some somewhere doing something right now. I don't remember where off the top of my head, but we've built them before, and we're going to need 3 of those. So, stone gears, you know, really basic. Wooden gears surrounded by cobblestone. It's just sticks for the wooden gear. And then if you don't know how to build a crafting table at this point, I got news for you. This isn't the right series for you. Paul Soares Jr. did a series on Minecraft in 2009 that I recommend you check out. He'll get you covered. But that's going to be our auto workbenches, and then we're going to want to make sure that we have a number of other things ready to go right out the gate. So, first off, quick sort modules, as well as item sinks. Now you'll notice that these aren't stacking, and that's because one of these is currently programmed from previously, and I'm going to have to plug it into something to unprogram it. We have some MK1 chassis, but that's almost entirely useless to us. What we need is MK4s, and off the top of my head, I saw that we did have 4 of them right up here. So we're going to need 1, 2, 3, 1 for each of these. Probably 3 more. I'm going to add these in here because it uses them as part of this recipe. And we're going to go ahead and say get 8 of them, because that's more than I think we need, and it's always good to be a little bit prepared. We're going to grab some more basic cables because those are really useful. Maybe 8 of those. And then I think I've got plenty already of the even more so basic unrouted cables. And also I forgot that I had 5 of these up here. So we're going to take all of that out. And then the wrench is here. So I'm pretty sure this is everything we're going to need to get this going. So let's head back downstairs and let me kind of show you how this works, okay? We're going to go ahead and start by bringing our cable around. Well, no, you know what? Let's set up the auto workbenches first. So in this case, we're going to have one here, and one here. You don't really have to set them up in this order. This is just the way I'm doing it. First thing, we need to make these cables. And we're going to go with this recipe here because it's the most basic. If we wanted to use either of these recipes, we'd have to have a auto work table first creating gold cable or gold insulated cable, and then have another one doing this. That's confusing. We've already got rubber being manufactured. Speaking of, I do want to see how that's doing now that we've actually got it being extracted from here. So it is being extracted faster than it's being produced. We're going to need to build a second centrifugal extractor, methinks. That, or we can just... Oh, look, that's interesting. So now copper is the slowdown over here. Methinks I'll have to move copper to a tier 3 generator, but that's not relevant right now. We've got gold being generated, and we do have the... we have rubber being generated. So we're actually going to need a sampling of both of those. So I'll go ahead and grab that now, as well as a sampling of the gold. Just grab a bit of that now. Anyway, like I was saying before I got distracted, this is going to be the recipe that we use because it just uses 2 raw ingredients. Well, 1 raw ingredient, 1 cooked ingredient, and we don't have to have a whole bunch of preceding auto work tables, auto crafting tables, whatever these things are called, auto workbenches. It should just go straight to this, right? From there, we're going to go to the MV transformer. That's going to use machine blocks. We've already got those being built further up the line. And then the 2x insulated gold cables, well, those are being generated right next door. So we'll have that recipe like that. And then we got to combine it all together with the low voltage panels, the medium voltage transformer, and that's going to be that recipe. We do not need to have a space on the wall over here to hold all of those. That's entirely an unnecessary thing that I just like to do because I like the concept that someday there'll be so much excess it'll actually start to fill up these black holes. But, I mean, it's probably not going to happen. Although this is starting to fill up. Look, we got 359 LV transformers. So it could happen. So we're going to go ahead and grab more black hole units. I keep some stored over here, and they're not stacking. That's wonderful. 1, 2, 3. And we will need item frames. You don't need item frames. I use item frames just to denote what is in them at a glance. I find it to be helpful. So we'll come back to that after we get these up and running. For right now, let's head underground. And because this is already a basic pipe, we can go from that with our unrouted pipes over to here. And we know that this right here will be a junction, so we're going to skip it and continue with unrouted pipes. And we have a suspicion that someday this will be a junction, so we're going to skip it as well. I'm going to put unrouted pipes here, as well as here. And then we will come back through with basic pipes at the junctions, so one there. And one right there. And now that's all hooked in. So now we got to get back up top. And I have a ladder tucked away right here, specifically for doing such a thing. And we'll zoom back over here, where now we will continue with another basic pipe up top, because this is going to be a junction, and this will someday as well. And then from there, we can use our... Ooh, actually, we want to use our logistics chassis MK2s to go into the auto workbenches. So we'll set those up. And now we want to set up the input. So I'm going to go ahead and take this item sync here. This might be one that was previously configured, so I want to adjust it real quick before it starts pulling in anything. No, so that one was not previously configured. So this is going to be for manufacturing the golden cables. So rubber and gold is the reference here. So I'm going to put a gold block up here. It doesn't actually hold on to it, and also that's an ingot, not a block. Same with the rubber. And now the network knows, hey, we want those items. So if we're very patient and we wait just a second, it should pull those items in. And it would not surprise me if adding these 3 work tables... Look at that. Boom! It's filling up with rubber. It'll start filling up with gold next. Remember, the gold is further away, and also might not be configured to extract. I didn't think to check before we started this. So remember, over here where the gold is, look, it's not even set up yet. How embarrassing. Well, I do have a basic pipe there, so I can go ahead and add an unrouted transport pipe. And then, because we only ever extract from these, we don't ever put things back into them, we can use, if we had one, a logistics chassis MK1. But you might remember earlier, I said we weren't going to need any of those, and I didn't bring any. So now I have to go back and get one. Like an absolute boob. There are, fortunately, a couple waiting for me in here, so it's not that big of an issue, but still, embarrassing. Right, though. Now we plug that in, and we add a quick sort module, and that should start extracting gold and sending it down the line to right here, where it'll begin the process of generating big, beautiful gold cables. It's just a matter of being patient and continuing to speak while we wait. There we go, on the gold to make its way. So we could speed this process up by feeding power into the bottom of the auto workbench, but we're not going to, because it might go so fast that we can't actually keep up with the amount of rubber and gold that it needs. But there we go, it's now generating cables, but you'll notice it's not automatically extracting them. And that's because we haven't added a quick sync module, or a quick sort module, I should say, to this logistics chassis MK2. What we want to do is, I actually want to have gold cables stored over here. I'm going to go ahead and place one in the frame. And then we're also going to go ahead and get an MK2. And the reason we're using an MK2 here is because we want to be able to deposit and extract from here. So right click, say, hey, I've got an item sync module. Do not do that with stairs. See, that's the one we were using previously. Do import the double insulated gold cable. And then, because we want to extract from here and go to the next assembly as well, we're going to add a quick sort module, so it'll have both input and output. Again, I'm not sure if this is the best way of doing it. There may be better modules for this task. I don't know. Now, nothing is going to happen right now over here because we didn't add a quick sort module down below. So, did we run out of those already? Man, I really underestimated how much we would need to get this going. I'm back, and it's time to get the cables out of here. Look at that, we've almost got a full stack of them. So we're going to take a quick sort module, right-click it in there, and now it should be able to recognize, hey, I've got pipes, or I've got cables. There they go. Out they go, over to here. We're going to see this happen in real time. Here they come, baby. One of these is going to be them. Not that one, not that. This one, though. I can actually see them inside of there. Boom! 64 cables. And I've had a bug with the black hole unit, where once it's got 64 of an item, for whatever reason it won't accept more, unless you manually take them out and put them back in, and you see now we're up to 68. I don't know what that bug's all about. But that's sort of the idea. You should kind of get it now. We'll demo it again over here, because over here we're going to do pretty much the same thing. So I'm going to get my wrench out, and we want a quick sort module. We want this to bring in these cables, as well as... hopefully we've got some inside of here. Where would that be at? Right here. Yep, machine blocks. Was that one that was... no, I don't think that was doing the thing. The thing where it was broken slightly. Alright. Also, please import machine blocks. And now, those should start getting imported along with... there's our gold cables. And that'll start making MV transformers, if we're patient. But for right now, I'm going to go ahead and assume... yeah, look, there we go, it's working. So we'll drop one of those in there. And then we'll come back over here. And we'll throw it down. You can see this is all rather repetitive now, can't you? Hopefully you can see now that it's, boy howdy, is it repetitive. Okay, so we've got our item sync. We actually need, though, a reference from here. So if you wouldn't mind, I'll take one of those and bring it back over to here, where we'll say, hey, store those here for me, would you? And then also, just so we kind of know what's in there, we'll place one down below. We could also use signs, but I think visually it's much more interesting, isn't it? A wall of items sticking out. I kind of like that. But there that goes. That's being stored in there now. We've got 2 of them. And so the final step in the operation here is to actually manufacture these. I can't believe we're already there. I can't believe we're actually doing this. It seems like such a faraway dream previously. The idea that we would be automatically crafting medium voltage solar panels. Remember that time we made, what was it, 8 medium voltage solar panels manually? Do you remember how long that took? Do you remember how long we were at that? This is where we're going to store those, by the way. So, I'm going to go ahead and come over here and add these, even though we don't need them just yet. Man, I do need one of these for reference, so if you don't mind, thank you. And I will need one of these for reference also, so thank you. Look at the 133 of them. Isn't that crazy? Oh, what a good time. Right. You import these and import these. And then export them when you're done over to here. We've got to wait until we actually have one, though, is the only issue. So, oh yeah, this is empty now. So we're going to throw that in there, and that's empty now, too, because they're being dumped into here. This is the moment. We're all here together for this moment to see the creation of the very first medium voltage solar panel, everyone. We did it! Our first hands-off, automated, no-touch, medium voltage solar panel. There's our second one already. How crazy is that? Of course, it's going to slow down once we burn through our available supply of the MV transformers, but still, it's a sight to behold, isn't it? Oh, I might actually keep up with it. Right. Need one of these for reference. Thank you. Actually, I'll go ahead and just take all of them. No reason to leave them in there. Meanwhile, down here, we will have this automatically collect them. And then we're going to waste one of them just to have a picture of it, which is absurd. There you go. Medium voltage solar panels. It's working. It's all working. One thing I'm curious about, though, is whether or not it is all working. Because right around here... Okay, that one's staying topped off. That one's staying topped off. That's staying topped off. We're okay for now. But only for now. Because I am positive that in the near future, we will start to run out of power again. But this is what we've been working towards. If you've been wondering, geez, Reese, it's taken a long time to get episode 30. What have you been doing? This isn't actually how I envisioned it in my mind. Channel members will know we started out over here, and when I first started planning this, there was no wall of basic resources. It was kind of just machine to machine to machine is how I thought we would end up doing it. And I kind of expected to have this whole square filled up with various things doing various tasks. It wouldn't have been as efficient, and I don't think it would have been as nice to look at. Because this is that, while it's not beautiful, and there's definitely tweaks that need to be made, like, for instance, not having solid blocks on top of our collectors. Channel members, you know what's coming in the next episode. But, yeah. I think that this is good. I'm happy with this. How many of these do we have so far? 12. We've got 12 now. Each of those will produce 64, so about 6.5 times what these generators are producing, and we've got 14 of them. So, well, a single generator. A single generator is 10 RU. EU protect. Goodness gracious me, speaking is difficult sometimes. So, yeah, we're doing pretty good. Where are we going to put them, though? That's the question. Where are we going to... I kind of just want to watch it go again. So what have we run out of? Oh, we've run out of the low volt. Of course, that's what we would run out of. We're going to have a supply of MV transformers and not enough low voltage solar arrays, because those, I mean, it takes quite a bit to generate those, doesn't it? The holdback on that is going to be solar panels. And the solar panels, I think, are generated right here. And the holdback on that, we could speed these up. We could generate them much more quickly. The issue is, I'm pretty sure the electronic circuits, because electronic circuits are being generated right here. And they require a lot of copper cable. And the copper cable is, I think, the first thing that's being generated. Yeah, right here. And that is being sped up. But you can see the issue right now is copper. Just not generating enough of it. If we moved it over here, it would probably generate a lot more. In fact, let's just do that. There's no reason to talk about it. We can literally just come over here and do it. So, generate copper, please. And then slap that on there. Add one of these to the front. Add one of these between these two. That should already be a basic. Yep. It should just go. Oh! After we add the quicksort module. So there we go. And of course, the reason copper is being produced so quickly right now is because these are always producing energy and always dumping it into here. So there's a lot of excess, like, power. But, oh! The reason that these don't hook up to a black hole storage unit and go directly from the energy condenser is because they generate so quickly, you can't actually extract them fast enough using just a hopper. What we've talked about in the members-only episodes is sticking the black hole units kind of behind here so that we do still have a storage of them, because as you can see, they're going to fill this thing up. This is going to be filled with them. And then it's going to stop producing, and I'd rather have like a black hole unit to hold the excess, but that should speed up our output here quite substantially. So our output of cables is picking up. But now, you see we're running out of rubber. We cannot produce rubber fast enough. I'm thinking a second centrifugal extractor in sort of this general area is going to be required. Or we could put it above it. Actually, that would be kind of sick. How would we get power to it, though? Because all the power comes from the bottom. We'd have to run power out from like, behind it or something, and that would just look ugly. So maybe right here. Although right there is probably some other snake mess of wires. There's a lot more work to be done to tidy this all up and get it as efficient as possible. But, I mean, with hopefully... I mean, look, yeah, see... we actually ran out for a second, not because we were out of these, but because we weren't transferring them in fast enough. How about that? But yeah, the further down this line you go, kind of the slower things get, because eventually you get to here where we're just very slowly waiting on low voltage solar panels. And that's okay. Efficiency needs to and will be made, but for now, we do have 16 medium voltage solar panels that we did nothing to produce. That just happened while we weren't doing anything. How cool is that? Of course, the question needs to be asked of whether or not it's worth it to even put those down when it is always dark and raining. It is literally always dark and raining, and we need to figure that out. Probably gonna need to go talk to them, because there's been a lot of Endermen popping up around my base. I keep ignoring them and telling them to go away. But it's probably something to do with them. I'm just assuming. Or maybe them, or maybe them. But something is causing an endless rain, and we've got to put a stop to that next, before we progress with getting infinite solar energy and maybe like a solar power plant built out on the peninsula here. How cool would that be? Until then, though, folks, is that a spider jockey? No, it's just a spider and a skeleton hanging out together. That's cute. And that's episode 30, everyone, and I've got to be honest with you, it wasn't what I had planned. I'd hoped that this episode would be this sort of massive, monumental, like, whoa, look at what we're doing now. But having recorded it, I mean, yeah, it's kind of cool that passively, in the background, we're just generating medium voltage solar panels. Like, that is cool. I'm not going to pretend like it isn't. I'm going to go ahead and get one of them. I want to go test and see what it does in the rain. Wow, that was some fun lag spikes there. I don't know, I just, in my head, it was going to be this big epic thing that was going to make the wait worth it. You know, it's been, what, over a month since the last Tekkit episode, and I was like, this has got to be good. It's got to blow folks' socks off. It's going to be massive. I kept, like, putting it off and doing additional things, just so when we came back, it would be incredible, and it's just kind of not right now. But fortunately, there won't be as big a gap between this episode and the next one. Alright, so in the middle of the rain, if we have, say, an MFE, and we've got medium voltage solar panel slapped down on top of it, and we actually configure the MFE facing in the correct direction with the handy-dandy precision wrench here. I'm not about to be attacked, am I? Yeah, that's not doing anything. It's not doing anything because it's raining. It's not going to do anything. It's got no sunlight. And there's nothing we can do about that. We've got to get rid of the rain. That's part of what's putting a downer on this whole ending. Like, oh, cool, wow, we've got all this... I mean, it does not like artificial light. It knows better as well. It knows better. Folks, next time we're going to figure out why it won't stop raining. And hopefully that won't be 3 months from now. So thank you all for continuing to watch. And even though we are getting close to a year, hopefully you folks are still enjoying the series. Thank you for finally breaking MFE. Tuck those away inside of here for now. As well as the rest of this unused gubbins. Till next time, thank you folks for watching. God bless each and every single one of you. I'll see you later. Goodbye. Howdy, folks! How are y'all doing? My name is Reese, and welcome back to another exciting episode, potentially, of our Tekkit 2 Let's Play adventure. Had a goal of getting one of these out literally like 3 or 4 days after the last one, but then Future Redeemed took up all of my time. But the reason I started recording now is because I had no intention of recording today, but when I double-clicked on my world, it started taking a really long time to load. Now, I've had a lot of people in the past ask me, Reese, how do you get these buildings built? Where are these stories coming from? What mod is it? I don't know. I don't know the secrets of all the mods in the game. What I do know is that the few times it's taken this long for the game to load in, those are the moments, those are the times where there's been new stuff built and new story to interact with. My assumption, it's just a guess, but what I assume is happening is that when I log in and it takes a long time, it's because the mod has decided for whatever reason now is the time to start generating these places and generating these storylines so that I guess they'll be ready for me when we finally get loaded. Oh my gosh, there we go. Okay, finally! That took a really long time. Alright, well we're back in, and so far everything looks normal, although it's going to be a while, I guess, before everything is fully loaded, before we can actually tell. But, oh gosh, alright. Teleport 2. That is new. See, we've been theorizing, because there's been a bunch of Endermen around lately. I've been theorizing that they're gonna want something from me soon. Today might be that day. But, oh, it's still raining. Someone recommended in the comments of a previous video that I try sleeping. Trust me, I've slept. It's been raining now for a literal, in real life, months. You know, I'll be honest with you, I don't spend a whole lot of time in this world. I've recorded maybe the 5 channel member episodes, and that's kind of the most time I've spent here. That's what I was going to do today, but then... Alright, let's see what Teleport 2 wants. Okay, alright, not a big talker, Teleport 2. This is new. I've not seen this before. This is, travel? What am I supposed to do here? Tower of the Hand? Oh, dear gosh! Oh, I see. Okay. Alright. I guess we're just into it, aren't we? Laris and Spurious, how are we doing? Hello, Reefs Crafts, we'll be quick about this. Please do, please do. As you might know, or else may have guessed, our teleportation abilities are hampered by water. Oh! So in the previous installment of our time with Laris and Spurious, when there was a full-on war going on, they made me go in there and get the dragon, I guess, because they couldn't during the rain, is that right? Rain is particularly challenging for us to navigate. He just brought me here in the rain. He literally just teleported me here. How does that work? We can travel from one dry place to another, but starting or ending a teleport within the rain can be fatal. Oh, okay. That's why he was just in my house uninvited. Teleport 2. I just figured it out. Alright, okay. Alright, great name. I don't know who writes these, but fantastic work. I commend you. All right, well, what do you want me to do about this? We believe that the pigmen have somehow deduced this information. Furthermore, we suspect that this endless rain is their doing. You think that the pigs are making it rain? Somehow they are causing this rain. We aren't sure how, but we have a lead, and we'd like you to follow up on it. Well, I mean, why me, though? Why? Aren't you like a secret organization? A very tall Enderman. Except for Teleport 2 there. He seems shorter than the average. Why do I have to do it? We suspect they're controlling the weather from within their base, a place that would be difficult for us to infiltrate, but not for you. They do have a rather large wall, and yep, and then you can't really teleport there. Did you have to walk there to my house? I guess you couldn't have teleported, could you? Bless. Good grief. Okay, so you want me to find out how they are controlling the weather and stop them, do this for us, and we will reward you handsomely. Well, I can't say no to that, I guess. I suppose I'll be on my way here with Teleport 2, and I'll be back if I find anything. Teleport. Oh, good, you will take me home. Good. Oh, and we're back. Okay, excellent. Did you grow between here and there? Hold on, just a second. No. Okay, it's just the angle, I guess. Yeah. All right. Okay. I'm sorry for all of that. I'm sure it takes a lot of effort to teleport. You teleport to. I apologize. Well, I'll tell you what. I guess first things first. We're gonna go ahead and get ourselves some invisibility potion again, because that worked out pretty well for us last time. Although, if I'm not mistaken, we used it all? I've already forgotten how invisibility potion is made and how it works. So we got splash potion, we got lingering potions of invisibility. I don't know how that's different than just a regular potion of invisibility, I should say. So we want to start with a fermented spider eye and a potion of night vision. Okay, so we're going to add that, and then we want it redstone. Wait, hold on, I'm confused. Wait a minute, hold on, what do we start with? An awkward potion. All right, nether wart and a water bottle. That's where we start with. That'll give us our awkward potion. From there, we're going to add a golden carrot. That'll give us our potion of night vision. And then finally, I've already got that up there apparently, potion of invisibility. And then we want it to be the good one. So we're going to add redstone. I guess we just add redstone to it at some point. And that's how you make it really good. I don't know. I don't honestly know. I think at some point, you know what? I think I've got it. I think I can do this. Hold on. So first off, we'll need bottles. And we'll go ahead and do this in a batch of 3. That's what we did last time. Fermented spider eye, just the one. Redstone, just the one. Golden carrot. Is that... We've got one... Oh, this is... Look at... We got this! This is going to be so quick and easy. And we've already got blaze powder in there, which I assume we need. We just got to put water in these bottles. Some of you folks are thinking, well, geez, Reese, these recipes haven't changed in time immemorial. Listen, I don't do potions in Minecraft. I don't play vanilla Minecraft. I don't know what's in vanilla Minecraft. I watched a video the other day about how much Minecraft's changed in the last 10 years. It could have been a joke, some of the things they were talking about in there. Some of them I was like, there's no shot that's a real thing that exists. No chance whatsoever. Dolphin? No, I knew dolphins were in the game. I know turtles are there as well. Apparently there's some sort of dark dimension you can go to, but it's just like a biome underground, and there's a big boss that'll come out and get you if you make too much noise, which is just insane to me. That's not my Minecraft. I mean, I'm not mad about it. I'm just saying I was surprised is all. I didn't expect it. You know, it wasn't in there back in my day. So now we want to add the golden carrot, and that's going to give us night vision. And then I think it's fermented spider eye to make it invisible, and then redstone to make it last for 8 minutes. And then I suppose, I mean, I don't really want to leave the brewer while it's brewing. I kind of want to scope it out a little. Oh, you know what we could do? Here's what we're going to do. Once this is done, we're going to add the fermented spider eye. I'm assuming it doesn't matter what order these things go in there. Okay, there we go. And then we'll open up our map. Oh, my goodness, how the world has changed. So it's good to see that, first off, none of this is spread, because all of this is now in stone, and that's concerning, but it looks like it's not going to take over. Oh, they got a whole island over here. They have a whole island. Well, if water is oh, I guess it's only damaging to them if they teleport through it. That's what we were told. Which I guess is why sometimes you'll see an Enderman taking damage in the rain. Maybe that's because they've, like, tried to teleport, and it's just flinging them all over the place, but I suppose... anyway, what I'm looking at is this. Apparently... they've built a wall. all the way around. We saw them starting to build the wall, kind of like over here, but I don't think it went all the way around, and it looks rather dire inside of there. Not gonna lie. Righto. How long does this take? Wait, was it paused because I was inside of that map? Wait a minute. Hold on. That's not like the game is paused. I think it pauses when you go into the map. That's insane. Why? What purpose does that serve? What function does that provide? That's a bit pesky, isn't it? Well, we've got a plan. First thing I'm going to do is we're just going to see if we can walk in there. Well, no, maybe we shouldn't even. Like, I know they said I could go in there because we're friendly, but if I go in there and then they have some sort of contraption making it rain, and then it stops raining, and then I leave, and they're like, hey, wait a minute. They're going to figure it out. I want to keep the good relation we've got with them. So let's go ahead and just say, first off, let's not starve here. I mean, I realize I'm far from it, but a bit of pork is a delicious, nutritious treat. I'm also a fan of beef. Nobody go tell the vegan teacher. I'll get in trouble for being a bad influencer and not pointing out that these are not vegan. This is delicious meat from the flesh of an animal, and it tastes so scrumptious. It's almost as good as real life. When you go to the store and you get a delicious red marbled steak, oh, you feel it in your hands. You slap it down in a hot iron skillet with a bit of butter, and what the heck happened here? Did my house get struck with lightning? It must have. I can think of it. I was in the middle of making a mockery of vegan teachers' work, and then this happened. This is unreasonable. This is unpatriotic. All right, we're gonna do a hop, skip, and a jump over there, and I already know the first place we're gonna go try. Oh, wait a minute. I've got to strip naked for the not in the game, and then make sure I'm not holding anything, so that we remain completely invisible. Because otherwise, if someone in my armor comes over there, it's going to be pretty obvious what's going on. Hello, everyone. Don't mind me. Just zooming my way over. Don't mind me. Okay. Alright. They've got a new entrance. That's nice. I like these. These are nice. These upgraded sort of, whatever these things are. I like them. They're little lamps. And, oh, I see they haven't updated the ones on the inside. This is all new, though. This was not here before. I'm going to be paranoid checking that every so often. Because the last thing that I want is to be just surprised by sudden... Oh, that one's updated. Well, that's so abstract. Why update some of them? I assumed it would be inside of here where they were keeping the dragon, but I guess it was raining before the dragon, wasn't it? So, it's obviously not here. It's got to be somewhere else. I don't know where. We are, again, running on a limited amount of time. So... Oh. Oh, they're all gone. Remember, there used to be a ton of them chilling out around here. Well, that's not good, because that means that they're somewhere else. Maybe they've gone back home. So there's Pork. He's by himself. So he's just out here chilling. Maybe they all went back to the Nether for some reason. I'm assuming it can only be good things, right? We have to assume. Look at this place! There used to be trees! There used to be grass, like, just literally right back here. I'm trying to point, but I'm invisible, so you can't see my hand. You can only see the attack indicator recharging. Oh, this is miserable. Also, I don't know where to look. It would have been great if it was, like, tucked way back there. I'm still trying to point. Look at me. Alright. Well, we do have some guards patrolling this miserable Mordor-esque wasteland that they've got. Why are we walking? We can fly. My problem is if we fly too fast... We might fly too fast. We might miss it. Oh, here we go. There's some kind of construct here. I don't know if this has any... Oh, yeah. Okay, it's the start of, a temple? Maybe? It's, Oh, you know what? Okay, my bet, it's a dock. Because look at how they got these, like, little things jutting out into the water. I'm locking that in as my answer. Although I don't know where ships are going to come from. Because there's just a wall there and a wall there. So, I don't know, maybe they've got, like, submarines. Okay. I mean, I suppose we could go... How are we doing? 5 minutes of invisibility? Alright, so far so good. Got a little piggy. Oh, here we go. It's the entrance to Mount Doom, everyone. This is where Isildur went to toss the ring into the volcano and decided not to. Oh, are you kidding me? That actually makes so much sense. Hold on. Look at this. Okay, hold on. Rainmaker, do not disable, is protecting us from Endermen. This is actually freaking brilliant here. Okay, hold on. How do you engage with this thing? You're like, oh, shoot. How do you get this thing off of here? Left click. You left click. Oh my gosh. Alright, an Evertide amulet. This is brilliant! Press Y to fire a weather projectile, acts as an infinite water bucket, right-click to fill tanks and cauldrons, all operations are completely free. On pedestal, create rain and snowstorms. It attempts to start a storm every 1 second. Should we take their dark matter pedestal as well? That might be a bit sus, right, if we take the whole thing. Where did they even get one of these? How do they know how to make one? I mean, it's not difficult, to be fair. The recipe is just buckets of water and dark matter, but I don't know where they would have gotten dark matter from, or the expertise to build one of these. Well, let's get out of here right now. We're going to take this back with us, and let's go take a nap now. And let's see if sleeping now that that thing has been disabled, makes it dry up a little bit. Because if so, I think we might have just solved our problem. That's so simple. I didn't think about it. I didn't think about it because why would that be a thing out there? Why would that... why would anyone have one of these out here? It doesn't make any sense. Okay, new day. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh! It's a beautiful, not rainy day! Go back to the records! When was the last episode where it wasn't raining? I'm pretty sure it started raining literally during our siege of the enemy base over there. Alright, let's put clothes back on before we turn visible and are just like mooning everyone. Do you remember the last time we heard birds here, folks? Do you remember the last time that you could just wander around and listen to the beauty of nature without the constant crashing of rain and wind? Teleport 2! Take me back with you! Thank you, Teleport 2. I appreciate it. I know that you probably can't see me, but here in my hand, I have the Evertide amulet, which is what they were using to create an infinite rainstorm. And I took it now. I have it. It's I'm gonna hold on to it if you don't mind. So what do you think about them apples, boys? Thank you, Reese Crafts. As thanks, we would like to post Teleport 2 at your house indefinitely. Well, like a spy? The spy in my ranks? He has been instructed to offer you free teleportations from this day onward, though it may take him some time to learn all of the locations you wish to travel. What? Dude! Oh, that is fantastic! That is awesome! Hopefully we will continue to work together for the good of the eye. Bro! I don't know who codes these things. I don't know who makes these things, but our own personal teleporter. I mean, I wonder what that means. He'll learn where we want to go. Teleport 2, everyone. Oh, and we're visible again. Just in time. Teleport 2! Thank you! This is actually incredibly amazing and useful. And now we've got an Evertide amulet, which makes me think that maybe it's time for us to kind of delve into all of the different rings and things you can make using that mod. I mean, there are tons of really useful ones that we might want to engage with together and discuss. How is the automation going? I've not come over here to fix it yet. Ever since I found... That's what I was logging in to do. I was going to record a members-only video where we kind of redesigned everything with the fact in mind that a solid block above here is bad. Which many of you already know and kind of should go without saying. But sometimes I make egregious errors in life. How is the whole operation running? How many solar panels do we have now, I wonder? 45 medium voltage solar arrays. All right, that is not bad. Considering I've literally come down here and done nothing, I am completely uninvolved in all of this. It's just running, which is wonderful. And I guess we might as well just, while we're in the area, have a quick stop in here and just see how, like, the power situation is holding up these days. Energy storage is topped off and good. Same situation here. That's great. This is full. These are still running. Yeah, of course they are. And will continue to be running for some time now. And that's fine, because they're backfeeding the whole grid. And we like to see that. But If we run back here, how about the big battery? Because we're still trying to feed the big battery and get it filled. It is still filling up very slowly. Someday, that's when the series ends, is when we get the big battery filled. MFSUs are staying topped off down here. We like to see that as well. How about you, sir? How are you doing? Both of these topped off, even though this one, no. And it never will be. I guess it just never will be. Because all of the power being generated back there is going to other things, and that's perfectly fine. That's perfectly fine and acceptable. We wouldn't expect it to be full, considering everything else that needs its power. Did not just mean to do that and teleport nothing. Did not mean to do that. Actually, I want to go back home. That's the wrong one. That one takes me down here. How's everything down here? Everything good? Are you still running? Oh, gosh. Have you been spitting out? Yeah, you have. Okay, good. We got back here, it looks like, before any... Oh, there's 7 of them on the ground. There might have been potentially more that we just kind of missed because I wasn't paying attention. What are you supposed to do? Should we turn this back on? I feel like we maybe should. It's just unplugged, right? We can just plug it. Well, I'll tell you what. Let's not until we get more power. We'll just go ahead and continue to leave that off because I don't know what we're going to do with the pink goo. I think we were talking about making a PESU at one point, a PESU. Once we had, I think it was 2 or maybe 3 and a bit stacks of this stuff, and now we've got, you know what we ought to make? Because you can use UU matter to make iridium, and then you can use iridium to make, let's see, iridium iron plate, reinforced iridium iron plate, iridium, blah, 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 blah. So, see, uses, that's for creating that, is for creating that, is for creating the advanced solar panel. That's not it. What's the not the nano? If we type in nano, what is that? Oh, I think we've looked at advanced nano plating before. It adds like a jetpack and stuff to it. That's fun. But if we look at uses for this, that's what I'm talking about. Quantum armor, baby. Iridium plate, advanced alloy. I mean, yeah, we could just make red matter or dark matter armor, and we will. The reason we never did was because it felt kind of cheaty to just skip directly to that and not kind of go through the machinations of the mechanical nonsense, if that makes sense. I know that it doesn't. I just said random words. Also, we've not been back down to our infinite matter generator in a really long time, just because we don't have to. Look at the amount of EMC we get when we do this. Look at what we've got now, and then look how much we've got after we've emptied this out. If you just keep... I still don't... I'm not entirely sure what the bug is here that we have somehow enacted that causes us to get infinite iron. I don't know if it's something specifically about the chests that we have. The alchemical chest is loaded with iron, and it just constantly restores itself, constantly gets put inside of here, constantly fills this up. It's not, like, the highest, I don't think, at least. I don't know, how quickly does it generate a stack? It looks like every second we're getting 2 iron dust. So every second we're getting 512 EMC. So 512 per second times 60 seconds in a minute. Is that correct? Wait a second. Are you telling me that that can't be right? That can't be right. It is right. It's 30,720 EMC per minute, or 1,843,200 EMC per hour. If we are taking it out and properly... Well, I mean... Hold on. At the risk of potentially breaking it. Let's see. Just go with a diamond. Yeah, here we go. At the risk of breaking this chest, which has not been broken yet, and potentially break... No, it's still going. Okay, well, that part of it's still going. Throw all of that in there. Make me diamonds. And then once that's empty, we'll kind of get a good visual indicator of how quickly it makes diamonds. Oh my gosh. This is not... I mean, when you consider what goes into this, what do you need? A rotary macerator, an alchemical chest, and somehow you trick it into making infinite iron. We don't know how we did that. I'm scared to experiment with it, because what if it stops working and I can't replicate it? But then look at this. just free matter. It's like free real estate, but it's matter. What's it matter to you? I mean, sure, we've got free matter being generated in the basement, so this might not seem like a super big deal to you, but I'm kind of excited about it. Also, is it true that they added EMC value to this stuff? Thank goodness they did. You don't have to hoard it anymore. We can get rid of it. So, okay, thank you folks for watching. God bless you. I'll see you later. Goodbye! Howdy there, folks. How are y'all doing? My name is Reese, and welcome to a members-only video. I was going to say live stream, but this is not live. Don't panic. You've not missed anything. We are back today where everything seems to be at peace in the world. Everything seems to have calmed down. We've got our new friend Teleport2 here. I wonder if he's got any new teleportation locations. No. Okay. Hey, Teleport2, if you wouldn't mind, I'd like to be able to fast travel over to a village yonder to check on my friend, see how he's doing, and then, I don't know, maybe other places too. Just keep an eye on me. Try to figure out, you know, the places I like to go and the people I know. And if you see anyone named Iroth, or Raymond Card, or Kakoa San, or Mother Clucker, or anything along those lines, tell them no, I'm not here. Come and get me. Get me out of here. Thank you. Love you. You're wonderful. I'm not going to use them for teleporting around the base, because that feels a bit cheaty, you know, when we have this fantastic fast travel system installed in place here. But also we do need to add another fast travel point over here. Well, today we're going to be doing a bit of a two birds, one stone situation, which I've been told is language that we need to phase out because it's violent. Listen, get over it. It's a figure of speech. No birds are dying today unless they get in my way. Now, what we're doing here today is we're converting all of this into this. We're going to basically make everything this sort of overkill setup. Now, is that going to be overkill for things like glass? Yeah, of course it is. You crazy? It's going to be way overkill for glass. Glass doesn't need that much. That's insane. But we're going to do it because it's going to eliminate the issue of the blocks being on top of these. And I've not figured out what we're going to do up here at the top, other than I did have one idea, which is we're going to just break this. We're going to see how this works, right? So we know that right now, full exposure to the sun. If I put a reinforced stair, I'm going to grab a couple of them. I'll explain why here in a minute. But if I put that there, how are you feeling about that? Still happy. All right, well, if I put the marble back in, still happy. Still full sunlight, which is exactly what we were hoping for. So that's good to see. That's great to see even. I'm really pleased with that. And, I mean, I don't know about putting, like, a whole glass there. That might look a bit silly. But can we put glass inside of that? I mean, that also looks a bit silly. But not if it's running the full length along the wall there. It might even look kind of normal. So let's go ahead and see if we can get our glass. What type of glass are we? Are you just using regular Minecraft white stained glass? I think we are. I think at some point we determined that that's perfection. That actually looks ridiculous. And I'm not a fan. I'm going to say no to that, and I'm going to get rid of it. What's the best tool to use for that? Okay. Oh, look, we got the glass back. That's convenient. That's fine. You got a little divot up there. You got a little empty box. That's okay. This is still getting full sunlight. So we're going to have to take basically everything down and shift it around a bit, because if we go ahead and we convert this to a 1, 2, 3, well, now there's like 2 blocks in between this one, so we got to move this one over. But that means we got to move that one over, and the alternative is that we build 1, 2, 3, space, 1, 2, 3, space, 1, 2. Well, there's still 2 blocks there. It's not going to work. It's just not going to work. There's no getting around it. Everything's going to have to be shuffled over, because it's going to drive me crazy if I don't. And that's okay. That's not a big deal. This should be done pretty quick and easy, and in fact, I'm going to go ahead and start disabling it all, and I'm going to disable it all while I talk to you fine folks about something that I touched on in my most recent Zelda stream, or no, my first Zelda, one of the two. Zelda Stream 1, Zelda Stream 2. Can't remember, doesn't matter. What you need to know is that I've been having problems with the capture PC again. I had some problems about a month ago or so, and I ended up fixing it because Pop! OS just has this fantastic recovery feature where you can just go into the bootable recovery environment, go back in time, reload before whatever the update was, and continue on with your life. And I don't know if we ever really got into depth with that, and I figured I'm not going to bore a whole bunch of people with it, but you folks, you pay to hear me bore you. You're channel members, so clearly you're gluttons for punishment. You enjoy this sort of thing. I'm not here to question you in your life and the choices you make. I'm very appreciative of it. Strange though it might seem to me that anyone would want to listen to me speak. I do appreciate it all the same. Can this be used here? I feel like we've done this before and it worked just fine, yeah. So, I started using Pop! OS for my capture PC. Oh, it's been a while ago now. I don't remember the exact details. I kind of get it confused with when I started using Pop! OS for my gaming PC, which was over a year ago now. No complaints. It's been fantastic. Have I figured out how to change it from full, the HDMI to limited? No. Has that caused some weird issues with my equipment? Yes. Do I have to color grade in OBS to fix it? Yes. Do I get it right? No. This video will look different than the last one, because it's kind of hard to get the colors nailed down. Maybe someday I'll figure that out. I am thinking about changing distros. Thinking about giving the old Nubara Linux a try. It's basically Fedora, but it's like a fork of Fedora by a fella named, get this, Glorious Eggroll. How fantastic is that? Pretty well known in the Linux community. He's also made like a special version of Proton. He's got this, what did I say it was earlier? Nubara Linux. It's a fork of, what did I say earlier? I don't remember what I said earlier. I might have said the wrong thing because I can't even think of what it's called now. Fedora. It's a fork of Fedora. Did I mention that at all before? I can't recall. But what you need to know about it is that it's gaming focused. It's got a lot of stuff kind of built in, not just the apps, because anyone can install the apps, but a lot of stuff kind of on the back end that's been tweaked to improve the performance. It's nothing you couldn't do if you just had Fedora and like an hour of time, but he's done all the work for me. And the only trade-off is that updates come out a month after Fedora. So Fedora gets updated, and then Glorious Eggroll updates Nubara Linux, and that's perfectly reasonable to me. I'm not even all that bothered. Wow, that's a lot of iron. The iron's not even being processed over here anymore, isn't it? Didn't we move iron processing? Also, I'm going to run out of space in my inventory with all of these, aren't I? Alright, we need a plan, and I'll tell you what my plan is. My plan is to get a chest, like a big one here, like a big bulging chest, and we're just going to fill that with all of this stuff, including this. We're going to touch on that in the future main episode, I think. We're actually going to do one about the jewels and the gems and all of those things. But, what was I saying? Oh yeah, I might give that a shot, just to see if it's got the updated drivers for my GPU. Because I'm not really sure when Pop! OS is going to be updated at this point. They're working on their own desktop environment. And it kind of feels like they're not going to do a major update. It still gets, like, stability updates and security updates, but I don't feel like I'm going to get a big update that includes proper support for my GPU. Until that's done, and I don't want to wait that long, and also, I don't know about this whole cosmic desktop situation. I'm sure it'll be fine. I'm sure it'll be fine. But until I see it and it is fun, I don't know. I might just... I'm not going to get rid of Pop! OS. I'm still going to use it on a number of other systems at this point. I got I call it the Mac stack. It's a stack of Mac Minis I got on the cheap, and that thing's cool. All of those are running. I use them for various different tasks, right? They're all, like, very specific, set up for very specific things, but they are all running Pop! OS flawlessly, and it's a fantastic experience. And these are, like, from 2012. These are 2012. I got those because they're, I think, the last model that had, it's 3rd gen Core i7, so 4 cores, 8 threads, and then it's got space. It's got 2 SATAs inside of it, so you can hook up 2 SSDs, which I've done, and they are glorious. I'm gonna have to do a video about these someday. Boy, I should have foreseen that happening. I really didn't think about the fact that all of these over here are full of stuff and are going to blow up and be a challenge to deal with. All right, so hear me out here. One of these is bound to be empty. All of these are bound to be empty. We're going to go ahead and just set this up here, and we're going to fill this up with these. Anyway, I should probably get to what the problem was, shouldn't I? So I've been using Pop! OS for quite some time now on the capture PC, and the issue we had, about a month ago or so, was that I updated, and my capture card was no longer available, either in OBS or the sort of proprietary software that comes with it. So I use a Blackmagic Quad HDMI, so the game feed and the camera as well as 2 other slots, are all available for things to get pumped into, and it's fantastic, and it's great. I got that back when me and Jenna were doing a lot of content together, and I was like, man, this is great. I can have maybe someday. Actually, at one point we did. We had no, I don't think we ever maxed it out with 4 things at once, but I remember doing a stream where we had 2 cameras, one on me and Jenna, and then one on with my nieces and Brenton, one of my nieces and Brenton. And that was a great time. And that worked out really, really well. But the issue there, it does not, it has its own proprietary software that you must have. It's not optional. It must, like, drivers and things that must be loaded, even on Linux, which is frustrating. And for some reason, after updating Pop! OS one time, the driver simply could no longer see the card. Now, I did LSPCI, which is just ls list PCI, PCIe devices. LSPCI, boom, it was listed. So the computer definitely saw that a card was plugged in. It recognized what the card was, but it definitely seemed to be like driver side. When I would load up OBS, it wasn't there. When I would load up Blackmagic's software, it just wouldn't be there. And I tried all kinds of things to fix it. The last time they updated the driver for anything, be it Linux or Windows or Mac OS, was December. And before that was November, and before that it was July. So I guess if there's a, like, they don't seem to update it very often is what I'm getting at here. So I'm hopeful that at some point in the future, when they do eventually get around to updating it, that it will start working in Pop! OS again. Or I tried another Linux distro as well, same problem. Which is why I decided it's not, because I got a newer distro loaded up in there, one that's a rolling release, and it also didn't work. So that's how I determined that, okay, my problem that I am having is not Pop! OS specific. It does seem to be, at least in part, caused by the driver itself, which was upsetting to determine, but also relieving, because it meant that it wasn't just me. It wasn't just me, and it wasn't just Pop! OS. It was like a problem on Blackmagic's part. So I'm hopeful that, let's see, maybe in another 2 or 3 months we'll get an update and it'll fix it. I haven't sent in a support ticket. Maybe I should. I probably should. But fortunately, oh, I'm sorry. That's right. I told you earlier. Pop! OS, I was able to roll back the update and got it working again, and we kind of just carried on until Friday night, I want to say. I was trying to copy some things off of there. I think it was actually Thursday, because I came home Friday holding Breath of the Wild in my arms, knowing that there was going to be a problem that I needed to fix before I could stream, and feeling completely confident that I would be able to do it, and being absolutely just sucker punched in the gut with reality that, no, I actually don't know what to do here. So, I believe Thursday night, I opened up my laptop and was going to copy some recordings off of the capture PC to my external drive over the network. This is how I do it. I don't take an external drive and plug it into one computer, and then no, everything's got 10 gig networking, transfer it over the network, done. Not this time. Samba was broken. So Samba, or SMB, is the protocol that's most widely used for transferring. I think a lot of people associate it with Microsoft because it's what I believe Windows uses, which is fair enough. But Mac OS uses it, and Linux can use it. And if you're transferring between a bunch of different operating systems, which I usually am, so I don't have any, ironically, I don't have any Windows systems. I've got Mac OS and I've got Linux. And you don't have to use Samba. There's some other options, but everything supports Samba. Just about everything supports Samba out of the box. It just didn't work. It wasn't letting me connect to it from my laptop. I tried a different computer. It wouldn't let me connect to it. No computers would connect to the capture PC. So I tried reinstalling Samba, tried redoing all of my settings, tried installing another then I tried updating it, which broke the capture card. Tried a different operating system. I never tried Samba on that because I could never get the capture card working. And then I just kind of sat back and I went, oh! And I tried to, like, force out through, like, waves in the sublime space around me. That was just nonsense. That didn't mean anything. I tried to will it to function. The sublime space around me. Absolute, utter nonsense. I just spew nonsense sometimes. I think a lot of you have probably figured that out by now. But I tried to force it to work through good vibes, and it essentially refused. So there was a Windows partition on that computer on a separate SSD already, because I've previously run into issues trying to get our... How did I design this before? Trying to get the audio device that I use, interestingly enough, to work with... Give me just a second here. I can't talk and think at the same time. So we got that, and that. And then we want to leave these cavities open back there, I guess. Or, you know, we could just fill them with glowstone so that they're not empty and they would still light things up. So we'll just do that then. The audio... So this audio interface that I'm using right now, the Art voice channel, works instantly on Linux, no problems. But I have a Focusrite Scarlett 4i18 or something like that, 8i18, I don't remember. That's what I use when I record with the boys, because it's got 4 XLR inputs. Cannot get it to work on Linux worth a dadgum darn it. You know what I mean? It just don't work at all. And that is frustrating. There's probably a way to get it that I've just not figured out. And I don't know. I don't have the patience or the skill necessary, or the time, for that matter, to just sit around and to figure that out, right? I think that's the way you do it. I think that's correct. So there's one of them set up. Perfect. And then what I was thinking about doing, maybe controversially, is going ahead and putting a black hole unit over here. Maybe? Yeah. Yeah, we'll do that. Anyway, I couldn't get the Focusrite device to work, so I went ahead and just installed Windows on like a little side SSD, so that we could boot into that when I record with the boys, which is why it's a different setup and why it's almost always broken when we go to record anything, because I gotta boot it up and update Windows and make sure like everything's still configured properly. But it's not that big a deal. I make it sound like a big hassle. It's not a big hassle. It's barely an inconvenience. So just ignore my whinging on that front. In any case, I'm finally getting to the point. I booted into Windows. That's what we're recording on right now. It might fix the problem with the... Okay, this is another issue we've been having. The audio, specifically in Tekkit 2 when I record, is broken. And I don't know why. It doesn't do it on anything else on my PC. Doesn't do it with the Switch. Everything else works fine, but when capturing the audio... it's broken, and I don't know why. It's got like these weird like noises, these weird like distortions. Maybe that's fixed now. I don't know. I'll find out when I sit down to edit this. But it's frustrating. It's been frustrating. But right now, all of that rambling, all of that yammering, all of that nonsense, just to get to this moment right here where I tell you, yeah, that's why I didn't stream Friday night. Didn't stream the old Zelda, and instead. I just stayed up until like way early in the morning, one could make the argument. Just trying to, gosh darn it, get a capture PC that worked and then get it set up. And you'd think, okay, well you booted into Windows and it was good, right? Oh, it wasn't that easy! Because then I gotta go ahead and I gotta go back into the Pop! OS and I gotta copy over all of my various different... And this isn't me complaining or trying to say that this was a complicated endeavor, don't misunderstand me. I'm just stating that it wasn't straightforward. That's what I want to get across here, is that it wasn't a quick and easy or fast fix by any stretch of the imagination. It wasn't difficult. It wasn't difficult. I guess it was, in one sense, easy. It just wasn't fast, because I had to copy over all of the configuration, all of the configurations, all the profiles, all of the scenes, make sure they all set up and working, install a bunch of drivers and things on Windows that I kind of took for granted on the old Linux, because some things are just in the kernel on that were not here. I had installed the driver that's not been, for my Art voice channel, the driver that has not been updated longer than I've had the product, I think. It was a whole ordeal, but it was all good, because we streamed and nothing was broken, I don't think. Audio was a little too quiet. Big shout out to Dake Tora for being there to let me know that. But aside from that, that's like a minor issue. I was expecting the whole thing to just not work. I hesitate to say it was a miracle, because that's maybe a bit of an exaggeration. But honestly, if you're the praying sort, say a thank you prayer to God above for ensuring that all of that functioned, because heaven knows it wasn't on me that worked, because I was frazzled. I was very frazzled the night before, because I'm like, man, you don't realize when you use a computer for capture for so long, you forget all the little tweaks and changes that you've made throughout the system to make it kind of work for your needs. You just don't think about it anymore. You get to a point where you're like, you don't think about it anymore until you're trying to set it up on a new computer, and you're like, wait, why is that not... Oh my gosh, that! It got to a point where at one point I was waiting for things to load, and I was like, I guess in the meantime I can go ahead and install the voice mod, because I used to use that, and it's not available on Linux. So I did, and that was fun. What are you? Which one are you? You're Redstone? I'm gonna get you back up and running. Come here, you. I'm gonna put you down here now, for no particular reason. For no reason whatsoever. I got coal, I got redstone. Okay. Come here. You're gonna be. What? How much is a redstone worth? How much is a coal worth? I don't know what either of these are worth. You're not a coal. You're a coal. Come here. Come here. We're gonna put redstone. We're gonna put coal. We're gonna get these back up and running as quick as we can. And I'll go ahead and transfer. Man, I wish I could just pick those items up and move them. I guess I could using like a different using an external program. I can think of one right off the top of my head that would work immediately, but I don't know. That feels it feels a little bit cheaty, doesn't it? So have I explained everything? Am I done explaining the situation with everything being broken? I feel like I am. I feel like I've covered all of the important parts. Oh, you know what? That one doesn't need to be a stair. That one can be a solid block, and that might even look better. That might actually present some aesthetic value to the whole assembly here, if that one is like that. Yeah, I kind of like that. And, yep, these are both still getting full sunlight. Perfect. Although, I guess these at the top here, they produce their own light. It's fine. These are all fine. These are all beautiful, in fact, and I'm proud of them. What are you? I've already forgotten what you were. Sticky resin? I'm putting you right here for, again, no particular reason. These things, no rhyme, no reason to any of this. Now I gotta remember how it was all set up and get it all running again. I think we're gonna have to swap out a lot of our... Well, no, we can still use these. The only issue now is that we're gonna need 2 of them, because we're gonna need a bunch of new item sinks as well. So for the longest time, we've just been using quicksort modules. So we can go ahead and plop that on there, and we can plop... Wait, do we have basic cables? Where are the basic cables? Yeah, let's get these back up and running, and then we'll talk about some other issues I've had with the setup. But there we go. So we got basic, and then these aren't basic. I called them basic, but they're not basic. We will do that, and then we will add our quicksort module, and then that'll be back online, and that'll do nothing because it's not currently configured. What did I say you were? I've already forgotten. You're going to be redstone. All right. Go. Beautiful. Look at it go. And it should be online and operational, I believe. I can't think of any reason why this wouldn't work. I don't know what's using redstone. What needs redstone, and would it need it right now? It might already be full and just not operating because other things that it needs. No, it definitely needs redstone. In fact, that is the thing that it needs. That is what it ran out of. Why is redstone not going? It was quicksort module that goes in there, right? I believe so. It's not an item sink, I know that for sure. Everything seems to be put together properly here. Hello? What is your issue? Are you wrong? I know I put you together correctly. Don't do this to me. Don't do this to me right now. Oh, there we go. It just needed to be reset, I guess. Sometimes that happens in life. Just like a computer sometimes needs to be reset. Anyway, I think that's pretty much everything I have to say on the issue of the capture PC. Other than, you know what, we've been having a lot of strange issues that I should probably address as well, in a bit more detail. So, one of them that we've been having trouble with, and some of you have probably already noticed this, is the final batch of the Future Redeemed videos have some peculiar audio issues. Now, this is a result of, I think, my capture card, which is kind of dumb. The capture card that I have, and it's very frustrating, the capture card that I have, I've used in the past, like, AverMedia cards, and those are really forgiving with the way you configure them. If you have a output that is 59.97 FPS and you set that card, just say it's a 60 FPS, I don't know, it'll work. And it won't even care. It'll just function just fine. But not so with this particular capture card. This one from Black Magic. Is it Black Magic? What did I say it was before? That's the name of the company, right? Is it Black Magic? That's the name. Yeah. Yeah, I've been on this website so many times. Black Magic. Yeah, Black Magic Design or whatever. Interestingly, if you just Google Black Magic, you get the Wikipedia entry for Black Magic, also known as Dark Magic. Thank you. I appreciate that. Very, very, very useful for me. It has to have the exact correct output FPS. And I found in the past that if you kind of mix it up a bit, like if you're receiving a 69 or 59.97 and then you set OBS to 60, you're going to get weird audio anomalies. I don't know why. I don't know what causes this. It's super weird and frustrating, and I don't know what to make of it. I'm sorry, where does Cole go? Why is it not going anywhere? Does Cole go to Cole go to here? Where do Cole go? Where do Cole go? Why it not go? Why do Cole not go? I fix Cole. I break you again? I break you again. I fix you again? I do this once more? Cole still not go. Where do wrench go? I thought it went in here, didn't it? Blocks of coal. Oh yeah. We did switch to blocks of coal. Then why do we have a coal one? Why do we have a coal one? Did I just never take it apart? I mean, this whole thing is full of coal. Well, you know what? We might need coal for a future recipe anyway, for something else down the line. I don't know what, but something else down the line might require coal. So for now, we will leave this. This is fine. I'm content with it. That's perfectly okay. We'll move that one over. Anyway, I don't know. I assume that's what's wrong with the audio. It could also be the way that I have to remux the audio could have been the problem. Like, I don't know if it's actually it being captured in that manner that breaks it, or is it from the remux? Because it's slightly different with the capture and then the OBS setting, and then the remux on top of that causes the audio glitches. Is it Final Cut Pro? The audio glitches don't seem to actually be in the file themselves, but it's only after I upload it to YouTube and it's re-encoded that they seem to get these weird popping sounds. It's very confusing. Hopefully I fixed it, though, and it's not going to happen anymore. Although it could be worse now, because OBS is configured inside of the basic. So it used to be you'd have to go into like a custom FFmpeg if you wanted to do exotic things with your audio, but not anymore. If you're just in the regular advanced tab, you can select FLAC audio, which is a high-quality audio, which is what we're recording with now. And they've added fragmented MOV and MP4, meaning if you don't want to record in MKV, you don't have to. One thing I don't know, I recorded it in the MOV and it was not compatible. Fragmented MOV was not compatible. The last episode of this series was recorded in fragmented MOV, and Final Cut Pro said, I don't know what this is, and I had to remux it. But everything seemed to turn out okay. And, which is good. I don't know if... I'm trying fragmented MP4 now. It might also not work, so we might have to remux it anyway. And at that point, we could just go back to MKV, although I don't think it supports FLAC. We'll see. Is that enough, like, technical jargon? Are you folks... Do you feel satisfied with, like, man, Reese, that was so boring. Appreciate it. Thank you. Can you just never speak again? Thanks. I'll understand if that's how you feel about the situation. I'm trying to think if there's any other technical things I need to keep you all abreast of. Have we ever discussed the way that I have recently taken to hoarding my files? Because in the past, some of you may not know this, but in the past, I considered captured video to be pretty disposable. And as soon as a video was edited, I would get rid of the footage. I wouldn't hold on to it or archive it at all. And more recently, I started doing that. I think actually as a result of... I would also delete finished videos. I wouldn't hold on to them. But then after Copa in 2019, I started hoarding the finished videos. And then at some point I decided I would also keep the raw... Oh, you know what it was? It was the Buzz Lightyear video. And I realized, man, it might actually be useful in the future to be able to go back to these files and just kind of have them for future projects. And thus it started. I just started... hey, wait a minute. Some of you may have already seen the flaw here. Some of you may have already figured it out. I'll give you a moment. Why is this pipe overlapping here? That's not supposed to happen. It's supposed to be going straight down. And then this hole needs to be moved over. Alright, that's fine. Yeah, I've just started hoarding all of my files. I'm gonna run out of storage space eventually. I've got a 48 terabyte server that I store it all on. I got news for you. The backup drive, or the backup server, is not 48 terabytes. It's 24, I believe, and it's full now. So all the footage I'm adding currently is no longer being like backed up because there's just not enough space on the backup server. So I've got to do something about that. So thank you for your channel memberships because I'm about to spend a whole bunch of money on hard drives so that I can expand the backup server, and then I'll have more room to back up the contents of the regular server, and then eventually that'll fill up, because we're already halfway there. Now, that's not as a result of recently starting to hoard files, because I've got a lot of stuff in there that I've been holding on to for a while. Like, not just the videos, because like I said, I didn't save those until recently, but even not recently, I hoarded things like any type of like asset. So any kind of like, some of you may remember I used to do those points. What did I call them? Reference points? Yeah, I think that was like social reference points, or it was something like that. It was something along those lines, where anytime I would reference something, it would come up and go like ding at the bottom of the screen. Well, I saved those as videos because I realized at some point it was a lot faster to just pull one in if I was referencing the same sort of stuff, which I was. I was referencing Star Wars frequently. And I was like, man, I bet it would be easier if I just had those saved and I could pull them up at a moment's notice instead of having to make them fresh in every video. So I just started saving those. I used to have like that big impact thing, like it would say fail and would like fall in with, yeah, that was. So there's a lot of different assets. Every song I've ever used has been saved in there. So I'm expecting the rest of the 24 terabytes or whatever it is that I've got left on that server to last me for a good long time, especially once we get AV1 on Mac. So I'm already thinking about, because here's the thing, a lot of people are like, I don't want compressed files, I want the original RAWs. I already don't record RAW. I already record compressed, and I'm thinking about getting an inexpensive Intel GPU, because you don't need the most powerful GPU to do encoding, you just need the encoder. So in the case of Intel, like an A380, literally the most budget thing that they sell, would be perfectly acceptable. I'm just going to go ahead and do this for now. That'll be fine. I'll fix the rest of the floor later. But like an A380 would be perfectly fine. You know, that would be just fine for recording AV1 and then storing AV1, because why would I store super high quality... It's okay to... I don't need to store super high quality video because I don't record super high quality video. If I'm already recording in HEVC and H.264 before that. I just want the quality that I recorded, and that's fine. So once I can edit AV1, or at the very least transcode it on my Mac, then I will start recording in AV1. And the reason I don't just do it now is because I know that it'll be more of a hassle and I'll get frustrated with it if everything I have to record I then have to convert to AV1 to edit, and then like which one of those two files do I save? Because if I save the AV1, yeah, that one's gonna take up less space. But now every time I want to pull it into another project, I gotta convert it again. So I'm hoping that M3 brings support for AV1, because I'm not gonna edit on anything other than Final Cut Pro. I kind of understand editors now who stubbornly stick with things even though they're terrible. Like, I've never heard anyone say anything nice about Adobe. Adobe sucks, right? Like, I don't just mean their product. You might like their product, and that's okay. But I am, like, morally opposed to these you will own nothing and be happy sort of, like, renting software nonsense things. I paid, I think, a total of $1,000 for Photoshop over the course of 10 years. I think when I realized that, I was like, what am I doing? Why have I done this? This is so dumb. And then I bought Affinity Photo on sale for like $30. And that was, what, 2020? So 3 years ago? And I did pay for an update recently, but I didn't have to. They're still updating Affinity Photo 1. I could have just kept using it, but I was like, yeah, I'll throw you another $30 for Affinity Photo 2. Over the course of 3 years, that's $60 compared to Photoshop. What would that be? So it's like, if you paid, what is it, $11 a month, 12 months in a year, you do the math. I've saved money. I hate renting software as a concept, so I'm morally opposed to Adobe. But then everyone who talks about Adobe, what is it, Premiere? Is Premiere the editing one? Everyone's like, oh, it's the industry standard, it's the best, you gotta use it. It's like, what's it like to edit on? Oh, it's phenomenal, it's the best editing. I mean, yeah, it crashes a lot. It does crash like an awful lot. It is very broken. But you gotta use it. It's the industry standard. It's the best. It's like, what? No? I'm gonna say no. I'm gonna say no and refuse. I'm gonna use Final Cut Pro mostly because I'm comfortable with it. I can edit a video in Final Cut Pro very quickly. And I've tried, what is it? DaVinci Resolve? I really wanted to like that because you can get it for free, right? They have a paid version, but you can get it for free. And it runs on literally anything and everything. You can get that to run on a Mac, on a Windows, on a Linux, and it's good. They make good stuff. You know, I wish I could have gotten it working, but I just couldn't wrap my head around the way they wanted me to edit. And it's one of those situations where I know if I sat down and was like, here we go, we're going to edit a video, we're going to learn how to do it, I could get it done, right? Like, I can learn. But why would I learn when I already know how to do it? And also, on these new Macs, man, I gotta tell you, I see people do the speed comparisons with, like, other editors. I'm like, dude, you gotta use Final Cut Pro. Like, sure, it's these ARM chips they're pumping out are efficient and fast on pretty much anything. But boy howdy, if you use Final Cut Pro, they are just an absolute editor's delight. The encoding speed on these, so I don't even know how to express to you, if you're not like an editor and you don't edit, how nice it is to be able to, in real time, have this fat, heavily compressed, because HEVC is heavily compressed. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. It's got these big fat encoders and decoders, and it just says, you put that in the timeline. I'll play it back at full resolution, at full speed, with nary a dropped frame. Nary a dropped frame at all! And it works well. So, I mean, it's definitely changed the way I edit. I mean, do you think I would have been able to pump out, when we rebooted this channel, some of you may remember, we rebooted it with Xenoblade Chronicles X. Do you think there is any chance I would have been able to do that and get those episodes out as quickly as I did? I mean, the absolute a monumental effort, not even really on my part. This is not me tooting my own horn. This is me just saying, I edited, I think in less than a month, 40 videos on the go, because I was doing them at downtime at work, on an M1 Pro, the literal base model M1 Pro MacBook. No transcoding, big fat 4K, 60 hertz files, just threw them in the timeline and ripped through them. And I was like, this is incredible. This is amazing. And that comes down to being very impressive little CPUs, and then also really just understanding the software, which I think matters a lot. I understand Final Cut Pro. I don't think I would have been able to do that on DaVinci Resolve. I mean, I could have if I understood it, but I'd rather stick with the thing that I'm comfortable with, which is why, all of that just to say that, yeah, until we get another, you know, I'll get another 14-inch MacBook with an M1, or with an M3 Pro, if it has AV1, and at that point we'll start recording AV1, and I'll convert the whole back catalog to AV1, I'll figure it out, I'll do some side-by-side comparisons, I'll figure out what quality settings I need to get. Hopefully we'll be able to shrink the size of currently stored data, and we'll keep filling it. And then someday we'll switch to AV2. And then someday H.2.6.12 will come out, and they'll have fixed the weird H.265 issues that made it so expensive for people to use, and that's why no one ever used it. And we'll go back, and I'll use that instead. Probably not that, though. That was a made-up scenario that isn't real. But you kind of get what I'm getting at here. We're going to continue to march forward. We're going to continue to carry on with progress and all that. What are you in a furnace? We definitely need to get that back up there. Put that one up here at the top. And then I think that's all of those done. So let's go ahead and empty all of these in here, and we'll figure out which of these are blanks. You are oakwood planks. Okay. Oakwood planks, you're going to go right here. And alright, so all the rest of these, sticky resin. Wait, I thought we already did sticky resin. Aren't you sticky resin? You're redstone. What are you? You're coal. What are you? You're sticky resin. Well, come here. This sticky resin has more sticky resin. I'll deal with you later, you little interloper. So how are we doing here? Alright. I'm gonna start moving these over now. Trying to think if there's anything else for me to discuss. Any other things that have been just on my mind here recently? I mean, I guess we could kind of talk about channel direction. We're gonna be streaming through Zelda for a while. I wasn't really happy with the last stream. I feel like I was pretty low energy because I was pretty low energy. I had been sick for 6 hours at that point, like horrible cramped stomach ache sick. And let's go ahead and shut these down so they don't keep filling up. Oh, goodness gracious. Yeah, it wasn't a great stream, but hopefully future streams will be better. And hopefully you folks will continue to tune in and watch them and enjoy them. But, yeah, no, we'll just do the same thing, but over here. Sorry, I'm trying to like negotiate in my mind how we're gonna do this, because we're gonna move some of these over to try to like lessen the impact of, like, if we break all of these now, there's just gonna be a ton of stuff on the ground. Whereas if we move them all over one at a time, we're gonna go back and finish Xenoblade Chronicles 3 as well, and we're gonna keep playing this. I don't really know what else we'll do in the future. We keep talking about doing more stuff, me and the boys. We've already got another couple of games lined up. Tell you what I'm gonna do now. I think I've talked all my talk out. I'm not mentioning what time of night this is being recorded, because I'm ashamed. I'm going to go ahead and turn on, I've been watching my way through Attack on Titan. I'm going to turn on the next episode, and we'll resume once I've got something interesting to say. I'll pause the recording. That'll save space. There's no reason for me to record in silence. I hope I remember to resume it. Oh, we'll see. This was a mistake, because I've spent the last 5 minutes, it's been 5 minutes, not much time has passed, but I've spent most of that just watching the screen instead of playing the game. It's not, I did not, this episode I'm on is not the kind of episode you can just listen to passively. Some of them are like that. This is not one of them. But here's what I did manage to accomplish. We've got a logistics chassis in K2, and that is configured with your item sync and your quicksort module, because I don't know how else to do it still. We've got a very shallow understanding of this mod, but the way that that'll work is it now keeps this empty. Before it was full of redstone. It does a decent enough job of keeping it empty. Every so often they'll leave from here, and they'll go, most of them into here, and then others will go down to there, and then if that is empty and it requires some, it'll pull them out of here. So, yes, good. Can we configure this as default route for redstone, I wonder? Yeah, so see, all of those are going into there. But see, those down there went down there to where they were. So it's kind of working out. And then what we can do is we can get ourselves like a sign, which I've got a few of here. Plop that right there. And then we could get a sampling of redstone here. Boop. Lovely. And it's right on top of the black hole unit, where it's all being stored. So just like that, you have the new setup we're going to be using. And all of the pipes will be to the left, I assume. Well, to the right. To their left, but to our right. I know left and right. I don't have to, like, do a little L with my hands, but sometimes I do. We'll see. Okay, I'm going to go back to my anime now, but that's what I'm going to do for all of these, and you'll see that when we resume. Maybe this is why I shouldn't pause recordings, is because you'll miss me blowing up low-voltage transformers, which is what I just did somehow. I was trying to reorient it so that we could have this pipe come down and not have, well, I mean, at least it doesn't look like anything else important got blown up, but still, I'm not really looking at the screen right now. Something very interesting is happening. I'm sorry. I'll get it fixed. All right. Well, I finally had enough break in the action there for me to actually get some serious work done, and it looks like we do have an ender friend here to say hello. But as you can see, we didn't really need all that many in the first place. Remember, I had that first bank of them all in a row there, and I was like, this is going to be great for the future. None of them had anything in them. There was like 2 things over there, glass and furnaces and sticky resin, and they were all being produced way too slowly to be useful. I added a couple of extras over here, so you already know about my snafu with the coal. We're just leaving it, because we might need coal in the future. Now we're generating it in coal loads. Now you'll notice that none is being put in here. I think it's because we're having power issues again. We'll talk about that here in a second, but for now, I also added silver, because we already had, like, gold and iron and tin and copper, and I thought, why not also just have silver? So that's just also being produced in here. Got about 3,000 of those, could be useful. How is all of this functioning? Is everything a bit faster? Well, kinda. We're still running into issues with rubber. So that was never really a problem with the generation, though, of sticky resin, and always with the centrifugal extractor not being fast enough. Might need to add some of those. Don't really know how I want to do it, though. I saw someone comment that maybe could add them around here, but that's kind of messes up the current theme that we've got going here. I would like to put them on top, but the issue with putting one on top is then we have to run power out the back, and that'll be ugly. What we could do is just, like, set up another row here. Right? I don't want to put them all the way up here. I figure one space of marble in between, and then lights again, and then another central fugal extractor. Or we might move the central fugal extractor over here and have little, like, circles of them. If it can hook up multiples to one logistic chassis, we'll just put something else over here. It doesn't really matter what. But they'll have, like, a circle of those, and then what are you doing? Maybe a circle of those, I don't know. And then what are you doing? Maybe a circle of induction furnaces, just like a little separate area. And then all of this can kind of... Yeah, I can actually see that. We can move this over to here, and then relocate all 3 machines over here and have little, like... I'm visualizing, like little flower petals, like, coming off of the little pollen bud in the middle. That's how I'm imagining it. And then we'll have these 3 spaces left over for something else. And that might be a future project, I should say. But that's kind of where we're at right now here. Just not able to produce enough rubber to manufacture enough cables. It's not just copper cables, though. Remember, we're not just making copper cables. Because somewhere along here, I think closer to the end, probably the one I just passed, but not, but this one, but no, but this, but not, but this. We also need it for the gold cables, and those aren't being produced either. So we definitely need to do something about the rubber situation in the future, I'm aware. But remember, it's all going down to here, and this is still running. And I don't think there's been any significant... Well, there's 50 of them, but I feel like there was like 40 some odd last time, so it's not really a huge improvement. Now, why are we not making high voltage solar arrays? It's a great question. I fully understand the question, and I want to assure you that I have thought through it. The issue there is that to build the high voltage solar array, I think we've talked about this before, but in order to make the high voltage one, we're going to need to have a large amounts of iridium. Now, we do have quite a bit of iridium. In fact, we might even have enough iridium to make one of these high voltage things, but you gotta have a lot of power. So, in a strange and funny twist, we need to build the Tower of Power with all of our medium voltage arrays in order to generate enough power to generate automatically, to automate the generation of enough UU matter to make high voltage solar arrays. So, we'll have to build the Tower of Power first, so that's kind of priority number 1. Then we're going to duck back down in here, where... How are we doing in terms of power? So we've actually doing okay with power in terms of generating power. What we're struggling with right now, and you'll see all of this has been changed quite a bit because I had to rerun all of these up here. But, I mean, I could just run power back over here and build another LV transformer. That is an option, and we could absolutely do that. And we might in the future. I'm not opposed to it. But we've got this one here. And by the way, I don't know how I missed this in the past, but okay, so check this out, right? 1 EU gives you 2 LP, but 10 RF gives you only 5. So this is 1 to 2, and this is 2 to 1. but I don't know how much EU goes into RF back there where we're generating it, so I'll have to figure that out. And then if we were generating MJ, we'd be getting a ton of LP. And I mean, we could do that. We could just do that right now. Hold on, don't we have... I mean, I'm assuming Minecraft Joules is still a thing in Buildcraft itself. I don't assume that it's changed to RF, right? So we're going to make the very slow pilgrimage through here to the massive hole in the floor, where we can then fast travel back to here. Oh my gosh. It's creepy. Teleport 2 over there. It's a little bit creepy. But then we go in here to Buildcraft, and we can grab some of these Stirling engines. We've also got electric engines I forgot about. Those also convert EU to RF. I think those will take high voltage as well. There's an idea. There's actually an idea and a half right there. We might need to give that a quick test and see where that gets us. But what I was going to say is we can plug one of these into the back of that thing and just stick some Aeternalis fuel blocks in there, and it'll run for infinity. Oh, I don't know if that's true. I don't know if it actually will run for infinity. In fact, I feel like that's probably incorrect. That's probably an exaggeration on my part, but nothing in the wall here I don't think that we're going to break when we do this. Break all of these, and then we got to have this here to make sure it looks pretty. We don't want it to look disgusting. Alright, you, Stirling engine. Plug in there. And then we'll get a lever, or a lever, if you're so inclined. Either way. And an Aeternalis fuel block. Plop that in there. Turn the darn thing on. It doesn't really look like it's made an appreciable difference, but we didn't strictly expect it to. Well, yeah, we did, because it's 1 MJ for 5 LP. Is this starting to fill up? It kind of looks like it's sticking closer to that about 1600 a little bit more consistently, although now that I've said it, it's stopped. So it must have heard me and decided to be stubborn about it. And that's okay. Maybe someday that'll go somewhere. Meanwhile, over here... Do you guys want to risk blowing things up? Because I think it'd be funny. I mean, what a funny way to end this video, right? Like, assuming this just doesn't work, wouldn't that be kind of hilarious if we placed that there and then we hooked it up to power? Okay, well, nothing blew up yet. Does it also need a switch? It might also need a switch, so let's see. By switch, I mean lever. So we'll get a lever. And let's also make sure that... So that one is still running low consistently. Well, if I turn it on... Yeah, again, I don't know what the ratio or the conversion is here, as opposed to those things we're using back there. But that is pumping power in directly, it looks like. Let's see, let's make sure. Yeah. Yeah, current output, stored. It is heating up pretty quick, but I don't reckon that's going to be a problem. What are you doing? 20 redstone flux per second. So, 20, and that's 10 to 5, so that's 10 LP per second. And then you're also doing 20 per second, but you're also, though, consuming, you're heating up very fast. Is that concerning? Am I not extracting the power fast enough? I don't know what to do about that. If I can do anything about that. It's just still heating up. I mean, it looks like we're pulling the power out as fast as it's being generated. Uh-oh. You know what? Let's just not. I've decided let's just not. I don't think it'll blow up. I think it'll just stall out, but... I mean, look, this thing's staying pretty cool. What's that all about? Why is it not overheating? It's dumping its energy in there plenty quick. Not that it's really helping all that much. Again, maybe we just need to get those solar panels hooked up. And, in the future, this won't be an issue. But, until such a time as that, thank you fine folks for watching. God bless each and every one of you. Thank you all so much for your continued support, channel members. And I'll catch y'all in the future. Bye. Howdy there, folks! How are y'all doing? My name is Reese, and welcome back to our Tekkit 2 Let's Play Adventure extravaganza of awesomeness and fun times, where the butterflies are out, the birds are currently not tweeting. They were right before I hit the record button, but it's just a beautiful day. It's just a beautiful day. The sun. The sun! There's no rain, there's no clouds, I'm a little bit ill. Listen, oh, there's the birds. Now that I'm inside, that makes perfect sense. I mean, when you build your walls out of glass, what do you expect? You're gonna hear everything happening outside, I suppose. But, I mean, it's not like... It could be a double or even triple layer with, like, argon-filled glass, and that could block all the sound. You'd think glass this thick wouldn't need all that, but I don't know. I guess it's just getting through anyway. It's very hard glass, so it doesn't really block the sound. It actually carries it through quite well, and even amplifies it somehow. I have no idea how that works. Listen. If you watched based on the title and the thumbnail, I don't know what they're going to be, but you're probably thinking, wow, hey, get to the point. We got some housekeeping to do first. I understand this might be the first video in this series you ever watch, and you're furious that I'm not getting to the point. There are timestamps in the description of the video, in the pinned comment, maybe even on the actual timeline itself if you hover your mouse over. So we're going to get to the point, but I want to open up real quick first with just a bit of a warning that I am very ill. This is probably the third or fourth time I've been sick since we started this series. If you're watching this in 2024, hello. You're probably you're binging them. You've been watching for 12 hours straight, and you're thinking, how are you sick? Again. These were recorded over the course of almost a year now. This pack is almost a year old. And I get sick every 2 to 3 months because I'm a horribly unhealthy person. I need to change my diet. I need to change my workout routine. I need to stop just picking things up off the ground and then putting them in my mouth. I can't say I've ever actually done that, but I mean, you know what? I just need to be more cautious and be more healthy in general. Take vitamins and drink more water and all of that. And I'm working on it. But I'm sick again. So let's get that out of the way right now. I can't breathe through my nostrils. That's why my voice is a little bit higher up in pitch and frequency and all that. Second thing is, me and the channel members have been a little bit busy. We did another members-only kind of in-between episode where I spent over an hour talking about computer problems and very slowly remodeling this. And the great thing about not being a channel member is you don't have to watch that. You just get to skip to this part where I tell you, hey, have a look here. I reorganized it all. We put stairs up here so that these aren't being blocked. And then, of course, every subsequent one going down has full sunlight as well. And we're just generating, really, an absolutely insane amount of glass. It's crazy. So all of this is far more efficient and effective than it was before. And if you want to have a look at how many medium voltage solar panels we've made, we're sitting at 51, which is pretty exciting. Very exciting, even. So I'm happy about that. And I wonder what we're waiting on. Waiting on some more low voltage solar panel arrays? I don't even know where those are being manufactured. Over here, I guess. Oh, we're close to getting another one. Oh, that's fantastic. Well, I'm happy to see that. So that's pretty much all of that out of the way. Just kind of catching you up on the fact that I have a horrible illness. It's not that bad. I have a cold. I'm not horribly ill with anything incurable. I just have a bit of a cold. And oh dear heavens above. Oh, there's been a crab invasion. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, it's all the channel members. Oh my gosh. Are these crabs bigger than normal? Have they gotten bigger? We've got all of the channel members. I mean, first off, there's a lot more of them than there were before. I think we had 4 previously, and now they're all out. They're all out. There's Jake Gates and Maria. Oh, I see what they've done. They've broken holes. Well, I guess they had to. There's so many of them, they couldn't all fit in there. I think there's more of them now than there are blocks inside of the... They're so much bigger too. And look at sand. You got sand all over. You're traipsing sand around. We're going to have to find somewhere else to keep all the channel members. There's just too many of them. The volume of channel members. And also, they look bigger. Ryan Wilson, are you... Are Jake Yates, Lucas, Moyer, Gilly, Maria, are y'all bigger than the average crab? Purple Lemons, you look almost big enough for me to ride. I mean, I can't quite get on your back. But if I could, if I could get a saddle on this thing, man. I mean, I don't know why I would want to ride a crab, but it could be a good time. Well, this is... I'm gonna have to find somewhere else to put them all, because there's very clearly too many of them. They're taking up all the space in my basement. I wanted to make a quick announcement. I announced previously, in an episode that, if you're watching in 2024, 2025, first off, hi, how you doing? It would have been moments ago for you, as you binge through this series, but it's been months ago now in real time, that I was going to do fewer but longer episodes. That was a mistake. I think one of the greatest qualities about me as a person is my willingness to accept when I've done wrong. This isn't like a huge mistake, it's not a huge error, but I think that what I found is that it's not even that the idea itself is bad. If I was making these weekly and they were these big, epic, weekly episodes, that would be one thing, but I think that because I decided to make each one longer and pack more into them, it created this pressure for like, okay, well, how much do I need to do for an episode? How much prep do I need to do? Which kind of got me to a point where I just really didn't want to do it. I didn't want to sit down and record because I was like, oh, there's so much to do. So I just didn't. And that's why episodes haven't been coming out. That was a terrible idea. You know what else was a terrible idea? Was the little mini episodes that we did in between regular episodes, because I wanted episode 10 to be a big deal. We did 10 episodes between 9 and 10. That's terrible. It makes the if you looked at the playlist, it's a mess. These are all horrible mistakes that I made. Terrible decisions. So I'm changing it all. This is an announcement to announce that I am changing it all starting now. Each episode is going to be a little bit more focused. We might get less done, but they'll come out more frequently. They'll be laser focused on a single thing. We're going to do that thing. We're going to do that thing right. And that is what we're going to do moving forward. Thank you all for tuning into my TED Talk. I hope that all made sense. And today we're going to do something that we should have done a long time ago. Today we're going to take our armor and upgrade it to quantum armor. That's the title of the video, probably. I don't know. Probably? There's an R in that word somewhere. This may be the title of the video. It could be. Potentially. Could be in the thumbnail. Now you might say, Reese, why don't you just jump right ahead to gym armor? Gym armor exists. It doesn't cost that much. Why don't you just build that? And to which I say I could. I could just build the red matter armor, or the dark matter armor. And maybe that'll be next episode. The reason we've never done that is because Tekkit is a technical kind of pack. And even though I absolutely could build those things, going through the process of mechanizing all of these different machines to automate the construction of all these different materials and equipments and things. Look at that. 48 of those just sitting on the ground back there. Because I wasn't coming down here to... Good gosh. I'm an awful Minecrafter. This is part of the... Where did our creeper go again? I'm getting fed up with that. Listen. What I'm trying to say is, it's on me. It's all on me. No, wait, no, I'm not. Oh gosh, I'm so sick. I got confused with the conversation we were just having with the one we were having when I was standing outside. Oh, I took too much cough syrup, didn't I? That's what this is. Okay. Alright, no. Oh, I remember what no. Wait. Yes! No. Oh my gosh. Oh, this isn't good. Oh no. Oh no. Let's go to sleep. The sun sets. Let's get in bed. Oh, don't give me that nonsense. You get let me get. I'm gonna tuck in under the covers. There we go. All right. I'm clearing my mind. I'm focusing on the conversation we were having underground. Oh, I wanted to go through the process of automating all the stuff and building all the materials and going through the armor sets. And now we're gonna build the quantum armor, and then in the future we'll build the other types of armor. Okay. For right now, though, this is what we're going to focus on. And one of the key ingredients for all of these is Lapatron crystals, which we know how to build, iridium plates, which I think we probably built before, and then all the rest of this is stuff we probably have lying around, but it wouldn't shock me if we didn't. But I'm also not all that plussed by the prospect of having to build it all. And then I don't know why you'd want to add an EU reader to the helmet. I don't know what form or function that serves. I noticed that if I looked up quantum armor, there were some other alternatives, like there were some other variations, right? So you've got the quantum body armor, but then look at all these other quantum armors over here, right? So, I mean, I think these two are just various states of charge. But look at this one here. It's a body jet plate? I'm sorry, what is that? So you build this advanced nano chest plate, which I mean, that's crazy. These are all, I mean, and then you look at a compacted jetpack. That's pretty cool. I mean, we have a literal flying ring, so I think I'm gonna have to pass on it, but it is pretty neat. You can't deny that. We're not doing that, though. Don't get your hopes up. What we're going to be building today is iridium plate. So for that, we need advanced alloy, iridium ore, and a diamond. So, I mean, let's start off first off with the easiest thing that there is to do, which is to just go ahead and grab a stack of diamonds. I don't know. And then we need to make an eye shape, and that's iridium. It's literally that simple. What do you want? I. What if you want iridium? You make an O, but that's not a real thing, so don't do that. That'd be silly. That obviously makes gunpowder, because C is really close to G, and it makes perfect sense when you think about it, but don't think about it, because it might not make so much sense. The redstone, because this is... If you turn it sideways, it kind of looks like a lowercase r, like that, but that's for bones, because this is like a wishbone, and you break... And you get the big one, you make a wish, you know? Not to be confused with the charity. And then there's tons of recipes for this. I was just trying to guess my way through a lot of them. Look at that. You can get random things like cobblestone. I mean, it seems like a waste. Regular stone. I guess if you just have this in excess, dirt, acacia wood, birch wood, jungle wood, regular wood, spruce wood. It's so funny that there's so many different types of wood, but then right through here, there's just stone, dirt, and then everything else is a type of wood. That's ridiculous. Who makes these rules? Who decides these things? It's so abstract. I'm sorry, I got real distracted there. Again, cough syrup. Iridium. How much of this do I need? I don't know. I didn't count before I started. I need 2, 4, 8, 10. I need 10 of these plates, I guess. And I did not see... and then there's 4, so I need 40. I need 40 iridium ore, and I've got 16 so far. But worry not, dear viewers, because there's a ton more of this stuff in here. We were saving it all up to build a Pesu. Maybe we should be building a Pesu today. It's not what we're doing. I've already decided. You can't change my mind now. We're building this armor that we don't need. That's what we're going to do, and you're all just going to have to go along with it, because it's my YouTube series. And you don't get to tell me how to... I'm just going to make a lot more of this stuff, because I think we're going to need a lot more of it anyway. So I'm going to throw the rest of that in there. And who knows, we already had some. Now we've got 11, but we also have this 40. Is everybody with me? Are you staying with me? Now, something else I'm going to do today is I want to actually save my nano armor so we can put it on display downstairs in the basement. So I'm going to make a whole new set of nano armor. And you might say, Reese, that's absurd and ridiculous. Also, why are you skipping the advanced nano chest plate? Well, again, I don't need the jetpack. It's cool. It looks cool. I don't need it. It's not gonna help me any. So we got to build the nano armor too, which means we actually need energy crystals as well as Lapatron crystals. I'm kind of rambling now. This sort of resembles what you get in a episode of the the channel member series. This is the nonsense. This is the type of nonsense they have to deal with. You are what I want. Can I? No. Yes, there. Make me some of you, please. And then I think I need carbon dust? Like coal dust? Do I have an excess of that by chance? There's always a possibility, however unlikely, that all of this is running to such a degree that I've got just a ton of coal dust in here. I have 125,000 coal dust. Well, I'm gonna take that. And I'm gonna convert that into... There we go. These raw carbon fibers, right? And I'm going to convert those into this raw carbon mesh. And then I think I just compress that. And I think 32 of them is probably enough. And then we probably already have some as well upstairs that I just mislooked or overlooked. I don't know. I'm feeling kind of ill right now, so I don't know what's going on. All right, you. Singularly compress these for me, thank you. Why do we have so much uranium in here? And why do we have so much dense copper plate? Is this still going? It's a thing of beauty. It's a thing of beauty. I'm gonna just let it keep going. And this is just to build the new set of nano armor, by the way. If you were thinking that this was going to be in any way useful for our other project of building the quantum armor, the actual point of today's episode You would be sorely mistaken, and honestly a fool. How could you think such a thing? Clearly, I'm doing something old that I've done before, like it's new for some reason, alright? It's a classic Howdy Folks maneuver. It's like, it's been long enough, they don't remember I haven't done this before. It's gonna be like entertainment, except I'm ill. So there we go. We've got the nano suit that we needed as our base. Now we gotta get this stuff. I don't know. We might be able to just build that from what we've got inside of here. There's a Laptronic crystal right there. Do I need one for each of these? Yes, I do indeedy. So, what are you missing? You can't find the recipe for the energy crystal. Well, that's tough, isn't it? Find someone who cares. MFE, maybe? Yeah, that's it. There we go. Got not one, not two. No! Redstone, though. Redstone's not the worst thing to run out of. That's a block of red matter. That would be ridiculous to put that in there. Can you convert this to... I think you can, but I don't think you have the recipe for it at the moment. Yeah, you do. Yeah, it's right there. Okay. 3 and 4. So we've got the 4 of those, and then we've got, I think, all of these plates. No, we don't. We've not even built these yet, because we need advanced alloy. There's 48 of them. Let's leave those in there. Let's leave those right inside of there. And then also, what have I done now with the 40 of these? You get out of there. I don't know why you're hiding in there, Iridium. I need you inside of here. Because what I need you to do now is, just make these for me. This is great. How many did I say I needed? 10? As many as I can make, I guess, is the answer to that. Yeah, there we go. There's 10 of those. And then, with that, we need 1, 2... That's it. Just 2 of these. Fantastic, quick, and simple. This industrial work table, I mean, every so often, someone comes through clutch. And in this case, it was the actual maker of the mod. I cannot say thank you enough. This has been one of the best inventions for building these, because they're so fiddly. And I don't have to do anything with this. They're just ready to go. How many of these do I need? I need 3 of them. Well, thank goodness I didn't walk away before realizing that. And then I also need a piece of glass. Thank goodness I didn't walk away before realizing that. And then I also need a couple of glowstone. Thank goodness. Why don't I just build it inside of here? It looks like it's got everything I need. Look at that. Not quite. Iridium plate? There you go. Give it to me. Okay, you know what? It's going to make me take everything out individually. And then also I don't have rubber boots. But I can make those. I think I have rubber balls right here. Rubber boots are kind of cool. They do cool things. Do they stop you from taking... That's not how you build a boot. That's not how you build a boot. Do they make you not take fall damage? Am I wrong? Protects you from fire and lets you swim in lava if full set is equipped. Is there a full set of I'm sorry, swim in lava? Wait a minute. Now go back a minute. First off, these aren't what I thought they did. But what full set? I don't see a full set. I just see rubber boots. What? A full set of what? If full set is equipped. A full set of what? At industrial craft. Let's find the boots, and then whatever they're next to, I think is a pretty safe bet that that's what we're gonna want. Okay? I mean, I'm not seeing them in here. I'm not seeing rubber boots at all anywhere. But, oh, here we go. Hold on, what have we got? We got composite boots? That's not it. Is it talking about the hazmat gear? Can I go swimming in hazmat? Apparently I can. Protects from fire and lets you swim in lava. Have we built hazmat gear before? I have maybe a vague memory of it. A vague recollection. Is it just in the basement right now? Is it like hung up somewhere? Okay, these are our previous armors, you might remember. Hazmat gear, though. Didn't I have more armors over here? Oh, here we go. No, this is my Martian gear. Or whatever it was. Interesting. I guess we've never built hazmat gear. I mean, I don't really need to go swimming in lava. I just think that it might be fun to, like, dive to the center of a volcano. God bless me. Oh, I can breathe a little bit better now. I mean, only a little bit better, but still, that's something. How do I make rubber boots? Sorry? Wool. Oh. Wow, they really pulled the wool over my feet. I don't know. I don't know what that means. I regret saying it. Wool. There we go. Two. Why did I say wool? Wool. 2 rubber boots. Okay. Quantum boots. What are you missing? Machine block? I mean, I think not. I think that's probably fine. I wish I'd realized that before I walked over there, though. Boy, I feel like a real fool now. Really pulled the fool over my wool, you know what I mean? You've all heard that before. So it looks like it's some kind of special kind of glass, and I wasn't paying attention that it needs to be reinforced glass. Or reinforced, even, not reforced. Reforced glass is glass that you've forced to do something, and then you're reforcing it. So it was like, listen, you're going to have to take the trash out. And it didn't say anything. It didn't have any kind of response. Because it's glass. It's an inanimate object. It's incapable of responding to you, as it is not alive. But somehow you managed to force it to do it anyway. Now it didn't like taking the trash out. It doesn't want to do it again, and you've got to reforce it to. But we're talking about reinforced, and I'm shocked I don't just have any in here. I've got reinforced stone. You'd think that that would be something I'd have held on to, but it's not that big a deal, everyone. I can just make more. It's just glass and advanced alloy. This is far from the end of the world, and in fact, I've got glass and reinforced allies? Reinforced allies is like when Rohan came to Gondor's aid, and they were reinforcements, and they were allies. That's nothing to do with glass, though, or alloy for that matter. Quantum helmet. So, what are the benefits of this? The benefits are many. I mean, first off, just overall, the better armor, holds more power, and with this one, removes fire from you. I mean, I don't know if that means we can swim in lava. Feeds you if you have filled a tin can. Removes wither radiation poison effect from you. Provides air to you when the air is low. This is the best armor. Are you kidding me? I mean, come on, let's go. So, first off, we need to have a bit of a ceremony in the basement. And we're going to go ahead and... Okay, well, we look dumb with that underneath, but... I could just add music in post. I guess it is easier to do it now. It adds to the lineup of previously worn armors, which is beautiful. This was like the first 5 episodes, and this might have also been the first 5 episodes. I feel like we got this armor pretty early on, and we've had it for most of the game. But now, we equip our quantum gear. Take this stuff off. There we go. So we can just see ourselves properly for the first time in ages. And I feel like we look dandy, don't we? Alright, let's go trying to maneuver my way backwards here onto the charge pad. This could take a while. This does charge armor, doesn't it? Yes. Boy, is it going to take a while. We can go ahead and get rid of these things, because we don't need them anymore. And we can start looking into canned food, because that would be great if I just had canned food in my inventory at all times that just kept me fed. Ground beef and a tin can. I feel like there is another option, considering this is specifically Galacticraft. Let's see, how do I make a can of, like, tuna or something? Oh, here we go. What have we got? We got can of food, can of food, can of food, can of food. These are, again, all... They're all... I mean, it's fine. It's not an issue. It's just they're all Galacticraft. Where even is canned food? I'm going all through here. I found 10 cans. Isn't there a canner you have to make? Or did I just make that up? That's possible. What is that? Vacuum canner? Crop scanner? That's not the same thing. Those are different things. Vacuum scanner. So, advanced machine block, canning machine. Okay. Canning. Here we go. Canning machine. Well, first off, hit A. Electronic circuit, machine block, tin ingot. I could sneeze and one of these would just be materialized. I'm not going to look anything else up about this. I'm just going to figure it out. Are you, like, empty? What's happening here? Can you fill this up a bit more quickly? This is taking a very long time. You know what? We'll worry about doing... Oh my good gosh! Oh! Did it mention that on the pants? I didn't mention that on the pants. Well, apparently when you run in the pants, you run in the pants. Folks, we need to get somewhere where I can actually, like, test this proper, like. Hold on. Just put all this away. There we go. Oh my gosh. Look at these jumps! Mad jumps! I mean, this would be a lot cooler if we didn't already have the ability to fly, you know? But if we, like, get a good... Oh my goodness, look how fast we can fly now. Because it's determined by how quickly you can get up and off the ground. Hi, guys. How y'all doing? Hi, guys. Oh my gosh, this is amazing. Okay. And we bring it in for a landing. Let's find out whether or not we are immune to lava. I mean... It kind of sounds like we're not, but it kind of feels like we are. Let's see if we can, like, go underwater forever. Because it said it was going to supply us with oxygen. So if our oxygen completely depletes, can we just stay under here? Oh, wow, it goes all the way to the bottom, doesn't it? Okay. I mean, I feel like we're swimming absurdly fast as well. Again, I refuse to look up anything about the armor, so it's all just going to be mysteries. What are you? What is that? It's just this one random... Okay, whatever. Oh, yeah, look, we're not running out of oxygen, are we? Yeah, every time the oxygen goes about 3 or 4 bubbles down, it just comes back. That's cool. Is there anything fun to find in the ocean in this version of the game? I don't think there's any, like, creepy, drowned zombies or anything like that. So I don't think we need to be on the lookout for those, but... Are there... Again, I don't know what versions of the game's got different things added, so I have no idea... You know, like the creepy underground temples with the eyeball fish? Whatever those are. Like, are those a thing I need to be on the lookout for around these parts? Have I just come out in a swamp? This is an island. Where the heck am I relative to everything else? What direction have I gone in? Oh. Oh, there's another volcano here. Okay, see, don't let them know. Don't let them know about these 2 volcanoes up here either. That's going to be how they get me. They're going to have this, and then they're going to build these volcanoes up. I'm surprised they haven't conquered this whole island and turned it all into pigmen. That would be the worst thing that could happen. And then they'll take over this island, and then they'll take over this island, and then the whole world will be ruled by pigmen. And then what am I supposed to do? Are there all these... Oh, right there. I thought they were lava. I forgot this is literally a mushroom forest right around these parts here. We've never gone north very far, have we? I know the game started up north, and then I immediately traveled, ended up at Napier's village where I stole a bunch of stuff, came down and around, and ended up here. Isn't that funny? How literally in the first episode of the series I was just like, and I'll settle here, and now look what's become of it. Just how much joy and entertainment has spawned from that decision. Go back home. No, hold on. This is south. Go back home now. And, oh goodness, we traveled pretty far. I didn't even realize. Home? Where are you? Home. Home. That's it. It's where the heart is. I'm not done, though. I want to go to Moon. I want to go to Moon. I want to go to Moon and see if we can survive without any of our gear, right? So, hold on. Oh, no. You're not going to provide me with oxygen under these circumstances? You'll provide me with oxygen if I'm underwater, but if I'm on the moon, no oxygen for me. Okay, well then I guess we can assume I also need this sun to not burn from the Martian sun, but... Remember Moonbase? Remember we used to come to Moonbase? Don't do much in Moonbase. All this stuff has Moon EMC value now, though, so that's pretty good. Is our rocket still in here? Our rocket's still in there. Good. Beautiful. You know how we like the history. Moonbase, it's just not interesting, right? You can have these mods that add all these different planets. But then when you get to them, there's nothing there. What's the point, right? Also, is it brighter here? I guess it's daytime. I was wondering if maybe this added a night vision feature. Again, I refuse to Google it. I'm not looking it up. We're going to just figure these things out as we go. I suppose one way to figure that out would be to just dig a hole and then bury ourselves and see whether or not we can see, but that seems like it would be ridiculous, doesn't it? Who would do that? Also, where would we dig said hole? This is such a dumb plan. Don't do this at home. Nah, it's real dark. I'm gonna say we don't... Well... Nah, it's real dark. Alright, well, we'll cap this back off before anyone falls in and gets injured. And, I mean, that would be unfortunate, wouldn't it? There we go. Okay, alright, sorry. I got really distracted there for a hot minute. and I'm finally reeling it all back in, and doing what you all actually came here to see, which is building a canning machine, which is 10, a machine block, and an electronic circuit. Watch this. I need 10, and I don't need 10 of an individual object. How many times can I make the same joke in one series? Let's find out. A 1, a 2... That's, none of you are gonna know what that is, are you? You gotta be old like me to know what that is. You gotta be ancient like Reese. Actually, all of you are ancient. I've seen the viewer statistics. You're all in your 20s, howdy, by the way, or older, which is fun. So I think you're all medium voltage machines. I don't want to plug energy directly into those. This thing will blow up. What do I need to do to make it the better canning machine? I need to add a pump for some reason? Sure. And then an advanced machine block, and then compressed air cells? Okay, well I have a compressor. And I'm almost positive that I've got some empty cells. I think I only need 6 of them, so that's all I'll build. But will this work in a singularity compressor? Yes, as it happens, it absolutely will. There we go, compressed air. Is compressed air actually blue? I mean, I know under the right circumstances, any gas can become a liquid, including oxygen. But is it blue? What color is... I'm going to have to Google this now. It's going to drive me... I'm not going to Google anything about the armor I just built, but... What color is liquid oxygen? It is blue! It's a very pretty blue! Oh my gosh, that's a gorgeous blue! Well, go get them then, mod pack author and mod maker, with your accuracy. It's not quite that color blue, but, I mean, that's pretty cool looking too. That's more of like an electric blue. Because, you know, electricity under the right conditions can become a liquid, and then you put it inside... That's not a real thing. I'm sorry. Why must I lie? Mining pipe! I've got that! I don't know why. I just looked at it and remembered it, and I do in fact have it. I need more empty cells, as it happens. I'll just go ahead and take the one I've got. I'm probably gonna need some machine blocks, I don't know. Give me that thing too. Look at that. Empty cells, a bit of mining pipe, some tree tap, some machine block, some electronic circuit. You get yourself a lovely pump. I don't know if we've ever built a pump for anything yet in this series. But we can then combine that with our canning machine, our advanced machine blocks, and all of our compressed air cells to get the vacuum canner. And then it's just a matter of finding a place to plug it in where there's going to be like power already ran and it's not going to be in the way of anything. Would right here theoretically work? I think it would. I would just have to dig this out and put a block there. Oh, perfect. Okay, you know, and what do we do? Don't we have MFEs underneath all of these for some... strange, inexplicable reason that I cooked up in my head once that made sense and tried to justify to the masses? I think so. Well, let's continue that nonsense by building another one. And, oh, cool, we can even repurpose this. We don't have to have a new one of those there. That's wonderful. So we only need one additional glass fiber cable for this. So we'll just go ahead and we will slap that bad boy down right there. An MFE on top. That is beautiful. And then this... Wait a minute. No, that's not how I do these. Oh, I've gotten it all messed up. It's all mixed up now. It's a horrible mistake. Oh, I apologize profusely. I can't even begin to express to you the regret I feel in my heart. Big YouTuber apology here. Listen, I really messed up. I know you guys expected a lot more from me. And I know you all deserve a lot better. And I apologize. I'll never make a mistake like this again. I really love all of you, and my career is my world, and my music is my passion, and my fans are my passion, and I promise I will never again accidentally place a power cable somewhere I didn't intend to. This is not like me. This is not who I am. Even though I literally did it and have been doing it for months, and I'm only stopping doing it now because I got called out. It's not who I am, placing these... cables in the wrong places, and it'll never happen again. And also, what do I do now? Can? Do I put a can in there? It's a Galacticraft can, first off. So I have to build, I guess, an IC2 can? Oh! An IC2 can! Get it? Toucan? Do you get it? Do you get it? Like a toucan? Like a toucan? No? Like a toucan? Oh, hey, I figured it out. Look, here's a regular tin can by Galacticraft, and here is a tin can by... It's just a shorter can. And then here's a filled can. Apparently, I don't... What is this recipe? What is it trying to display to me? I guess sometimes from scrap you can get a filled tin can. It looks like we just put a can in a canning machine and add food. I guess that's all we do. I don't know. I do have 10 in my inventory, so that'll give us like 48 cans. And then what? Do you want to eat crab? Actually, that's probably a terrible idea with all the channel members in the basement. That's probably gonna reflect very poorly on me. You know what? I'm a Texan. I'll get some beef. I'm gonna potentially wreck. No, wait, hold on. We don't want to macerate those. No, never mind. We'll put these in here, and that'll give us some. Oh no, wait! I need the beef. Give me the beef. Where's the beef? Stop exporting the beef. Give me the beef. Why don't we just have... Well, I guess that's supposed to be... Oh, I see what I... Okay, you know what? I don't actually care. Yeah, put the beef in there. I'll figure you out later. For right now, though, why is beef not, like, inside of here first off? And then... So that's... Wait, can I not... Wait, hold on. Wait. Beef? No matter... Oh, you can't teach the cooked beef recipe. Why can you not teach the cooked beef... Can you get anything that's been cooked? You can get a cooked chicken and a cooked pork chop. And a cooked crab leg, but not steak for some reason. No matter how many times you put the steak in, I bet I can make it forget the recipe. It's not going to learn the recipe for steak. I don't know why. There's no conceivable reason, whatever. As a Texan, I'm insulted. But a bit of beef, probably here somewhere. Where does the can go? Can? That's not a can. There's the can. Can there. And then I guess steak is not an option. What are my uses? Okay. Alright. I do see cooked pork chop. Are you going to tell me that if I scroll through here... Look, I see a steak. I see it right there. It's right in front of me. So tell me why I cannot have inside of the vacuum canner. Is the vacuum canner not just a canner that is faster? Why can I not put the steak in there? What about an apple? What if I got an apple? Would you let me put an apple in there? And I don't mean an iPhone. All right? Can I put an apple in there? You're not gonna let me put an apple in there. You know what? I'm not gonna Google the armor, but I am gonna go over to the IC2 Classic wiki, IC2 Classic, and I'm gonna go to look at the canning machine, and I'm gonna try to figure this one out, because there is a state of deepest confusion here that I am not going to overcome on my own. I can keep clicking on it, but until I figure this out, let's see, vacuum canner. The vacuum canner, the advanced version of the canning machine, is a medium voltage machine, thus can accept 128 EU per tick. Sending it 129 plus EU per tick will cause the machine to explode, but with the use of transformer upgrades, can safely be upgraded to accept HV voltage and above. The vacuum canner is crafted from 6 compressed air. I mean, I know how to craft it. I know what to do. It slowly heat up, the application of red current, blah, blah, blah. Vacuum canner, like the basic canning counterpart, can be used to refill fillable items. Okay, but I want to make... Can you not make canned food? Is that not an option? Literally, I cannot put any food anywhere inside of this. I am utterly perplexed. But it is possible that maybe I made a mistake. And what we need to do is build the regular canning machine. And I will do that now. And as you see, it is no effort whatsoever. And then I will grab a low voltage transformer from somewhere. Not in here, though. You know what? I think I'm literally making those in the basement, actually, as it happens. I think right here, possibly. Are you a low voltage transformer? I think you are, but I think you're all being used. I have to build one myself. That's okay. Boy, howdy, can we zoom or what? It's not a difficult thing to manufacture. All you gotta have is some copper ingots, which for some reason I grabbed blocks. Don't ask me. I don't know. 3 copper ingots, 2 copper cables, 4 wooden planks, LV transformer. Before we place it down, I'm going to go do my now standard check to make sure that we put it facing the right direction. We're literally starving to death. Okay, so we want the color to be the one on the receiving end. I kind of wanted to not eat and then have the first bite we took be from canned food, but I guess I'm going to starve to death if I don't have, like, an apple. So I'm not happy about that, but at least one of those a day might keep the doctor away from, like, my corpse, you know, because if I don't eat that, then I will die. And doctors are prone to being near around... Oh, good, this is broken again. Love to see that. Break that. Get this. Plop it down. Facing the wrong direction. Flip it over. Nope. Okay, no, listen. What I'm asking you to do is not difficult. I just need you to, there we go. Flip over. And then we put down the canning machine, which is full of power. And then we put the cans in. And then we put, like, the steak in. Sure, yeah, that works. Whatever. I'm not mad. I'm not angry or anything. Again, I'm perplexed. Overclocker upgrades? A bit faster? Only like a smidge faster, yeah. Okay, and then I want you to export... Item import upgrade. Where did you come from? Were you inside of here? Give me that export upgrade, because you're not doing anything with it. Yeah, give me that. I want you to go to shift right-click to the north. No, oh, well, that's an amateur mistake right there. Spit that out over to here, please, when you're done. Thank you. Filled canned food. Give me these. Oh, wow. Okay, as long as they're in your inventory, you will eat them and belch. Wonderful. So we will just keep this stocked up. And I don't know why it's not exporting them. It kind of did for a little bit. There they go. One at a time. It is a basic, I guess. So it's doing them, I suppose, as fast as it could. But now, what we can do is we can just keep these in our inventory. And I'll always be well fed. That's kind of cool, isn't it? Come on, that's kind of cool. Okay, so I'm reading the wiki about the armor. I know. And it keeps mentioning this boost key, which is currently set to left control, which is normally what sprint is on, but you'll know I use shift for sprint and left control for crouch. So I'm moving that to the shift key. Now, just kind of reading through here, I think a lot of what we are learning is things we already knew, just from me running around and kind of inherently figuring them out. But did you know that we have a big jump if we use the boost key, apparently? As well as exceptional speed boost when running, and extra when we press the boost key while flying. Apparently we get an insane amount of speed, which is cool. And I'm kind of reading through here. I think that's pretty much all of the other things. So yeah, I'm just trying to top off the armor, because as you can see, the legs are disproportionately lower than all the other parts, and I think that's probably because I've been running around like a speed demon. But, can you blame me, all things considered? What tier are you? Lapatronic charge pad? We might need a faster charge pad. I don't know if there are any faster ones. What was that? So that's the Lapatronic. The next one would be the Fission charge pad. I'm just thinking about how nice it would be if we could charge up a little bit quicker. So we take this one, we combine Iridium Plate, whatever this, TFBP, that's not too complicated, and then a nuclear reactor, which we've built before. Okay, alright, so we're on the ground, right? We sprint, and then while holding down that button, we hit jump. Look at these jumps. Look at these jumps! Look at these jumps! Oh my gosh, and then right out, oh my gosh. This could be dangerous, if not for the fact that the armor is also keeping our bodies safe. Oh my god, we are zooming! Again, and yeah, you know what? We could just fly at insane speeds too. But there's something about the touching the ground and then, you know, continuing that just makes it a little bit crazy. We shouldn't be over here. I still don't know who lives on that island. Oh my goodness, do we even really need teleport to at this rate? I mean, think about the things we can now reach. Oh, jeez. Going so fast. The world is entirely our oyster. And I'm ready to crack it open and rip out that pearl. So let's see if we can go ahead and manufacture these inside of here. Looks like we can, except we've run out of rubber, which I know a handy-dandy place to get more of it, so that we can make 3 more. Got 4 of those. and then we combine those with iridium, which we've got 11 of, and then a bit more UU matter. And I'm just going to have to do something about increasing the rate of manufacturing on the UU matter, because we need it for other things, you know? Not just the goofy things I'm building now. Look, we burned through all of it. We're not going to be able to, I'm sorry to say, we're not going to be able to build a Pesu. Also, those are snowballs. Those just are not, they're just not. They're just not. So we didn't even need to do that, but that's fine. Iridium, it comes up in other things, so we're going to need it anyway. We do have 2 iridium plate right now, which we do need. And then snowballs. Are you telling me we don't have snowballs? I don't even know what to say to that. Fortunately, we haven't used all of the UU matter. Can you imagine the precarious situation we would be in if we had? So there we go. I guess we've just never been anywhere with snow before. It's not actually that shocking. The situation dealt with, though. It's not an emergency. Nothing bad going on here. Now, what is an issue is that I built 4 of these when I only needed 2. So I don't know why I did that. We'll just keep the 2 of these over here. I mean, what else can I build with them? Terraformer? We might want to do that someday. Maybe we want to terraform the moon. I don't know. Maybe we want to terraform the moon. I don't know. Maybe we want to terraform the moon. I don't know. This is not tricky at all. Fortunately, we have an absurd number of dense copper plates, and fortunately, we have quite a few of these machine blocks, just kind of all sitting around. And so all together, that'll make building the 3 of these all too easy. And then we'll just leave all this in here for now. Just deal with cleaning it up later. From there, I think all we need is the advanced circuit. What are you? Oh, you're what I'm building. I'm sorry, I got confused. I got to looking at you, and my brain did a confusion. Build me a generator. Thank you. I appreciate it. Also, build me an advanced electronic circuit. I'll swap this back out for you if you wouldn't mind. There you are. Thank you. See, I feel like I am very old right now, and I think it's because I'm sick. I have old brain, right? Is that what being old is like? You just like are perpetually having a cold? I don't know. Give me this though. Take me up here now. Take me up to the paradise drippy, where the grass is green and the girls are flippy. Oh, won't you please take me ground? See, I can't even do words right now. So plop that bad boy on there. It'll start charging up. It holds an immense amount of power. I don't know if it's going to be worth standing on it at this exact moment, because, oh, wow, we got, like, upgrades and things you could put in here. I forgot about that. Totally forgot about that. My issue right now is that maybe it drains so quickly that... Hold on, we'll find out. I can't actually tell if it's noticeably faster. It is. Possibly. It's definitely draining faster than we can fill it up. But see, now we're just limited to the speed at which we can get power to the charge pad. I'm betting once this thing is full, once it's got this big buffer, it'll be able to dump just obscene amounts of power into the armor. Well, folks, this is getting ridiculous, isn't it? Look at this sea of crabs just wandering around. It's a nightmare. I'm going to have to do something about it. I don't know what, but I'll have to figure something out. I'm going to go ahead and just stand on this pad and charge myself up. Hey, anyway, like I said, you know what? Maybe not shorter episodes. Maybe that was the wrong word. More focused, though. Today was a good one. We focused on armor. We got some real nice quantum armor. We learned a lot about it. And we built a canning machine, so I'm never going to go hungry again. And we've got this much faster fission charge pad. So I feel like today's episode was a success. Comment down below. Let me know if you think it was as well. And you know what? Thank you to all of our channel members. I think I've probably given them all a shout out already, as I just acknowledged the sheer size of their crabbiness taking over my basement. So, of course, their names will be on the end credits. But thank you folks for watching. God bless each and every one of you. And I'll see you in the next one. Goodbye. Howdy, my YouTube channel members, my supporters, my dearest, dearest internet friends, and so much as you can be friends with someone in this sort of one-sided parasocial relationship sort of situation. Hi, people who give me money. That's maybe that's too candid. Maybe that's a little too honest. Hey, thank you for your continued support on the channel, though. It really does mean a lot to me. And the fact that we're making more per month now through channel memberships than we are AdSense is kind of crazy, but also kind of awesome and very encouraging and reassuring. And yes, I am still ill. If you watched the last episode of this series, you'll know I have a bit of a cold and I have a ton of crabs. I have crabs in my basement. In the game, not. I have like ocean crabs in my underground here on the screen in front of us. I've got all of you wonderful channel members. You all did a prison break somehow. Why don't I have audio? There's game audio being captured onto the OBS. Is it muted? Hello? It doesn't say that it's muted. Why is it showing up for the game capture, but I can't hear it? Oh, there it is. All of the sudden. I guess it was just real quiet down here. Yeah, I had to walk on something with a bit of substance to it. I'm gonna figure something out. Not today. Like, today's video is not about the crabs in the basement. Today's video is a little bit different. Today's video, I mean, look, here, let me tell you kind of what I was thinking. There's this whole island over here, right? That's not been claimed. It's sort of between there, and I thought, you know, it's already got a lot of crabs here, so what if I just turned it into like a little paradise, sort of a hangout spot for all of the channel members? We filled it with channel member crabs, and just moved them over here so they weren't all in my basement. Plenty of room to grow and expand. Maybe build a little bit of a fence so that the channel members don't escape, because we don't want you folks getting out there and drowning or whatever. Because that's the great thing about all of you being in my basement right now, is that you're all safe down there, right? Like, none of you are going to go missing, like what did happen to our good chicken friend, who we've not seen in some time. So long as you're down here in the basement, you're going to be okay, I think. But it's getting a little out of hand. It's a little bit crowded, and I'm just a wee bit concerned that if we get more channel members, it's just gonna all over the place. This whole place is, and then there's all this. Look, more sand has been tracked down here. So it's going to be covered in sand. Who knows? The palm trees might start germinating, and the whole place down here might just become overrun with crabs in an artificial beach. That actually sounds kind of cool, if I'm honest with you. I'm not entirely opposed to that idea now that I've said it aloud, and I've kind of gotten the idea out there. I don't really know why I'm so opposed to it verbally, when mentally I'm kind of on board, but I just think it's not a good place for crabs to live. You know, crabs don't need an artificial environment when they have a real one. And it doesn't have to be over there. It could be over here too, in this little area. I don't know, I just would like to have someplace safer for them, where they can live a little bit more comfortably, a little bit more safely. Tower of Power was an idea that I had in my head that I didn't really have any clear idea of what it was going to be. I was thinking like the Sauron, what is it called in Mordor? The Barad-dûr, is that it? I was thinking like big tower, but like the good version of it. So made out of marble, and it's just really tall, and it's covered in solar panels on the tips and everything. I'm going to wait. I'm going to hold off on that so we get high voltage and a PASU and all of that. In the meantime, I was thinking, all right, well, what are our other alternatives? I need some place where I can put solar panels where they'll be exposed to the sun throughout the whole of the day, and we'll be able to get power into here quickly and efficiently. So what I came up with in the shower the other day, where I do most of my thinking, as well as repeat arguments from days gone by, is a solar shelf, right? So we put a shelf on the side of the wall here, so we kind of stick it off like a second tier almost to the wall, and that's the solar shelf. And we have solar panels kind of lining up here, either right here or maybe one block over, and maybe we add lamps, I mean, instead of this here. I've been thinking about getting rid of the wood here and replacing it with lamps. I haven't completely made my mind up on that. I mean, I don't know why. I mean, the lamps kind of are purple in the map, and that looks kind of silly, but... wait, the lamps aren't purple. Or is anything like that is unrecognizable purple? I think that is the situation. That includes these blocks, though. Remember, these are maple wood planks, but that was because before we were using reinforced framed blocks that had glowstone that were supposed to keep glowing, and to be fair, some of them have. These are still glowing. but so many more of them simply are not, and I don't understand why, right? And it's very expensive to do that with the glowstone, especially when it just kind of stops glowing at some point for some arbitrary, abstract, unexplained reason. It's very frustrating. So, anyway, what we're going to do is have a quick nap here, and then I figured what we would do in today's episode is kind of prep the solar shelf, and then the next official episode of the series, I don't even know what episodes we're on anymore. I think 33 is the one I just... Is 33 the last episode, or was it 32? I could check. It's not going to be a difficult thing to do. I can just go in here to OBS 4K 60. It was 32. So episode 33 will be about building the solar, like wiring in the solar shelf. But today we're going to actually build the solar shelf. And I'm not really sure how we're going to design it. So this goes in like a 1-2 sort of a situation. So maybe we go 1-2 again. And then we have just marble because it's beautiful. So, like right there. But how many layers down do we want the solar shelf to be? So let's say we start down here and we kind of build our way up. Do we want it to be where it's just like 1 step down? Or do we want it to be 2 steps down? So, kind of like there. I don't know. And then how wide do we want it to be? That's another question. I mean, I know you folks aren't quite sure because this whole concept of a solar shelf is new to all of you. You know, I was the one in the shower having all the grand ideas, and now you're just hearing about them going, Reese, what? Solar shelf? That's not what we decided on. What's wrong with you? I know, I'm the worst, aren't I? Well, let me kind of run this idea past you here. All right, if we only do 2 out like that, then we have this weird thing here. I don't like that. I don't like how sharp and abrupt that is. So I'm gonna have to re-engineer this a wee bit. I'm gonna have to kind of rethink this here. Just give me 1 second. We'll do that, and then we'll have again. God, I want it to look nice. You know, I don't want it to just be some weird shelf that just exists with no explanation. It stands out like that. That's pretty good. Okay, we're kind of following that natural curve there. We're just kind of continuing it here. And we're going to have it come out like that. And then finally, we'll have it come out to the 3rd line here. And so what we can do then is we can have marble and solar panels. So the solar panels will go in this groove here, and we'll go 1 more. There we go. So solar panel there, and then we'll have the cabling underneath, and that'll all run down and into the building proper here. And then this way it doesn't interfere with... Because remember, right behind this piece of marble is all of that. All of that takes up these 2 blocks, so this is going to be the facade, and we can't allow that to be broken, because if we break one of these... Oh my gosh, wait, what's going on back there? Oh no, it's such a mess. We don't want that. That's not at all what we want. I don't know why I said it like that, but I don't regret it either. So, that's step 1 of the solar shelf, right? We're getting there. We're getting there. It's small baby steps. Something else I thought about was spiders right now can climb this wall. So do we want to add some sort of a ledge around it? Or something to prevent them from climbing up? Not that it's been a problem and not that a spider can kill us. Actually, it would be a feat beyond impressive for a spider to kill me in the condition I am in now with my fully loaded quantum armor. That would be absolutely insane to witness. So, I'm not really all that bothered. But, alright. So, something else I want to do. And I think this is a fun and interesting idea. You folks can give me feedback down below. I don't know why I said it was fun and interesting. I don't really know if it's either of those things. But the medium voltage solar arrays currently output, I don't know how much power. I guess I should look that up, shouldn't I? Okay, so the medium voltage, I've got the wiki open. The medium voltage solar array outputs passive production 64 EU per tick. Your average MFSU, which is all of them, because there's only one MFSU and they're all average. Multi-function storage unit, they're called, just in case you were wondering. As opposed to MFE, which is multifunctional energy storage. Anyway, it has, the MFSU outputs 512 EU per tick, meaning we can have 8 of our medium voltage solar panels pipe into that thing. I mean, we could have an infinite number of them. But what I'm thinking less so is about the output, the input and the output, right? I don't want more power being inputted than it can receive. It's not like it's going to blow up. It's just not going to receive all that power. And if it can only output 8 medium voltage solar panels of power at any given time anyway, what we're going to want to do, this in my thinking at least, is limit 8 MFE or 8 medium voltage solar arrays per MFSU, so we can maximize the amount of power flowing in and out. We can like even it out, as opposed to having all of them run into one MFSU, because that MFSU then becomes a bottleneck. It can only output 512 EU per tick, and we'll be generating more than that because we have more than 8 medium voltage solar arrays. So we don't want to be limited in that fashion. So we're going to do them in banks of 8, separated possibly by, I don't know, what do we have? Maybe in lights. Yeah, that way we have lights out here as well. So we'll put a light, and then we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 solar panels, and then a light. And then I shouldn't have done that because I'm going to have to break these. And then we'll wire them up underneath, so we'll have 8 of them go to an MFSU, and then that'll be positioned here, and then that'll go down into an additional cable, which will then carry all the power inside, and that'll also link them all together. So let's run inside, and we'll get our MFEs. And if you're thinking, geez, Reese, why don't you make high voltage arrays? I gotta have power first. We have to have power in order to create the solar panels to create the more power. All right, so we're taking things in steps here. Actually, I shouldn't get the solar panels now, should I? Should I go ahead and wire it up, and then next episode we can focus on something different, like building the PESU, or the PESU if you're so inclined? That's probably what we should do. Let's go ahead and get our medium voltage solar arrays. I mean, there's other things. We're up to 56 now, by the way. I can't remember what we had last time. Maybe it was also 56. I don't know. Has another one of these been built? It must have been, because we're down to these now. And then, I don't know. It's all kind of a mess. I figured something out. This is something else we need to tackle. We gotta figure out. We're gonna have to build more extractors, as well as maybe more macerators, but definitely more induction furnaces, because we're not keeping up with the refined iron ingots, right? We gotta have a ton of refined iron ingots. One furnace ain't cutting it. You'll see I wired this into power. This one's been wired into power. That's not the one I want to talk about. You see these two here? These are things that we need more of. We desperately need to process more machine blocks, and we desperately need to process more of these electronic circuits, and that's going to speed the whole system up. The problem is, and I even tried to get fancy with it, right? I got your basic LV flex cable, hoping that I could limit the amount of power going into these using this, and it did, but it didn't limit it enough, right? So now we're burning through all of our refined iron. And then if you do the same over here, we start to... I just need to go a little bit faster, not a whole lot faster. So what I would like to do... And there's 2 different options. There's 2 different ways to approach this, right? We can either get one of these running completely off of EU and eliminate the need to have HV flux going into them. At which point what we could do is we could lower the output from the battery to just enough, just the amount that we need. And that's one option. The other option is we can make the battery bigger by either making it wider, which would work, and it would still fit in here, and we would still have this hallway kind of... In fact, yeah, we might just do that. Make it 3 wider, because then we can add a second power tap, and we can have a high voltage power tap here, and a low voltage power tap over here. Alternatively, that's exactly what I want to do, because then I can tune how much power is going into those crafters and get it just right, you know? That's something I'd like to do. That does necessitate then having to have 2 separate run of, oh my gosh, HV flux cable. Oh, I've really shreked this up now. There we go. Everything's back up and running. And that's okay. I mean, we could just move one of these over there and then connect it up with low voltage, the lowest voltage cable possible, and feed it. Oh, actually, that would probably be a whole lot easier, wouldn't it? Just get like an electric flux generator, but not the big one, not the HV one, and just feed it low voltage energy, and then, okay, well, maybe we'll do that instead. That actually makes a whole lot more sense. I don't know. We'll figure that out. Maybe that's a future Patreon episode. But we're going to go and grab maybe not all of these. We'll do 16. So that's enough for 2 batches. We'll do 16 of them. And we're also going to go grab ourselves some MFSUs. And then I guess, yeah, next episode of the series, we'll be focusing on the PESU. We'll be building the PESU at last. Which reminds me, I need to go to the basement and I need to make sure that this isn't filling up and spilling them on the floor again. You see, I've got to keep an eye on this. I really need to just consider, wait, what is wrong? Why am I like this? Why am I so dumb? Everyone watching at home like, yeah, we want to know that too. Trust me, we've been trying to figure that out. Boom. They'll not get spilt on the floor anymore. Excess will just go in this chest. That might have been a comment we received. I don't remember it. I'm just saying it's possible that by now someone has commented that. It's hard to believe they wouldn't have. What do we need? 2 and a bit? We're not quite there yet for the Pesu, but look, we do already have, it's worth pointing out, quite a bit of iridium ore, which I think is what we needed anyway. So it's not a big deal, but that's going to be fine. That's going to be, in fact, that's going to be wonderful. Now, I came up here with the express intention, this is going to get so difficult. First off, to get used to, it's going to be a bit annoying, but once I get used to it, it's going to be hard to do without. When we move on to the next mod pack, are you kidding me? Trying to get around without being able to speed run is going to be a nightmare. So we've got MFSU up here, but I think in order to build that, we also need to have the MFE one. So I need an MFSU, and I need at least 2 of them. And see, we're missing a whole lot of things, but it looks like it's coming down to rubber. Now, fortunately, I know where to get some rubber, so that's not a big deal. But also, advanced alloy is going to be an issue, and that actually makes a ton of sense, because it looks like we've only got the 1 of them in there. But, I mean, advanced alloy is not difficult to manufacture. In fact, off the top of my head, it's refined... Oh, right, we don't get refined iron like that. The refined iron, though, we should have some... Do we have... Is it refined iron? What? Hold on. Let's just get some iron. Right, let's get a block of iron. And let's put that in here. Oh, really? Oh, no, okay. Well, let's get some stacks of iron. And we'll put that in here, and that'll give us some refined iron. And, we'll get rid of the rest of this, I guess. Speaking of iron, you know, how is this going? It's beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Just gorgeous the way... We've not been down in the basement to even check our other power generator in so long now that it could be missing, and I wouldn't even know. It's so effective. There we go. We've got those. And then we combine that with, I want to say that it is bronze, which... Okay. Can you not get bronze bars? Is that right? Am I remembering that properly now? Was that like a weird thing? That for some reason you can get the bronze dust, but you can't get the bronze... This is such a wacky mod pack. I don't want to hear any excuses about, oh, it used to be like X, Y, or Z in the original. Listen, this is in the original, and it's weird. I think the other thing we need now is 10. This is not something that should be... I've been playing this game, this mod... I've been playing iterations of Tekkit for over a decade now. Wasn't the first series in 20... Was that 2013? 2012! 11 years! I should have this recipe memorized. I think these... No, wait. These go at the bottom. These go up here. 10 at the top. It's not right. Oh, something's not right with your boy. There you go. See, I told you I knew how to do it first try. That gets us our mixed metal ingots. And then from there, I believe we compress them? Possibly? And that gets us the advanced alloy. See, I told you I've been playing this game for like, I've been playing this game for 11 years, or iterations of it at least. I know exactly what I'm doing at all times. There is nothing but complete certainty whenever I act. So, well, Shrek me sideways. Did we really run out of rubber? Is that what we ran out of? I mean, there's so much rubber in there already. Look at all the rubber. I can't believe that you ran out of rubber, but I'll take your word for it. You did. God bless you. I bet you just did it again too, didn't you? We really need to get... I don't know why I got 3 of them. We really... Okay, hold on. Pesu? Adding that. Oh, you son of a gun. Gotta build a Pesu. You know what else we gotta build? I'll tell you what else we gotta build. I just gotta look it up here first. So just give me a minute while I think about it as I stretch the inner lining of my black hole units. Black hole... We gotta build the black hole controller. We've been talking about this for ages. We gotta do the pink slime situation. I think we're gonna have to build like a fluid scything machine or some kind of way to grind up animals, if I'm not mistaken. Fermented ore meat. I'm sorry? What? Fermented ore meat? What is that? fermented... Okay. Ore meat? Raw ore meat and ferment... I guess I spelled fermented ore meat wrong. So I gotta get a washing... I'm sorry, a bottler, a squeezer, or a washing factory, and put ore meat in it. Oh, dear lord. Okay. What? Hold on. So I can run gold ore through a washing factory, and that'll give me liquid meat and raw ore meat? I'm sorry? What? Oh, or I can get some saltpeter ore. Oh, this is getting a little bit wacky. A washer? Oh my gosh, this is so weird. So build a washing... Oh, but I gotta have pink slime to build that! Oh, Shrek off! This pink slime, I gotta figure this out. I think I have to build some kind of contraption that automatically slaughters animals. I'll look into it. It's no big deal. I'm sure it's fine. Alright, let's get over here to the other side of this island. Over here, and let's start wiring all of this absolute nonsense in. So, 1, 2... Oh gosh, yeah, good. Full sunlight. I expected that. Because the sun goes east to west, rises in the east, sets in the west, it's always going to be right overhead. Because I guess we're at the equator here. Isn't everywhere at the equator in Minecraft, really? And isn't that, in and of itself, a beautiful statement and a beautiful sentiment? I like to think that it is. So we get the other 8 of these here. And then we got our white lamps. So you kind of see where I'm going with this. You kind of get the general idea. And then we're going to have more marble. Got to have more marble. Buckets and buckets loads of marble. You know how you move marble around in a bucket? Kind of like that. Just placed gingerly. Gingerly is not the right word in this context. But that's going to go back there. And then this is going to go across here. And then would it be interesting or would it be silly to have glass down here? Where you could see the cables. I don't know, it feels like it could be silly, but in like a way that I like. I might like that. And then what if right here, what if we had a ladder for access down there? Okay, hold on, hear me out. We get ourselves a lovely ladder. It doesn't have to be lovely, it can be a bog standard ladder as well. That's perfectly a bog standard ladder. Okay, beautiful. That's gonna have to go though, that top one. Because then we're gonna have to get a reinforced trapdoor. And we're going to plop that sucker there. We're going to fill it up with lovely, lovely marble. And then right-click. We crawl down, crawl back out. From the outside, you can't even tell. I mean, sure, that's a structural weak point in the wall. If someone wanted to invade us, they could target that right there specifically. Well, who's going to be invading us? Nobody, hopefully. Hopefully. Perfect. Now, you might see an issue, which is that once we have cables connecting all of these, it's going to be impractical for us to move around. But we'll get rid of that, and now we can move along this side here. And of course, we can dig this out more, too, if we wanted. We can have this be a level lower than the ground outside, and because it's solid marble, I'm not really worried about water leaking into these lower levels, because this is a video game, and you're thinking about this too realistically. This isn't real life. I know it's a shock, and it's hard to accept, but I assure you, this is in fact a video game. The little burps every so often kind of creep me out a bit. I don't know if I want windows here. I don't know if I like that idea. Because my concern is that then one day I'm going to be walking through there, and someone's just going to have their face pressed up to the glass, and I'm going to have a little bit of a heart attack. Have a little bit of a nervous moment, and I don't want that. So let's get rid of the ladder. Let's get this. Let's go. Connect all these together. And then we're going to have our MFSU here. And now in an MFSU, all sides are input except for one, which would be this side here. So that's going to be our output. So that does mean that technically all of these will also be connected to this one, but my hope is that they will default to that one down there. So if we hook all these up, I don't know any way to prevent this cable from connecting. But it literally can only accept 512 EU per tick, which is what all of these are outputting, right? So you'd like to think that in a perfect world, these won't be storing any power, they'll all be outputting, and then this one will be filling up as well. Like, all of the power will be going down here. which it looks like they are filling up. Actually, this one looks like it's filling up faster. That has to be like a visual glitch, right? This one looks... I only say that because this one looks like it's going up more smoothly, as opposed to this one. I guess that's just a visual phenomena. If we break this cable, and we have a look here, it looks the same, right? And then this one... I mean, I'm just trying to figure out whether or not I actually need to add an additional gap here, which would be relatively easy to do. Get me out of here. I'm stuck. That would be easy to do. We could just have a light, and then a block, and then a light, and then the lamps. I don't know if that's going to be necessary, but we could do that. I'd rather not. I would rather not have to do that. But I'm sure this is okay. I'm sure this is fine. So here we are. We've got all of this power being produced now. Look at this. This is crazy amounts of power. And as the sun starts to set... Hey, little sheepy, get out of here. Sun's getting real low, okay? We can start to see that these are going to start to lose sunlight. I thought it would be kind of gradual. If we can click onto the... Yeah, okay, so we can watch the sunset in real time while also watching this. So it's still full. So this is great. Okay, immediately off. So right at sunset, they're going to stop producing. And right at sunset, yep, these are going to stop. That's okay. We're just going to have to be more aggressive now about sleeping. And we'll also still have the nuclear reactor going 24/7. So that's going to provide some supplemental power. It's like if you have solar panels and big batteries in your house, but you're still grid-tied. During the day, you can run off of your solar energy. And at night, you can run off the batteries, and any extra power you need that your batteries can't provide, true in the day as well, can be pulled from the grid. Unfortunately, in this situation, we're not going to be getting like credits from the power company for any power we feed back into the system, because there is no power company. It's just me. This is just a Minecraft world. I don't know why you thought that would be a possibility. Again, it's a Minecraft world. Folks, I love y'all as much as you can love strangers in the internets. But I'm a little bit concerned that you were sitting there thinking, and wow, this factory is going to produce enough power that we're going to get credits back from... There is no electric company. Maybe I should be the electric company. Maybe I can build... I have a nuclear reactor in my basement, in-game, and I have the solar shelf being manufactured. Maybe I can provide power to everyone in this Minecraft world. Maybe that's my true calling. And we can build big electric lines. I'm sure we could bury cables as well. We've kind of already done that. Granted, it didn't work all that well, but we did bury a cable that goes all the way over to Napier's village and never followed up on that, did we? And then someone commented and pointed out that we could have just teleported power there, which is far more practical and makes way more sense. And I don't know why it didn't occur to me. Well, I'll tell you why. I didn't realize that you could use the IC2 classic teleporters for things other than people. I didn't know that. I think maybe I knew that you could do it with items, but I certainly didn't know you could do it with electricity. That kind of blew my mind. And that changes everything, really, doesn't it? I mean, it doesn't change everything. It changes a bit. It changes a few things in a subtle sort of way. But there we go. So now that's going to start to fill up. And that's fantastic. And now we can kind of focus on what comes next, which is going to be filling all of this in. And you see, here's the deal. It's going to get down to this point here, where I feel like, yeah, maybe we do want it to be glass. We're going to build it with glass, and we're going to see how we like it. And maybe we don't like it. And that's okay. Sometimes you paint a room a color, and you realize it wasn't a good choice. It was only a $30 can of paint, so you can do it again. Except now we're in the middle of a financial crisis. And all of the markets are down, and there's chaos at the border, and no one's really sure how this next presidential election's gonna go, so there's a lot of uncertainty, and you're in what might be called in the future, by people looking back on things, a depression. But no one wants to acknowledge that in the media, or even in the government, and so you're not really sure if you want to spend another $30 on a can of paint. Because things aren't looking too good right now, and you never know when you might lose your job, and then you've been terrible about saving, so what are you going to do in that situation? Are you going to be able to take care of yourself in the long run? Maybe you should hold on to that $30 and put it in your savings account, or under your mattress or something. so that, you know, if worse comes to worse and you can't make payments on your house and the bank forecloses and you're living on the streets, at least you got a bit of money so that you can buy some food and try to get through this current financial blunder. But God bless you if you don't also find out at the same time you got some sort of horrible ailment, what ails you, and then, God, it's just you're trying to survive, but why are you even trying to live if all you're doing to live is fight? You gotta fight to live another day, and you live to fight, and you fight to live, and what's the purpose of it all? And then you wake up, and everything's okay. It was all a bad dream, but the world outside is still a cruel and evil place, full of cruel and evil people, and you wonder, well, how much longer until all of this comes to pass, and will I survive if it does? And folks, I gotta tell you, I don't know. I just hope that God blesses you, and that you hold on and you stick it out, and pray. Because that's all you can do. At the end of the day, no matter how much you prepare and you try to be prepared, largely it's all out of your hands, you know? What does the Word of God say about planning? It says, never say, you know, let your yes be yes, your no be no. Never say that you will do this or that, but say, Lord willing, I will do these things. You know? Never try to do it by your own, because it's all outside of your control. And that's life, and that's the political landscape we find ourselves in. That's the world today. Tomorrow, Xi Jinping might get tired of all the jokes about him being short and having a tiny wang and decide that he's going to nuke everyone, but then Russia will get confused because there's a bunch of nukes going off, so they'll send theirs off too, and then someone will go try to wake up the president and tell him there's a big nuclear war, and he'll just want to know where the ice cream is, because God bless him, he's an actual ancient, mentally invalid man. Now that we've gotten real sad and depressed about the state of the world, let's talk about electricity. Do we want to keep going with this? Because we've got plenty more solar panels, and my thought process is, if we have them, we should use them. And we can always recollect them later for use in higher voltage. I mean, we might use the exact same setup we have now. I almost burped there. I don't know if you noticed. I contained it, though. We might use the exact same setup that we have now and just upgrade the solar panels. So let's see. We're doing them in batches of 8, right? Oh, that's perfect. That's absolute. I just somehow accidentally ended up with the absolute perfect allotment here in my inventory. So we're going to go ahead and we'll just restack them. No reason to have them unstacked. But we'll go back downstairs and we will put them back out in little groups of 8. And I'll have to come back out over here and get some more MFSUs. And we'll continue to work on the solar shelf. We'll go as far as we can with what we've got. For now, it's not going to go all the way to the end, and that's okay. But in the meantime, I'm going to pause the video so that we save some storage space. And I'm going to turn on something of high entertainment value. Let's see what gets loaded in. Well, folks, we've reached the snag in the rope. I've got it all assembled here, and as you can see, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 banks of these solar panel setups, and if we come down here, you'll see I built this side exactly like the other side. So we've got the ladder that climbs down, and it looks real nice. I turned these downward so that, I realized, of course, if we had the cable coming out, they would just connect up here, which we obviously don't want. We want them to go to the MFSUs first, and we can't punch it back any further, because again, there's stuff on the other side of this here wall. Maybe not this far down, but there will be someday. But I ran into another problem. Something that some of you maybe already figured out. And the issue is with the glass fiber cables. See, according to the wiki that I am on right now, the glass fiber cable, it do what? 512 EU per tick. That's rather limiting. That's very limiting, because that means that if we now connect all of these together, we're still going to be getting the output of a single MFSU. That one's already full. That's one of the first ones we put up. All of these are going to be already full, and then this one here is now going to be filling up. That's crazy. The next cable up will be a high voltage cable, which I know that makes no sense. Wait, aren't these HV cables? They are. they're the only HV cables, but the actual HV cables are for EV, or extreme voltage, and they carry 2,048 EU per tick. Now, some of you have already figured out the next problem. That is almost double what we're actually outputting here. If each one of these does 512, look, you got 512, you got 124, and then that scales all the way up to, boom, 248, and then almost another. So the only cable beyond that is the LUV cable, which is ludicrous voltage, maybe? That'll carry 32,768 EU per tick, which would work. But that is kind of expensive to manufacture. This recipe gives us 4 of them. It's not that bad, right? Carbon plate, refined iron, not too bad. Okay, we get into here, advanced alloy, a bit of a pain to make. A magnet, I mean, we know that takes a little while. Rare earth, where do we get rare earth from again? Oh, that's right, we've got to have the rare earth extractor, we got to put cobblestone in there, and then that's, oh gosh, oh dear, okay. Yeah, no, you see where, and then you got to put an oh, right, yeah, no, see, you're with me now on this, right? You're starting to see what I'm talking about? And I'm starting to wonder if maybe, we shouldn't have just one network of electricity. Maybe that's not what's intended by the game, assuming it works the way that I think I do, which is that it's all just one sort of a collective. Where's my button? Where's my app switch button? There it is. There we go. There's OBS. Hi, how you doing? We still recording? Everything's still good? Still getting sound? Yeah. All right. So what we're gonna do for right now is a little something I picked up back in the day called not worrying about it. We're just not gonna worry about it. We're gonna connect all this together, we're going to pipe it all inside, and we're just not going to be bothered by it if we can't avoid it. You know, any little bit of power helps at this point, so hook all these together, and then we've got to pick where they're going to go in at. Oh, right, there's no reason to go this far down. Unless, I mean, we got to go inside the building now, and we don't really have a way in and out of there, which is something that I need to figure out anyway, so maybe we need a teleporter or something, but we definitely need a way to bring power inside. So, maybe a door right there. Well, no. No, that won't work. Because that's right there. Even if we kind of angle it, that's not really gonna... What if it goes down into the basement? So, actually that could work. Because the basement's right down there. So if we have this... Well, that's not what I meant to do. Many of you will know that that was clearly a mistake and not intentional on my part. But what if we have this hole here and it just keeps going down? And then... Actually, at what level is... Oh, look, uranium. At what level is the ground floor? I don't even know. I think I knew at one point, long ago, when we first built the factory. But I don't know anymore. Let's go inside and find out together. That'll be fun. A fun little quest for us all to go on. This is going to take 2 seconds. Watch this. 1 Mississippi. Okay, look at that. It's at 60. 2 Mississippi. And see that? We're out now. And there was a bit of time there in the middle where I wasn't counting, but that's not relevant, and I don't know why you would bring it up. I think that you're probably just trying to call me out on something, and quite honestly, I don't know why. I don't know what I've ever done to you, okay? Just calm down. So, 58, 59... 60. I love the occasional belching. Oh, right, we want to go into the basement. I forgot that was the plan. I literally forgot. What we should have done was gone into the basement and saw what the ground level of that was. Probably right here? Oh, I'm so close. I was so close. Okay, so that we want to make a light, probably. There we go. And now what we can do is we can not have a light there. That's, again, occasionally I make a horrible mistake, and I just expect you folks to know that, and we all just kind of carry on with our lives. So we patch that in. We patch this in as well. That's lovely. And then the ladder comes down to here. Why did that light get... Once more, I would like to point out that this was, again, another mistake. This was another, just sort of an accidental situation. We're going to plop that light there. There we go. That leads right into the basement, which is coincidentally where we need power. All of these, remember, each one of these produces 10 EU per tick. So it takes I mean, how much do those up there? Every one of those produce. Every one medium voltage solar panel produces 32. So for every one of those, we're getting more than 3 of these. So these can finally be retired. Them and their nonsense. And then where's the high voltage tap? It's right up here, isn't it? Again, these are limited, which explains a lot. That explains a whole lot. The fact that these can only carry 5. Power situation is wrong right now. The power situation is very wrong. It needs to be fixed. It needs to be sorted out. So that's going to be, I guess, our next step in the operation. But let's get ladders. There's a lot of things that we've kind of just like glossed over and kind of carried on without really sort of addressing and refining that I feel like need to be addressed and refined. And look, it's going to happen soon. I forgot that we could do this from up top here. There we go. Lovely. Should we make this one also a trapdoor? I kind of feel like we should. That feels like it's going to, just with the aesthetics and the vibes of the rest of the assembly, I feel like that's going to be a really good move. So, it's not even really a trapdoor. You have to build it with the intention of having someone like step on it and fall through in order for it to be classified as a trapdoor. Am I wrong? I could be. I don't know. I'm not an expert on such things. I'd have to ask Fred from Scooby-Doo. And we all know what Fred says, right? Hey, here's something I theorized about previously. I just didn't notice it. But yeah, the output on this thing is 2048 EU per tick, making it higher than high voltage? High voltage. Extreme voltage. High voltage is 512. So yeah, it absolutely will output faster than it can accept power, and yeah, it really does. When it has a buffer, boy, does it charge you up fast. Alright, well, I am surrounded by crabs, but... And a sheep, I don't know where it came from. It's just here. Perhaps we should give it a name. Let's head out here, though, and I'll kind of show you what I did. I set out here as I continue to head deeper into my factory, but trust me, there's a reason for it, because if you come around here, you'll see I've got this little alcove. And now what I've done, I'm starting to bring the power down from up there, and we're going to bring it all the way down here, and what I think we'll probably end up doing, just the occasional perps in-game, as well as real life, honestly. What we'll probably end up doing is we'll have this MFSU, and we'll have one down here as well. Not because we need it, but because I think that's funny. So we'll have this, the one there, we'll have one here, and then we'll have one all the way at the bottom. And then that way, because this one's full and the power's not going anywhere, and depending on what our power consumption looks like inside, that might end up being the case for several of these. So we might as well just make sure we have an absurd amount of power backed up and ready to go. Seems like a fun idea to me. We could get rid of these. Just have these connect, but connect on all sides, and I think that would probably level out in some way, but we're not going to. We're going to keep them. We're going to keep them. I'm going to go inside now because it's dark and monsters are going to start spawning, and that's going to be annoying. Look at them. They spawn on my wall, and I've got to do something about that. I don't know what. I can't turn off my sword again because the sword is broken for some reason. But yeah, let's go to bed. I don't think they'll spawn up here. I've not seen any spawn on the glass. I think they just spawn on the walls. So again, my idea of changing it to the lamps, I kind of like it. I mean, I'm gonna miss. I like the marble. I'm not doing it inside. Or you know what we could do is we could switch it to these orange lamps. At least then it would kind of keep something of the color scheme. We'll see. Hey, check this out, right? You know how you can kind of walk around and break these? Well, watch this. Now, obviously, it works better when you don't accidentally miss some. But, like, come on! This is insane performance! This is fantastic is what it is. Alright, and we are finally done with the solar shelf, at least for now, in its current incarnation. And I think the sun's getting real low, but go ahead and give you a little look at what we've got going on here. So here it is, the solar shelf, which runs, I mean, it blends in flawlessly right there, doesn't it, with that nice 3-step. We might add a bit of an edge to it at some point, and, I don't know, maybe we'll make it curse. Get it, we're gonna add an edge to it! Maybe we'll make it a little violent, you know? You know, people these days, they love their edgy content! We might add some sort of little ledge. I don't know. That's kind of an edge to the side of it. Because right now it just looks a little bit flat, right? Like this up here kind of works, I guess, maybe, but right over here it just looks like it tapers off oddly, both up there and down here, and I want to do something to kind of correct that. I don't know what yet, but I'll figure it out. But there we go, we've got our 7 banks of solar panels, and then when you go down below here, I wasn't joking earlier when I said this, we do in fact have all of the medium voltage solar panels feeding into the MFSUs, and that's all the way down, which then feed into, you'll never guess, more MFSUs. Now, the sun's, like I said, getting real low, but that's okay. I put another bed down here just because I was tired of going all the way back up to the house to sleep at night, and I thought, why not just have, like, a little sleeping nook down here in the chaos corner of my base of operations, which is literally just one corner. Look at the size of this place, and we have spent an inordinate amount of time... Inordinate, that's not correct. We have spent an unhealthy amount of time in this corner. And yeah, kind of over here, but mostly over here. It's getting a little bit out of hand, but also that cable doesn't need to go there. And what we need to do is just take a nap, because I want it to be daytime, because I want you to see the energy streaming into these things. It's crazy. So we've got a bank of these down here. They're all connected up top. Look at that. I did stairs. I just wanted it to look nice. I thought we might end up doing this in here as well at some point. So it just seemed... I mean, yeah, I know right now we've got all these cables, but I'm going to redo all of this at some point. We might even get rid of all these blocks of marble and just have it be hollow down here. I don't know if it needs to be a series of hallways, really. There's so much that needs to happen right now, though, right? Like, we got to get rid of these generators. I don't want to break them now because they're currently actively producing electricity, and I'd like them to keep doing that. You know, it seems like a waste to break them now. So we're just going to let them keep running. We should have emptied them at the start of this episode. That would have been the wise thing to do, so we'd be ready for right now. But what we're going to do now is, you'll notice I did carve out this hole here. So I thought we would go ahead and patch at least one of these into the broader system at large for reasons. I don't know what they are exactly, but I figured I'd just go ahead and do it. So that's high voltage, and I think all the rest of this is high voltage too. It gets stepped down here, yeah, into an... well, that's okay. So at least now, if I forget about this, and we run out of juice inside of these furnaces, at least now it'll be getting solar power from somewhere. Although I would wager it's probably not pulling any out right now, because that line in there is pretty solidly saturated with power coming from all over the place. So, I mean, what we could do is, I'm assuming that's producing enough power to make this all self-sustaining. Oh, I don't actually want to break this. I was going to say let's break this cable, but I guess it probably is still backfeeding into the rest of the system. And so long as these are producing so much excess energy, I don't want to stop it. One thing I am curious about is this right here, right? This is something I've been thinking about a little bit, okay? This thing is limited to power to LV power, right? So power from a low voltage transformer, which we've got situated right above it. Now we know that the low voltage transformer puts out power on every yellow side, but it only puts out low voltage, which is what? Not even 32, is it? Hold on. So if high voltage is 512, 128, I guess low voltage probably is 32 EU per tick. Low voltage, yeah, 32. Well, if this thing can only support low voltage, right? Just give me a second. If we have a cable go from, say, back here down to here, would it double the amount of power going in? Right? My thinking being right now, it's getting power from here, 32 right there, but would we get another 32 from back here, and then maybe even from over here? We got to be careful about doing this, because right now, if I attach a cable here, or here, it's going to connect up to these other high voltage sources and blow up, so we don't want it to accidentally cross-contaminate with the MFE or the MV transformer here. But right now, like, you kind of get an idea of how much power it's getting. If I just come back here and I attach this, have we just doubled the amount of power going into it? It kind of doesn't look like it, other than the fact that it is now filling up. Oh, but it's now draining. Oh, but it's now filling up again. My reasoning is, this will only output 32, but does it output 32 per side? Or is it a total of 32 that it can output altogether? In which case, would we want to go from an MV transformer to maybe a bank of LV transformers? You know, because this will output, again, 128, and then this steps it down to 32. Well, that's a number of 32, right? Like, that's, you see the number difference there if you do the math in your head. And then feed a number of LV transformers into here. Like, if I break this cable, and it no longer gets that additional... Okay, see, it immediately empties. But it's not empty, because it's getting power from the top there, right? I'm pretty sure. At least it was before. This one's still running. I don't know... Like, that wouldn't happen over here, because, you know, the amount of cable coming through this one cable, the amount of power coming through this one cable is kind of set, and it doesn't matter how many connections it has. It's not going to exceed that. But back here, there's additional power being supplied to the LV transformer. It's just stepping it down. Could it potentially... Also, why did it completely stop working? It's like it defaulted to only using that one output, which makes no sense. It doesn't make any sense at all. I don't understand. I am confused. I wish I could get another cable off of here. Yeah, I guess I could move this whole thing down one. And somehow that would help me? No, because this would have to be moved down one too. I mean, I could do that as well. I could do that right now, and we could almost definitely answer this question. So hold on. Let's break these. I did not mean to break that far down. Once more, mistakes have been made. It's not the first time in this series. It shan't be the last. But we can very easily break this, and we can move it down to... Oh, I don't know. We'll put it all the way down here at the bottom. Then it's well and truly out of the way of everything. And then we're going to need to crack open our bag of magic tricks and grab a couple of the basic cables that should be right in front of me. And I don't see them, but they're right there. So we get two of these, and the reason we need two of them is because we need to put one not just here, we'll have to put one here as well. And that means things are going to get a little bit broken for a second, but there we go. Okay, everything is good. So now we got to get power into that thing, which means we're going to break that. And gosh, my inventory is full of nonsense, which is understandable after everything I've been up to. But still, get rid of that lever. Maybe get rid of some marble. Maybe we have too much marble that we don't need. Okay? So we will come off of here and go into here and then here. And then we want the red one to be at the top, because that's the input. We're very slowly memorizing this fact. Alright, so now the output is... let's see. One of these. Plop it down. So it's starting to go. We can see that it's starting to go. Right? It's starting to fill up. It's starting to slow down. It's going to fill up a little bit at first. But then, if we have another cable coming off from back here, you know, again, let's just get a look at it, plug it in. Do we feel like it's doubled in power? Not really. In fact, it looks like the situation's gotten worse somehow. I don't know how that's possible. Maybe it literally can only output not 32 per side, but 32 total, which is silly. And now it's split between them. So if I break this again... I would love feedback in the comments if you know. If you know the answer to this question. Now it's just dropping to 0. So if I break this, and then I put that back... What is this? Why is this such nonsense? Alright, well what if I do this now? You know? To heck with it. To Shrek with it. Now, why is that cable even right there? What function does that serve? Why is that, where is there a cable there? There's nothing for it to plug into. The whole system's down now. Gosh darn it, that one elbow carries, like, most of the items. Was it all unrouted? I think we can get by with all unrouted. Hold on. Okay, there we go. Everything should be operational again. I have to go build another one of those now. That's the third one of those I've blown up, possibly? Just one cable right there. I know what it was there for, too. It was there for that pump experiment we did previously. Alright, well, I mean, that was far from the most detrimental thing we've ever had happen, and hopefully this will keep things running for the time being. I'll go make another one of those, and we'll not persist with this ridiculous experiment, because clearly it doesn't work the way that I had hoped. Again, maybe a bank of LV transformers is the way. You know, maybe possibly that is the approach that we take. That would be worth trying. We'll try it. We'll try it in the future. Until then, thank you folks for watching. Thank you for your continued support. I really do appreciate it. God bless each and every one of you, and I'll see you later. Goodbye!